for the Copenhagen Wolves. Nif in all kinds of trouble. Cyanide picks it up with the spear.
It's Edward with first blood yet again.
So many kills coming down, and that is an ace.
The kick from Air forces him straight back. Ro8 gets the kill.
Gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series, broadcast to you live from our studio here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me is my co-host Trevor Quickshot Henry. And we are set to bring you a day jam-packed with matches as these teams try to fight their way up the standings.
Yeah, and with 6 games ahead of us, we expect to see the table change even more as we get closer to the end of the spring split.
But let's take a quick look back at yesterday as we recap the news from the European LCS. First up, well, Copenhagen Wolves, they are on an absolute streak right now. 5 games in a row without loss.
Yeah, and the Wolves have fixed all of the mistakes that we felt they had during the opening weeks of the split. Amazing has taken charge of the early and mid-game objectives, and as a team, the Wolves simply play incredibly safe. They do not put themselves in any high-risk situations, and this playstyle is allowing them to win consistently, not necessarily excitingly, but they're getting the wins. They're 5-0.
And Millennium, well, their ups and downs continue. They played 2 games yesterday. They lost to SK Gaming in a hard-fought match, but they beat the #1 seed, Ro8. Incredible game.
Yeah, now as a team, Millennium have continued to be inconsistent throughout the entire split. They lose games, they win infrequently, but at least they're able to show moments of brilliance. Unfortunately for the team, it is getting far too late in the day to have any more of these problems. And they need to step up, get their gameplay secure, and get back-to-back wins. They are the only team in the LCS that has not secured back-to-back victories throughout the entire split.
And we also want to look at the pick and ban trends that have been happening. These are the 5 most played champions so far in the European LCS.
Yeah, so in terms of numbers, right at the top there is going to be Illusion. He's been played 45 times, he's got a 49% win ratio. With that many picks, he's definitely the de facto AD carry. His support has been sitting with Thresh as well. 42 picks, 21 wins, 21 losses. Again, it is the support that is the least banned out because we see a lot of targeted bans in other champions. Moving on to next, we do want to talk about Renekton. Up in the top lane, it doesn't matter who else is there. Mundo's come and gone, Trundle is still there, Shyvana a little bit, etc. But Renekton stays true. Very good winning numbers as well, 58%, and strong laning phase helping him out. Another AD carry in the top 5. This is not surprising, we see the least variance in this role. Caitlyn, once again, a big lane bully, a little bit less effective than Lucian. Now the final pick, Lee Sin, he's actually tied with Jinx in terms of picks, bans, and win ratio, but I really want to highlight Lee Sin because he's got a 60% win rate. When you consider most of the junglers are actually trending towards other picks right now. The utility that Lee Sin offers is still very good at all stages of the game.
And let's not forget the keyboard melting moments that had you guys marveling on Twitter yesterday. Here is your hashtag LCS big plays. Up first, well, it was during the Alliance versus Super Hot Crew game. This came in from @Daniel Solon. He says the amazing hook by Nif at 38 minutes totally turned it round. This was your 3rd most talked about play.
This is very risky. Wicked's going to get Mr. Rawls.
Oh, look at that. The hook lands in as well from Nif. Rawls is not escaping that one. Tabs going very aggressive at the start of things there. Lost a lot of HP, but that's what's setting up because Rawls finally had a chance. Flash hook in towards Boots. Here comes the rest of the team. Tabs will finish off with a 90 caliber net, and that is another 2 kills nicely picked up for Alliance.
I get a little bit excited when I see those hooks coming in, but you got to yell it. The hook, man.
I got to be honest, I was watching it upstairs in our room and I was just like, he's got flash, he's got flash, he goes for the flash hook. Amazing stuff. Fantastic start for Alliance yesterday. And of course, the next one, well, it came courtesy of Ro8 versus Gambit. And this came in from @1312020. He said, if Vander's Lantern to save Selava after his GA popped at the end of that game isn't a hashtag LCS big play, I don't know what is. This was your 2nd most talked about play.
Can they catch on towards it? Diamond's the one that should be into the Baron pit, but instead he's going to assault Battery. Sullivan's been caught out. Sullivan with the down binding. They jump straight on towards him. Diamond is going to get taken down here. Sullivan's Guardian Angel has popped. The choppers are going to be straight on towards him. Lantern gets him away from it. Is it going to be enough? They can't get on towards him. Guardian Angel, but Alex is now being popped. They're jumping back and forth. They're going to try and chase back on. Alex, it's hooked in there, but nobody to follow through. Now they're going to get ace in the hole. Edward, oh, it's taken so low from this one.
The absolutely incredible thing is after the teams tried to kill you, not running out of oxygen, the fight carried on for another 45 seconds. They went back to the Baron. Gambit re-engaged when they not really should have. If you haven't seen that VOD, you have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, fantastic game yesterday. And of course, there's nowhere else to look, honestly, because that also came from this match was Alex Ich. He had an amazing triple kill. And this came in from @DQbesh, I think that's correct. You simply can't give Alex Ich Kha'Zix ever. He is a beast. And this was your #1 most talked about moment.
God, Vander's going to be jumped on. Alex Ich gets himself the reset. He's trying to look for another juicy target. Will he get on towards him? Overpower's so low, but he's going to have, and he gets on towards it. Jumps towards Sullivan. Can he get in towards it? He's going to run away again. Darian running interference from the backside. He does. Jankos goes in there. Jankos, will he take him down? No. Alex Ich gets the kill. Gets another kill. It's a triple for Alex, and it's an ace for Gambit. What the hell just happened?
Now, what the hell just happened indeed? The audience behind us were going, ooh, for the second time. You can't give Alex Kha'Zix. That's simple. We'll have to see if we can get his hands on it now in the opening game of the day.
Should have had the Quadra. Stole by Genja.
Yeah, scumbag Genja. For you guys at home, remember to hop on Twitter and tell us what your favorite plays of the day were using that hashtag LCS Big Plays.
And now that you've seen the big plays, let's take a quick look at our table after the first day of this Soup Week. Up at the top, well, it's Ro8. They had a great start, but a shaky end for sure. They are 11-7 right now, and tied in second place. Well, it's the first game of the day, isn't it? It's Gambit and SK, and SK really are on a tear right now. They are on a 4-game win streak. And then in fourth place, another team flying up the table is Copenhagen Wolves. They're on a 5-game win streak.
Yeah, and they're looking incredibly strong. Now down the bottom half of the table, we have another tie, this time between Fnatic and the Super Hot Crew. 8 wins and 9 losses each. 7th position is Alliance at a 7-10 record, and sitting at the bottom of the table, it is Millennium. 6 wins and 12 losses.
But that was then, and this is now. Here are the matchups for today, and they are sure to shake things up. We begin with Gambit versus SK Gaming, the battle for second place. So that's going to be a big game to start things off. And then the Copenhagen Wolves on an absolute mission right now. They're up against Alliance, who picked themselves up a win yesterday. And then the battle, they're tied in 5th place right now, Fnatic versus the Super Hot Crew.
The second half of the day continues with both Gambit and the Copenhagen Wolves. Then it's Alliance versus Ro8, and we'll end the day with another Millennium game. This time they will be taking on Fnatic. And of course, after the European Challenger Series rolls into their quarterfinals, immediately following those LCS matches, it will be Cloud9 Eclipse taking on Departed, so make sure you stick around for those.
Yeah, and between the schedules, stats, and more, there's a lot to keep track of. And thankfully, you can find all that information over at lolesports.com, as well as the VODs of past games and much more.
Yeah, while you're there, you can also pick your winners for today's matches. Just go to the schedule link and then click on the thumbs up next to your choices. Plus, you can also find out how to join us here in person for these matches live in Cologne, Germany. Just visit that tickets link for all the necessary details.
And whether you're here in the studios or watching at home, you can always participate with us on Twitter. Today, we'd like you to tell us which European LCS team has the strongest duo lane and why.
I think I have to say Candy Panda and N-Rated. I think it's a tough question to answer because we have some really good duos in Europe, but Candy and N-Rated often win their lane matchups that they aren't necessarily supposed to win or in their favor. They've also got great synergy. For you guys at home, share your thoughts with us and be sure to send those suggestions to @LOLesports. And for this time, use the hashtag LCS. We'll pick our favorite responses, and Shox will be reading them later in the show.
And for now, let's send it over to Shox, who is standing by with 2 pros who will be going head-to-head later today.
Thank you very much, D-Man and Quickshot. I'm Eva Shock supporter, and I'm joined by Alliance's Fragen and Koutard, of course, from the Copenhagen Wolves, the 2 mid laners. Now, I don't want to talk too much anymore about yesterday's game because we already talked to you and Youngbuck, but we do remember that the game versus Fnatic, it was really close. So what was kind of the general team talk going on at night about that game?
Well, we were pretty happy that we actually won, so there was not much to critique to ourselves. We did notice some problems. And obviously, we're going to try to avoid them again.
Obviously. Froggen, of course, you guys yesterday, the first game versus the Super Hot Crew. Not to say that the Super Hot Crew is not a good team, but you guys didn't have the hardest time versus them. What was kind of the game like from your perspective?
Basically, we just wanted to stop bot lane from snowballing, and we did that pretty successfully, and basically just played 3 versus 3 in the top part of the map, and that won us the game.
All right, so a good start for both of you coming into Super Week. What are the most realistic goals for you guys? Is it winning every single game in the Super Week if you see what you've got coming up, which is Alliance, Gambit, and the Super Hot Crew?
Well, if we keep our playstyle that we did the last weeks, I honestly think we can go 4-0.
All right, so what you then have to do is beat Froggen later on. Froggen, first off, what do you think of the mid lane matchup versus Kautar? You've played it a couple of times already, of course.
Yeah, I think in general, the mid lane champions right now we're both playing is pretty farm heavy. So it's probably going to be a lot of farm and then objective control that has to win the game.
What about you versus Froggen? Are you afraid of anything when you go in lane versus him?
Well, he's very strong mechanically, and I'm afraid of getting a bad matchup against him, because he will capitalize on my mistakes. Other than that, if we get in an even matchup, I agree, it will be farm heavy and the team play overall.
All right, very interesting matchup coming up for you guys. If we take it a little bit to a broader perspective, you kind of have two different stories going on. And Youngbuck actually said yesterday, I'm not afraid to say it anymore, we can get first and we want to go for first. Do you share that sentiment?
I said from the start, the goal is obviously to get as high as possible. So number one is goal, but we're happy getting top 4. That's the first goal we set up when coming into LCS, and I'll stick by that.
Okay, and Froggen, for you guys, it's kind of a different story. You guys are second to last now, and this is, of course, your project, the Alliance team. Is relegation something you're fearing? Because we're pretty far in the spring split. Is that something you think about at all?
Not really, because the standings right now, there's like one match in between every single team pretty much. So let's say we go 3-0 here, then we would be like in the top side of the bracket. So it's not really worrying me too much.
All right, so one very big matchup we've got coming up here today is also SK versus Gambit, our first game of the day. SK been doing incredibly well. Kautar, who do you think will take this one?
Honestly, I think SK will. They've been doing so good lately, and Gambit has been looking a little weak, so I'll give it to SK.
Froggen?
I agree. I think SK will take the victory.
All right. Were you surprised at all that SK is doing that well?
I am surprised about it, yeah, but I also think they've been practicing really, really hard, and their hard work is paying off.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, and good luck, of course, in your matchup later. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, it's time for us to kick things off with a tiebreaker between the second-place teams Gambit and SK Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
So he's called Nunu after the champion, so I'm his Willem, and he's like my Nunu. He's like, oh, it's there with my girlfriend, and he's like my lucky charm. If he's not there, I can't win.
Welcome back to the European League of Legends Championship Series here in Cologne, Germany. We're going to start this Super Week Day 2 off with a battle for second place. It is Gambit facing off against SK Gaming, and this is the third time that these teams will be meeting, and the score is currently tied at 1 apiece. Gambit took down SK Gaming way back in Week 2, but today SK Gaming is looking to make it 5 wins in a row. Yesterday, Gambit lost out to Ro8 in a 59-minute epic match where Gambit, well, they lost the early game, they pulled themselves back when I was wondering what the hell happened, thanks to some great plays from Alexic on Kha'Zix. And we actually have a clip of that moment to show you.
Yes, and this is already shown in our hashtag LCS Big Play, but I think we need to take an even closer look at the incredible moment. So let's pull this clip up onto your screens right now. It was the team fight that allowed Gambit to stay in the match for another 25 minutes. What I want you guys to keep your eyes on is Alex and how he makes use of vision. Now, what ends up happening is Ro8 is going to play a little over-aggressive. Let's start playing the clip. You'll see that Edward is going to catch Vander with a Dark Binding, and this is going to be the go signal for Gambit. Darian's going to start channeling his Stand United in just a moment, joining in on the fight. And keep your eyes on Alexic in the top of the corner. He jumps in, gets the kill. Now he's stealthed up, out of vision from Ro8. Gets some poke down, he stealths up again, jumping in when he sees somebody low. And the thing that I like is he jumps over Celebar's head and goes into the bushes to deny vision once more. Grabs himself a triple kill, and you'll actually see Genja landing the last auto attack as Alex was swinging the swipe. That could have been a quadra. But part of the reason I highlight that play and I think it's so good is Alex, he stayed on the outskirts of the fight perfectly. And in general, Gambit did look good. They managed to defend against a very aggressive Ro8. I want to see how they work on their laning phase. It has continually been a problem all split long, and it was weak again yesterday. So they need to make sure they come out the gate swinging.
Well, SK Gaming themselves last recorded a victory over Gambit in Week 5, and it was a very one-sided affair. Candy Panda, well, he got Vayne, didn't he? Jesus, he was on Ziggs. Fantastic performance from both players.
Yeah, the match in Week 5 is just about Candy and Jesus being able to deal so much damage they wanted in the best-case scenarios, thanks entirely to Svenskeren setting up very early ganks with Pantheon and an incredibly strong showing from N-Rated on Annie. He went 5-1-7 and got so many team fights in their favor. He's also been a player to watch when he plays those champions like Annie or Yona, and he's a force to be reckoned with in lane as well. And we talk about the laning phase a lot for Gambit because Genji and Edward will need to be very wary of him and Candy Panda.
And if you look at yesterday's game, SK really got a lot of key champions, but they lost out during the lane phase. But again, they managed to hold out long enough to turn the game in their favor and take victory over Millennium.
Yeah, they struggled to grab hold of the chaotic early game, but when they did, they were able to slow the pace down thanks to, once again, N-Rated on his Annie. He got 3 and 4-man Tibbers. And on top of the team performance, I have to talk about Jesus. He's stepped up as a mid laner recently. He's rarely dying. He got another great score yesterday, went 8-2-8. And I think as far as the mid laners go, he's definitely one of the most underrated in the LCS.
We talked about the big boots he had to fill. Ocelot, of course, used to be on that mid laner in the team. Is a massive void to fill, and he's seemingly done it so far. Let's check out those starting lineups over on the blue side. It is going to be Gambit Gaming. In the top lane, it's the Swag Lord himself, Darian. Diamond is in the jungle. Alexic, you saw so many big plays from him on Kha'Zix. Don't think that's going to get through. Genja is the AD carry, and Edward, well, he's support carry.
And of course, on the red side, it is Steady Freddy in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane, Candy Panda as your AD carry, and N-Rated as the support.
Could argue he's also support carry because he got those 2 double kills yesterday for SK with that Annie. So, picks and bans about to get underway. What are we expecting? We saw, obviously, as you mentioned, the Vayne. That got through for Candy Panda last time. He went huge on it.
So I've got it in my head that because Candy Panda is such a diverse AD carry, I don't think we're going to see bans targeted towards him. I feel like there's other champions you could get. You can try to push Jesus onto something that's a little more uncomfortable with. I think Lulu is definitely a consideration. if we are going to see some AD carry bans targeted, the Vayne is one you've already highlighted, and Jinx is a definite possibility. Candy Panda played it yesterday, and it's Genji's most played. He's played it 9 times out of his team's 17 games.
Well, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans underway for Game 1 of Super Week. First ban about to come out from Gambit. We'll see what Darian's typing in. He's going to ban it out. It is going to be Nidalee taken from Jez's.
So very quickly, I also think champions like Pantheon and Evelynn can be considerations. Yeah, Svenskeren has played a lot of Pantheon. He's very, very good on that champion. And it's not really something we tend to think of Diamond when he goes for that option.
Well, no surprise, Kassadin being taken away, but there is the Ziggs ban. We just talked about how Jez's went big on it in Week 5 against Gambit. It was taken away. SK also taken away Lulu. That's a champion Jez has been playing himself, but it's also a champion that Alex Hitch heavily favors right now.
What it does mean, Gragas is still on the table. We've had 4 mid lane bans. I wonder if that's going to be a consideration. If Gragas is not banned away, then we could see a mid lane like a Gragas Orianna. Jez likes to have those sort of farm-heavy champions, but if he does go for something like that, it allows Alex to play LeBlanc or Kha'Zix if he wants to go for an assassin-type champion.
There is the respect ban taking that Pantheon away from Svenskeren, and so many times we've said you just cannot let it through. It's the champion he's certainly strongest on. Elise taken away, that's going to leave a lot open. Now remember, yesterday, Diamond was banned out pretty heavily by Rocket. I wonder if they're going to think we need to lock in a jungler for Diamond to get him started.
You know, I think it's a very important thing, especially for a team like Gambit who are very reliant on their jungler getting their lanes rolling. I think they have the option to go for something like an Evelynn here if they want to. Alternatively, even Thresh or Annie.
You've got to remember, Annie Vayne is on the cards, and we all heard Candy Panda saying, if he's going to play at Vayne, they have to have Annie. Maybe Gambit's going to go for that one first.
The thing is, for the AD carries, Genja has the possibility of going for the likes of a Jinx. You know, we talked about it earlier. LeBlanc is a champion that's been banned against Alex many, many times, and we do see it's locked in now. One of the great things about this pick is it forces Jez to play a champion that can deal with an assassin. LeBlanc has got a silence, a root, as well as a dash, so she can deal with a multitude of champions. And if you pick something like Gragas into her, Alex can and does have the tools available to 1v1 Jez's. I just want to see where they decide to lock him in. The one thing we also cannot discount, SK have run support Kayle in the past. It's not looking like it's going to be this game though.
And he is locked in for N-rated. We saw him playing fantastically on it yesterday, and another player we saw playing great was Svenskeren. That Evelynn locked in for him. So these are big champions. It also means that, well, Kha'Zix is available, could potentially be in the jungle for Diamond.
It could be, and I also remember reading Diamond's Facebook post where he was saying that Kha'Zix in the jungle is pretty legit. And
he actually said it in the interview when they picked it. It was the other week when Alex was on it. The Kha'Zix was picked for him in the jungle, but it turned out that he had to let Alex have it.
The thing is, when we've seen Diamond not on his sort of go-to champions like Elise, like Lee Sin, those mobile, those gank-heavy champions, he's not as impactful. If you think about his Vi performances, they are not necessarily inspiring. So I quite like it if they are going to lock this in. SK have gone fairly safe. They've got a lot of pressure that can come from the jungle thanks to Svenskeren's roaming. It has the psychological effect that Gambit have to decide how and where they're going to play the lane. And we'll have to see how the rest of this composition lines up.
Well, it seems that it will be the Lucian Thresh combo. It's a strong bottom lane duo, that's for sure. And you were asked, of course, on Twitter, hashtag LCS and Outlaw Esports, what is your favorite duo lone pairing? Well, Genja and Edward are making a play for that one right now, but they will be up against Candy Panda and N-rated.
So that's our #1 and #2 most picked champions of the EU LCS so far. And, you know, we're getting closer and closer to 50 individual performances. It's an incredibly strong lane. It's very safe as well. And what Gambit have done is they've let the option be available for SK that if this Vayne does get locked in, Gambit could run the likes of a Vi in the jungle. Vi plus LeBlanc, in theory, equals dead Vayne. But you need to be very confident in finding Vayne every team fight if they want to go for that sort of option.
Well, they don't have the Pantheon alongside him to lock up anyone that goes for that Vayne, which generally when he does pull that Vayne, it's a defensive strategy. With that Renekton in there, this may be what they're going to go for. Vayne is picked up, and Candy Panda is 100% successful on it so far.
Yeah, he's had incredible statistics when playing Vayne over the course of the split. 4 games played, 4 games won, with a 7.2 KDA. So, you know, his performances are impeccable. What I want to know from Gambit is who do they put in the jungle? You can see Lee Sin being hovered over. We've already seen Kha'Zix. I almost feel like Vi would be good because of the dive power. You've got a lot of mobility from this Lee Sin. And again, it's our most played jungler. And Diamond going back to his roots.
Diamond going back to his roots, and Aatrox may be coming out for Darien. He could be going back to some roots that he seeded back in the summer, but he's up against Freddy, who on that Renekton has played immaculate over the last few weeks.
Yeah, it's also one of Freddy's most played champions on that Renekton. 7 games played, 4 of them are victories. Now, the last time we seen Darien playing that Aatrox, he got very far ahead. So far ahead, in fact, he tried to build mana on him. Didn't need it, but the point is, if Darien gets to a position where he is in the lead, he's not afraid to have some fun and build some items that are not necessarily core. What you do have, though, is 3 very aggressive dive-heavy champions. LeBlanc, Aatrox, and Lisa, and they want to get in your face, they want to disrupt the team composition. Freddy himself has had brilliant performances on Aatrox, so I want to see how he's going to try to peel, or how he's going to try to control these team fights when 3 members of Gambit are going to be trying to dive this back line.
They're all going to be diving straight into a potential Zed.
Wow.
Along with an Evelyn, along with that Renekton, which is going to be playing defensive duties, and Tibbers. They are fully prepared for this dive.
This is going to be an interesting one, because this Zed in the middle lane is against everything that we've seen Jesus play. Everything. Jesus likes the long-range poke, he prefers the farm-heavy champions, and he's gone for an all-in assassin, which is actually quite smart when you consider there is potential to kill LeBlanc, there is potential to kill Lee Sin as well as Lucian. The only thing about this mid lane matchup is I feel like Alex has got slightly more tools to deal with Zed. Having the roots and having the dash away, the moment Zed comes at you, you can just use your distortion W on LeBlanc, jump away from the Zed, and avoid his shadows and his clones. But this is, both of these team compositions are incredibly aggressive. They want to be fighting the whole time. In theory, we're in for a lot of kills.
In theory, we're in for a fantastic game, and this could well be an epic one. There's a lot of kill potential on both of these teams, so they're just sorting themselves out. There was a swap problem, which is why we saw them drop back out of that one. They're just going to sort themselves out, the players. But what do we see? What do we counter from these 2 teams? This is a lot of aggression from both teams.
So the split pushing power of the SK lineup is going to be stronger. Zed is going to be able to side push lanes. Vayne is going to be able to side push lanes. And they are some of the best dueling champions in the game. They've got a lot of damage. They can deal with one-on-ones, 2v2s when they've got a tiny bit of support. So I think for SK, the game plan could very realistically evolve into playing the map, playing the minion waves and pushing towers, pulling Gambit where they want them, and then only picking the fights they're comfortable with Svenskeren and flanking from the side. On the other side of the coin, Gambit are a little bit more linear in their approach. They just want to throw their Aatrox, their Lee Sin, and their LeBlanc at you. And if they don't get somebody when lobbing their bodies at you, then it's going to be a little difficult for them to clean up team fights.
Oh, we're just waiting for them to get started. You can see Diamond giving some advice to Darien here. I'm not too sure if it's advice or troll. I'm not sure which way, with that big smile on his face and the smile from Alex. Everybody else grinning towards Darien. Clearly, there's some advice being given to Darien that he's potentially not taking on board.
That's a very serious discussion. And
I don't think that's serious.
I think what Diamond Prox is saying is you are not a wizard. You are not a wizard of the top lane, good sir. And you do not want to rush.
You do not need any magic items this time
Exactly.
on Aatrox.
You don't need a death cap on Shyvana, and you don't need a Manamune on Aatrox. As much as you want them, I think that's the message that's being sent. Darien Swag Lord himself? We'll have to see how he works. I think in terms of Aatrox performances, if I recall correctly, Freddy played it against Alliance, and he was able to hold 4 members of Alliance at bay, getting a good knock-up, and then getting a good slow with his Blades of Torment. The tools are there, and for Darien, who likes to feed to win, champion with a built-in GA can never be a bad thing.
Well, while we wait for these guys to get going, let's check out what you guys at home think this game is going to start out. Let's take a look at your votes from lolesports.com. They have this one calling as a 72% win rate for Gambit. That's a big, big advantage. And considering SK Gaming, this is potentially their 5th win on the road if they take Gambit down here. The form book would be with SK.
I feel like this is a fan opinion vote and not necessarily looking at performances recently. I think even if you compare last week and yesterday's games, SK looked stronger and looked better than Gambit. Gambit had poor lanes. SK are known for having very solid lanes. Candypan and Ro8 are generally winning theirs. Freddy's going to champion that he can win his lane with. So we'll have to see how it actually plays out, how the cookie crumbles.
You think of Freddy, I mean, he was up against Shyvana yesterday, and he actually won out and pressured that lane.
Yeah.
And he shouldn't win that lane. It shouldn't happen. Whereas you look at Darien, he was on Shen with a static shift, as he likes to take. But he was doing well. He was doing his job. He was pushing lanes. He even got down towards that inhibitor turret.
The frustrating thing when you play a champion like Shen is you are so reliant on the rest of your team setting plays up and basically picking fights where they know the Stand United is available. You actually have very little game-changing impact yourself. Yes, your ultimate's incredibly powerful, but it can swing it if your teammates set it up properly.
You could argue that Shadow Dash he did, the taunt across 3 members of Ro8 that set up the potential quadra kill,
Of course. The potential's there, but I feel like on a champion like Aatrox, it's more suited to his playstyle, it's more aggressive. He can jump into a fight, get kills, and work with Alex, getting additional kills, triples, quadras, etc. The one thing that I really like about Gambit's comp, they have LeBlanc, Lee, and Aatrox. That's a lot of mobility and a lot of quasi-counter engage, you know? Those Blades of Torment comes out from Aatrox, his little triangle slows people down, you can kick people away, you can root multiple people with another chain from LeBlanc, and, you know, the tools are there.
But what do we make of the fact that Jesus, is this confidence? Has he now become so confident that he's gone for that Assassin, gone for that Zed, which we've never seen him on in the LCS? He's always played, as he said, the Lulu, the Ziggs, the Gragas, playing from a long way away.
This is a super weak peak. Super weak pick. Not super weak. A super weak pick, because we're going into 4 games. We have these preconceptions that Jesus is a farmer in the mid lane. He's a herbivore. He likes to sit back, play passively. We don't expect this kind of thing from him. Knowing that with that mindset, if they've surprised Gambit, all of a sudden you have the psychological advantage going into the match. The question is, can he pull it off?
Well, he's up against the ultimate carnivore in that mid lane, and Alex Hitch is going to be looking for those kills, and he may well get them. We'll see who manages to win out, because the game is getting underway, ladies and gentlemen. If you just tuned in, well, you haven't missed anything yet. Gambit versus SK Gaming is about to get underway. This is the battle for 2nd place. And honestly, I don't know which way this could go.
No, I really don't. I think we have to keep a close eye on that mid lane. I feel like LeBlanc has all the tools needed to deal with the Zed, as long as Alex plays it perfectly, and he's got some of the biggest Zed experience.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are live in the studio in Cologne, as you can see. Game 1 of Day 2 in Super Week, which will be going on as well. 6 games today, as well as 5 games tomorrow, and then you've got North America. 16 more games over the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It is epic viewing for League of Legends fans. And right now, the best in the business are going to go dueling on the Rift. Gambit versus SK Gaming. And they are already set up. We saw Gambit with Darian dancing and tricking the opposition yesterday. It didn't quite work out. It was Zazas, I think he was turning his back on and showing his backside. But this time around, Darian, he's in the bush. He's on the blue side.
Yeah, defensive start once again. You do have that power of a death sentence or an anti-stun at low level, but the meta right now is just to play safe, not to give up any of those advantages, not to lose buffs very early on. I want to see how this top lane and this middle lane is going to play out, because I feel like with Aatrox coming up against Renekton, Aatrox should have a difficult time in the early stages, as many champions do, against Renekton. The on-hit stun and the sustain from Renekton, from Freddy's Renekton will be very, very good. And Darian is not a player that shies away from a fight. He's more than happy to go for those pokes, go for those engages very early on. So we'll see how he plays it with the Darkened Blade up there.
Yeah, we'll see where Sven's going. He actually made some plays at level 1 that actually set up to taking the red buff at 7 minutes, which is around what he did before, obviously going deep, putting those wards down. We are seeing Gambit doing their maneuver. This is what always works out for them on blue side, going in towards that blue buff. They realize it's not a blue start. They know where Evelyn is now.
Now, if memory serves correctly, Edward and Genja have given up first blood at that exact position both times they've played Fnatic over the course of this split. It's just something they do all the time. I actually would have liked if SK Gaming had potentially grouped up or maybe got some vision, because Genja and Edward do it all the time. We do see Candy Pan and Ro8 now moving into this bottom lane. I think the early poke is definitely in favor of Genja and Edward, and they need to make it stick, because once we get closer to 6, all of a sudden the burst from Annie and the chase potential from Candy Pan is going to be very good.
Well, Darian goes aggressive on Freddy, but he really didn't seem to care too much about that one. Both starting up with the Doran shields at the top there. Of course, Darian does have that Bloodwell passive, which basically gives him a leash of life. If he were to go down to Freddy, will respawn with a chunk of health, and he may well need it, because Freddy's not messing around in that top lane. Svenskeren, he's got himself the blue buff. and he's continuing on his path. We do see Diamond, he's over at the red buff as well, so we'll see whether he goes to have a look at this bottom lane, whether he goes looking for any early kills, which you can do on Lee Sin.
Yeah, you can, and thanks to having the on-target stun from N-Rated, he can throw the Q down, stun somebody up. The problem is I think they're going to wait for SK to have a little bit more levels. You see, Diamond has already snuck himself into this bush, waiting, just anticipating. If Sven comes around, I'm here to turn the gank. At the end of the day, he's just going to get a tiny bit of experience, probably back away without actually doing anything further.
Yeah, nothing available for him. You can see they've pushed him way back, and the fact that there is a ward there, they would have just translated that across.
He's still waiting. That's twice he's cancelled the recall. The wave is now pushing towards Gambit's tower. So if SK stick around, there is the potential, but as it stands, Diamond has wasted a fair amount of time. Sven's cleared the top half of the jungle, and he also can't see anything in that top lane.
At the moment, it is actually level 3 being hit first for SK. Diamond still waiting there. Cancels once again, and you can see Gambit, they're letting them push. They are baiting in this one.
Sonic wave for Candy Panda, that's where it starts.
Well, the Death Sentence doesn't land. It's Candy Panda they want. You can tell that's for sure. Trying to get on towards him. There's the stun being used, and Candy Panda being the focus straight away. Quick Condemn forces Diamond back, but he manages to catch back on towards N-Rated. Not the damage they needed, though. And it's a failed attempt. No summoner spells, but actually it's a lie. N-Rated burnt the flash.
Yeah, I have to wonder why Diamond used the Sonic Wave onto N-Rated. Maybe a little bit more patience could have caught out Candy Panda, but Flash wasn't used from Candy, so there is that fear of being pulled under the turret. Nevertheless, Diamond, his first gank attempt does get a flash from N-Rated. It's going to allow Genji and Edward to go for a kill if they land a good death sentence. Immediately, Sven's going to reply. They're going on Edward.
The counter is in. They do go for him, but Svenskone does not show himself just yet. Just going to bide his time. Still no sign of Diamond, and it doesn't look like he wants to go too aggressive. And we never actually touched on the fact that obviously when there's an Evelynn in the team, the opposition generally has to invest some pink wards. Svenskone coming around the backside. He wants to go towards Genji. You can see N-Rated. He's building up that stun.
Yeah, he's going to be able to lock somebody down. There's no additional CC though. The hook is no longer available. Sven, he's now just waiting for the perfect moment. They don't want to go in. Candy Panda maybe trying to barrier bait.
They're going to try and use it, but it's not going to work out. Svenskone shows himself, but they were ready and waiting for that one. Candy Panda was taken low. Meanwhile, we see Diamond coming around on towards Jez's in that mid lane. Not going to be enough, and really next to no damage coming out from Alex.
No, they did manage to get the flash once again. Diamond simply walking into lane was enough to scare Jesus to flash, pop that summon spell and get away. We talked about how LeBlanc is, she's considered by many of the pros to be an assassin counter because of the silence and the root and the ability to get away. Darian's going to get his Bloodwell pop.
Bloodwell is used, and it will save his bacon, but that is now no longer available. Freddy is doing a fantastic job in this top lane.
So one of the things that Darian always does well, even in lane matchups where he's going to lose pretty much, he still gets farmed. He's 7 CS down, and he's looking pretty good considering that he's had his Bloodwell popped. The Ignite is not available for Freddy, so there's going to be a couple of minutes of respite and survivability, basically.
Does mean they're going to get himself some free farm in that top lane. Here's the chain invest. He's gone for Alex Hitch, tries to go aggressive on Jesus, and that's just getting turned back around by Jesus. Doing a great job of farming against him, and as you mentioned, had burned his flash early on.
That was a little bit risky. I think Alex knew Jesus didn't have his ultimate, so he tried to farm a bit greedily. He actually put his Sigil of Silence on a minion and then popped it. Got out alive. He's going to go back. He's already got a small CS advantage over Jesus thanks to the fact that LeBlanc can basically bully Zed. But now that Zed has level 6, we'll see what Jesus is going to buy. And now there is outplay, there is kill potential if Jesus can get some good poke.
You know, this is the patented Freddy maneuver right now. He goes for that triple Doran's build, and it always works out well for him. Why is no other top laners copying this?
Wicked did. Wicked learned yesterday, picking similar build, actually exact build with Trundle into Renekton against Super Hot Cruise and Pela, and it worked for him. It gives you a very, very strong laning phase, and I think when you've got teams that are fairly happy to leave their top laners on an island, Freddy seldom roams around unless there's a dragon fight. It's smart. It's going to allow Freddy to bully Darian even further. He's got good sustain from getting the HP back from his abilities and those Dorans, and it just makes him a little more difficult to burst down. So, smart pick, and we'll see if we can continue to make it grow. He's only got a small CS lead right now.
So, blue buff taken by Alex Itch. We do have a look down this bottom lane. You can see both teams gone for that bumper, except the Candy Panda already pretty low, actually. So there's been clearly a good burst. I'm guessing it must have been a hook from Edward that started all that off. And you can see he's actually behind in build. He went for the boots instead of the second Doran's blade item, but Jesus, he is roaming and coming down the bottom.
Yeah, Edward's going to be in so much trouble. He's stunned against the wall.
Condemned on the wall there, and he's going to have to use that shield. Here comes Jesus. It's Genja he may well go for. Edward's a secure kill. He's going to use Genja to get to him, and that will be first blood for Jesus.
Yeah, very nicely done. And we see him roaming. Now Sven's in trouble.
Sven's in trouble, caught out by that mid lane and dodges out of it. Pops that ultimate back down. He may turn his back on his fight. You can see Alex Itch having to run away from that one. He used all his cooldowns, and well, nicely played from Sven.
Yeah, that was a straight outplay. Sven actually sidestepped the chains from Alex. Alex also had his ultimate available. I didn't see him using it there for that particular fight, so Sven gets out alive. Did need to use his ultimate to survive, though. The one thing that I like about Jesus is he didn't go for the 1v1 against Alex. He has seen that there was an opportunity against the heavy pushing Genja and Edward, and he grabs himself first blood, gets that little gold spike. As long as Jesus can keep roaming and trying to get his other lanes fed, it's going to allow SK to get to a map split pushing power quite efficiently.
Yeah, during that, the Dominus was used by Freddy in that top lane up against Darien. You can see Darien was taken fairly low, and that's all happening. Suddenly, it often is like that. Suddenly, everything happens across the map. But as it is, SK Gaming have started off very well here. They've building themselves up just a small 1,000 gold advantage. But the fact that Candy Panda is keeping it even with Genja is a worrying sign for Gambit.
Yeah, it really is. You know, when you've got a lane like Lucian and Thresh, you want to be punishing that Vayne even more. Luckily, good tumble. Now, Ro8's gone back on Edward.
Turns it back around, Genja again covering off. This time he's been flayed out, and that's a problem. Candy Panda in all sorts of trouble. The Ignite should get the kill, and it's Edward that takes it.
Yeah, Candy Panda should not have been there. He burned his flash as well, so a kill secured on the side of Gambit puts them on the board. And I think Candy Panda and Ro8 playing a little overconfidently. They were low on HP, and they were trying to bully and use that tumble. Fortunately, it didn't pay out for them. At this point in time, I think the fact that SK have got a fairly good start, and Ro8 is now hooked.
He's hooked in, they're going to go for it. That's a dangerous play. He had that stun available, and Edward's tanking out the turret. One more hit should do it. They can't take him down, and now Genja's tanking the turret. Are they in trouble? Because here comes Jesus around the side there, chasing on towards Edward. Edward goes down. That's Jesus getting the kill.
Yes, second kill for Jesus once again, and a good roam. Now, this is good for Jesus that he's getting gold. He's going to be able to hit a little bit of a power spike sooner, but every time he's roaming, Alex is extending his CS advantage. He's got a 20 CS lead right now. He's got some armor built up from that wrist guard as well as the Fiendish Codex, and I want to see how Alex is going to roam, or how Alex is going to play this lane, because he's pretty content to not really follow Jesus right now.
But the problem is, Alex is 400 gold behind. So he's built up that lead, but you know, the fact that he's going off and got the kill, and obviously, of course, Edward had just got himself a kill, so that had been completely reset, so he got a big chunk of gold for Jesus. Darien and Freddy, well, they continue to go at it. Darien used his ultimate this time around. Dominus is available for Freddy, but Darien having to keep that wave at bay.
Yeah, so Freddy right now is once again just controlling this top lane. He's got a 20 CS and he's extending it further, getting some good damage in Darien. They may consider a tower dive, but this is very difficult on a champion like Aatrox because you have to get through his blood well, then you have to kill him again when he respawns. We'll see how Sven plays this out. It could just be counter jungling that he's going for. If Freddy can get the blood well in this top lane, that's when they could dive, but it's very, very risky.
Well, Diamond is not coming up here, so he would be all on an island. They're going to go for it. Dominus is available. They're going to tank it out. There's the Dominus being used up. He's tanking it for a long time. That's a quick Bloodwell pop. Svenskeren comes back around. He's going to pop back up and try and jump away. Is he going to be able to do it, though? Svenskeren can't tank the turret. There's a lot of damage on Svenskeren coming out from that turret, and they do get him. Here comes Diamond. He's going to try and track around the side. Flashes, gets the Sonic Wave, and takes him down a range. Punts Freddy back in there, and now Freddy's in trouble. Darien didn't really read the play. I don't think he was expecting this to work out so well, but Diamond Prox proves the king of the jungle is still alive on Lee Sin.
That was fantastic from Diamond Prox, managing to get in range at the right time. The Flash Sonic Wave secures the first kill, and Darien just gets kicked backwards down the bottom lane.
Flash Tibbers on towards Edward. Vayne will pick that one up. Candy Panda gets himself another kill. And well, it's back and forth action right now between SK and Gambit.
Now, I think one of the things that SK needs to do is be a little bit more careful when they make those plays. We talked about how difficult it is tower diving in Aatrox, and Freddy just took too many turret hits. He was trying to get out of range, and then when he needed to come back in to put the Ignite down and get the kill on Darien, he just got forced out, got zoned away. So a good counterplay. The question is, where does Diamond go with these kills? He's 2-0 up, and he needs to start getting some of that gold on his carries, on his mid lane and his AD carry, like SK have right now.
Jez is really causing problems for Alex Itch in his mid lane. You can see Alex, once again, is very low. Jez is full health, fully stacked. doing a wonderful job, 2-0 in kills, no problem there. Candy Panda, well, he's 1-1-1. He's got that Bilgewater Cutlass. Jesus is roaming again. This is something that I like to see. Jesus is really stepping up as that mid laner right now.
Yeah, it's an evolution of the player. He's stepping up from being those farm-heavy champions to now a playmaking champion. He was controlling Alex for the last few minutes. Alex did just back off. Blue buff is stolen by SK thanks to that ward that was placed down earlier. And what I liked is it wasn't a solo attempt. Freddy was there, Jesus was there. When they realized it was safe, then they backed away. Now that Alex has come back to lane with full HP, I want to see what Jesus does, because he's basically said there's an opportunity bottom. He may set his sights on Genjo or Edward again.
Well, they have the Tibbers available, and Rated, tell a lie, doesn't have Tibbers available. He's already used it, he had the stun available, and Jesus was looking for the kill. This time around he doesn't get it though, but that blue buff was stolen away, and it looks like Gambit want to make a play on their own.
Yeah, we'll see if Alex can catch Jesus. That was a great little lat shield. Alex still goes in for poke.
Oh, and he dodges everything out there. Nicely done once again. Alexic just being juked every time he tries to land his combo on LeBlanc so far.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. I think we've seen a few chains go wide. It was a little opportunistic, to be fair. You know, Alex was really chasing Jesus down. Now, Diamond realizes his blue buff has been stolen. Darien actually got vision of that one. That is good, deep wards now from Gambit, but nobody else has responded. Candy Panda and Rated have fallen back to defend their own blue buff, and Alex has been jumped on.
Jesus goes in. Alex is going to try and turn this damage back around on towards Jesus. Instead, he has to flash away the Ignite running. He may well get him here. Jesus is in trouble, and he goes down to Alexic.
Yeah, Alex just with a great play, landing every single ability when he needed to in that duel. Jesus did throw the Death Mark down, but we did see, thanks to the distortion, most of the damage is missed. Now, Diamond and Edward, they're trying to invade. Sven's caught them.
Sven's caught out, gets kicked away by Diamond. The culling from Genja actually doing a great job on Candy Panda there. That's going to force him low. Now 4 members of Gambit on this assault, but it's not going to get it because you already saw it. Svenskeren stole it.
Yeah, Svenskeren grabs the blue buff with the smite. It means there's no smite available for the Dragon, nor is Agony's Embrace up. So a 4-man Gambit, they've started Dragon off, and here comes Enrated.
Just trying to cause some problems right now, trying to interrupt them, make them tank it longer. Edward taken low, he's going to go down. It's a Dragon for Gambit, but it's a kill for SK.
Now we'll have to see if Freddy can do anything. Look at his positioning. I wondered if he was going to try come in behind SK, behind Gambit. Decides against it. So Gambit get the global objective of Dragon. They get the timer for that one, as well as the kill earlier on Jesus. I think if you look at it holistically, it ends up being a 1-for-1. Yes, SK did get a kill on Edward, but because of the kill earlier that they suffered on Jesus, it opened them up to the Invade and the Dragon.
Well, at the moment, the top lane, which we haven't seen a great deal of, is Freddy pretty much dominating, but that Tiamat on Darien, he is definitely cleaving out those minions.
And it's actually quite a smart pick. I think Gambit needs to have some answer to the split push power that SK is going to put down. And I actually think Aatrox, with his revive passive, could probably do very well against a Zed. You know, if they come up in a 1v1 situation, split pushing, Zed blows all of his cooldowns to kill Aatrox, and he just comes back to life from his blood well, sustains back up, and continues with the duel. So we'll see if Darien actually plays it out that way, because I think he does have some good tools to work with.
And more importantly, it's kind of the perfect champion for Darien, because you know, now and again he's going to get caught. It's going to happen, but with that blood well, he doesn't need that Guardian Angel on him, which he probably will build later on as well. But it does mean that if he gets caught out, well, he should be able to revive, should be able to get out of it. And that blood well, you can see back available. He's just going to fill it up with those minions.
So one of the things that we've seen from Gambit is they've been very hesitant on their pink wards. I think Gambit have been a little bit greedy with the vision, but it's worked out for them. Svenskeren, he is 0-1-1, but we haven't seen a super strong showing from him just yet. And well, I want to see if he can still find flanks. We talked about that mid lane matchup, and Alex seems to have Jesus' number. Every time we cut back, Jesus is low on HP and is at risk of being caught out.
Well, the difference is Alex doesn't seem... He's not afraid of using that ultimate. It's back available now. And, well, Jesus is almost certainly the target. That's why you can see Svenskeren laying in wait. Candy Panda's going to get spotted out by these wards. He does manage to ward up that dragon, or more importantly, ward out the river itself, because they want to make sure that Alex doesn't go roaming. You can see they're just hanging around the side. Sven coming around from the river is going to be unseen here. They're going to go for it. Ultimate being used. Alex, it's going to be the focus. Can he get away from this one? They're going to pounce, and Svenskeren gets himself the kill.
Yeah, so Sven secures the last hit. Jesus did use his flash and his ignite there, managing to just gank Alex. Alex was a little overextended. He didn't have his flash available, unfortunately. So Alex gives up another kill. This time it lands in Svenskaren's hands, and we see Sven now roaming towards the bottom lane. Very impressively, he didn't even use his ultimate.
Yeah, Tibbers is available as well now, so N-Rated may well try and make one of those flash plays we saw him doing yesterday so many times. Genja coming in towards it. They didn't spot Svenskaren out there. That stealth assassin is still ready and waiting to go.
Diamondprox is in range though. He's also got his ultimate available, so with culling just to clear the wave and try to force SK back. I want to see if this 3v3 actually starts out. Look for a hook from Edward if Gambit want to go in.
And this is such an important fight because they are equal in farm right now, these two. There's the flash Tibbers. Genja's going to be the focus. They do get away from it, and Rated gets hooked in towards that tower. Does get flayed away, but he manages to step away. Diamond was close by, but that tower is going to SK Gaming.
First tower of the game secured in favor of SK. This is also going to open up that bottom half of the map to a little bit more invades. That was a good play by N-Rated. He didn't hesitate, jumped in, and I actually think the Condemn from Candy Panda would have potentially stunned Genja, but he managed to flash away and it knocked him to safety as opposed to into the tower. Now Alex, he's going on the mid lane, and Jez is in trouble.
He's gone towards Jez as he's taking the tower down. Evelyn is coming in. Is it going to be in time though? Alex gets in trouble. He gets the kill down on Jez's, but he's going to fall to Svenskaren.
So a tower in favor of the kill. I think Alex will be very happy with that. He had his Deathfire grasp completed, used it in their previous fight, and just popped Jez's. This is the reason LeBlanc has been banned against Alex many times. Now in the top.
Dominus being used. Bloodwell is about to get popped by Darian. The Ignite running. And Freddy, well, he's not going to be able to jump on him. He did just use that pounce. He may be able to finish him off here. He's going to have to dive the tower. He goes for it. Doesn't land the stun. And now with that slow running, but Svenskaren is on the charge again and gets himself another kill.
Now we'll see if Diamond can do anything. Does catch Svenskaren.
Lands on towards Svenskaren. Sven's just going to try and run away from this one. The tower not hitting him. Gets punted back in there. Diamond controlling it. The ex-jungler, the MVP's not going to go towards him this time. Diamond's going to get on him, and Diamond making a play himself for MVP this week.
Brilliant play from Diamondprox. Flashes in front of Sven, kicks him back into the tower range, and once again showing his mastery of Lee Sin. 3-0 right now. Half of his team's kills have been secured by Diamond, and he just seems to respond when SK get an advantage. SK pull ever so slightly ahead. Diamond is there. He punishes that top lane, and he manages to get some gold back for his team.
Seems to be in the right place at the right time so far, and it's not really down to great vision because Gambit don't have a great deal of wards around the map at the moment. SK are on the move themselves. The Dragon is up in 50 seconds time, as well as the blue buff. Jez is making sure that is secured for his team this time around, and they have to get themselves ready for this Dragon fight.
Yeah, there's been very little movement from Gambit. I think we've seen Diamondprox roaming. Alex has made a gesture towards roaming, but he's been happy to sit in his lane. And I think Gambit, like I said, they've been a little greedy with their vision. They've got some deep wards on their own side of the jungle, but it's working out for them so far. They're even on gold with an SK team, and Gambit is going to scale very, very well. The only concern I have is how do they deal with the potential 1-3-1 split push that could come down from a Vayne and a Zed. We'll see how it pans out as it stands with only one tower down. Neither team is really making a big play for split pushing just yet.
SK Gaming actually grouping up in that mid lane, and a lot of pings from Gambit, realizing that he's there. We're also realizing where Jez's is, which is why we see Alex Hitch waiting to try and catch him on that roam up past the red buff. They have good vision around that area. He may well do it. He's sat in the tri-bush area at the moment, wondering whether to come up. No, he's going to go for River. Dragon is up. They're going for it.
So positional advantage is in favor of SK right now. They're grouped up a little bit tighter. You'll see Candy Penny and Rated getting in range. Alex does have some kill steal potential. Doesn't manage to get it.
Doesn't get in there. Svenskaren smites it out. No problem there. So Gambit do not get the second Dragon of the game. SK securing that one, no problem.
So two things that we've noticed in terms of itemization. The SK team seems to feel that the burst that Alex's LeBlanc can put down is potentially countered by the power of the Hex Drinkers. Both Freddy and Svenskaren have grabbed those as an early item. Now on an Eve, that's a little more traditional. We've seen Eve's going for the likes of that more of Malmortius and Randy and Zoman. On Freddy's Renekton, that's a little bit more obscure. Now Candy and Rated might be in trouble. We've seen Alex and Edward waiting around the sides. We'll have to keep our eyes on those Hex Drinker shields and see how they help out in these team fights.
I think he maybe just wants some damage to also counter the Darian. So it's like a double-edged sword, literally. Meanwhile, the mid lane is being pushed in. It's SK going to get in towards there. Alex should be able to wipe this wave out, no problem at all there. Eddie just staying around to get that experience. We do see Jez as he's still lingering in this bottom lane. Really wants to get on towards Genja, but Genja is not falling for it.
Not this time. The rest of SK are now roaming towards this bottom lane. You can see they have 4 members grouped up a little bit sparsely across this red buff area of Gambit. Sven's been caught out.
Sven's caught out, gets kicked by Diamond. Alex quickly follows through, just try and get that shield down. Is Sven going to live? No, he's not, but Tibbers catches out Alexic, and you can see Candy Panda chasing, but they only go for the mirror image. Genja, meanwhile, being dived on the tower. The barrier bait is enough. Candy Panda, with that ultimate, is not getting close enough, and that's a great fight for Gambit.
A little bit of overconfidence there from SK, I feel. They were invading, they were spread out, and that pink ward we talked about on the red buff revealed Sven's position, allowed Gambit to engage. Now they're on Candy.
They go for the flash, they don't get the hook though. And that means Candy Panda will roll away. He had to use the flash of his own. Meanwhile, the top lane, you can see Gambit this time around trying to turn it around. Darian wants to get this one. The Bloodwell, though, will be popped once again. This time, with that Dominus running, Freddy cannot fight again. He will dash away. I thought Darian may be able to test that one, but he didn't fancy it.
Yeah, at this point in time, Freddy actually backed away from that one. I think he was anticipating Darian to maybe use that Dark Flight or similar. Freddy is still picking those fights. He's not outright winning them, and he's only got a very small CS lead. So that power difference between the champions is now working in their, against them. In the middle lane, Candy Panda is a little overextended. He's been jumped on.
He's going to get jumped by Alexic, but he's not quite got the burst. You saw the leash just going wide there, and Candy Panda had to use that condemn to knock him away.
We'll have to see how Candy Panda plays this one. They were trying to focus down that mid lane tower. If you look at the last sort of 3 minutes of gameplay, when we were getting ready to Dragon respawning and Jesus is roamed to this bottom lane, Candy and N-Rated moved middle, and Svenskaren's always been fairly close by. SK haven't necessarily made a super concerted effort at going for the tower, but it did seem like that was their focus in prep for the Dragon.
With that Bloodwell down, Darian going to try and back away. Candy Panda actually waiting in the tri-bush. Oh, if only they had the vision, they would have gone around that corner and they would have caught Darian out. As it is, he's going to get away safe. Diamond making a play himself. He wants to get some wards deep in towards the enemy jungle. As it is so far for SK going, they're going for that 1-3-1 split. You can see it's Jesus. He's been down that bottom lane for a while now. Freddy continuing to push top. You can see it's SK. They really want to get that middle turret down.
I really feel like that's the game plan here for SK. I think their composition works very well for controlling those lanes. We do see the best way for them to engage is with a flank from Svenskeren. That was like the perfect opportunity. Catch members of Gambit a little bit unawares, unexpectedly, with the Agony's Embrace from the side, and allow the rest of SK to chase them down. Having 2 Blades of the Ruined King and having a lot of mobility on their squad, they can chase. Sven is going to be seen by Diamond, so Diamond may be thinking of setting something up.
Yeah, spots him there, just gets close enough. Just to catch himself that vision. Of course, it's tier 1 boots versus tier 2. Look at Freddy in this top lane now. Darian really is pressuring him. He hasn't got that dominance available, but as you can see, the straight up fight now, Freddy is not even close.
So I think with all of the armor that Darian's built up, the HP, and having that more of the Ravenous Hydra completed, now I think the power shifts in favor of Darian. You can see SK are split all over, and there's going to be a tower dive for Freddy. He's in trouble.
They're going for Freddy. Svenskaren's close by, but I don't think he can help. That's going to be the kick. Freddy does flash away. The dominance is there, but it's not enough. It is buying time, meanwhile, in the mid lane, though. Candy Panda pushing on towards that turret. He will get himself that mid turret down, which they've been fighting for a long time. Genja also in a 1v1 with Jesus down the bottom.
The question is, can Jesus get another tower? They've traded 1 tower for 1 tower, but Gambit came out in the lead because they got another kill. Now we see Jesus has actually backed away from that lane. Maybe a little overextended. The rest of his team is defending up top. So now we'll see Gambit. They haven't stopped the pressure. They're on the inner turret now.
They're going to keep pushing, but Candy Panda and N-Rated are moving around. They're going to try and set this one up. There they go. They catch on towards Diamond. They're going to come in, flash Tibbers. N-Rated. Darian goes down. Nicely done.
But they pulled every single member of SK towards them. Yes, they are now evened out the kills, but they prevented any other pressure anywhere else in the map. Jesus was roaming up. Now, Jesus actually looked like he may have been in trouble from Alex. Alex was looking for him, couldn't manage to find him this time around. And I think Gambit are dealing with this sort of map play fairly well. The moment they seen that Freddy was alone in the top lane, they did the tower dive and they forced SK to react. Push your lane down heavily with multiple members, and when SK are reacting to your aggressive play, they can't be split pushing themselves.
But they've left SK alone in this top lane. Candy Panda will chunk down this tower, and that will be the 3rd tower of the game for SK Gaming, giving themselves that gold advantage. They've now creeped themselves just 1,000 gold ahead once again. Edward's going to get caught out. Jez is going all in here. He wants to catch on towards him. He's got no help close by. Finally, we're going to see Diamond and Galaxy coming in, but that was a quick kill by Jesus. Again, his 3rd kill on Eddie.
That was very well played. I think that just shows you a little bit of the the control that Jesus has. He landed every single ability he needed to. Even the follow-up Q as Eddie was walking around the corner worked in his favor. The problem is now Deathmark is not available for the ensuing Dragon fight, and Gambit have got a better grouping. We do see Jesus coming from the side. SK wants this fight.
They're going to try and go for it. Can they go in and get the steal? No. That's going to be Diamond securing it. Svenskeren taking very low. Darian's going to get focused on. He has got that Bloodwell though. That will get popped. He's going to try and get a kill down here. Jesus has been popped out by the Diamond procs. Now they're going to go towards Freddy. Can they finish this one off? Alexic is still off at the side. He's had to back away from this fight. Freddy taken so low. They get the stun on N-Rated. Genja, sorry. Oh, and he gets condemned on the wall as he tries to get out. The final hit, the Ignite running. No! He gets away. And Gambit come out on top with the Dragon and 2 kills.
Very, very well played. The entirety of that fight, Candy Panda was trying to chase Alex around the corner. He wasn't in the pit dealing damage. Take a look at Candy Panda. He gets to the fight late. And remember, Jesus did not have access to his death mark. He had used it 20 seconds earlier to kill Edward. Now, the rest of Gambit stay fairly tightly knit, and we talked about the power of that Bloodwell in the pit. Candy Panda finally joins, but by the time he gets here, it is a little bit late. Alex gets away cleanly, and once again, you've just got Genja sitting on the back line, auto-attacking. He's spamming the whole time. Candy Panda has not landed a single auto-attack yet this fight, other than one brief condemn on Alex. And as soon as you see the shield timing out from that Hex Drinker, we did see Svenskeren going down. Genja fails his dash, but still had a flash to get over the wall.
Had to use that flash. He saw so many times trying everything to get out there. Can't believe that last hit didn't quite finish him off. SK Gaming, they're trying to set up something here. You can see Gambit and maybe looking to make a play in that top lane. While this is all happening, they've left the bottom lane completely open to Genja and Edward.
Yeah, so Genja and Edward are pushing on that bottom lane tower. While we were in the replay, we did see N-Rated just getting popped by Alex in the picture-in-picture. It's very quick to track those because it is a LeBlanc burst. Now Sven may be in trouble. Oh, Sven actually gets himself that big Wraith as well. I thought Alex may have hopped over the wall, decided against it. What we can take away from that Dragon fight is, yes, Jesus can play Zed. He's mechanically sound, but he needs to just think a little bit more about his abilities, because had the Death Mark been available in the pit, maybe there was kill potential in other champions. This is a 2-man Baron that Gambit have started.
They've done this so many times, and you can see it's Alexic running interference. They have no idea, no suspect that this is happening. Finally, Jesus is going to come around, but he immediately finds himself in all sorts of trouble. Svenskeren's gone deep on Edward, but remember, the Baron is being taken here. All Gambit are doing is simply interfering with play, and the Baron is taking half hit points now. Freddy comes around, but it's Alexic using the entire burst. He's going to get stunned up. Alexic's in trouble. Timbers goes down. They do get themselves a kill. Now they're going in towards the pit. Jesus comes in. He gets knocked away. The Baron's still tanking on towards Jesus. Jesus has to run for his life. The Baron will take him down. Diamond gets himself another kill. Now we see that's going to be Timbers being mauled. But they didn't get the Baron. It's a 1-for-1, both mid laners.
1-for-1, and SK managed to interrupt the Baron. That was a very big play from Gambit, forcing them towards, forcing SK towards their position. I think Alex, maybe a little too over-aggressive. He could have afforded to peel back a tiny bit more, use his spell reel on a slightly squishier target. Nevertheless, the tactical thought by Gambit works very well. The strength of SK is when they're allowed to split push, when they're allowed to play the map. And when you don't let them do that, they're not doing well. Now, Svenskeren hanging around on the side. He's going to go in on Genja.
He's going for Genja. Edwards laying in wait just off at the side. There's going to be the catch on the Lantern being used. Pulls him to safety.
Yeah, manages to get out cleanly. I think that was very smart play by Edward. Edward hung back. Genja was hammering away on the tower, and the Dark Passage, the Lantern, was always available. So we're just waiting for the exact moment to bring themselves back.
Guardian Angel now picked up by Darian. He needs himself those 2 lives. He's one of the players that he's not afraid to get stuck in, let's put it that way. And actually, if you looked at that last fight, they did focus Darian, which even with that Bloodwell available is probably not the best target to go for. But with that Hydra, that splash damage, he really does wreck some teams.
It's so difficult if you're a team like SK, because if you focus Aatrox down, everybody else is going to focus you. But the problem is, if you don't burst Aatrox out, Jens is going to try on Darian.
Going to try and take that Bloodwell down. We'll see how it works out. But oh, Alexic is there to save the day, and Darian gets the kill.
Truthfully, I think that was overconfident. Now N-Rated's in trouble.
N-Rated having to flash away from this one, also using that talisman. Tries to turn it back around on towards Diamond. He can just safeguard across. Actually use the ward, not Genja, to get himself out of there.
Yeah, manages to get out cleanly. And I think with the amount of armor and the GA on the side of Darian, Jesus was just feeling maybe a tad overconfident there. Does go in, gets caught out, unfortunately.
This game is pretty wild so far. 13-10 in kills, 32 minutes into this game. And again, the Baron being started off. Darian soloing it out with Genja. Now this time Diamond's coming in. And with that Jez is down, this could be Gambit
Yeah, 4v5 in a best case scenario, and Agony's Embrace is not available yet. Edwin and Alex running interference.
They're trying to get in there, but look at Freddy. He's taken so low. Gets absolutely slang dunked. Darian in there, and Ro8 doing any stun he can. Darian, it's all the Bloodwell is all they're going to do. They've interrupted the Baron, but at what cost? You can see Freddy. He's in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get stunned and killed down there. And Gambit get themselves another 2 kills and just go straight back to Baron.
They're going to be able to grab the Baron now. The Agonies is still there for Sven. He's going to try potentially a last-ditch steal, but Alex is waiting in the wings. He's going to interrupt. He's caught Sven Skaren.
He's going to try and catch him out and just blows him up. Candy Panda, you're not going to get out of this one. He gets slam dunked by Darian, and now again they go back in there. This time it's Jesus. He's all on his own. Can he interrupt them again?
I think he's just going to give away another kill. There's too many members of Gambit available. Jez is poking away from the side. Baron's down to 4,000. We'll see how he plays it.
He's putting a good poke on towards Genja. Genja running interference. Actually, they're pretty low themselves, but it will be the Baron for Gambit.
And with that, that is now a great controlling move here by Gambit. They've got a sizable gold lead. They've got the Baron regen, and it's going to allow Gambit to start sieging up and looking even for tower dives right now. With Aatrox that has multiple revives once the GA comes off cooldown, that is a great tool to use to go under a turret.
And look at Darian. Bloodwell back, no problem there. Just going to carve out himself another wave of minions in that top lane and continue on his farm, keeping up so well with Freddy. And now he's starting to get those kills. He's tanky enough that he doesn't need to worry. And of course, that Guardian Angel was what was popped, not the Bloodwell.
And what's going to be very difficult for SK now is the killing power that they have. You can't use Zed against Aatrox. He's got revives. You've got a Zhonya's Hourglass and Alex, which means he's going to be able to dodge the death mark. You've got a GA now on Genja, which means your only real possibilities is going to be on Diamond Prox or Thresh, and those are completely suboptimal. So it just makes so much more, or it adds so much more pressure to Candy Panda on Vayne, because he needs to get through all of those people, and he has to do it multiple times.
And he really hasn't got going yet either. He's struggling out in that Vayne and controlled him very well. And as you mentioned at the start, they didn't feel it was worth the ban because they knew how to control it. And that's really what the team is all about, how to control Candy Panda. And obviously, putting Jesus on Zed is kind of like an added bonus to them, because if you think about that Gragas was available in there, they could have thrown out those explosive casts and maybe disrupted some of that control that Gambit just have right now. They're just dominating all this control. They're going to push on this tower. SK can't really do anything about it.
No, it doesn't look like they can, and they're not even going for it. The Lantern's there to pull Darian backwards.
Darian has no cares right now. He's beating down that turret, continuing to just tank out the entire team with that Bloodwell still available, and that was an easy pickup for Gambit.
Yeah, Genja's on the front line, basically taunting Jesus, saying, come on, throw the death mark down. I want you to come in. We did see that Candy Panda use his ultimate. Hook doesn't catch anyone in Gambit. They're going to just continue using the power of Baron. They haven't stopped the siege at all.
They're going to keep powering through on towards that inhibitor turret. Look at Darian. Look how much lifesteal he's just getting back. He's actually gaining health attacking that turret right now, attacking those minions. They're going for it though. Genja's the target they went for. He has, of course, got that Guardian Angels. They get themselves ready down. Darian's Bloodwell has been popped, but SK are running scared right now. Sven Skaren's going to get focused in. Candy Panda's gone down. The Ignite running. That's another kill. That's Sven Skaren going down. That's going to take down the inhibitor, take down the inhib. They could finish the game.
They've got enough time. There are minions coming in behind them. There's a 45-second death timer on the side of SK Gaming. Gambit are still grouped as their entire team with multiple revives. They're on the Nexus turret.
It was a long epic yesterday for Gambit, and well, SK Gaming, they were looking to try and make it 5 games on a row. It's not going to happen because they've come into the Russian juggernaut once again. The men in suits will be taking themselves a victory and securing second place in Super Week.
Very dominant performance. I think SK, they put together a map controlling team, and they were never allowed to play the map. Gambit controlled it. Gambit put pressure on towers, put pressure on Baron, forced SK to play the game on their terms, and won the game because it was their game plan.
And you know what? We've talked about Sven Skaren, we've talked about amazing on Lee Sin, but you can't count out Diamond Prox once again on Lee Sin. 5-0-10. So many of those counterplays that Sven Skaren was trying to run on that Evelyn, Diamond was there.
This is the 4th game that Diamond Prox has played Lee Sin. It is the 4th victory for Diamond on Lee Sin in the LCS. His average KDA before this game was 10.8. And you can add another 15 to those averages because he didn't give up a single death. Unkilled, and he had brilliant plays. His kicks were great, his slows were great. The early double kill just really got him rolling, and I was like, well, let's see how it works. Hey, don't doubt Diamond. I learned my lesson.
And don't doubt Alex Hitch once again. You give him an assassin and he plays well. 9 kills, 3 deaths, 5 assists. Another fantastic performance, and he kind of had Jesus in his pocket towards the end of that.
Yeah, he really did. The problem was Jez's, I think, his game plan was roaming. I think he wanted to try to control the other lanes, try to get Vayne going. And yes, he got some kills onto Edward, which was great. But every time he went back to lane, Alexic was in his face, chunking his HP down, and completely controlling him in that mid lane. He was never really able to pop somebody in a team fight, and when you've got Zed, you need to be able to do that.
And that 1-3-1 split, it didn't really work. I mean, they should have counted in the fact that, A, Darian was on Aatrox. It's a big, long, strong lane pusher. Once he got that Hydra completed, you could already see Freddy really couldn't counter him too much.
Yeah, it's actually, I feel like it's a very smart pick. I think if you put that Aatrox up against, like we said, the Zed, Zed can burst him down, but then he just revives and pushes you back. If you put him up against a Vayne, he can knock Vayne up, he can slow Vayne down, and with a Randuin's Omen and a Hydra, there is the potential to actually out-damage, even out-sustain Vayne's damage in the early parts of the game. So it was a very smart pick, and I think more important than that, Gambit never gave SK a chance. They forced them to go to towers, force him to go to Dragons, and force him to go to Baron.
Well, we have to head off the Rift for now, but when we return, Shox and Joe will be speaking to Gambit's Diamond. 5-0 tennis performance on Lee Sin. We'll see how that one is. And then, of course, it is time for the Copenhagen Wolves to face off against Alliance. But first, you say tomato, I say tomato. I say Warwick, and not Warwick. Anyway, Alliance's outspoken mid laner gives us a quick lesson in Danish about the pronunciation of his summoner name.
The pronunciation of my name has always been up to the casters. I'm just calling it Froggen because I'm Danish, and when you're ending sentences, like words or whatever, you're like usually using en. It's like frog with like some kind of Danish ending, I guess.
Welcome back, League fans. I'm happy to be joined by Joe Miller, and we have Diamond here to talk about his team's win. Fantastically close game to start off the day once again. Tell me what your plan was. Nothing too extreme coming out of picks and bans. What did you really have your eyes set on?
We were thinking about what should we ban. Then we realized that Jesse's plays good Nidalee and good Ziggs. Then we banned them. Then there was Kassadin and Lulu left, but enemies banned them. So we thought that nothing is left but LeBlanc. So we picked her. We wanted to actually pick Annie over her, but in the last second we decided to pick LeBlanc because we didn't know any single champion that Jesse's can play. But he played a good Zed. That was unexpected for us.
So what about Vayne? I have to talk about it because a lot of teams have been banning Vayne against Candy Panda. You guys let him open and he actually went into Vayne. How scared were you of that Vayne pick?
I was not scared at all about Vayne pick. I think Vayne is not winning by herself, but every time SK won a game with Vayne, we had something like Pantheon, Annie, and our OP champions with their playing Ziggs, etc. So we just banned out them, and I don't know, we're just not afraid of Vayne.
Still, a lot of attention going to the bottom lane in the beginning of the game, and there was just a lot of action going down there. What was kind of the early game goal? Who did you want to shut down, or who did you want to get ahead?
It's actually a bit scary for our bot lane to play against Annie Evelynn, so I should protect them. Even if Evelynn is just farming her jungle and I'm losing CS for nothing, that's worth it. We almost got the first blood, we failed a bit with fresh hook, but still that was okay. And protection was really needed against Vayne to not let her snowball.
So your protection was obviously aimed at that bottom lane, but you had to spend quite a lot of time in the top lane. Darian was having a few issues, let's say, with Renekton up there. You actually secured a double kill with some great moves, I have to say, with Lee Sin. How much did that set you back on your plan, the fact that you had to spend so much time helping Darian?
It was actually expected that Renekton is the most OP 1 versus 1 champion, so Darian will need some help. But Darian plays almost perfectly on Atrax, and there was not much help needed from me. I just came right in time twice, and that made us half a game, I think.
So how do you actually time it then against an invincible champion? How do you know where to be at the right times, considering that your wards are a lot less effective against Evelynn? Is it just a feeling thing?
Yeah, you pretty much can predict every Evelynn move or Z move when you see your guys allowing others to push and staying under their turret with 20 enemy minions, then Evelynn will come there for sure. So that's the thing, to predict Evelynn.
Okay, and of course we want to hear about Lee Sin from you, because you've been considered as one of the Lee Sin masters, but there's another one in town, there's Amazing, who's been doing very well on him. Are you kind of intimidated that he's getting those MVPs with the Lee Sin, or?
I think he is a good Lee Sin player, but not the best, clearly. I'm not either. I'm trying my best, but I need a lot of practice to become the best Lee Sin player in the world again. So right now, we had only 3 days of practice before that, and we almost all the time we spent it for solo queue. So I've played about 10 games with Lee Sin, and that's what's the result.
I have to ask you just quickly here, though, before we end. Skarner, that's a champion that you brought out, wasn't successful, had some changes now. Can Skarner come back to the table for Diamond?
At first, when he was reworked, I've tried him out in jungle. He was worse than he was before, but now he got this current patch. He got some buffs, not big buffs, but I think this slow increase will be enough to gank better, so we will see. I will try him out for sure.
All right. Very quick predictions. Copenhagen Wolves versus Alliance. Joe, what do you think?
Copenhagen Wolves on a big win streak right now. They're playing very comfortably, very safe. I don't see them tripping up anytime soon.
Diamond, what do you think?
I agree with Joe that Copenhagen Wolves is more confident in their game, and they're playing better, but they still should know what to ban against Alliance and what to not let them do against them. Like Sivir and Wukong think is what Alliance can win with.
Let's hope they didn't hear you on that one, or maybe. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Diamond. We're looking forward to seeing more Lee Sin play out of you, of course. But now we're going to go back over to D-Man and Quickshot for our next game.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm kind of surprised that Diamond doesn't have his GTFO jungle shirt on, because he usually wears it when he plays Lee Sin.
And in this game, he definitely could have worn it. 5-0-10. Those first few kicks, those are hashtag LCS big plays if ever I've seen them. And I really hope the video guys have got them for some roll-up packages later.
Absolutely. Fantastic stuff. So, on to the next game. Coming up now, it is the Copenhagen Wolves facing off against Alliance. And the Wolves, well, they are on a tear right now. This is yet another match where the teams are battling for the third time. But this time, it may as well be the first time. In week one, well, the Wolves beat Alliance. It was an odd-numbered week, though, and Alliance, they were still cursed. And in week two, well, thanks in part to that curse, Of course, Alliance won. They beat the Wolves. No problem there. But since then, however, the Wolves have looked stronger and stronger. Yesterday, they took down Fnatic in a very exciting game. It extended their win streak now to 5.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for 6. And, you know, for the Wolves, they had a very strong showing during Week 6 and Week 7, where they seemed to find really form as a team. They were led by Amazing's Lee Sin, his Pantheon, and his Evelynn, and they offered coordinated, calculated moves across the map. Thanks to Amazing's performance, the Wolves have gone 5-0, and Amazing himself has earned the MVP title in 2 consecutive weeks. I am straight up saying that he is a massive component in the reason they are doing as well as they are.
And yesterday, the Wolves showed a very strong laning phase and extremely calculated team fights when they took down Fnatic. However, the win was far from convincing. And in the post-game interview, we already heard Counter. Well, he mentioned they weren't sure exactly how to close the game out. And could this be a concern?
Yeah, it definitely is. The Wolves need to find a clear and a strong way to close games out. Yesterday, they needed to find a perfect team fight to actually win the game. What's lacking for the Wolves is clear initiation power. They rely on a cocoon or a death sentence to go in. And in my mind, that's not enough. In general, this 5-game winning streak is a testament to how the team has improved since the beginning of the splits. I think if you compare their first 8-game stats with kills, deaths, and assists, in comparison to their most recent 9 games, you can see how inverted it is. Their kills and deaths have basically swapped. They're performing significantly better in the second half of the split.
It's definitely been a great step up for the Copenhagen Wolves. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alliance have managed to break that curse, and yesterday they looked in full control. They played out the game patiently, I should say, against the Super Hot crew and won, honestly, without any issue.
They didn't have any problems.
No.
You know, Alliance, they picked a composition that allowed them to split push. They had Trundle up in the top lane, Shook was on Lee Sin, Froggen was on LeBlanc, and those two were looking for picks and kills before challenging for objectives. In order for a similar playstyle to work for Alliance today, they need to ensure they show strong lanes against the Wolves and avoid giving up kills to Amazing in the jungle. Yesterday, the Super Hot crew weren't aggressive enough, so Alliance were never pressured with this slower team comp. I want to see if the Wolves give them that freedom.
I'm not going to lie, the Super Hot crew didn't do anything yesterday. So
No,
it's a bit of a problem for them. Not a good start for Super Week for them, but it is Copenhagen Wolves and Alliance we want to look at, so let's check out those starting lineups. It is going to be the Copenhagen Wolves on the blue side, and that means in the top lane, it is Youngbug, Amazing, double MVP in that jungle. We'll see if he can continue. Coutard in that mid lane, Forgiven as the AD carry, and alongside him is Unlimited on support.
And of course, on the red side, it is Alliance. Wicked is up top, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs as the AD carry, and Nif playing the support role.
And our featured matchup focuses on the former Wolf going up against his old teammate. And this, of course, is his replacement in the jungle. Of course, we are referring to Shook, and who was recruited away when Alliance formed last October, and his vacancy allowed the Copenhagen Wolves to add Amazing to their roster.
And it has been an amazing success. Both of these players have a very similar champion pool, and but their numbers are telling very different stories if you see the stats. Considering all the hype that Shook came into the split with, he has simply not delivered, whereas the unsung hero, up until week 6, of Amazing is doing wonders. Amazing has a KDA of 4.45 to Shook's 2.3, double. The next stat is the one that impresses me the most. 81% kill participation for Amazing, in contrast to 66% for Shook. Shook's just not there as much when he needs to be. Then, of course, we just look at their stats on Lee Sin. The most interesting way to demonstrate how these two perform is looking at a single champion they both share. Amazing earned back-to-back MVP performances and went 23-6-60. Shook went 6-11-19. And I just got to hype him up a little bit more. Amazing just is a phenomenal jungler who's in his groove right now. And the question is, can he keep this level of performance up today, the rest of the week, and the rest of the split? Because being phenomenal is one thing, but being consistently phenomenal is really what differentiates you at this level of play.
And for me, you just need to look at the two teams. Amazing makes the calls. He clearly makes the plays. He gets himself involved in all the kills. Shook is on a team that really doesn't have a voice right now. Maybe he needs to be that voice because he's only coming in when needed, which you see often with Froggen. Him and Froggen have great sync-up. You never see him going up the top lane. Wicked gets left on an island, which often does happen for the top laners. We see Youngbuk getting helped out a lot. We see the bottom lane, Nif and Tabs. They're often left alone as well. So maybe Shook needs to be making his calls. We'll see how it plays out, ladies and gentlemen, because picks and bans are about to get underway.
And these are some very, very fast picks and bans. I think if you look at the mid lane focus, what it leaves open is the potential for supports. And I think if memory serves, Lee Sin is a champion that's been banned against Amazing. I wonder if it's a consideration for Alliance.
As you mentioned, quick fire bans. Karthus, LeBlanc, and Wukong taken away, along with Kassadin, Lucian, and Lulu. And I'm wondering, with that Lucian ban, are they going to try and lock in? No, they're going to go straight away. Lee Sin picked in there for Amazing.
Now, I wonder if the Elise is going to be a consideration here for Alliance. These are some very, very quick bans, and it tells you that both of these teams are basically ready, I think is the best way to explain it. If you know your opponent is going to go with this sort of strategy, it allows you to react quite quickly, and so far the game plan seems to be positive. Alliance taking their time on these picks now.
And they're also trying to take everything away from Forgiven. You can see the Lucian taken away, and they're already thinking Caitlyn, of course, 4 tabs. They're going to try and put Forgiven in an uncomfortable place. Teams have tried this before, though, and it hasn't really worked. He'll fall back to Jinx.
So he will fall back to Jinx. We have also seen Forgiven playing Ezreal in the past, depending on what the rest of the composition is going to be. Just in terms of numbers, Forgiven's played Lucian 8 games, which is why it's banned, and then he's played 6 times on Caitlyn. So out of the team's 17 matches, 14 of those are on 2 specific champions. Alliance have made it very clear that Elise is not a priority because the jungle was already locked in for the Copenhagen Wolves.
They also went for Thresh while Annie was available, which means we could be seeing maybe an Annie alongside it. Jinx. We'll see what the Copenhagen Wolves decide to go with this time around. Of course, it does mean that the likes of a lot of champions other than LeBlanc and Karthus, well, that's a champion that Froggen almost certainly wants, but it does leave a lot of doors open for Froggen.
So Countown has still played Kayle in the mid lane even after the changes. I believe he's the only mid laner that's done it. The other big farm-heavy champions like Gragas, Ziggs, Orianna, they are all still up. And so the LeBlanc was actually banned out. So for Froggen, the option or the opportunity to go for a farm-heavy lane is still there for him.
Yeah, the Ziggs, of course, being available. You can see, of course, Copenhagen Wolves, they did lock in the Annie and the Gragas. So that means it will be unlimited on the Annie. We'll see how that works out for him. He's been hit and miss over the last couple of weeks. Well, the last 2 weeks he's played fantastic, but the weeks before that, a little bit shaky. But Nidalee, that's an opportunity for Froggen, and as a mechanical player, he doesn't tend to miss those spears. I mean, if you can think he can land everything with Anivia, just think what he can land with Nidalee.
Yeah, and I actually think, if I recall correctly, it was Fnatic that ran the Nidalee against Gambit last week, and they played a composition where they were very mobile. They didn't pick fights, they waited for Poke to go down, and then once Poke landed, they then engaged and then they then pushed for maps. So this is quite a smart pick. We did see Tabs was locking in the jungler for Shook, and he was considering the Evelynn. The thought process was there, do we want Eve? The only reason I highlight that, even though Elise is locked in, is teams are actually, I think, moving a little bit away from Elise, considering she's banned out so often and she's not played in scrims. Teams are learning to play effectively with other champions. Regardless, Elise is locked in and Shook's going to be on it.
Yeah, this, again, Ziggs being left on the table, not being taken. So, will be left. We do see the Copenhagen Wolves deciding what AD carry will they go with. Will they fall back to that Jinx, or will they go with the Ezreal? They need mobility, it seems here.
So I actually feel like the Jinx is not too terrible in this situation because there's very little that's going to jump onto the Copenhagen Wolves. Their top lane is most likely going to be Renekton or Trundle. It is something that they could consider. And generally, when you run a Jinx, you don't want to run it into hard engage like an Annie, and you don't want to run into anybody that can dive on you.
So, we do see the Jinx locked in, but the Trundle is being thought about by Youngbuck in the top lane. I know for a fact Wicked absolutely hates this champion. We had the interview with him, Rod, last week, and he was talking about how he was trying his best to get the team to ban this out. He absolutely detests playing against the Trundles.
Yeah, he really does. Yesterday, however, he had a very good performance on the champion itself.
Yes, he absolutely loves playing it, but he hates playing it against it.
There's 2 points that is there. With the Trundle being locked in, there's some very good scaling. I don't know if Olaf is an actual consideration or if it's just a troll. If you follow Wicked on Twitter, he went past an Allianz bank that was on Olaf Top Street, quite literally. He did the same thing yesterday and just calling it out. Renekton is a little bit more likely. It's something Wicked has played multiple times in the past, and I think, assuming Wicked wants to get a little bit more aggressive, he can potentially shut down Trundle. What I want to know is Youngbuck going to go for the triple Dorans? Triple Dorans into Renekton is what allowed Wicked to beat Mima yesterday. So the tools are there if he wants to.
Ooh, he's thinking of the Aurelia. He's discussing it with the team, and I think they're arguing it back and saying, are you sure on this one, Wicked? But it will be Aurelia. He hasn't got a 100% win rate on it anymore. but it is his signature champion.
So this will be the 4th time that Wicked has played Irelia in the LCS in the top lane. He's got 3 wins, 2 losses leading up to this game. He's got a very good KDA, 14.5. In this matchup, I think both of these champions are going to scale very well, but I prefer the power that Eternal offers in a team fight. That Pillar of Ice cannot be discounted. It is an incredible disruption tool, and it really allows the Copenhagen Wolves to control and zone alliance if they're able to force team fights.
Well, they're just transferring all the champions around. Actually, they've got to be pretty quick changing around. They do have a 20-second timer on that one, so they had to lock them all in just before that counted. Both top laners currently sat with that teleport, so we'll see how that one works out. I recall a conversation with Froggen where the teleport was supposedly not available, according to Wicked in the top lane, and yet the opposition teleported in and turned that fight around. So, best keep track of that one this time around.
I think in terms of compositions, I feel like the Copenhagen Wolves is a slightly better, well-rounded comp. It can do a lot of things effectively, but you cannot discount the range and the poke that Nidalee is going to offer.
Well, we're checking your votes before each game, and of course, over on Lolly Sports. And looking at this one, well, it's pretty close. 56% of you have chosen the Copenhagen Wolves, over 44% for Alliance.
This is a 5-0 Copenhagen Wolves. I think their recent run of performance is showing well. It didn't work out for SK in the previous game, unfortunately, but you can never discount Gambit. And I think for this game, you know, Alliance, they did look pretty good yesterday. They played patiently, they played controlled. They've got a comp that they need to do a similar thing with now. A lot of range. Caitlyn, Nidalee, even Elise throws out those volatile spiderlings. We'll see how well they control the game.
Well, this is, what, 4th place versus 7th place, if my memory serves correct in the standings currently. And the Copenhagen Wolves are going to try and make it 6 wins on the road, taking down Alliance. They are starting out as the blue team, and Alliance are the red team. This is game 2 of the day. If you've already missed the first match, well, Gambit versus SK was a fantastic one, and while Alliance are using up all their pings, and now they're going to have, sorry, no pings available.
So, for the record, the same thing happened yesterday. I think I'm going to have to get in touch with the referees and file an official complaint. I believe we should be able to say this is a disruption of the broadcast. Slow, early level 1, and the ping warfare is all that we can talk about. I'm not expecting any team to really go very deep, and as it stands right now, it's just everybody covering their own bases.
Well, technically, they are saying there's a missing champion on. I'm not too sure what's going on.
Let's not justify it. It's horrible and should be stopped.
It should be stopped now. So, no early invades from these teams, and honestly, other than Millennium, we really don't get to see that too often anymore.
No, we do not, and it's part of the reason in the next patch, those ward trinkets are going to be pushed back just a little bit, and they'll be respawning at, or going to be having a ward at 155 on the new patch as opposed to 130. In theory, giving you that additional 30 seconds of darkness means that teams are going to have a little bit more time to play with. Part of the reason we have such slow starts to the game is because of the fact that teams are going to be able to throw down a ward shortly, and there's so much information to work with. You never want to make a play unless you're 100% confident that you are outplaying your opponents.
Ward warfare and ping warfare. At the moment, though, it is going to be Amazing Youngbuck and Cowtide all leashing off on the blue buff. So that's the start for them. Meanwhile, red buff start for Alliance. You see Shook Perennial ready and waiting to go for that one. Wicked will be helping her out just up the top there. So, standard lanes for both of these teams. What do we expect? How do we see this one going?
So let's start in the top lane between Youngbuck and Wicked. What we have seen from Wicked's Irelia the few times we've seen in the LCS, he runs out of mana very, very quickly. So if Youngbuck is able to play a bit of a harass game and force Wicked to use his stuns and his dashes onto Youngbuck, once Wicked runs low on mana, all of a sudden Youngbuck's going to have the advantage. I also think the sustain that Youngbuck has on Trundle is going to be more effective than Irelia in prolonged fights. But in immediate one-on-ones, Irelia should have a little bit of advantage.
Well, this bottom lane generally tends to be the focus point once they hit level 2. And you can see some good poke onto Forgiven there from Tabs, really making sure he uses that headshot proc on towards Forgiven. He will manage to land the Piltover as well. So good poke, and it's Alliance to hit level 2 first and bully them straight out.
Yeah, immediately pushing them back. Forgiven's actually taken a lot of damage early on, so he doesn't want to get caught. They've caught Unlimited.
Death Sentence and Flare on Unlimited. He's taken low, the Ignite being used, but the Piltover, I don't believe, was used by Tabs there.
No, I don't think Tabs actually cast that one. We did see him just landing those auto attacks, and Limited now forced incredibly low. This is how the Caitlyn Thresh lane, in theory, should go against the likes of Jinx, who is shorter on range right now. And as it stands, Tabs and Nif need to make sure they don't get ganked. Something that Amazing has done very well in the past, and something that we've seen in the previous game, Jesus was able to roam against the heavy pushing Caitlyn Thresh. We'll see if anyone from Copenhagen Wolves wants to do similar.
Oh, cheeky backwards barrel rolls from Kautard onto Froggen there. We'll see how this one develops in the mid lane. Kautard has to be effectively a melee champion. I mean, he is in there. He has that barrel, which a lot of people in the maybe lower levels tend to use to farm, which we also saw Kautard doing there. But most Gragas these days do tend to get in their melee than get last hits.
And it makes it very effective right now, because if Kautard is in and amongst the wave, it makes Froggen's javelin tosses much more difficult to land. As long as Kautard is calculated in his decision-making, he can do well. Yesterday, if memory serves, he gave up a kill to Peke, if I recall correctly, or if it was last week. He was playing Lulu at the time. He actually underestimated the early damage that Gragas has thanks to his attack damage steroid from his Drunken Rage.
Yeah, that belly slam into barrel, quickly catching him out there. Froggen, though, not giving up any of that CS, making sure he gets all those spears in just about right there, and he's actually kept ahead of Kautard in farm. That's incredible, really, for Italy.
So we did see that Youngbuck actually backed away, so he moved out of lane. He's now coming back up as the wave is going to be pushing towards him, and he's already got 2 Doran's items. We seen yesterday Wicked win for 3. I want to keep my eyes on Youngbuck in his decision-making, if he feels 2 is enough or not.
I also want to see which way Wicked's going to build this one. Almost certainly will be a Trinity Force, but it's the question of how he starts it off. Will it be that Sheen proc that seems to work out very well? He's just going to keep on last hitting, churning down, trying to get as much down on these minions, and he is pushing quite well on towards Youngbuck.
Yeah, he is doing quite a lot at this stage in time. Wicked needs to be auto-attacking to obviously get that sustain up, whereas Trundle's passive will give him HP when anything dies. Amazing gets caught out by a Caitlyn trap, and we talked about how somebody needs to move in and try help out this duo lane. Amazing was the first to attempt it. It didn't work out this time around.
No, we do see them continuing that farm, and it's actually very even between the two at the moment. Kautard continuing to push right up against the tower there for Froggen.
Yeah, what I did see is if you look at Froggen's skill order, he's actually got 2 points into his Javelin Toss, and he's got 2 points into his Primal Surge swipe. So that's actually the heal. And when he goes into his Cougar form now at level 6, it'll also give him more AoE damage, which will allow him to counter-push the wave a little more effectively. You have to give props to Froggen for staying even on CS at this early level on Italy, because it is very difficult against the AoE and the poke that Kautard's putting down. I mean, Kautard's been in Froggen's face the entire time.
Yeah, he's really doing a great job of last hitting on there. Given standing on one of those traps, making sure, and actually almost baiting Nif into that hook there. Nif just waiting. Full mana bar for Nif as well, so he's really been playing passively in that lane, which I feel actually would suit the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, I think the Copenhagen Wolves will be fairly happy to give both Trundle and Jinx time to farm up. Gragas, obviously, the wave clear and the damage he has is very good. Instead, they're making the first play on the tower.
Making great use of Frog, and he tried to back away a moment ago, and he's got no mana in there. They're putting a lot of pressure on this one. Shook's making his way down here, but look at that. They've already chunked off half the hit points from that mid-tower.
Yeah, and that's because of the fact that Nidalee has got no low-level wave clear. In order for her to get on those minions... Oh, they've caught Unlimited!
The hook goes in, the flay lands on towards him, but he just turns it back around, puts the stone down, the chomper's on towards Nif, and actually good damage trade back from Forgiven.
I think that was a little bit calculated, Unlimited and Forgiven realizing they could turn around. Now they're on tabs, and here comes Shook.
This is a great bait though. Shook's going to come in, and Limited almost certainly will be the first blood, but who will take it? It will be Shook.
Yeah, very, very well played. Shook was in the right area at the right time, and I think Unlimited being a little overzealous. Not Forgiven!
The cocoon landed, and well, if anybody else would have reacted quick enough, they would have got themselves the double in the bottom lane.
Yeah, not this time around. Tabs had his flash, decided to hold on to it, didn't jump in there. That was a very good play, and Shook being involved in First Blood on Elise, it is something we've seen before, and very importantly, he managed to help out that bottom lane even further.
And more importantly, what I hate to see and hate to say, Unlimited is involved in that First Blood again. It's something that is fairly regular, but the supports do tend to get picked on, of course. Ruby Crystal was picked up by Unlimited, so making sure he gets some health on the next time around.
So when you play a champion like Annie, in many ways similar to Sona, and my reasoning for this, no escape. You know, no built-in mobility, really, no built-in way to deal with the gank other than landing a perfect stun. And in this situation, Unlimited, even though he did stun up both Tabs and Nif, Shook was able to repel away from that W, and he came down and managed to get the kill. So if you've got hard CC that can lock down a squishy target like an Annie, you can jump onto her. You wait out her Molten Shield. Once the E goes away, she loses that armor, loses that MR, and you can squash her down. Youngbuck is recalled for the second time. We just caught a glimpse of it. And he's returning to the lane with a Giant's Belt. He's actually struggling against Wicked in these early stages. He's falling a little bit behind in CS.
Yeah, we'll see how that one works out. Kautar's going to get himself that blue buff for the mid lane. We also saw Froggen going away, get himself pretty much the completed Athene's and Holy Grail. Hasn't quite got the final recipe of that one. Nif and Tabs, they have gone back, and it's a BF sword for Tabs up against the second Doran's Blade and Vamp Scepter for Forgiven.
So that lane was already an advantage to Tabs and Nif, and now with the big damage bonus they've just secured, they should be able to take even more charge or control it. What I'd like to see from Alliance is using some of those wards to get vision in the tri-bush in the river, and then almost pull Amazing or Counter towards them. And when that happens, you can use the teleport from Wicked or have Shook nearby for a counter gank. You see Shook, he's already moving towards that tri-bush.
Shook's heading down there. We'll see where Amazing goes, because wherever Amazing goes, that's when the kills actually do happen for Copenhagen Wolves. And as of yet, he's just taking away that red buff, not quite close by, so we may see a second return kill from Shook here. Remember, the flash still available for Unlimited, but not for Forgiven. Barrier is up. The Death Sentence doesn't land, and they're going to try and turn some of this damage back around. Ooh, we did see Kautar trying to head on down here. And Amazing is lingering by, but it's going to continue taking dogs.
So just a little bit of poke back and forth. I think if those skill shots had landed, maybe something could have happened for Alliance, but they didn't. So Copenhagen Wolves get away somewhat unscathed. You actually see Unlimited moving in to get some vision. He's a little bit overextended, and look at the poke on Forgiven.
Because he's going for the Dragon. Shook, we didn't quite see it there, trying to take it down with those Spiderlings. Shook does come in there, but he gets cocooned up there. A lot of damage on Amazing, has to safeguard away on towards Unlimited. The rest of Alliance move in. That barrel coming in there. Explosive cast comes out. Too late though, and Shook took it with the smite.
So that was a little bit risky, but Alliance made it work. They were able to respond quickly enough. Amazing forced a safeguard out of the pit, and then Kautar's explosive cast did come down a tiny, tiny bit late in that situation. I think Alliance, with a very early Dragon and a very aggressive play, they made it work, and they've got themselves nearly a 2,000 gold lead.
The stun on Nif, the Death Sentence was thrown out, didn't land on Forgiven, would have gone through despite the stun already going on towards him. Zap being used for Forgiven there to farm out. Forgiven's one of those players that we've seen heavy farming over the last few weeks, taking a massive advantage, but as of yet, Tabs has got a good advantage over him.
Yeah, I think the lane matchup is part of the reason he's down on CS, and another reason that Forgiven often gets massive CS numbers is because his team feeds him and channels him the farm from the side lanes and that center lane once the roaming starts beginning. Forgiven will go off to the side, grab himself some CS, and then start looking for the team fights, looking for his team to go for the support.
As of yet, at the moment, they are continuing to keep that pressure on. Sheen has been picked up now by Wicked. And at the moment, Trinity Force is almost complete. He did just go back, but he didn't complete the item, which is what I was expecting. Instead, just got himself that ward, which is something you don't always see Wicked doing. So maybe this is his team saying, you really need to be warding out that top lane.
I also think it signals an intention to maybe extend this laning phase a little more. You know, we've been seeing the pushes back and forth, but Tabs and Nif have not made any effort to go on the tower. You know, they've been poking down, they've been trying to keep Forgiven, denying him CS and just controlling the tempo of that lane, as opposed to trying to force the tower down. But do you see now that Amazing is moving his way towards this middle lane? This could be the first gank, it is!
Get the belly slam, oh, the explosive cast sends him the wrong way. Pounce was already being used by Froggen, got himself out of danger, no problem.
Yeah, the Pounce plus the flash meant that the explosive cost knocked him to safety, which is a very, very good play. I think Froggen doing well in that middle lane. He's still down a tiny bit of CS, but in a lane that is sort of favoring Kautar for farming, I actually think he's doing well. Now, all of a sudden, it's Kautar that's going to get ganked. Here comes Shook.
Shook got well in place, but the cocoon not going to land, and the spear taken like a man from Amazing.
Yeah, Amazing taking one for the team there. Blocking it off for Kautar. I think probably going to see Amazing back off in the not too distant future. He still hasn't gone back to buy after grabbing himself that Spirit of the Elder Lizard. But for the time being, it's all about Alliance. They're farming up. They're playing this one safely, and Shook, he's going to counter jungle as well.
He's coming back around towards his bottom lane, and it really has been camped. I talked about how he needs to start making those plays, and it seems to be working for him. He's just waiting in the bush, and you can see Nif ready and waiting with that Death Sentence. They're going to make their move once again. Shook comes around, the cocoon thrown out. Oh, flashed away. Double-pronged attack there. neither of them landing.
One flash for Nif gets both the flashes of Forgiven and Limited. Froggen still wants more though, realizing there's no flashes available, and Limited and Forgiven could get dove.
Spears flash past, and the Copenhagen Wolves realize they got a bit of a problem down this bottom lane. 4 members of Alliance are pushing on towards that turret. Repel comes out from Shook, comes straight back in there. The Copenhagen Wolves, well, they defend it for now.
Yeah, well, that's the first time that we've seen Alliance making a real effort for the tower. We did see Froggen is backed away. He's recalled to pick up his Athenes and Holy Grail and a blue pot, so signaling a potential fight in the near future. The rest of Alliance, even though they're getting some auto attacks down on the turret, we'll see now what Nif tries to set up. Just holding off for the time being. Cocoon connects, doesn't really matter.
Pressure continue on that tower, and Forgiven taking a lot of abuse there. That's going to be the ace in the hole, blocked off by Unlimited. Just off on the top of your screen, you can see Amazing is close by this time around. We also have Kautard. He's heading down the river right now, but he's going to get spotted out by that ward in the river.
Yeah, it depends how quickly Alliance react. They've now backed away. Now that they've seen vision of Kautard. Kautard's still going in by the looks of it. Can he explode them?
He goes in, gets the explosive cast, catches Shook out, but immediately takes the lantern from Nif.
That was very, very good play. Nif was able to just react and realize, hey, if I get knocked towards the tower, I'm fine. Youngbuck's now being dove.
Youngbuck's already used his ultimate, and Wicked's trying to take advantage of that one. Puts a big burst down onto Youngbuck and forces him back to base.
So that's what I'm expecting to happen for a while longer. Because Aurelia's going to have the on-hit true damage, and she's building aggressively, in a straight-up 1v1, I think Youngbuck is going to continue to lose for a little while longer. He's still got to build toward a Cutlass now, or just picked it up rather, so that'll help, but I still feel like Aurelia's going to be better in the dueling scenario until Youngbuck hits probably level 13, level 14, gets Randians completed and that Blade of the Ruined King. Then it's going to become a lot more interesting in the duel.
Well, as expected, you can see Kautard is starting to edge ahead in that farm against Froggen because that Gragas up against the Nidalee. Ooh, Shook being spotted out there. Froggen quickly playing defensive duty, throwing out them spears to Kautard, not going to land. Back in that top lane, teleport was used by Youngbuck to actually get himself back in towards that top lane to put pressure back on the tower from Wicked. Shook's going to come in, try and steal away that blue, but not going to work out. The bottom lane, well, Alliance are doing a great job, but quick, the Tibbers on towards Tabs there, forces him away. Nif going very deep, actually the turret being tanked out there, did stand on towards those traps, but Forgiven does not have the damage.
No, Forgiven's only got a Vamp Scepter right now, and I'm happy you pointed that teleport out in the top lane, because it's not available for the dragon fight. Forgiven's going to be dove here by Froggen.
Zap lands on towards him, Spear is back up, and he's just going to pounce in Cougar form, comes on towards him, the claws come out, and Froggen gets a kill.
Almost missing it, but it works out at the end. Froggen grabs himself a kill. They get themselves a tower in the bottom lane, extend that gold lead. Copenhagen Wolves need to defend the dragon as it's about to spawn in the next 20 seconds. They are able to grab a tower at the very least.
A tower trade, but will it be the inner tower for Alliance? They're continuing to push here. Nothing can stop them. And the Copenhagen Wolves, well, with those minions, they will take themselves another tower Alliance, and they are really doing a great job here against the Wolves.
So this is somewhat of a fast push team, if I can even use that terminology. Caitlyn, plus the attack speed buff that you're going to get from a Nidalee, and the fact that she's going to be able to be very mobile around the map, has allowed Alliance to roam and rotate in this middle game area. They've got that tower down, they got a lot of damage, and now they've set up for Dragon. Amazing is going to look for a steal, but this is going to be risky.
Manages to hook it on Nif. Will he make it in there? You can see he's ready and waiting to go on this one. Still going to have that Sonic Wave.
He got it!
He got it with the Sonic Wave! My God!
That is phenomenal, and that is a hashtag LCS big play right there. Sonic Wave connects. That is a tiny bit of damage. If I look at the first proc, that's 210. By a hair, grabs himself that one. Now Youngbuck is going to try to defend the tower. He's caught Wicked a little bit.
He's managed to chomp down on towards him. Subjugate has been used. He's going, Wicked's going to run away from this one. Youngbuck's going to try and catch out, but it's a flash from Wicked.
So in the 1v1, now that he's got the Giant's Belt and that Cutlass, Wicked, maybe a little nervous. He also wasn't 100% aware where everybody else was. Decides to back away, but they got the tower. So 3 towers to 1. Alliance have got all outers down for the Wolves.
And you can't underestimate how big a play that was, because that would have shifted it to what, 4,000 or 5,000 gold advantage for Alliance at 17 minutes in. That is a huge, huge turnaround just from a single click of the Q key.
So what I think we need to look for now in these next 5 to 10 minutes is how the Copenhagen Wolves try to force Alliance to fight. If you look at the 5v5 power, the Gragas, the Annie, the Trundle, is going to work very well for the Wolves if they can get Alliance grouped, if they can force Alliance to either, defend a siege or maybe even siege up. Right now, Alliance, They've got the tools to play the map. You can leave Wicked to split push, and you can put Nidalee and Caitlyn on a tower, and that tower's going to go down quickly. And it looks like Alliance, they've started the siege.
One thing I will say for Alliance is, when Wicked wins his lane, which he has done, he's taken that tower down no problem, they normally are a force to be reckoned with, and they really are trouble for the opposition, and he has really done very well in that top lane with Aurelia once again. We see the spears, and the siege is very much on here for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, right now Alliance are just trying to get onto this tower. You see Tabs continuing throwing out. That's a cast just to clear the minion wave, and a great lantern out. Tower should go down shortly.
Oh, Tabs is tanking this one completely out!
He's down!
And the rocket comes in. He was kind of asking for that one. He took about 3 tower hits.
That was a big misplay. I think you can't afford to be there.
So the problem there, and I hate to call him out on it, but Wicked took the lantern before, and Tabs just was like, well, I'm going to have to tank this one out now, because you've taken the lantern I should be taking.
They didn't get the tower either, which is even more important, is the tower was still standing there. The rest of the team backed away. We talked in the pregame how Alliance maybe need to get a voice, and that time it didn't work out. Now, Copenhagen Wolves, they've grouped in the top lane. All 5 members are there, and Froggen is not.
It's a quick rotation. You can see that ice pillar going down. Youngbuck making sure they stay away from this one. An easy turnaround with that top tower.
Yeah, right now the Copenhagen Wolves have 1 tower down, but Froggen is going to continue to play the map. He's going to split push, shove the wave in, and he's immediately going to roam. The mobility of Nidalee is going to allow him to get in range of this middle tower as the tower's going to get secured on this minion wave.
They're going to take this one down. It just needs a quick 1 hit, which is what Shook does, and now they're going to keep pushing. They want to go for the inner.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves, this is a problem. When you force Copenhagen Wolves to react, they sometimes get caught out. Shook's coming in from the side. Oh, Amazing rather.
Amazing tries to come in and doesn't have any fancy kicks this time around. Kautard comes in from the side as well. They wanted Alliance to stick around just a touch longer so they could throw out that explosive cask or manage to kick someone in, but Alliance quick to react and actually playing very well, tactically astute today.
I think this is what Alliance wants to do with their composition. Because the Caitlyn as well as Nidalee can really attack towers quickly, as can Wicked on Aurelia. If you force the Copenhagen Wolves to roam and rotate, it is something that has beaten the Wolves in the past. Force them to react to your aggressive play. Shook is now invading with the rest of his team supporting. Got to be a little careful because Copenhagen Wolves can start a fight.
Yeah, that spear comes in. Amazing use of the smite to close that one out, making sure they secure it. Of course, that means Alliance are going to run straight for the blue.
So blue will now at least be stolen away. So Alliance were challenging for the red. Wicked's been caught up. The rest of Alliance have backed away.
And Wicked is actually pretty low, but he's just going to take that lantern once again, and Nif continually throwing out that life-saving device. Copenhagen Wolves, they're rotating, they want to push the mid lane, but Alliance are going to be in position to counter.
So Alliance have still had this small lead. You feel like they're controlling the tempo of the game, but Alliance, the Wolves rather, are now grouping up. They grouped up for the top tower, they're grouping in this mid lane. Teleport is available from Youngbuck. So let's see how the Wolves play this one out.
Oh, I thought Wicked may well get a little bit too deep here. They're going to go for that blue buff steal themselves. Oh,
he got it!
Tabs returns the favor and keeps the blue buff. That's 2 blue buffs himself now.
Yes, so he stole the previous blue buff away from the Copenhagen Wolves on the retreat and manages to get the Piltover once again, this time on his own blue. So denying that objective, small little wins. The rest of the Wolves, they realize that middle tower is down, and there's a 3-man stack on this bottom lane. Kautard is not with them, it's just Amazing and the duo lane.
Can you imagine the argument between the mid lanes if you really could double stack that buff? I get double the cooldown, double the mana. You've got to give it me. No, not going to happen. Alliance, though, they are looking pretty good in this game against the Copenhagen Wolves, who have, as we mentioned, a 5-game win streak and looking to try and stretch that one out. They just saw SK Gaming go down. They're looking to try and tie up that 3rd spot.
So you have to give a little bit of props to the Copenhagen Wolves in this matchup so far. They have secured 2 towers, they've stolen away a dragon, and the CS in the mid lane is in favor of Kautard, whereas the CS by the AD carries is in favor of Tabs. But I do feel like the Copenhagen Wolves had weaker lanes, if you look at Trundle, if you looked at Jinx and Annie. So you almost expect them to be a little bit behind as we get to this 20-minute mark. The question is now, how do the Wolves claw back this 2,000, 3,000 gold deficit, and how do they force Alliance into team fights? Right now, Alliance are looking for a pick.
The dragon fight is a possibility. Amazing goes in, but he's gone a bit too deep, and Shook just wrecks him where he stands. All the help of Tabs. Tabs off at the side. The Pillar of Ice is actually doing him a great defensive favor. Youngbuck flashes in, doesn't realize the tower's still there, and suddenly has to back away, and the Wolves, well, they find themselves in trouble. They're losing out in the top lane, and now they may lose out at Dragon.
Yeah, they've lost 1 for 1, but it was the jungler that went down for the Wolves. So if they start off Dragon, it's going to be a little bit risky. Shook was forced low. Teleport used just to defend the tower. They got the Summoner spell as well.
Keeping themselves the inner turret, it does mean that the Dragon will probably be taken by Alliance, but at the moment, they don't seem interested.
No, I don't think Alliance are really trying to force a fight around Dragon, and once again, it's because of the power of the Copenhagen Wolves. In a 5v5 scenario, Alliance have slightly less tools to work with. They need to get poked. Right now, Alliance have started, and Kautar wants to steal.
The last one was stolen away, but not going to happen this time around. Shook just gets blown away by the explosive cast.
Yeah, manages to smite that one, so they secured that Dragon, and that was a fairly safe pick. Nobody from the Wolves is able to react quickly enough. You actually see them in lane. Youngbuck teleport to top. Kautar's been caught.
He's been stunned out here. Wicked continuing to chase it. He's got a lot of burn on towards him. Amazing comes in to try and support him. And one of those spears were going to come out. If Froggen really wasn't interested in that fight, actually, he just carried on farming at the back.
Yeah, Froggen wanted his CS. That was what was important to him. We did see Wicked doing very, very well with that Trinity Force just sticking to Kautar. And it's in part due to the fairly easy laning phase that he's had. You know, he was being uncontested. He was challenging Youngbuck several times. I think Youngbuck is starting to hit a point where he can start to 1v1 Wicked, but we actually need to see if Youngbuck's brave enough to do that.
Well, so far we pointed out Amazing and Shook in that featured matchup, but it's definitely Shook the former Copenhagen Wolves player is doing a fantastic job so far. 2 kills, of course, being involved in everything seemingly for Alliance. But, as you mentioned, the Wolves, they are not down and out. It's a 4,000 gold differential, but they are still pushing the lanes.
So you have to remember, in picks and bans, Copenhagen Wolves banned out Wukong. They believed, or they felt, that Wukong was more impactful than banning something like Elise. So Elise was available. We've seen a first pick, Lee Sin, for Amazing. He's 0-1-2 right now. The previous play in that Dragon fight, he actually tried to flash over to get a Dragon's Rage kick backwards on members of Alliance, but Nif held him in place. He had a good flame, a good death sentence that prevented that from happening. So the Wolves are still looking for an opportunity where they can force Alliance to fight on their terms. And assuming Copenhagen Wolves can start a fight, they've also got the tools to finish that fight. But it is very difficult catching Alliance in a position they don't want to be in.
That bottom tower really has not taken a great deal of damage, and Alliance are actually positioning to try and gank this bottom lane, it seems. They are actually being cut out by Kautar, and suddenly they've realized the danger. They're making a run for it. Yeah,
immediately Forgiven and Limited back away. Alliance have been very brave in the jungle. That's a good flash. Polarivice catching Wicked out. He didn't want a 2-on-1. And I think what Alliance have done very well this game is ward up Copenhagen Wolves jungle and challenge for buffs. Once again, this is going to be a red buff that's stolen away, and nobody from the Wolves can even defend.
Not even close by at the moment. It's just simply Kautar keeping them off this mid lane. All 5 members now of Alliance, all rotating in towards this mid lane push. They could go for it, or they're going to go straight towards the blue. They know they could time us.
So Alliance are pretty confident in moving as a team. They've got a gold lead. I wonder if they know quite how far it is. That's a max range Nidalee toss. Blue's being stolen. Here comes Youngbuck from the side, but he might be a little late.
He's a little late to the party, and well, he does manage to land the Pillar of Ice. The rest of the Wolves are coming in. They want to try and pincer someone off. They're going to throw out the barrels. The Lantern is there. Shook's not going to take it. Unlimited gets caught out completely. He just gets dropped where he stands. Now Amazing's in trouble. Kautar's getting locked up around the side. He's having to run for his life, but Shook comes in. He's trying to sink those fangs in. Has he got the damage? Youngbuck goes down to Froggen, and the Copenhagen Wolves are just floundering right now. It's Alliance in full control, and they're going for Baron.
That was a perfect play from Alliance. They stayed grouped up, they stayed tightly knit. The Copenhagen Wolves tried to engage, but they came from 2 different sides, and those pincer movements have to be pulled off perfectly. It didn't work out for them this time around. Alliance grabbed 2 kills, they grab a Baron, and now they've got a commanding lead in the game. If Alliance now want to start the siege game, they've got all the tools available. Look at Copenhagen Wolves, they're completely split up. Unlimited gets burst out before he can even get Tibbers down on the map. And Alliance are just really zoning out Copenhagen Wolves perfectly. They catch every single member 1 by 1. I don't think we've seen Forgiven doing anything this fight because he had to run away so early on.
Somewhat suicidal play from Unlimited there, really. He had flash that Tibbers available and just wasn't able to do it because he just strolled on into the entire Alliance team. I'm not too sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, and I think you also do have to give a high five to Nif. He did land a death sentence as well. He was able to at least, you know, keep them in place a little bit longer with the box. So, you know, it's as much Copenhagen Wolves coming in from a poor angle and maybe being a little split up. and points to Alliance for capitalizing. They weren't afraid to jump in there. They got the kill, and then all of a sudden, the Wolves were retreating.
Well, Alliance now have themselves full control of this matchup. We do see the bottom lane tower finally going down, so Copenhagen Wolves are not down and out just yet. It is a 5,000 gold differential between these teams. And Alliance, of course, with that Baron buff, you'd expect them to be grouping and pushing this mid lane.
Yeah, I think they still want to just shove out the rest of the waves. There's an inner turret in the mid lane, a turret in the top lane. In order for the siege to work for Alliance, I still feel like they need to make sure they've got good vision. You know, they don't want to run the risk of having Gragas Barrel knock them out of position or, you know, being caught out. Those Nidalee Spears are exactly what's going to help them get the tower down, land 1 or 2, force Wolves back, and there you go, tower.
Amazing getting caught out as well. That tower will go down. It's a case of who will they land. The hook not going to go through in there from Nif. You saw some of those big plays that he did earlier on at the start of the show, and it really is Alliance in full control right now, pushing on, as you mentioned. There's top wave. Well, it's going to slow push in a moment. It's got a long way off, though. The bottom lane, we did see Wicked going down there, but he hasn't really shoved it out.
So Wicked's got that teleport available. He's moving up to the top lane. Because of the fact that Alliance have got such great poke in the form of Elise, Caitlyn, and Nidalee, they're just going to spam out those skill shots, and assuming they don't eat too many of those Gragas barrels, they can get some poke down. The question is now, can the Copenhagen Wolves engage? It could be a flash Tibbers from Unlimited that starts it off.
The spears are starting to cause problems. You already saw Youngwook there just cutting caught by one of the spears. They are being forced back away from this turret, quickly trying to dash away. It's like a relay race back to the fountain right now to get that health regenerated. Forgiven himself, he's just trying to lifesteal off the minions. Ooh. But every time they take one of those spears, it's a danger sign for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, if Kautard is the one that gets poked down, that's what's going to allow Alliance to actually get the tower. Kautard is doing such great wave clear. Look at that. Unlimited forced away. So the engage potential is minimized as now Wicked is on that top turret.
Yeah, the top turret's going to go down. Wicked, no doubt about that one. And then will they continue pushing through here? It's a good siege from Alliance. They're going to have both top and middle inhibitor being pressured. It takes that lantern, just gets one shot on their tabs. Make sure he continues it out. Spears continuing to fly, and with that blue wolf on with Froggen, they're just going to keep on going.
Yeah, when you've got a poke composition like this, when you've got that Caitlyn and Nidalee to deal with, the best way to actually get in their faces is with hard engage. Something like a Vi or a Leona would be good. Copenhagen Wolves are a bit reliant on a Sonic Wave connecting or Unlimited getting a Flash Tibbers, and they're being very hesitant. They're just scared of that Baron.
They tried to go for the Flash Tibbers, not going to happen. The Flash came out, but Froggen was quick to react to there and turns around, tosses a spear in the back of Amazing. And Kautard, well, he wants to maybe try and engage her on those belly slam barrels, but he's having to use that belly slam to get out of the way of the spears.
Yeah, they're so scared of taking that poke. We see now that Youngbuck moved to the top lane to clear the wave away. Wicked has rejoined in the mid. Now he's on the front line. There is the potential for a dive if Alliance want to go in. Instead, going to back away. Baron's just one off.
All those traps doing wonders and keeping them at bay. And well, it was a good siege for Alliance. They only got the top inner turret, though. They didn't manage to get a great deal of damage at all. You can see the inhibitor turret barely touched effectively. Alliance, though, backing off. The rocket was used on the red buff, I think. They're trying to catch it out, trying to catch someone away from that one. But the Dragon's going to get picked up by Alliance nonetheless, and the gold will continue to flow.
10,000 gold right now, and Alliance have just got all the tools that they need to control the tempo of the game. We've seen the same thing from Fnatic when they beat Gambit, and I think we're going to expect more of the same here. Alliance just looking for opportunities on the map, looking for places where they can land some poke, land some siege, and then go for inhibitor turrets.
Well, Froggen pounces in there. He's going to keep on, steal away that blue buff, and then he will manage to get himself that one away. At the moment, it is Alliance looking strong.
Now, as it stands, we do see Alliance once again with those buff steals. I think the last 3 times that red and blue buff have spawned, they have challenged for them. They've got red twice, that's the 3rd blue in a row that they've stolen away. Alliance are not letting the Copenhagen Wolves into their own jungle, and it's just very, very good play.
Oh, the spear from Froggen nearly taking down Kautard there. Just drilling away his hit points, and he's going to have to dash away from that one. As it stands, the only one howling at the moment is Froggen on Nidalee. He is forcing the Copenhagen Wolves in a dire situation.
And we see Wicked picking himself up that Frozen Heart. It's an item we don't see super often. More often than not, we see the Randian's Omen as your primary armor stat. But what I like about it, Trundle, Lee Sin, and Jinx all have attack speed steroids built into their kit. they all gain additional attack speed. And because they're all very reliant on auto attacks, the attack speed reduction of that Frozen Heart is going to be very useful.
Yeah, and you were talking earlier how Alliance have been shoving it into, maybe trying to literally shoving it in the face of the Copenhagen Wolves. They want to speed up this fight. You look at Youngbuck, he hasn't even completed that Sunfire Cape. He's been sitting on those 2 uncompleted items for a long period of time, which is why he's not able to shove those wave out. You just saw him down the bottom lane. We see Wicked's going to quickly counter that one. Explosive Cask used on Nif, but it's not really going to catch anything out, and they can turn this one back around. Spear lands on Unlimited. The Copenhagen Wolves are running scared once again. Another spear comes in. This time it's on Amazing. Death Sentence on towards Youngbuck. Youngbuck, the tankiest member of the team. He's just getting drilled down. Amazing takes one for the team. Has to kick Shook away. Nif's going to continue chasing the hook again on Coutard. This time around, he's not going to get away. And Alliance are pouncing on the Wolves.
And because of the damage on the rest of the Wolves, Alliance are going to get their turret and the inhibitor for this one. That was a very, very good play.
Great turnaround, Alliance pushing on there. And again, it's Nif creating the plays for Alliance. And the Copenhagen Wolves are absolutely lost. They don't know what to do here. The Baron is just spawning. Alliance are running for it.
I think the Copenhagen Wolves needed that fight a little bit earlier on. We've seen Coutard going for the flash, body slam, explosive cast combo, and it didn't work out. Nif was able to get some distance thanks to the Talisman of Ascension. Now all of a sudden Baron has spawned. By the time Copenhagen Wolves get there, they're not even going to try for this one actually. It's going to get secured. The bomb? No. I think somebody tanked it.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure somebody tanked it.
I think Froggen took it to the face and just healed himself up there. So they were kind of expecting that one to come in. Of course, he would take it with splash damage, pretty much like the Ash Arrow, I believe.
Significantly more splash damage, but yes,
just a little bit.
The same theory is there. So Alliance, they get the second Baron of the game. They've got an inhibitor down in the middle lane, and I think because they've got this poke, because they've got this combo that just wants to basically harass you away and then take the objective unchallenged, Alliance are just going to rinse and repeat this, either in the top or the bottom lane, allow super minions to do the work in the middle, and then pick the fight.
So, as it stands, it's the 2 kills for the Copenhagen Wolves, and really they were very early on in that bottom lane, Alliance and Nif. But Alliance, while it's been a low-scoring kill game, they really have been pouring the pressure on, but the Copenhagen Wolves, and many teams have actually said this, I distinctly remember having conversations with RNA before about Copenhagen Wolves just won't fight you. They'll just keep backing away from those fights. And that's what's happening. Alliance are pushing it, but they can't get hold of the Wolves.
No, and that's the problem. The Wolves' playstyle is incredibly safe. It's something that we talk about when we prepare for the shows and we prepare for Copenhagen Wolves games. They don't take risks. They only play safe. Right now, the Copenhagen Wolves are trying to take their own jungle, and it's meant that Alliance have got themselves a very good position on this top turret. The minion wave, unfortunately, wasn't there to back them up, and now the Wolves are here to defend. Super minions are still in the middle of the wave, so Wolves have got a little bit of time. You see just Tab trying to get in there to poke down the turrets.
Yeah, the siege potential once again. Those spears are just going to do more and more damage. You can already see Unlimited. He's been chunked down, having to head back to that fountain. Wicked just trying to bide in time. They're using that ace in the hole as well on cooldown. The moment that comes back up, they're getting on towards it. Tabs, though, just gets healed up. Look at that. Froggen full heal straight away.
And that would have been the perfect moment to go in. Land the slow from the zap. Follow it up with a barrel. The problem is Copenhagen Wolves aren't there as a 5-man. Unlimited was healing. We've seen Amazing backing off the heal. Now they're looking for another opportunity, and Alliance are just going to keep rinsing and repeating this, getting auto attack, healing the little bit of poke that comes down, and then waiting for that key moment to either grab the objective or force the fight.
Of course, with that Baron buff, they're just waiting. Coutard desperately wants to get in there. Belly slam, throw out that explosive cask, but not able to do it. Tri-cast the area of these Piltover traps, just keeping them at bay, and slowly but surely that turret is going down. There was the explosive cask. It did next to nothing. They're going deep. They get the Timbers down there. Tabs is going to be the focus, but they still can't get him down. You can see Youngbuck, he's going in. He gets hooked up by Nif. Shook's taken pretty low. This is not a bad turnaround for Gibbons, trying to put the damage down, but again, just not enough.
All of the damage was not on the carries. It was Wicked and Shook that was focused down. Look at that ace in the hole. Now Alliance are on the turrets.
That's the AD carry taking a single ability there from the opposition, and he just can't face it. They've got super minions coming in the mid lane while this is all happening. Alliance will back out. I feel like maybe could have finished the game there.
Yeah, Alliance playing this one safe. I think there's no real reason to risk it. They can back away, spend whatever money they've got, take control of the jungle again, and then just go for that final push. The thing that I liked about Alliance's play there was that they didn't put themselves in any risk at all. They waited for some poke to land and backed away, and Coutard's explosive cast, it did nothing. It did absolutely nothing in that scenario, and you can't have that when that is one of your key initiation tools.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. Alliance taking down that Dragon, while Tabs effectively doing it all on his own, and now it's a 15,000 gold advantage. Tabs,
that's brave.
That is very brave of him when he's only got that single bit of coverage. Of course, the rest of his team are joining him, so he kind of felt comfortable. He could have just used that 90 caliber net, and Copenhagen Wolves are going to try and set a trap.
There's a timing limit on this because there's super minions going top and middle lane. If Copenhagen Wolves are held into an extended fight and Alliance can delay them, the minions will get onto the Nexus turret. Wolves are backing away.
Wolves not quite sure in themselves here. This is a little discussion that you can see it's actually Forgiven. He's like, I'm going to stand in this one. Let's avoid the bush, which is what they did. Oh, but the ward spots them out there, and now they go headlong into a spear, and Alliance are happy to take this one. They've still got that Baron buff. Actually, Lights just ran out there. Froggen, though, gets caught out with a zap. They haven't got the pace to catch on towards them, and Limited's going to get singled out again. Ace in the hole. Will the spear land? Oh, it will, but it's not enough. That shield just about holding on.
But now we see the rest of Alliance sieging up. They're onto the final inhibitor turret. We see Wicked on Aurelia. He's in the mid lane on the inhibitor. This is going to be an attack on two fronts. The Wolves can't deal with it on one front.
Youngbuck's gone across to try and keep him at bay there, but I'm not too sure he's really got the power in him. Kautar's just dodging out. He gets caught by the cocoon. The spear is not ready to follow on. Froggen a little bit delayed on that one. Meanwhile, in that mid lane, still Wicked causing all sorts of problems for Youngbuck. He hasn't even popped that Banshee's Veil yet. He just keeps hammering away on him with that club. Forgiven is back now. They are going to keep this tower safe for now.
So the wave clear is pretty good from Kautar. He's able to at least delay this, but look at the life regen for Tabs, plus the heal from Froggen. They're already back up to full HP, and Alliance are just going to keep doing this one. The inhibitor's still standing in the mid lane.
With that rocket down from Forgiven, it means they're going to go for it. Amazing tries to go in there, but well, the Death Sentence just pulled him straight in. Tibbers comes out, does next to nothing. The spears continuing to flow from Froggen. The tower will be beaten down. We do see Wicked coming in around the side. That was just absolute destruction. Kautar didn't even know what hit him there. Forgiven gets annihilated, and Alliance are just going to push on through and take this game. It was a 5-game win streak for the Copenhagen Wolves, but now they've met Alliance, and Alliance take the victory over the Wolves.
A very good play from Shook. He lands the cocoon on Amazing, preventing any form of initiation. Alliance, a controlled game, a slower game, but they played it perfectly.
And this is the second day running the Copenhagen Wolves have had such control in their game. And again, you've got to give credit. The top lane, Wicked, won out that lane fair and square, dominated it, and when he's not really a problem, the rest of the team, they just can deal with themselves. Great work from Shook there this time around, absolutely outplaying Amazing, 4-0-5 for that mid lane.
Every single member of Alliance did what they needed to do that game. Elise made it through, and we keep harping on about Elise because she's banned so frequently and specifically against Shook. It's something we've seen many, many times. This time around, Shook made it work. His cocoons were landing, he was ganking when he needed to, and truthfully, that just helped him win. His lanes was doing it for them. You know, Wicked did well in the top lane, Tabs and Nif did well in the bottom lane, and it was just an all-round very good performance from Alliance.
Yeah, 0-2-2 for the Lee Sin this time around on Amazing. It was their first pick. Not work this time around. Very well played by Alliance. Froggen very happy about that one. This is the team that he put together himself. He had the pick of the European superstars effectively. Everybody wanted to be on this team. These are the players that he chose, and they are finally starting to find their feet. It's in week 8. Is it too late?
So the thing that I like about this is leading into the game, we heard Diamond saying ban Karthus, ban Wukong, or Sivir Wukong rather. That's the strengths. And we've seen that paired with the Karthus. It's a very team fight heavy composition. Yesterday's game, today's game was almost the exact opposite. It was pick compositions. It was map play. This comp in particular, they didn't really want 5v5s. They wanted to land poke, they wanted jungle control, and they wanted map control. And Alliance executed it. When a team has more than one playstyle that they play well and can win with, that's when you start challenging the upper echelons.
And you've got to talk about the lanes. I mean, they all did very well. Nif, again, landing the hook. Hook after hook, honestly. Continuously throwing them in there. Nidalee being pulled out. Starting to become a bit of a constant now. We've already saw a couple of bans yesterday, but again, Froggen pulls it out. It's diversifying his champion pool a little bit.
Yeah, and it's something that I think he's played for a very long time. You know, you land those spears, it equals objectives. I think Nif on Thresh is probably the better story, because I distinctly remember Thresh's the beginning of the game performances where he wasn't landing those hooks, he wasn't getting those flays, and this time round, and in recent games, it has been working out for them.
And I do believe we have a clip that you guys want to show. It was, of course, it was all about Shook.
Oh, yes. So the first one we want to talk about is Shook missing a smite. And let's pull up the first hashtag LCS big play onto your screen. This time around, it's going to be a great cocoon right at the end of the game. Now, what you want to be looking for is Amazing. He's looking for the kick. He's looking for one of those reflect kicks. And Shook immediately lands the cocoon. Let's play this clip out. And once again, look at Amazing on Lee. Look at Shook on Elise. The moment Amazing goes in, it's basically an instant cocoon. He actually caught him mid-flight. I didn't even see that one. That was brilliant. Amazing lands, the cocoon is stunned, he gets shut down, ends up being 2 kills for Alliance, and they actually move forward to grab themselves that turret as well and finish out the game.
Fantastic stuff. We also have the other clip that you were talking about. This was the Dragon Steal. It was fantastic, and it could have turned the game.
So it was very funny because there was no ability other than the initial cast of your Sonic Wave. So let's pull up that second hashtag LCS big play on your screen. This time round, take a look at all the members of Alliance that will be on the Dragon. And what ends up stealing the Dragon away is Amazing Sonic Wave. Let's play this clip through. And I want to see just how much time there is between Shook's Smite and Amazing Sonic Wave. Dragon's going down very low. And remember, it's about 210 damage at this point. It's rank 4. Going to be a couple seconds longer because Amazing's already thrown out one of those Sonic Waves. Dragon's going low, 2,000 HP, 1,300, and there you go.
And it's blind as well. The ward had been taken out.
I didn't even... Blind Sonic Wave with 210 damage. Steals, that was great play. That was awesome.
I mean, that's just like, you just got to go with the feel. So I'm going to throw now. Oh.
Instinct.
That's a bonus.
Yeah, why not?
Of course, you can share your own heroic moments with us by tweeting them at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Fantastic game, and well, Copenhagen Wolves shot down, SK Gaming shut down. Those win streaks are falling. So
there's 2 things that we need to remember for today. Both of these teams play later. The Copenhagen Wolves take on Gambit in our 4th match of the day, and Alliance will be playing Ro8. Seeing how both of them have played, Copenhagen Wolves didn't necessarily play badly. I think they were a little passive, but I feel like Alliance actually won the game. It was Alliance doing more things right.
Copenhagen Wolves always play passive.
And I want to see
what they do.
That's also true. I really want to see how they both perform in their second game of the day.
We'll see whether they get them earlier champions. We've got to take a quick break, but when we return, Shocks and Joe will be talking to Alliance's Nif about those amazing hooks. Then we'll be heading into our second tiebreak of the day when Fnatic go up against the Super Hot crew. We'll be back in a flash. Taken, but Limited gets caught out completely. He just gets dropped where he stands. Now Amazing's in trouble. Kautar's getting locked up around the side. He's having to run for his life, but Shook comes in. He's trying to sink those fangs in. Has he got the damage? Youngbook goes down to Froggen, and the Copenhagen Wolves are just floundering right now. It's Alliance in
joined by Nif from Alliance to talk about his team's performance in that matchup. Congratulations, Nif, first off. Impressive performance of you guys. What did you want to get your hands up going into Picks and Ban phase?
The first thing we want to secure was that we get Caitlyn and we ban Lucian like yesterday, yesterday pretty much. And then we decided what they pick and we tried to counter setup what they want to do.
I have to ask you about the Aurelia pick in this one because that was picked last, and actually there seemed to be a lot of discussion going on right up until the last couple of seconds. Were you trying to convince Wicked not to play Aurelia?
Actually the opposite. We tried to convince him to play Aurelia because we thought that it fits better in the setup to have like the poke-comp and so he can split and you have the teleport pressure. Because if you pick Renekton, he will fall off late game against the Trundle, and then it's kind of the opposite what we want from the setup.
That's kind of a different team comp that you've been running before when you had that Wukong or Deceiver that could just run in, and Aurelia fit really well in that. So was that a conscious choice to go for that poke comp now, and why this time around?
It has a lot to do with the bans. There were like 4 mid lane hero bans, I believe. So we were kind of limited with the heroes we can play, so we had 8 away like Kraga, 6 Nidalee, heroes like that. And so we just went for the poke comp in that game.
Let's talk about your lane matchup because you're up against Forgiven and Unlimited there, who for a lot of people have been the #1 bot lane around recently. What were the specific plans going into that one? Were you going in with a mindset of, we may very well possibly lose this bottom lane?
Nah, I don't think we should ever go in the mindset that you lose the bot lane. Because especially in that meta, if you go with like the weaker picks, you're just gonna lose the game by that alone. So you always should try to pick the winning bot lane. And this game, it worked out really, really well. We were far ahead, and we could snowball the game really easy like that.
Is it all about the picks, the key to getting one over on them? And why is it that people are saying that that bottom lane in particular for the Wolves is so strong?
I think they have a really good synergy, and Forgiven is like really, really good AD mechanics, especially like in fights. But on the picks on the bottom lane is like a huge factor, but it also on some picks it depends on if you outplay the enemies or not. I think here it was more about the picks.
All right, when you talk about outplaying enemies in that bottom lane, the jungler is so important. And Amazing Shook was actually our featured matchup here in this game. Did you guys specifically set out to make sure that Shook could relieve some pressure from Amazing coming to your lane, or were you not that afraid of his Lee Sin?
I think right now there are too many junglers to ban. There are like 2 different styles. You can have like the early game junglers like Lee Sin, and then Wukong and Pantheon who are level 6 ganks. And we are pretty confident Shook's jungle that he puts a lot of pressure in the early game, especially with Frog when he can roam as well with the Nidalee, hit some spears and then make the jungle low, and has like a lot of pressure by this. And it helped us a lot for the bot lane as well.
What do you think to Shook's performances overall? He's taken a bit of criticism, I think it's fair to say, from the community. This is a guy who's got no experience really coming into this season of playing on a big stage. Has he suffered from the pressure of the community?
Maybe, I mean, I can't really say so much about it. I think he hasn't performed as good as he could. Like this week he is really good, for example. Like in some weeks he's like really shaky because he's sometimes not talking as much as he should. But if he gets it, then he will be really, really good.
So what about the picks in this game then? We already said Lee Sin was picked on the other side for Amazing, a champion that he's done well on. Other options were open. Is Elise Shook's best champion right now? Is that where he feels he's most comfortable?
I think she has always been one of his best heroes. Like she's one of the stronger duelists in the early game, so he can like put a lot of pressure out. But we actually didn't plan to go Elise, but it just fit better in the setup, so that's why we actually picked her.
All right, well, congratulations on that win. I'm not going to let you go yet. Who do you think will win between Fnatic and the Super Hot crew?
I believe Fnatic will win. I really hope that they get back in shape and win some games.
Joe?
It's a hard one to call for me. Super Hot crew have, in the last few games, been a little bit wobbly. Fnatic, of course, are just fresh off their losing streak, although they are technically on a losing streak still because they lost a game. Yes, it's only one game. It's not technically a streak, I guess, but I think Fnatic are going to come back full of confidence again for this one. The shakiness of Super Hot crew, I think it depends a lot on the picks here as well, and Impaler in particular getting comfortable.
Sometimes they're super hot, sometimes they're super cold. Thank you very much, and congratulations, Niv. And now we're going to head back over to Demon and Quickshot for Game 3.
Oh, freak, when did you join the European team? Thank you very much, Shox and Joe. Next up, it is the Fnatic game versus the Super Hot Crew. These teams have met on very different stages of form over the season so far, and of course, Fnatic beat the Super Hot Crew way back in week 2 when they were beating everyone, frankly, but when they were on their win streak back then. But since then, well, the Super Hot Crew themselves have started to look like a team to beat, winning in week 6. But then again, Fnatic lost to everyone back then, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly.
They've beaten everyone and lost to everyone. Fnatic, though, they did finally snap their 8-game losing streak, as Joe just alluded to there, last Friday. But if you look at the scores over the last 10 games, well, they've got 1 victory and 9 losses. And let's be fair, against the Wolves yesterday, though, they did look better. And they almost secured, well, they did secure 3 Dragons, which is more Dragons than they've secured over those 8 entire games.
Yeah, their 8-game losing streak. They did much better yesterday. And I think you've hit the nail on the head. Fnatic did lose, but it was not a one-sided affair. And it was not a loss that Fnatic will beat themselves up about. They fell behind early. They held even in the mid-game. They defended against the Wolves' onslaughts. And those team fights were very dramatic. They were very close. I think one of the key reasons that Fnatic could not regain control of the game was based on the fact that Cyanide was on Wukong, and he simply was not strong enough to engage and stay in the middle of the Wolves. It's a problem that Cyanide faces often when playing Wukong. He gets ahead, he's great. When he's even or behind, he suffers. And if you look at his stats, 5, 8, and 20, it's not allowing him much power in regaining control once Fnatic fall a little bit behind.
Well, the Super Hot Crew have pulled themselves together well as a team lately. A strong contrast to the beginning of the season, however. Yesterday, it simply took them too long to get going against Alliance, and we just saw the Copenhagen Wolves doing the same, unfortunately. By the time they did finally have a good team fight, it was already too late.
So I feel very bad for what I'm about to say, but it's also the truth. Super Hot Crew did nothing. And I mean nothing. They didn't gank, they didn't challenge objectives, they generally let Alliance win as opposed to trying to stop them or even try and win for themselves. This is actually a stark contrast to their regular playstyle. We've seen Super Hot Crew, you know, they've bounced back from a game loss to secure a win the following day. They're going to need to reevaluate their game plan coming into this match. Just to explain how strong the Super Hot Crew has been this split in the 17 games they've played. They have 9 first towers, 9 first bloods, 9 first dragons, 10 first barons, 8 first inhibitors. And yesterday, not one of those things happened. They sat back and they did nothing. And I feel very passionate about it because as a team, when they're aggressive and they're in your face, they do well. When they play patiently and controlled, it doesn't really work. They have to go ham to do well.
And they definitely need to sort themselves out because yesterday they weren't in it at all. And of course, these two teams tied in the middle of the standings currently. Both will be looking for a momentum-changing win. Fnatic feels confident in their laning phase, but the closing power of the Super Hot Crew might edge them out.
Super Hot Crew is a bit unstable, but when they play well, they can actually beat the best teams. They can close the games in 20 minutes because they snowball really well.
I never expected them to lose 8 games in a row. It's really hard to break out of a losing streak, but once you break out of the losing streak, you become like very motivated, and you eventually will just win every single game if you're as good as Fnatic.
When I face them, I think like in laning phase we do fine, but they have some of those games they just go crazy, get a kill, get 2 kills, suddenly you are only 2 kills behind, but they get 2 more kills and 3 more kills, and the game is over and one-sided.
Every LCS season, the level gets higher and higher, so the top teams are not that top anymore. It's kind of surprising, but at the same time, not really, because every team gets better every season.
And honestly, I actually think Moops hit the nail on the head there. The fact that the season, you know, every season we're seeing these teams getting better. We looked at the North American teams and they were saying about the European teams, basically saying, it's crazy to watch because everyone can beat everyone. We just saw it yesterday. Millennium took down Rockout. Who was expecting that?
Yeah, when you look at the European teams and as a region, I think our average skill level raises from each split to each split. And it's the reason you can have these number 8 teams being the number 1 team so frequently, because everybody's above the curve somewhat.
It's actually what caught everybody out of the World Championships. Everybody doubted the Europeans, but Fnatic still got that 3rd place, didn't they? Let's check out those starting lineups. So on the blue side is Fnatic, 3rd place at the World Championships, but it's a long way from that right now. So as in that top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid lane, Reckless as the AD carry, and Yellowstar as support.
And of course, on the red side, it is the Super Hot Crew. Mima is up top, Impaler in the jungle, Moops in the mid lane, Mr. Rolls as your AD carry, and Mixer as the support.
So as we go into picks and bans, what do we expect to see taken away from these teams? You've got to think for Fnatic, they're probably going to focus either on Moops or Mr. Rales.
Yeah, I think that's the way a lot of these teams have gone. We've seen Lucian, we've seen Draven's banned down against Mr. Rales. As far as Moops is concerned, we've seen Gragas being targeted at him. He's played it 10 times out of the 17 games. It really is his main go-to champion. I think if you're looking on the other side of the coin, for Fnatic, it's a little bit more difficult to ban them out. Maybe the Nidalee is a consideration. Peke played it perfectly yesterday. He landed some great spears, and I wonder if Super Crew are a little nervous to play against it.
Well, that Pantheon has been taken away from Impaler. It was Vi right at the back of the start of the season, but it's in Pantheon these days that Impaler has been favouring and working well. Gragas taken away from Moops, as you mentioned. It is his #1 champion, Kassadin. Well, you can't have Peke taking Kassadin, that's for sure. And Renekton actually being banned out by Super Hot Crew.
So I wonder if this is going to force Fnatic to consider the likes of a Trundle ban, because I don't know if Fnatic are going to feel like Trundle is first pick worthy, whereas Mima may want to get his hands onto that pick. We have also seen Super Hoku playing a double AP comp in the past. It was paired with the Wukong, and seeing that Pantheon is out of the mix, there is some possibility for that. We'll see how they decide to continue this.
Respect ban there, Kale being banned out by the blue side, something we haven't seen since the 4.2 changes. We are on 4.2 here, of course, so his ultimate and his heal have been changed, his wave clear, that's taken away from Moops.
So Elise is still up, Nidalee is still up, Annie is still up. You know, these are all champions that Fnatic have done very, very well with in the past. And I don't even know where Super Crew are going to go with, and it's actually going to be the Lulu as the final ban. So what that means is those very high priority champions are still there.
Okay, so we've seen Ziggs being used as first pick a number of times for Fnatic. Does Soaz let Peke talk him into it again?
It's tough. I think with Elise being up, knowing Impaler likes those sort of gank-heavy junglers, it is a possibility for them to take. I think Trundle is still available as well. I think Annie is still a consideration. If you want to go for, you know, AD carries, you've even got Lucian that's up there. We've seen teams like Millennium first picking Lucian in the past, so there's a lot of possibilities.
It's Yellowstar doing all the talking actually at the moment. Yellowstar and Soaz listening to it. Now Peke is doing a bit of discussion, so they really are having an in-depth discussion about this first pick. It's Peke that seems to be getting the choice though again, and this could be LeBlanc for him.
So what this means, if it does get locked in, it's going to be a very similar situation to what Gambit did earlier in the day. LeBlanc is a very good mid lane pick. You can blind pick her because she does well against farmers, she does well against assassins, she's got a root, a dash, as well as a silence. So there are so many tools that LeBlanc has to use in lane. It's actually a fairly safe pick considering how squishy she is.
So Super Hot Crew, will they lock in that bottom lane, that duo pairing? You do see Impaler and Mima on your screen, but it's maybe Mr. Rales and Mixer they're going to be aiming for. Elise, well, it's available, and it may be Impaler that wants to go for it. It's his second champion, if I recall rightly, from his discussions. It used to be Vi #1, Elise #2.
Yeah, and I think it's quite interesting that today we've seen the Pantheon and the Wukong being banned out and Elise being let through. Teams are feeling that the newer, the more in-meta picks are more ban-worthy, and we talked about the supports that were available. With Thresh being locked in for Mixer, he is a phenomenal Thresh player. It does allow the potential for Annie to be locked in, or even Leona for Fnatic later down the line.
Let's see whether Yellowstar does want to go with that Annie. He's made some great Tibbers plays before. It's Cyanide and Peke on your screen right now, though. They are the ones making the choice for the team. The discussions continuing back and forth. It's Soaz doing the talking right now. You can see him in the bottom left of your screen discussing what exact comp they want.
So Trundle is still up, and I think it is a pick that both of these teams have done well with in the past. Soaz has decided not to run it many times previously, and we are going to be seeing Cyanide on Evelyn. It's a change. I'm happy to see him change because his Wukong has been somewhat uninspirational. When he gets ahead, he's great.
Hit and miss.
Exactly. That's the best way to describe it.
But I don't recall ever seeing him on Evelyn, like ever.
No, I'm pretty sure this is the first time. Yeah.
I'm trying to cast my mind back through the summer, through the spring of last year when Fnatic were dominant, winning out both of those splits, and don't recall ever seeing him on Evelyn.
So the Evelyn pick is one that is also picking up popularity in and amongst the European junglers. We're seeing her being played by a multitude of champions. Diamond is obviously playing her, Aranea is doing it, we've seen Impaler doing it 2 weeks ago, now we're seeing Cyanide picking it up as well. I want to see how Fnatic round out the rest of this composition because they've got pretty strong lanes already. LeBlanc's going to do pretty well in their mid lane, Caitlyn's going to do pretty well, pretty much with whoever she's paired with.
Jax and Lucian being locked in. So the Lucian Caitlyn standard AD carry pairing, and well, actually Lucian Thresh is a very strong pairing, but more importantly, this Jax actually being blind pick in towards that top lane. So we're going to see what Soaz has to play against it.
I wonder if this is a brave pick, basically saying we don't want you to pick a bruiser. You know, we've seen Soaz running Dr. Mundo many times in the past, and his Dr. Mundo is very good. 4 games played this split already, and Jax will be able to dumpster Mundo in lane. So by locking that in, you basically force Soaz onto a very bad matchup or a champion like an AP.
Illustar's feeling the mood right now. He's got that jiggle going on. He's feeling these picks and bans. Maybe he's feeling the beef.
I think he's feeling the tension right now.
Feeling the tension.
1 in 9 out of the last 10 games. Fnatic really want to, you know, get a positive position. This is also a tie between these two teams. They're both 8 and 9 in the standings. I want to see where they're going to go.
Oh, it's the Malphite in the top lane for Soaz as well. Complete role reversal for him. You know, so many times he said, I don't like playing those tanky champions. We also saw Morgana getting locked in for Yellowstar.
So support is going to be a very key pick here in terms of defending whoever engages. That Black Shield is going to be very powerful. When you look at the single target CCs you got from the Cocoon or the Death Sentence, Black Shield will help out and work in their favor.
Now this would be a very clever pick. Lissandra, of course, that ultimate would completely negate anything LeBlanc did to him, but it's a much longer cooldown than LeBlanc's ultimate.
Significantly higher. What's also quite smart, if it goes that way, you can also potentially survive the wombo combo that Fnatic has put together. If you look at the composition for Fnatic, they're relying on Dark Bindings or the Unstoppable Force to set something up, and then you let Caitlyn and LeBlanc finish people off with Evelynn running amok in and amongst the mixture as well. Over on the other side, Super Hot Crew with locking in Karthus now. This is quite smart because if they does get blown up, the damage from the Requiem is still going to be guaranteed.
It's still a brave pick, I feel, into a LeBlanc of Peke. That's asking for trouble, I feel.
So what I think the reasoning that makes sense to me here is that Super Hot Crew are anticipating the lane going in favor of Fnatic. Obviously, LeBlanc's going to have a lot of fun against the Karthus. However, once you get to those team fights, Karthus' damage is going to happen. We've seen it work very well for Froggen. We got 2 new champions in the mix here. Soaz in that Malphite. We see moves pulling out the Karthus, and I quite like it if Super Hot Crew can keep Fnatic on top of them.
So what do we make of these two team comps? I mean, we've got quite a lot of all-in, honestly, from Fnatic. You can see, obviously, the Unstoppable Force piling in there. Morgana's going to be flashing in there. Evelynn wants to get in there. Everybody wants to get in from Fnatic.
If Peke and Reckless are not able to stick to the same target and find a pick, their composition is going to fall apart, because we've seen those Malphite engages fizzle to nothing, and that's what we're going to be looking for that team.
Well, the champion has been picked. Kassadin has been banned. Let's take a look at the votes for this match. Fnatic's fans continue to rally behind them, and their team, they've picked them 75% of the vote, and I think it's safe to say 75% of the crowd vote in this studio as well.
Oh, that's for sure. There's a lot of fans behind Fnatic, and regardless of their recent form, I think those fans are still going to be there, you know, through thick and thin. They had a very good showing yesterday, Fnatic, and they'll be looking to repeat a similar one, but with a different outcome today.
Sticking by them. Super Hot Crew, meanwhile, they have had a good turnaround over the last few weeks. They've got to shake out yesterday's performance, though, because that was not a good game.
So if we go back to last week, Super Hot Crew lost the game on Thursday, bounced back, won the game on Friday. So they showed they had the ability to do it, and we're going to see what they do right now as we get into game.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 of the day, and, well, Game 8 of Super Week, so we are at halfway stage right now. Fnatic as the blue team facing off against the Super Hot Crew as the red team. And there's nothing I'm seeing other than picks. Well, we do see Mima, of course, going for that Doran's Blade up against Soaz with the Doran's Shield, but that's kind of to be expected.
And of course, with Mima running Flash Ignite, he has the ability to make kills happen against Soaz and Malphite. You know, he's got the tools, he's got a stun, he can leap over Malphite, you know, if we see the jewels going. And I think for a player like Mima, he needs to get more aggressive at the right time. Yesterday, he was trying to do it against Alliance, but it was costing him. He was losing trades to Wicked, and it ended up hurting him. He lost his flash a little bit sillily, unnecessarily, and he can't afford to do that today.
Well, we see the dance in the top lane from Soaz. Mima keeping in place there as well. But we are going to see nothing in level 1.
No, nothing at all. Again, defensive starts. It's pretty much the in-meta thing. You see each player basically fending off against their opposite number. We've got a little bit of time to talk about the lanes. I feel like Jax is going to have an easier time dealing with Malphite, although Malphite is pretty anti-bruiser. You know, Malphite's going to be able to slow Jax's move speed, and he's going to be able to slow his attack speed with that ground slam. But once Jax gets some items, I feel like he'll be winning. We already know Moop's ideally going to be building for the mid to late game. He wants those team fights in his Requiem's to help the rest of his team carry.
This is a lot on the shoulders of Peke here as well. You know, he's not had some great performances over the last few weeks. We've got to see how he does with his LeBlanc. It's a high-skilled champion, safe to say. You've got to land those binding. Dark Binding landing on Mixer, actually. I was about to say you've got to land that leash, but the Dark Binding thrown straight out. They'd already seen that Mixer had taken that flay because he saw him in the bush.
Yeah, so they know the Death Sentence isn't available. That's actually very good from Yellowstar. If you can keep getting some Dark Bindings down, follow it up with some auto attacks, it's going to allow that very long-range Dark Binding and very long-range Caitlyn to just keep that Thresh, Lucian at bay. Over time, though, Thresh and Lucian do have the ability to land some good, you know, flay on-hit damage and get some of those piercing lights down from Lucian, but we'll see how this lane plays out.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you can see Super Hot Crew obviously going to be going for the late game. You talked about the Karthus, but the Jax as well will become an absolute beast late game.
Yeah, one of the things we also have to remember about this laning phase between these two duos is Mixer and Mr. Rolls are arguably the most aggressive. We've seen them go all in at level 2 more frequently than any other duo. So it's smart that Reckless and Yellowstar are pushing them back. They've got the level advantage, and they're already pushing Mr. Rolls and Mixer off their comfort zone.
It is a long way, really, since the record-breaking days of Reckless and Yellowstar in the first super week of the LCS. They went, it was 26-something KDA between the two of them. It was an insane start for those first few games. An insane start to the season, honestly, with that 7-0. We were talking about maybe they could go for Cloud9's record overall in the LCS, but it wasn't to be. They ended up chasing the Copenhagen Wolves record in the LCS, which was not really when they wanted to go. Of course, I'm talking about the Copenhagen Wolves of the spring split, which was the 0-9.
Yeah, that was last year, same time. For Fnatic, though, I think they've got a fairly good composition as long as Peke and Reckless don't fall behind or don't get shut down. Because of the fact that Soaz is most likely going to build tanky on that Malphite, he's an initiation power to be comboed with Cyanide. And the cleanup crew has to be Peke and Reckless, finishing people down. Yes, Cyanide and Evelyn can run people down, but really, you're hoping that it's Peke and Reckless. I like the fact that Yellowstar's gone to the Morgana as opposed to Annie or Leona, which were both available. So it's already showing some diversity in his play, and it's a good pick because it'll actually help. The Black Shield can block some of that damage from Requiem on at least one target.
So far in the moment, we do see Moops. Well, surprise, surprise, he's taken some damage from Peke. This is going to be a risky lane for him in the opening 6 levels.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle of...
To be honest, probably more than the 6 levels.
Oh, yes.
It's just going to be a risky lane from him in total.
Moops is always going to be at risk of being, being popped and being shut down. And like, look at that, the damage from Peke. Moops is forced to farm with his lay wastes from range, and that's just going to allow Peke a lot of free time on LeBlanc to get the items that he needs.
Next time that combo's up, he's got Ignite, he could just go in and finish him.
And I think Peke basically needs to. If Peke wants to get himself an advantage against this Karthus, it's now in these early stages, before Moops has ability power leveled up, before he's got Requiem, things like that. So we just need to keep our eyes on that, because I'm expecting Peke to even potentially dive. Whenever you pick an assassin into Karthus, you are expecting to die on Karthus.
Well, we just saw an early teleport being used by Soaz there. Of course, he did pick that one up, something we didn't mention in the start. And something I actually don't like mentioning until the game's underway, because obviously the teams maybe could hear. They generally can't, though. Oh, Peke's going to go in for Moops. He does manage to land the combo. There's the Ignite. It's not going to be enough, though. A little bit early, but Cyanode's going to come in. It's a hit and run, and he has gone down.
Yeah, late waste on the side. You do see Moops is out.
Impaler comes in, manages to get one kill on towards Cyanide. Can he get the second? Sorry, Peke going down. Cyanide flashing away from that one. Good counter from Impaler.
Very importantly, Moops was the one that actually got the kill credit on the side of Super Hot Crew because of the Death-Defied passive. One more lay waste from Peke. One more lay waste landed on Peke and managed to get the kill. Impaler was in range at the right time, and the strength of Elise versus Evelyn is part of the reason that they went so well for the Super Hot Crew.
When we're using that in power, smacking on towards Soaz. As it was about to say, Soaz went back to make sure he got that chain vest early on. So we're going to try and keep Mima away from him as long as possible. And I'm interested to see how he builds this Malphite, because of course the only other Malphite so far we've seen in the league has been from Wicked. Not sure we're going to see the Trinity Force this time from Soaz.
I'm not going to call that a traditional Malphite build, but I think if I think back to last year when Soaz was playing Malphite, he tended to build very tanky. He tended to build the likes of a Sunfire Cape, maybe get an Abyssal Scepter down the line, but generally I feel like he needs to be the front line, and he needs to be trying to keep Mima off of his carries, throwing out those shards and reducing the attack speed of Mimer's Jax is going to reduce the amount of damage he can output quite significantly.
So Tier was picked up by Moops, so he's going to try and stack that one out. Of course, that's going to build up in towards that big shield he can get. Seraph's Embrace, I believe, is probably going to go for. We'll see how it works out for him. Peke, meanwhile, well, expected maybe going to go for the DFG early on here on LeBlanc.
Yeah, so that's pretty standard for LeBlanc. I think Moops once again going for slightly greedy, but look at that damage from one combo. Now, LeBlanc's ultimate at rank 1 is a 34-second cooldown with that cooldown reduction, and that just means Peke's going to wait 30 seconds, rinse and repeat. That's going to be a dead Moops.
And he's going to have to play this one so cautiously, because Peke is, like you say, just going to zone him out. That's exactly what's happening now. A mid lane at zoning out each other, and that's a problem, and that's really going to call Impaler to come gank more often.
Oh, definitely. Impaler basically has to pitch a tent in this middle lane. Get some s'mores, stop making some marshmallows, and really try to help Moops out. Because Moops has also gone for a fairly greedy mid to late game build with that tier, scaling to Archangels, it also means he doesn't have any additional MR outside of his runes and masteries. Maybe going for the likes of an Athene's, which is not ideal on Karthus, could have been a smart option. The additional MR, maybe making the lane a little easier, but you got to give credit to him. He is sitting on even CS with Peke.
Keeping up with him quite nicely. We do see them both heading off for their blue buffs, and we'll see whether there's maybe an invade from Peke. Not too sure there's going to be. Bottom lane, well, both AD carries have both been back, keeping themselves very even as well. Both got that BF swords, and the farm so far is slightly in favor of Reckless, but it is very close.
Yeah, very even across the board, across the rest of the lanes. I think outside of that very heavy mismatch in the mid lane, it's not necessarily like one of the other lanes can absolutely stop Peke. Just going over for Moops, look at the bursts.
And this is what we were talking about. He's going across towards that blue buff, and Moops just takes himself a chunk of damage. He's going to be chugging through those health pots every time that Peke gets that ultimate off cooldown.
Yeah, Moops just grabbed himself a blue buff, and Peke will be thinking, I want that. He's going to be able to burst him out very shortly. Moops is back the way to heal.
He didn't even have his ultimate in that engage, and it took your half hit points off him. He's starting to get stronger and stronger, and it's only a matter of time before he can pretty much take him down in one quick burst.
Well, that's the thing now, is what do the rest of the lanes do? How does Super Hot Crew play with this Karthus? Because you obviously know that Moops can't necessarily sit in the 1v1, and Taylor's been covering out this mid lane. Now he's the target from Peke.
And he's putting some damage on, and Peke's just going to get more confident with this one. Going to be taking out those waves. Cyanide looking towards the dragon, and of course it's something you definitely got to keep your eye on, because we've seen some very early dragons from the Elise plays. This time around it is Impaler. We do see Cyanide sneaking in towards his bottom bush. There is a ward there, but he hasn't been spotted out just yet. The hook on Reckless is going to go in for it, but it's bad timing because Cyanide is close by. Mixes in all sorts of trouble, caught out with that Dark Binding in Yellow Star. Mr. Ro8 trying to counter in this one. He's going very aggressive. Requiem is available, but they're not going to go for it. And now Mr. Ro8 is in trouble. He gets barriered out there, has to run away.
Now the Requiem didn't get channeled from Moops because Peke was running interference. That's a flash binding.
Dark Binding doesn't land. Impaler's going to keep on chasing on here. Can he get on towards Yellow Star? I don't think he will. He won't continue going. Reckless is so low here, but we're not seeing that Requiem.
Reckless will not die to a Requiem a second time without using Barrier. The last time it happened was against Alliance. He didn't use Barrier, he died. Moops has only rank 1 in his ultimate. He doesn't have any additional ability power with the exception of his runes and mastery. So, you know, he's got a tiny bit from that ring. The level 1 Requiem I don't think would have killed Reckless. Reckless is at about 250 HP with Barrier. So probably smart, but you have to feel like maybe just one more auto attack could have helped it.
And that Rod of Ages now being built up as well means he's not going to have that ability power for some time here. Oh, we do actually see Peke getting caught out. That Wall of Pain does go down and puts a little damage on him. Peke again going to be face checking in towards Impaler. He's just trying to bait out that cocoon.
Yeah, Cyanide is definitely in range. I'm pretty sure Peke is going to be aware of this one, just trying to pull Impaler towards him. Impaler decides to back away. Now with the pink ward in the Dragon Pit, as you've already mentioned, Dragon at early stages is quite easy with Elise. You get his Spiderlings to tank it up. Impaler's just trying to keep and maintain control of that area. They don't want to give one away early.
Speaking of giving away, Mixer's once again giving away that death. He's very high in the death rankings, but look at Peke, not worried about Moops at all, and again goes aggressive. Moops trying to turn this one around. That's pretty ballsy. He knew the cooldowns of Peke's abilities. He's also pretty low on mana.
Yeah, remember that Moops, if he does die, he still has Requiem. So if he gets 1 or 2 more lay wastes on Peke, plus Requiem should be enough to kill him. So in that situation, Moops is just looking for a trade. Now we see that Impaler once again set himself up in this mid lane. Peke's backed away, so no real threat of a gank coming in right now.
Cyanide just caught a glimpse of him. He was actually doing the raids at the same time. Peke not quite done yet. It's like a caged animal just snapping back at Moops there. But Impaler, it's bought him a little bit of time here. He's going for that dragon, but now Yellowstar goes in. And he hooked from Mixer, going following all the way deep on that one. We're going to see the ultimate coming out from Yellowstar, not going to land. Mixer backs away from this one. Soaz is there. Unstoppable Force going to catch out Mixer. Doesn't need it. It's just going to be Peke that will pick that one up. Now Moops is caught out. There's the Unstoppable Force. Peke comes back in. Requiem is available once he goes down. Peke is going to drop. It's Maimer that picks himself up a kill. They're going to turn this one back around. The culling comes out. Requiem going in there. Can they catch on towards him? Yellowstar with the dart binding on towards Impaler. Cyanide running for his life here. They have got chase. Maimer leaps in there, flashes through for it, gets the kill, and they continue pushing. It's a good turnaround in the end by the Super Hot crew.
Yeah, very well played. At the end of that, that was a 2 for 2 in terms of kills, but now Super Hot crew have started off this dragon. Dark Binding's not going to really interrupt, and Super Hot crew should be able to secure this dragon. That was a good play. They backed away quickly enough, and we talked about that wombo combo from Fnatic. If it doesn't hit multiple members, and Peke and Reckless can't clean up, Fnatic have a difficult time in those prolonged team fights. Super Hot crew did pretty well, considering they were caught out to begin with.
And we've been talking about how dangerous it is for, say, Peke, or maybe even Moops to get them kills, but when a Jax gets kills, there is some real problems.
Yeah, especially when he's going to deal with a Caitlyn. Caitlyn has very little abilities to kill a Jax. She relies on her auto attacks immensely. So once Maimer jumps in with that counter-strike, he's going to mitigate so many of those auto attacks from Reckless's Caitlyn. But Maimer needs to be at the right place at the right time. In that previous fight, he managed to roam down quickly enough to help close it out and get those 2 kills. Had Maimer left 10 seconds later, he would not have been there. So there's a lot of pressure on Maimer to be at the right place at the right time when his team needs it.
He needs to track Soaz. And Soaz, well, that Unstoppable Force working well, and it showed their target. They went straight for Moops, tried to deal with him, tried to take him out of the fight, and actually that Defile didn't really have any effect, but well, that Requiem is always going to have an effect. It's on a big cooldown right now, and Peke, he's looking to try and deal with his 2-kill Maimer.
I think Maimer's going to get deaded. Unstoppable Force isn't available just yet if they delay a tiny bit longer, but a good route from Soaz could kill him.
He's got nothing to leap to either. He has got Impaler close by, but oh, he's going to face check in the bush. That's going to catch him out, and wow, just one single combo from Peke deals the damage. No problem there. Peke gets the kill.
Yeah, Maimer got deaded.
Yeah,
there wasn't any tools for him to deal with. A root, a silence, Unstoppable Force wasn't even needed. If Peke decides to roam and do the same thing again, he can basically do that to in the lane. He's got Deathfire Grasp available, so Impaler's got to be a little bit careful under the tower. They could dive him as well.
They could go for it. Moops is about to come up from the mid lane, and actually Peke is not backing off from this one. He's going for it. Oh, Unstoppable Force got repelled away from by Impaler. Holy moly. That was close, but he's still going to go down nonetheless. And it's Peke with another kill.
I literally jumped off my feet. I cannot believe he repelled the Unstoppable Force. That was incredible timing. It didn't do anything to prevent him dying, but that was a great moment. Fnatic get the kill. They also get the first tower of the game.
There's only so much he can do when Peke's got the bit between his teeth. And well, he saw that DFG combo with all those spells just taking down. And it was dangerous, dangerous play. But my God, Impaler, those reactions.
Yeah, it makes me sick because that was very good. But unfortunately, he shouldn't have been there. Fact of the matter is, Unstoppable Force had not been used when Maimer was killed. The communication should have been there between Super Hot crew. So I feel like he was in a bad position to begin with. And because, of course, LeBlanc has got such short cooldowns, you really shouldn't be giving those away. Regardless, Fnatic get themselves 6 kills to 3, and they're just going to back away and stop farming.
And worse still, the unseen gain from Fnatic here is Cyanide just farmed out that mid lane the whole time. He's now 87 to 60 CS, but that's all mid lane farm as well he's been gaining, while Peke was in that top getting kills.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad trade-off. Because of the fact Peke has actually got those kills, you know, in the top lane, he's got 2 of them to his name now.
It's not a bad trade-off, it's a massive benefit.
Exactly, so he's got the levels, he's got the kills, and Peke, realizing he's got this great kill potential that can be, you know, combined with the CC of Morgana in this bottom lane, he's now roaming again. We need to keep a very close eye on HP because Super Hot crew's duo lane, they could get dove and they could get insta-killed as well.
Well, the culling being used to keep them at bay. Don't take the minions out there, that's what you're going to aim for. That's level basic stuff there, Mr. Riley's going for the mini towers instead.
Look at Peke. He can catch somebody. Impaler's there, he's going on Mixer.
He's going on Mixer, and that's just a single little combo on towards him. Skitter inspired from Impaler. Impaler's just reporting back to his team and saying, you don't want to be here, mate. That Peke, he's a bit scary. You don't want to be too close to him.
I learned his lessons. Now, teleport is available in just a few seconds as well, so if Soaz wanted to join, he could. He's just pushing that top lane heavily. Maima's gone back to buy his Triforce, and Soaz has got all the way to that inner turret.
He's slapping that turret right now. Going to keep that pressure on. Peke's got himself in towards that tri-bush. It's only a matter of time before someone goes down. Oh, it's Impaler who repels up there. Takes the chain with him. But Super Hot Crew, they have to do something to react here. Moops is not moving. He's trying to farm out that mid lane. And, well, Cyanide's continuing to farm the mid again. This is what I talked about. Now we see the rotations coming in. Soaz moves in there. It's the mid lane they want. We do see the jump on towards Soaz. The guard's going to get the defile on him. There's a lot of lay waste going down. There's no magic resist, really, for Soaz. So he's taking a lot of punishment. Super Hot Crew, they are starting to fall away from this game.
Also, we have to retract our earlier statement about Soaz going Trinity Force. He's picked himself up a Sheen as his second item. We'll see where that progresses to. Might actually be trying.
He started off with the Sunfire Cape, though.
He did.
We'll see where it goes, but maybe laying a little bit of credit towards Wicked on this one.
Yeah, and looking for, you know, a little bit more Bruiser, being less only ultimate reliant. If he does go for that Trinity Force, you do have additional spells. You can get additional auto attacks down and slows, etc.
Well, the big difference here, of course, when Wicked did it, was up against the Mundo. So literally had nothing to counter the Mundo.
Yeah.
Whereas up against the Jax, well, okay, it's not such a bad deal.
You've got some more tools in your kit as Malphite to deal with the Jax, but this is obviously going to help him out just a little bit more. I actually think it's quite smart because it adds an additional threat to the Fnatic lineup. When I seen picks and bans, I had automatically just counted Malphite as an ultimate bot. He's an initiation tool. Once his initiation's down, yeah, there's some utility that comes up, but generally speaking, Malphites don't tend to offer that much. Right now, though, thanks to sidesteps that Dark Binding, the rest of Fnatic are roaming. They've got themselves a 4,000 gold lead already, and Super Hot Crew cannot afford to give up this next dragon. They've already hemorrhaged 2 towers. They need to make sure they get some dragon control with this team, otherwise they're just going to be too far behind in gold to have any team fights that will matter.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about how they are a late game team and they are trying to position themselves for this dragon, but Fnatic are in position to try and counter this one again. Up the top lane, Soaz continues to push on towards that tower. He has got teleport available if it's needed, but I think they may be happy to take this inner turret in the top lane.
Yeah, Karthus didn't come down quickly enough. The rest of Fnatic peeled away. They've now set their sights on moves, but I think Soaz has got a lot of time. Oh, that hook was close. That was a flash hook that failed. Traded dragon for tower. Fnatic will be happy with that.
Yeah, inner turret for a dragon. I'll take that any day of the week. And while Super Hot Crew keep them away from the mid, the top lane's continuing to be pushed. Someone's going to counter this one.
Yeah, I think right now Super Hot Crew are being pushed backwards. If too many members go top to defend, it's going to allow Fnatic to get on the inner mid turret, or the mid outer turret rather. Cyanide stealing away the red buff. This is very good positional play, forcing Super Hot Crew into the lane and stealing away the jungle where they can't contest.
This is the Fnatic that fans know and love. The rotation speed that they have, the tactical prowess. They are fully aware of the situation, and you can see they're setting up for ganks. They're trying to create plays here, and it may well be the mid lane they're going to go towards. Yellow Star ready and waiting. Has got his flash ultimate available. We do see moves very deep in the lane here. He's going to come in. He's going to try and put some damage down. Yellow Star has to flash away from this one. Mr. Raleigh may well not catch him out here. They're now going to pressure in that mid lane. Requiem coming out. Is it enough?
No!
No, it's not.
But it does allow Super Hot Crew to get onto the turret, so this will be a first tower of the game for the Super Hot Crew. Not necessarily the greatest trade when you consider Soaz is left untouched in the top lane, but small advantage Super Hot Crew.
If he gets that Trinity Force, they're gonna have to deal with him. He's just pushing on towards it. Blue buff has spawned. We do see Impaler and Moops coming up here. I don't think that's gonna get countered. It will go across the Moops, and that is almost certainly needed, but it does mean he didn't have it available when he just used Requiem.
Yeah, I think right now when we see the Super Hot Crew, the plan of action for them has to be defending more turrets. And I think they need to have a designated player dealing with that Malphite, because right now, Soaz has made it very clear he just wants to maintain control of that top lane. He's definitely going for that Trinity Force, grab himself a Phage, and I actually want to see how this Malphite Triforce versus Jax Triforce plays out. I feel like Jax should still win out over time, especially if Maima gets himself some lifesteal in there, like a Blade of the Ruined King or something similar. But we'll have to see what he decides to itemize next.
Jack's just about to back off. We'll have himself a chunk of gold, just trying to shove that wave out. Fnatic looking for a bit of an invade here and maybe trying to position themselves to try and catch someone out in the jungle. Yellow Star and Peke combo, but I don't think it's going to work.
No, not this time around. Hook doesn't connect, and this is very reminiscent of the LeBlanc play that we've seen from Alliance yesterday, if I recall. Looking for picks, looking for somebody to kill to then force objectives. So we got 4v4 in the mid lane. We see Maima and Soaz in the top lane trading a bit. It's actually Maima losing out early on. he's taking too much proc from those shots.
That's a problem. That's a big, big problem. If they can't deal with a Malphite of Soaz, who now has that Sunfire Cape, we had it a long time ago, but he's just continuing to push in that top lane. Triforce almost complete. And if Mima just with that Triforce can't keep him at bay, he's going to have to do something else to deal with him. As it stands, the Super Hot crew are fending off desperately in this mid lane. It is the final outer turret that Fnatic wants.
Yeah, and Super Hot crew have defended it for a while. They've been sitting on this 4,000 gold difference for, you know, about 3 or 4 minutes time since that last Dragon came up. They traded Dragon for Tower, and they're trying to maintain. We do see Mima has now come back to lane. He's got that Bilgewater Cutlass, so he's starting to get some more damage that I think will help, but it's still not enough, not in his favor. The mid lane, Moops, has got that Archangel Staff completed, so he's going to be maxing that mana significantly quicker than just the tier.
So we do see Cyanide, he's heading in towards that top lane. All of Super Hot crew still gathering around that mid. They're just unsure of what Fnatic are doing. They've been left guessing, really, and they're just not too sure how to react to this.
So Mima has been a little bit baited in. They're going to go in on him. Oh, you see Cyanide just waiting in the wings. I think this is the hardest part for Fnatic right now because they've got so many towers fairly early on. They've set their sights on that mid turret, but they haven't committed all of the resources to it. And I think they may only do that when this next Dragon respawns. You know, right now, in order for Fnatic to go further into the territory, they have to go very deep in either the top or the bottom lane.
Oh, I think Mr. Rales may be walking straight into a trap here. No, he's playing it safe. He's dashed through the forest. He's like, I don't want none of this. As Peke is missing right now, could be waiting in that blue buff.
Peke could still potentially get a kill if they dove him. You see the rest of Super Hot crew still, they're milling around in this middle lane. Fnatic is just keeping Super Hot crew at bay while Fnatic is stealing away the jungle camps. They're farming up the lanes. This is just you know, a little trickle that continues to be in favor of Fnatic. They get a little bit of resources, a little bit of gold, more often than the Super Hot crew.
They're using fear as their weapon right now, and the Super Hot crew are not too sure. They've got the double threat potential. You've got Cyanide completely roaming, not showed himself for a very long time, by the way, so they have no idea of his position, no pink wards down whatsoever. We've got, obviously, Peke, he's been laying in wait in those bushes. You can see he's pushing the bottom wave right now, but every time he does disappear, they're just wondering, where is he? Meanwhile, Moops is hanging on in that mid lane. We do see Mima switching lanes here. He's going to be the one that's trying to deal with his bottom threat, but we've already seen he actually can't face against Peke either.
Yeah, right now, Mima doesn't have enough, I think, HP. Well, maybe a full DFG, full combo may actually drop him down, but Mima's got enough attack speed and lifesteal to at least sustain up, as long as he doesn't get 100 to 0'd. And you know, Super Hot crew, they're still stalling. It's 3,500, 4,000 gold. It's stayed at this point. Dragon's up in 25 seconds. Fnatic are now grouping towards the river. And that's also why Mima went to that bottom lane. Push it out, get the wave pushing in your favor, and it allows Super Hot crew to potentially go Dragon and then bot lane tower if they can challenge. But as it stands, Fnatic have got better positioning.
Do they want the fight? The Super Hot crew seemingly are in position for this one. If they can get Moops into position in this Dragon fight, it will be good. That Requiem, along with that Defile, will keep Fnatic at bay. Well, it won't keep them at bay. They'll still go in, but it may well cause some problems. They are starting off the Dragon here. And you can see it's Impaler that's tanking it out. LeBlanc is coming in from the side there. There's Peke. He's gone towards Impaler. Mixer's getting caught out as well. Mixer's going to go down. There's the unstoppable force. He catches on towards Moops. Moops trying to get himself relevant in this fight. We are going to see the Requiem come out, but to who's it going to take? Impaler's going to get dropped off. It's a double kill for Soaz. And nothing at all, really. We see Reckless go down the AD carry, but so much is left in this one. Soaz may even chase on towards Mr. Rales here. It's a 3-for-1 trade, and the Dragon for Fnatic.
Very well played by Fnatic. That bruiser of Soaz is just doing so much work. Nobody could deal with him. Mima was zoned away. You've seen Soaz chasing Impaler down. They end up losing 3-for-1 in that Dragon, and even though Reckless was actually killed in the fight, the rest of the team had enough damage and enough ability to kill Super Hot crew. So Super Hot crew need to make sure they're in a better position. They weren't also as stacked as they wanted to be in that situation. They could have tried to maybe pull Fnatic deeper into the jungle for them.
Yeah, well, at this stage of the game, I mean, we're only at the 25-minute mark. This isn't really AD carry time to shine. That will be coming later on. Rainbow, it is all about, well, the jungler and the top lane and the mid lane, it seems, for Fnatic, doing some fantastic work. And let's not discount Yellowstar starting off that entire fight with his ultimate. Super Hot Crew trying to chase some kills there. They really want to shut down Peke and try and get some of that bonus gold for Mr. Rales, but it's not going to happen. Mima has to get himself relevant in this game.
Yeah, he really needs to do it, and he needs to do it very, very quickly. Moops is still building up that ability power right now. Archangels is stacking up. Take a look at this. They're going to go on Soaz.
Well, they're going to try and go on him. That counter-strike's not going to land. Soaz just speeds himself away there and walks off, put the shard on towards Mima, which slowed him down.
And that's part of the reason that Malphite does so well against Jax. That seismic shard steals movement speed from the target and gives it to yourself. So you steal Jax's movement speed, who's a melee champion. He doesn't, auto-attack you. And then when he gets in range to auto-attack, you just ground slam. You reduce his attack speed, and it allows you, with the Trinity Force in this case, to bully him down and get more auto-attacks down, comboing in those Sheen procs from your Triforce. So very smart pick. He's got a CS lead. He's got an assist lead. Hasn't died yet. Definitely working out for Soaz and Fnatic.
With the lead, what are Super Hot Crew going to do about this one? As of yet, I don't recall any game where the Super Hot Crew came back from a losing deficit. Once they were behind in lane phase, they generally stay behind in lane phase. And Fnatic, well, they seem to have the bit between their teeth there. Look at Mima. He knows Soaz is there, but he doesn't know that Peke is there. In comes Peke, wombo combo, and he goes down. Soaz needed to do nothing, just to stand there and auto-attack.
Ouchies indeed. It was actually Soaz that got the kill credit for that one, but I think, Peke playing this roaming LeBlanc perfectly. Looking for kills. Mixer not connecting with the death centers. Now Fnatic are on this turret. They've got a lot of damage down.
Yeah, they're poking on towards it. Moops desperately trying to force them, saying, come on, attack into my defile. No, not going to go for it. Not being baited in. And Fnatic continue to just farm champions.
This is one of the problems that Super Hot Crew have. Because they've got so many squishies on their side, even Jax has not built tanky yet. He's got Merc Treads and a tiny bit of HP from Triforce as his only defensive statistic. Until he can survive a full combo from Peke and then start getting in his face, that Jax is not going to be a very big threat. Fnatic can focus him down and then let Reckless and Peke, just focus whoever else is in front of them, whoever's on the front line.
Fnatic are going to rotate their push now. Soaz is now in this bottom lane. The next inner turret will be the focus. You can see that white start staring at Soaz. That's not going to last much longer. We do see Peke. I think he just went and got the red buff, actually. I do believe, but he's just going to head himself back, going back to base. Let's see what he pulls out. It's probably going to be a Rabadon's.
Finally, mid tower is going to go down. I think right now there's not enough for Super Hot Crew to deal with it. Fnatic took about 7 minutes. Oh, Unstoppable Force!
Unstoppable Force! Caught Mixer off guard there. Moops again, trying to make himself relevant, but not really working out that pick so far. The Dark Binding lands on Impaler. He goes down. It's a double kill for Reckless.
So 2 more kills for Fnatic. They got the tower as well. Super Hot Crew, they just didn't go in. Moops was running away. You feel if they wanted that fight, Moops should have gone suicide Karthus mode. Get in the middle of them, get as much defile damage down. 3 members of Super Hot Crew now maybe going to defend against this Baron. This is going to be risky. Peke can blow someone up.
Well, Peke was in base while that happened. He wasn't even there. He's putting himself in some Abyssal Scepter, and he was just seeing what he wanted to take with this one. Mima's looking to try and jump for it. He has to get that counter strike. He has to make it land, but they're quickly peeled. And you see Mr. Raleigh already desperately heading away from this one. Mima's going to get taken down. He jumps away, moves. He's trying to do what he can, but now he's flashed away. He's not going to be involved in this fight. Fnatic are peeling, and Super Hot Crew, well, are heading in towards Fnatic's base. There's going to be the shard landing from deep downtown, and so as well, he's going to push in this one. Reckless gets himself another kill.
So it prevented the Baron for the time being. Fnatic looking like they're not going to go back into the pit. Super Hot Crew gave up 1 kill, but they prevented the Baron being secured. So I think, it's a difficult situation to be in. Super Hot Crew should not have been caught out under the turret. It was a small lapse in their positioning. They got caught out by Soaz, who did that great unstoppable force behind the turret. And, Super Hot Crew, they just don't have the vision. They don't have the information to work with. They've been afraid to be in their own jungle because there's basically been Peke waiting to blow somebody up the whole time.
This is the passive Super Hot Crew we saw yesterday. They just... Well, I mean, in fairness, they actually can't do anything now because they're so fearful of what actually may be hiding in those bushes. They have no vision for it. You can see the wards ready placement. They've just peppered the dragon area, but to what avail? Are they really going to fight for this dragon, or are they just simply warding out of habit?
Well, I think Super Hot Crew are going to try fight for it, but unfortunately, when you're 10,000 gold down, it's very, very difficult to see how they're going to win a fight. The only thing that Super Hot Crew can do to be victorious in one of these objective battles is to catch somebody off guard before losing a member, which means they need to kill Peke or Reckless before taking any damage themselves, and then as a team, focus down that very beefy, damage-dealing tank of Soaz. Soaz caught Impaler.
Impaler going in. Cyanide's going to try and catch on towards him. He's got members of Fnatic closing around. Oh, Mixu dead. It's going to be Cyanide that will get the kill.
Like in that situation, why are you recalling in the middle of your jungle? You know Fnatic has been invading the whole time, and Super Hot Crew just, again, a momentary lapse. Peke throws out that Mimic, it's more poked down, and Fnatic are on the inner turret.
That's the turret going down. Soaz has not yet got unstoppable force available. Did just use it a few moments ago, and that's another turret gained. 5 turrets to 1 so far, and as you mentioned, 10,000 gold. It's sticking as that advantage. Dragon is now up, and Fnatic moving for it. And as I mentioned, all those wards placed down there, Super Hard Crew can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and Impaler at least repels from being killed from Peke in that situation, but simply put, they don't have the ability to challenge. They got caught out once again. When you're this far down, you need to have more wards, you need to play even more cautious. Moops is going to get stunned in place. Peke may want it.
The chain there, and Moops, again, his hit points just dropping off. It was a very risky pick taking that Karthus, and as of yet, it really is not paying off.
No, it's not at all. The theory of try to hold even and then win team fight later is a good theory. But unfortunately, when you go this far down and you don't have access to your own jungle, Super Hot Crew, they got that blue buff recently, but that's the first solid buff they've been able to secure. Fnatic have been challenging, they've been stealing blues, they've been stealing reds, and Peke, he's completely foregone that middle lane, and he's basically moved in and around the Super Hot Crew jungle, wherever Fnatic wanted to set their sights on a tower, and he's making it work.
Soaz with that Trinity Force is doing work on those minions as well and pushing those lanes. 3-0-9 now for Soaz. Playing a fantastic Malphite this time around. The counter, who'd have thought, to the Jax in that top lane. And Soaz, well, he wants to get himself a kill on Moops.
So I think the Trinity Force Malphite is a big reason why it's working. Because of the fact that Malphite already has the tools to deal with Jax, the damage that he gains from that build is allowing him to control Mimer's Jax. Now Mimer does have some HP, he's got that Giant Spelt build up, but he's far from being tanky and he's far from being a threat that we worried about. Once he eventually gets this built up to most likely a Randuin's Omen, I expect, I think he may even be able to survive a full combo from Peke, and then he can start challenging. Get that Blade of the Ruined King, stun him up, get some auto attacks. But, it's just taken too long to get to this power threshold, too long to get to this point where they can actually fight.
And for Peke, actually, the tiniest bit of respect, I feel, was given to that Karthus picking up that Abyssal Scepter, because he hasn't really had to worry about it too much just yet, but maybe he's just keeping himself safe from that Requiem. It really is the only thing in the arsenal for Super Hot Crew that they have to fear.
Keep in mind, a lot of Jax's damage is also magic.
Yep.
So his empowered strikes, his ultimate, and whatnot. So that Abyssal Scepter does 2 things. When you've got Malphite, Morgana, and Evelynn who all deal magic damage, you're actually amplifying your teammates' damage as well. LeBlanc is going to jump in there, reduce the MR of your opponent thanks to the aura, and it not only makes him safer against that Karthus and Jax, it also helps his teammates as well. So it's quite a smart pickup. And we do see Mr. Rolls caught out and Mixer Soaz. He could go in. I think he will.
Not too sure. He was just waiting to pull the trigger there. Instead, the trigger was pulled by the Super Hot Crew, and they've taken down Soaz, but it's only a GA that pops, and Moops has already been taken down. Here comes the Requiem. Soaz is just going to spawn straight into it, but it's a double kill for Peke, and they're continuing to turn this one around. Super Hot Crew going to force them away from this one. Soaz, where did you run to? How did he sneak around there? How did he get away from that one? Super Hot Crew, well, they just couldn't find the targets once again.
No, they couldn't. That was with Soaz not even landing an unstoppable force. He used it to try to get away. His GA was popped at the end of the travel distance, and Super Hot Crew still lost 2 members. Moops and Mixer got blown up by the damage of Peke and Reckless. Unfortunately for Super Hot Crew, they needed to try to find those moments when they weren't 13,000 gold down. Attack move catching out. Now teleport onto Mimer, he's the next target.
Teleport on Mimer, he's going to have that counter strike going off there. He does manage to land the stun, but Yellow Star's heading him off. We do see Peke also coming around. Mr. Rales is there to try and help him out, but I don't think he wants any of this. Now we can see Peke coming in. Went towards Impaler, Impaler reflects on towards Soaz there. They're trying to turn it back around. Fnatic do finally back out because they're taking the Baron down.
Yeah, the rest of Fnatic now are just focusing on peeling away, keeping Super Hot Crew away from the pit. By the time the Super Hot Crew even get in range, Baron will be dropped. The big buff is about to show, and now Super Hot Crew in trouble. They've lost Impaler.
There's the Baron. Impaler goes down. It's actually going to be Cyanide that catches that one. Mixer's not going to be long with this world, and I feel that Fnatic are just going to chase on through. Ace in the hole there on towards Mimer. Oh, jumped just in time at that ground slam from Soaz. He's continuing to go here. He really got the bit between his teeth there. Mimer's going to get away. Moops may be the next target.
Yeah, the Seismic Shard actually caught onto Moops instead of Jax. I think that maybe would have killed him. Nevertheless, Fnatic once with a very good play. They get the kills, teleport onto Mima, allows them to grab that Baron uncontested. They had a tiny bit of a fight afterwards, still grab themselves 2 more kills. Fnatic extend the lead, going up to about, I don't know, am I going to do math? A lot. Fnatic are now on the inhibitor turret. They've got a massive advantage. There's very little Super Hot Crew can do right now.
It's all one-way traffic, and we should point out that that Unstoppable Force was not used in any of them engagements. So still holding the trigger on that one. And if, well, Moops and Mixer come close like that, they may well find themselves bouncing in the air. Fnatic take the inhibitor, back away. Baron buff already on every single member. They are completely safe for now.
Yeah, Fnatic have also got all the tools they need to go for a tower dive. I think the way that they've played right now, they've controlled the jungle, they've controlled the lanes. They've never given the Super Hot Crew any chance to get back into this. And if you look at the performances, Super Hot Crew have become passive. Yesterday's games and today's game, they've done very little. Yesterday was different. Yesterday in the comp, they could have done stuff, but they didn't. Today, the comp was a little bit more about getting to the late game. They wanted to scale. They wanted to slow it down. Just unfortunately, it doesn't appear to be the right decision.
Well, Mima finally takes that top turret down, but I don't think he was expecting to be losing out that lane phase quite so heavily to Soaz, who continues to just keep him at bay. You can see now he's continuing to build yet more items. That GA was popped in the last fight, but that's about it, really. Soaz is back up there. Banshee's Veil now completed, and look at Peke. He's on the hunt. He's going to try and find Mima. He doesn't land the combo, so doesn't bother following through.
Yeah, the chain didn't connect, and I think you need to lock Mima down in order to catch him. Peke still hasn't given up. They continue chasing at least a little bit further. We see Yellowstar, he's grabbed himself a Magi Soul Stealer to, you know, work out the, get additional damage, is the words I'm looking for. And Super Hot Crew just dealing with those super minions in the middle wave, while the rest of Fnatic begin sieging the top.
What I'm confused about from this entire game, with this Karthus pick, is the one thing you do against the LeBlanc is you don't let it get going. You pick a Karthus into the lane, you're gonna give him kills.
Yep, correct. And we didn't see Impaler. Oh, look at that damage on Moops. We didn't see Impaler shutting Peke down. Moops needs to be in the middle of the fight if he wants to help, but he's going to heal instead.
The culling coming out, really only catching on towards Peke. Peke trying to use that mirror. Oh, I don't think that's going to be enough. No, Peke is safe. They're going to back away, though.
Yeah, a little bit baited into that Requiem, but now Fnatic are going to be so aware of that cooldown. They've got a couple of minutes to play with. And we'll see if they just want to siege up. And I think Impaler needed to have made a more asserted effort at killing Peke. Not necessarily just reacting when the ganks came in. Unfortunately, Moop just fell too far behind. He's 1-5-2 right now, in contrast to the 6-2-6 Peke. And, you know, it was a gifted lane. It was a lane that's always going to go in favor of LeBlanc. So you've got to give props to Fnatic for making it count.
Well, as ever for the Super Hot Crew, Mr. Rales is the shining light. He's not yet died. He's quite far behind in farm, but that's not surprising because the team would pretty much be bullied away from every single lane, and Reckless is just getting all the kills as well. But really, there is not a lot to say for the Super Hot Crew here. Peke baiting that one out there, the hook not landing on him. Of course, the Black Shield was on him from Yellowstar, and they're just going to push on this one.
Yeah, the tower's going to go down the next wave that gets here, and I think if Super Hot Crew stay grouped up, Soaz is in the base already. He's got that Unstoppable Force primed. So if there's any grouping at all, Super Hot Crew are going to get caught up. Moops is just waiting. We'll see if he gets in the front line. Peke's going in.
The super minions actually pushing in towards it. That's going to be the inhibitor turret down. And now Mima, he's just going to have to leap away from this one. Soaz still waiting to pull the trigger on this one. Ooh, they're slightly grouped together there. Mr. Rales is all certainly, they're all three grouped. Surely Soaz will go for that. No, doesn't even bother using Unstoppable Force. They just don't care. They're just going to take the inhibitor and walk away again.
Yeah, right now Fnatic are just playing very, very safely. They grab themselves an inhibitor. Now they move to the bottom. This is League of Legends by the numbers. Every tower, every inhibitor, and getting the control.
Yeah, big wave of minions. That's going to get cleared out. Peke will take that one down. No problem there. They continue pushing. Cyanide keeps himself relevant in the mid lane as well. Continues to keep those super minions driving through the middle while the rest of Fnatic continue to just work down the turrets.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are having a bit of fun with this one. I think they're that far ahead that, you know, there's very little that Fnatic can do, that Super Hot Crew can do to stop them. And as it stands, they're just looking for the perfect moment. Maybe Soaz only wants a 5-man Unstoppable Force. Maybe that's his requirements.
You notice the Soul Stealer picked up by Yellowstar?
I did.
Just a little bit rude, isn't it? Like you say, they're having fun with this one. Soaz, oh, that's surely the time. No, they don't need to go in there. still holds on the unstoppable force. They do finally get the kill on Peke. Requiem's going to do next to now. Cyanide gets away from that one. So as Soel, he's just beating down the rest of the team. Has got the GA back available. He gets kill on Mima, and the rest of his team come to his support. They did go trade in 3 for 2. But Fnatic continues to push.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to get this tower, get the inhibitors. I think they've even got the potential to finish this one out. We'll see what they decide to do. This is going to be a second inhibitor falling. The middle one has respawned.
Mr. Rala's yet to die in this game. He's the only man on Super Hot Crew. Dark Binding catches on Impaler. Uh-oh, you're in trouble. He's going to get caught out. Reckless putting the damage down. That's the final inhibitor going down. Middle one actually has just respawned. So they will back away. No double super minions, but I don't think that really matters.
No, I don't think it does either. Right now, Fnatic, like I said, there's no pressure on them to finish. They've got all the tools available to them, and it's really just a matter of time. And I think Fnatic taking their time with this one, enjoying it just a little bit. They do obviously play another game later today, will be against Millennium, and this is going to be a big confidence boost for Fnatic going into that matchup.
Not something Millennium want, honestly. Fnatic, though, they're going to get themselves a win in Super Week, and it's an important win when their record is 1-9 over the last 10 games. It's not a record to be proud of, not a record that any of the Fnatic players are proud of. They, been talking to these players on and off outside the studio, and honestly, often they were just unsure of exactly how to fix the problems, because Spain, speaking to Soaz, it's like, well, one week one player does bad, another week another player does bad. It's not like any one player was having a problem. They were just all having a spell of bad form at the same time.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things that affected that was that they let that bad form get to them mentally.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that we say fairly often, where many people following a bad call is better than nobody following no call. And if you commit to a play, oh, they've won a Impaler.
The Lantern was thrown out, but that got interrupted. Soaz comes in. They desperately want to get Impaler because the Baron was already being started out. Now they're just going to finish the game. Mixer's going to be the next focus. He goes down. Moves is in target. He gets caught with the Dark Binding. He goes down. Peke roaming through. Soaz on a mission. The inhibitors are going to fall, and Fnatic will be closing this game out. No doubt about that one. Super Hot Crew yet to turn up in this game. It's a 20,000 gold lead, and Fnatic crumble down the Nexus turrets. The Nexus will follow. No doubt about it, Fnatic are looking good in Super Week.
Yeah, 1-1 on the week. The Super Hot Crew 0-2 so far. Fortunately for them, the Gambit, the plan of scaling into the late game really didn't work out in their favor. I think you just got to give props to Fnatic. They played that one exquisitely.
You got to question Takata's pick. 1-7-4 was the final score for him. The only player not to die for the Super Hot Crew was Mr. Rales, as I mentioned, the Shining Light, but Peke just melted through them. And Soaz, wow, what a performance. 5-0-14.
Yeah, and not only do you have to question the pick, but, was it really what they wanted? The play style. I feel like I feel like when anybody's in a Karthus, you need to play quite aggressively. You have to die in the middle of a team fight and let your defile, let your passive work for you. In Stands, we didn't see that happen.
Well, you can tell Soaz, he always gets emotional about these games. He's very much caught up. As you saw about 2 weeks ago, he says, it's very hard in a team that is really a group of friends. They've been living together for, near 2 years now, this team. They really are a group of friends. They are performing so well as a team. When they're looking good, they look phenomenal.
Yeah, and these last 2 games have been significantly better. This is closer to form, closer to what we're used to seeing. Little high five there for Peke. I think that's deserved. His LeBlanc play was very good. Unfortunately, we did have another milestone in this matchup. It is an award I hand out unhappily to Mixer. He currently holds the European record for most deaths in a split at 77, which is a massive number of deaths when you consider they've only played, I think this is his 18th game right now. And it's something that Mixer has really got to work on going forward.
Yeah, it's something that I did note towards in the game, that how high he was in there, and I think he gave up first blood, if I'm not mistaken, in there, but he's definitely not been one to remember for Mixer. So currently Fnatic, well, they are 1-1 in Super Week. It's not a bad performance by them, and the Super Hot Crew 0 for 2 and not looking in it.
No, they're definitely not. Yesterday they had the picks that were comfortable for them, that we new picks for Super Week. It's something we have seen, something we actually come to expect for these heavy game weeks. Unfortunately, I think it's the playstyle, it's the decision making that's happening in game. We didn't see those fights really happen. We didn't see them group we didn't see a fight over a dead Karthus once.
No.
When you got a Karthus, you have to do that.
He has to either flash in there, which he tried to do, but Fnatic didn't want the fight around him, and every time he backed away, then they killed him.
Yeah, and if you look at the picks and bans as well, Wukong was available. Pantheon was banned out, and the reason I highlight that, the Wukong-Karthus combination for Alliance worked wonders. It was absolutely fantastic. Wukong knocks them up, holds them in place while Karthus deals the damage with Defile, and you kill people.
So where did the Super Hot crew go from here? You know, they're coming into the Super Week. If you think back to last Super Week, what, they went 1-3, I think it was, maybe. It was 1-5 overall before they started turning things around. The is going up.
So as it stands, with this loss, Super Hot Crew are now 8-10 on the split. They're actually tied with Alliance. They're going to be in that same bracket. Alliance have another game a little bit later where they can try to claw ahead. I think for a team like the Super Hot Crew, they need to find more stability in their play, because they had a swing very early on. They were losing a lot, then they were winning a lot. Now it's back and forth. And I think without having multiple ways of playing the game, they tend to only have that aggression that works. They need to develop that.
Well, it's been a fantastic game for Fnatic, and of course, if you just tuned in, there's been a bunch of games that have happened. Gambit versus SK Gaming. The first game of the day, fantastic performance for Gambit, and obviously the second game, well, following that one, it was a great performance. Copenhagen Wolves tried to get in there, but they couldn't take the victory.
No, they couldn't, not at all. And I think just to wrap up this Fnatic Super Hot Crew game very quickly, let's pull up a replay on the screen that we got of Impaler's reactions earlier on. I just want to break down the play that Impaler had when he got dove under the turret. Starting off with the unstoppable force from Soaz and followed up with LeBlanc on Peke. So let's play this clip out at half speed and just show you exactly how short range that unstoppable force from Soaz was. You see it coming in just a moment or two. LeBlanc's going to jump in, and that's the exact moment. Switches from human form to spider form, repels up in the air. Unfortunately, he still goes down. Peke and Soaz kill him out. What I'd like to do is just rewind that and show it in real time again, just to show you the reaction speed. So let's rewind that one back just before the unstoppable force. That'll do. And play this one through at normal speed, because it makes me sick.
And it was so quick.
That was incredible. That really, really was incredible. Unfortunately, it didn't have any impact on the game, I'm afraid.
Well, if only you could have switched forms, got the cocoon out, and maybe turned the killer out, it would have been amazing, but no, not quite. We're at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. What a performance from Fnatic. Can they continue during the rest of Super Week? We will only wait and find out. It has been some fantastic games so far already, and it is now time for a quick lane swap. When we come back, we'll be joining Shox to speak to Fnatic's Yellow Star. If I could only speak his name, it would be me. It would be me talking to him. Then our six-match day continues with Joe and Deficio here at the desk, calling the action as now the first place Gambit faces off against third place Copenhagen Wolves. Do not go anywhere.
I'm coming. There's people here. Take care. Okay, go. Yeah. Mimer. Go. I'm gonna go Mixer. Mimer. Impaler. He hooked me. Yeah. Mixer. They were on me. They're chasing me.
I'm gonna get you. Cartus.
Jax is 1 HP.
You're safe.
Yeah, Jax 1 HP. Yeah, I don't die anyway. Have a lot of MR. Good job.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at the halfway mark with a lot of games left in store. Demon has joined me, and we're speaking with Yellow Star from Fnatic after that win. And there's a lot of things to talk about, especially in picks and bans. But let me first ask you generally what you wanted out of picks and bans.
Basically, we knew that overall what they were willing to play. So I pretty much predict that they will pick Elise and Thresh. So I have something prepared in my mind, and that's why I picked this champion.
And speaking of picks and bans, actually, I could see it was mainly you and Soaz discussing. Who is it that actually decides the team comps?
We mostly think in our team, it doesn't mind who. Just say, I will tell them they will play this champion, this champion, this champion. And you can decide whatever you want to play and what's the best against them.
Right.
And this is how it works.
Then elaborate a little bit, because there were some strange picks and counter picks. I'm thinking about a Malphite Jax matchup. What was the thought process behind that?
Jax is a really strong champion 1v1. What we basically wanted to do is some tank that can deal against him and that can be useful in team fights. And it was the perfect champion. So Soaz decided really well.
So often we do see the first pick as the AP mid. You're one of the few teams that actually does it, but it worked to great success this time around getting that LeBlanc. Were you surprised to see the Karthus coming out at the end there?
Actually, yes. We expected him to play Ziggs, but it's kind of a similar champion. He's going to lose against LeBlanc, but if he plays safe, he's going to be really safe endgame, and he's going to deal a lot of damage. So it's a similar champion.
Did you get some cold sweats? Because Froggen did really good with Karthus with you guys last time. We were like, oh no, that one again.
Well, we didn't do the same mistake. Against Froggen, he got unnecessary kills, so he could manage to snowball from that. And this time we were playing more safe, and it was cool.
So how's the overall morale in the team? I mean, we were talking about at the start of the game. Over the last 10 games, it was 1 win, 9 losses. It's not great, but now you've had 2 wins. Technically 2 wins, 1 loss. I think you could look at it that way. That's a bit nicer.
Yeah. Well, when we started to lose like 5, 6, 7, 8 lose in a row, it doesn't really matter. We are like, well, we can only do better. And we are just playing with less pressure. And then we just focus on our game and trying to fix our mistakes. It takes a lot of time, but now we are kind of confident again.
Yeah, because you guys actually did really well. Also, yesterday versus the Copenhagen Wolves, was that a dangerous tipping point? Because I can imagine if you lose such a close game, that it might go bad with the morale because of it.
No, obviously, we just keep our heads up since a lot of weeks. And we know that it was a close game. We could have done way better, but still, we did a good game and they played well. So there is no reason.
So I want to take your mind back to, obviously, we're in Super Week. Super Week 1, it was great. You went, what, 4-0. Super Week 2, do you think it's going to go a similar way? You lost, obviously, yesterday, but it looked fantastic against the Copenhagen Wolves. You picked up a victory here. You've got 2 more games, 1 more today, I believe. Is the pressure on you guys? I mean, how does it develop with Super Weeks for you guys? Is there a lot of work as a team? Do you have to sort of sit through the pinks and bans for ages? Or is it simply a case of, let's just play what falls our way?
Okay. Yeah, so Super Week is like a normal LCS week. I mean, we just have to play our matches, we have to do our best, and obviously we try to win.
And that's interesting you say that, because I distinctly remember the likes of Skara sort of talking about how hard Super Weeks are on teams, but you guys feel it's actually quite the opposite. Is that what makes it work for you guys when it comes to World Finals? You can just adapt so quickly?
Yeah, actually, we just take how it is. I mean, if we have 5 games in a row, we'll play 5 games in a row. If not, then we just play how it is.
How is it maybe going on that with the fatigue as to playing? Because we heard a lot of players who've been around the scene for a long time who say, you know, it kind of wears on you if you're playing for such a long time. We also see it reflected that a lot of people that are just coming in the league are doing very, very well. Is that something, a sentiment you share? Tell us maybe a little bit about your experience of your career that you've been going for a long time. Do you sometimes find it hard to motivate yourself in going?
I don't know, it's always feel really cool to play, and when you want to play, you always want to win, you're always at the top, so it's what keeps you motivated.
What we really want to know is, does it feel like a job? Because everyone out there watching is thinking, he's a pro gamer for a job. That's his job, and you guys literally get to play a game all day long.
Of course, actually, what's good is like times really goes fast because you do what you like, you do what you love, and if you're really dedicated, of course, you will put a lot of efforts in, and if you really want to win, then you will succeed one day.
And we saw the other day, obviously, Tabs, he plays the piano, likes to get out and stress. Is there anything in the Fnatic household that you guys like to do as either a team or just individually, just a different hobby away from League?
Yeah, we try.
Share that relationship with?
Not really. Because if you tend to practice against one team only, you'll get used to them, and it's good to have a variety. And so you get to play against a lot of different playstyles, so you can adapt to any situation, and it's really cool.
And speaking of that variety, is it just LCS teams? Because I remember you guys were practicing like so Cloud9 back in the day. NIP are probably in there. Because there's a lot of good challenger teams coming through the scene now.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of amateur teams that have a really good level. And I believe that they have a really good potential to get in the LCS next season. So we practice against every team that is strong for us.
When you look at that league, and you mentioned that there are a lot of strong teams knocking at the door of the teams that are now at the bottom of the standings, can we get a little prediction of how you think the league will go? Or
I cannot say, but as I know, Millennium is really far behind in the bottom. But they managed to play a really good game against Ro8 yesterday, so I believe that they can still come back, obviously.
And you're playing against Millennium later in the day. How do you think that matchup's going to go? How strong is their bottom lane?
I think they are really solid, but if we manage to play Reckless and me really well, and we do no mistake, we'll probably win.
All right, well, thank you very much, Yellow Star. Congratulations once again. Good luck later as well. And we're going to go over to a short commercial break, but stay with us because we're going to roll into the second half of our 6 matches in just a bit.
Welcome back, everyone, as we power into the next 3 matches of the day. I'm Joe Miller, and here behind the desk with me is Martin Deficio Lung, and it's time to head into that second half of the day, starting with Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Now, Gambit are firmly in control of the head-to-head coming into this game, having won the last 2 encounters.
And a couple of things to note about the last time these 2 teams played each other was that we had Genja playing Varus despite being up against this very poke-heavy or engage-heavy combo with Wukong and Annie. And in the very last team fight of the game, at the Baron, he really showed his perfect positioning, and it meant that Gambit, they won the fight and also they won the game. And it was also the match where we saw Lulu for the first time here in Europe. Alex, he picked it, and he had a very strong laning phase against Kautar and KL. He didn't really have the impact he wanted to in team fights, and he was often the target for Copenhagen Wolves to really burst down with this heavy engage combo. But we have seen Alex becoming better and better on Lulu, and it's definitely ban-worthy now.
And yesterday, of course, Gambit played an absolutely amazing showdown against Ro8, and that was not only the longest game of the season so far, but a candidate for the best of the season as well, I think. And although they ended up losing out in that one, there were some positive signs.
Definitely some positive signs, and we actually saw these positive signs going into the next game against SK Gaming earlier today. Great performance by the Gambit solo laners, and of course by Diamond Procs on Lee Sin. And SK, they came out really strong, but with the counter ganks from Diamond, Gambit, they just stayed in the match, and once the team fights started, they showed how strong they are as a team. And coming up here, we'll have a face-off between Amazing and Diamond Procs, so I think we're going to be in for a fantastic show.
The Copenhagen Wolves on the other side of the coin pushed their winning streak to 5 yesterday as they took down Fnatic, and then today we saw that streak get snapped when Alliance beat them soundly.
And Copenhagen Wolves, they never really showed up in that match. We had a very slow early game, but Alliance was always one step ahead. And Nif and Taps, they just controlled Forgiven and Unlimited down in the bot lane. While Amazing, he didn't really... Okay.
Okay, so guys, we have a... Okay, apparently we're all good now. That's good to know, Deficio, that you're not breaking literally everything as you come into this one. So, where were we? We're talking about Forgiven in that bot lane.
And we're talking about how strong Forgiven is, and also we're talking about how Alliance in the last game actually managed to focus on this bot lane, shut down Forgiven and Unlimited, which meant that he couldn't get the items he needed. And we saw him yesterday against Fnatic, when he actually has these 6 items, or 5 items as an AD carry, how strong he is. He just stayed in the back in the team fight, and he just melted every single one from Fnatic who came close to him. And that's what Alliance managed to shut down. If Gambit can do the same today, they can win the game.
Well, the Copenhagen Wolves hope their mid lane push and lane swapping will help them get a win off Gambit, and their support Unlimited will be looking to prove himself against some of his idols on the Rift.
Gambit is a really strong team. They're 2-0 versus us so far. Both of their victories were kind of stomps.
It was a very good learning experience because it felt like losses where they were actually the better team and they really deserved the win.
They're not a tough team to play, but I don't like to play them because they swap lanes too often.
I think they're swapping lanes because they don't trust Kautar, the mid laner, because he's losing lane all the time.
Gambit is really weird to play. Sometimes it feels like they're not taking the game really seriously. Sometimes they pull out pretty weird picks. Sometimes they just don't seem focused at all in the game.
They try to get it into mid-game as fast as possible, so they swap the lanes to push the turrets and then group for objectives.
But from time to time they're playing so good that you have nothing to do against them. No matter how good you are playing, they are just playing better.
I used to be a Gambit fanboy, so beating them would be proving to myself that I can compete at the same level.
And that's a really interesting thing to take on board, really. The fact that Kautar says it doesn't matter. If Gambit are playing their game, they're better than everyone.
I'm more sad about the fact that Unlimited isn't a Deficio fanboy. He could have been last season at least. This time around, though, he was a Gambit fanboy. And as you said yourself, they are fantastic as a team when they play well and when they want to win.
Well, most of the time people do support teams and players that actually win things to Fishio, so I can understand that one as well. Let's get into the starting lineups and get this one underway. On the blue side, we have Gambit Gaming with Darian in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex in the mid lane, Genja's the AD carry, and Edward the support.
And on the red side, we have Copenhagen Wolves with Youngbuck in the top lane, we have Amazing in the jungle, Kautar as the mid laner, Forgiven on AD carry, and of course we have Unlimited on support.
So getting into Champion Select, we already touched on Diamond versus Amazing earlier on. Both of these players love that Lee Sin, and Diamond, it's hard to argue with him. His Lee Sin in that last game was so good.
And I'm definitely expecting Copenhagen Wolves to ban away. Simply just say we don't want to deal with this, we don't want to risk you first picking it. So obviously they have the Kassadin ban, they have the Lee Sin, and maybe even an Elise ban just to even ban out Diamond even more, simply because he's so strong and he's so good and he's so hard to deal with. So it could be potentially 2 jungle bans from Copenhagen Wolves.
But that you have to feel, I mean, you only get 3 bans, of course. As a red side, one of them's Kassadin, especially someone like Alex Hitch. You can't let him have Kassadin. But then you look at other champions, you know, LeBlanc. He's played so many good champions. Kha'Zix is one, all right. That Kha'Zix build was a little bit more tailored to the laning phase and probably would have been a lot more catastrophic if he'd have actually built full-out damage and been able to single people out. But you have to wonder if with only 3 bans, if they go 2 towards the jungle and that Kassadin that you have to ban, there's not much left.
They more or less have to focus on either one person or just try and take 3 of the very strong champions, but I won't give you too much because they just have even more different champions like ban away Lulu, first pick LeBlanc. What can you do about it? You can't really do anything. So I see them focusing Diamond procs as actually a legit enough tactic.
Well, we are going to get into Champion Select here then and figure out exactly what's going to be going down. First ban's out the gate, Caitlyn taken away from the Copenhagen Wolves. And for me, you know, Forgiven, he likes Caitlyn, but it leaves Lucian open. What I can only surmise from that is that Gambit want Lucian.
2 things we can take, or like 1 thing we can take for this. Genja, he doesn't play Caitlyn at all. So now I think they can take this Lucian as the first. Yes, wait.
Well there, so we were right about Lee Sin being banned. We thought it might come from the Wolves' side, but either way, banned out nonetheless. On the other side, Lulu taken away from Alex. Aatrox, he's got to be Kassadin here, the final ban.
Yeah, Kassadin, it will mean that we have obviously Elise open, we also have Lucian for the first big option, and also LeBlanc is open for Gambit side.
Wow.
Actually, Kassadin is open. Whoa.
Wow. And that gives them...
Whoa, okay.
There we go. Darian fist bumps and
Darian
says,
was so
there we
happy.
go, thank you very much. Kassadin first pick. The Wolves set out there to say, okay, they're going to get Kassadin or they're going to get Lucian. We're going to get whatever's left over. And to be honest, I think Genja will be saying, you know what, I'll just play Varus, no worries.
Yeah, I really think it good on Kassadin. Here's the thing though, Copenhagen Wolves still love to lane swap. We can see them go 2 mid against this Kassadin, trying to shut him down. Obviously, Gambit will be ready for this because everyone knows how much Copenhagen Wolves love to lane swap. So we will see if they want to try and counter it. Moving Kassadin to a side lane is not the ideal thing because he's very easy to gank early on.
Youngbuck, he will be looking at Lucian in a second. He's currently got Ghost and Flash. Will we see a Vladimir coming in from? We heard him in the interview yesterday. It was yesterday indeed. It's been a very long Super Week already that he likes to go with that one. We'll see about that though as things go on. We know Lucian locked in though for Forgiven and also Elise in the jungle for Amazing. What are Gambit going to go with now that they've got that Kassadin locked in?
Well, for them, again, AD carry choice, they're more or less down to something like an Ashe or something like a Varus. And also when it comes to support, everything is of course open. Edward can take whatever he wants. They're gonna need something that can help out Alex though, if he gets in this 1v2 scenario. They need a strong jungler who can go in there, give him some support, maybe make sure he can get at least some farm early on and get his first few items going, and then when you get to team fights, he can start picking up the kills and get all the farm and gold he needs. This also means for Copenhagen Wolves, they want to support carry and the support. She will be able to lock down the jungler, lock down the Kassadin and make them escape around. And also for team fights, she can be this CC heavy machine against.
On the other side for Gambit here, we are going to see Renekton locked in with Annie there as well. Interesting choice when they were hovering over Thresh, which I think the Copenhagen Wolves will likely be thinking about picking up now.
Well, the thing is, Unlimited doesn't really play it. He actually prefers something like Annie, and that's why I think Gambit are taking it away, simply saying, we force you now to play Leona. Leona-Annie matchup is actually all right for Leona. After the level 6 point, she becomes very good at dealing with Annie. She can actually all in her, try and go for the kill, but early on, the Annie Hirash is very hard to deal with.
Well, let's see. And you were right about that one. If I look through games played, one thing that is definitely missing from the Copenhagen Wolves is Thresh. Yep. Not one single game that Unlimited has played on that one. So I'll take back my pointers, and this is why we have you here to guide me through that one. We're going to see Gragas locked in though for Kautard, a champion which he really, which all mid laners have in their repertoire. Gragas is one that you simply have to play, and the Trundle for Youngblood.
And Gragas is one of the best champions to send in your 1v2 lane. You can put him down bot, maybe even give him blue buff at level 1, just have him farming with the barrels from a distance. So it really signals 2v1 for Copenhagen Wolves. And they need to be careful, it's not too obvious for Gambit, and they have some counterplay ready for it because they definitely have the combo to do it. Trundle as well, if he gets put into 1v2, just fine, he can farm well, get the CS he needs, he's very tanky, hard to dive with the pillar as well. So I like the setup for Copenhagen Wolves if they can pull it off.
What are Gambit going to be putting into the jungle from this one? We've seen, as is almost accustomed with Diamond, some different champions coming out for him so far. Obviously, Evelyn's been a champion that he's gone for. Against Ro8, he played Vi for the first time. And actually, it looks like we're going to be seeing Wukong for the first time here in the jungle for Gambit, along with Sivir.
So basically, they're saying we have a lot of champions banned against both our jungler and our AD carry. We're just going to fall back on a combo. Sivir, Wukong, you speed up everyone, like when the team fight starts, you speed up with Sivir, Wukong, he goes into the back line, pops his ultimate, very hard to deal with, and it's very, very strong chasing potential with something like a Kassadin going in with you, everyone is speeded up, Copenhagen Wolves Gambit.
And the final pick for the Copenhagen Wolves, excuse me, Copenhagen Wolves picking up Leona as their final pick in this one. Actually, outside I get a bit of a sneak into the Wolves team talk, and I heard them talking about the fact that they don't want to play Lee Sin against Diamond, and they probably want to go with Leona depending on comp. Actually, that's fallen perfectly into their hands, and Gambit have banned that Lee Sin away from them and taken the Annie.
And the only issue with Leona here is the fact that locking down a Kassadin, unless he jumps into your face or you manage to land ultimate after his jump, is very, very hard for someone like Leona. It does, however, provide some hard CC, and if they catch out Gambit now, something like the Sivir, which also is hard to lock down with Leona due to the spell shield, but if he can manage to catch it out, the rest of Copenhagen Wolves can join in. They're going to be very tanky, both Elise, Trundle going to be tanky, Gragas is hard to take down, so they will have a very beefy lineup, and also some good harass and siege. But overall, the chasing potential of Gambit's set up here, if they can just get like one kill in the start of the team fight, they can just roll over Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, we'll be finding out here shortly. The champions are about to head out to their bases, so let's check in and see who you guys have called this one. According to LOLesports.com, you've picked Gambit as the winner by 81%. A big margin. Gambit have been doing incredibly well. It's not the biggest of surprises to me.
Not really, no. They are the favorites, but Copenhagen Wolves have been looking strong. Yes, they lost the last game, but still, they are a very good team. We have seen how well they played. And obviously, this Kassadin, they had something planned. Otherwise, they wouldn't let it go through. And I've never seen someone being so happy over getting a pick like Darren. He was just all over the place when he could first pick this Kassadin.
So, guys, we're actually going to be taking a quick break before we get into game here, and we'll be right back with Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Welcome back, everybody. It seems like we're getting underway here with the game. Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves is coming up here next, and hopefully we're in for a cracker of a game.
And hopefully people can actually hear me now through the microphone. I've been talking a lot in this Champ Select, and pick-wise, we just have to point out this Kassadin again, and also the lane swap possibly for Copenhagen Wolves. If they actually pull it off, try and shut down this Kassadin, we can actually see a counter pick for it.
Well, really interested to see how it goes, because if you look at how these two teams are playing, you know, the Copenhagen Wolves, they've lost that winning streak now, losing out to Alliance earlier on. Before that, they'd won 5 in a row. Millennium Fnatic, Ro8, Millennium Fnatic again. That's some big teams that they've beaten on that. All right, Millennium bottom of the table, Fnatic were on a losing streak throughout that one. But to be honest, the Copenhagen Wolves have shown some real big signs of being able to get there, and partly, for me at least, in play to their massively safe play. They play things by the book, and they very rarely go off track.
They've definitely found a play style that works for them, also with the players. Rely a lot on Amazing to make the plays early on and in the lanes. Just focus on pushing them up, everything up early game, putting a lot of pressure 1v1 or 2v2, and then Amazing comes down, starts the gank, gets a kill, and you go into this mid-game scenario where you just play very safe, as you said, like risk-free. Don't take any chances, only get Dragon or Baron if the enemy team is completely out of position. And it's been working for them, and you just have to respect the fact they found a play style.
So let's talk about Kassadin, because he's got through this time because of that tricky ban phase. You called it that it's not an easy one to really figure out what's going to happen, this ban and pick phase between these two teams. And in the end, Kassadin went through. Darian was like, yeah, we got Kassadin. But I'm going to say it, Kassadin's not a free win by any means.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, he is probably the strongest champion. And the reason is the snowball potential you have on Kassadin. If you get a good start early on, if you get a few kills in a team fight, you become so hard to deal with. You jump in and out in fights, the chasing potential you have, and just the fact you can always come behind the enemy team, do some damage onto a squishy target, jump out again. It's so hard to deal with. And that's why Copenhagen Wolves, they must have something planned. Lane swapping or ganking the Kassadin early on. It's something we need to see from them, because they need to make sure that Alex is not just getting all the farm he needs early on.
So guys, we're getting into game. It's Gambit versus the Copenhagen Wolves. How this one's going to turn out is anyone's guess at this point. All we know is that Alex Hitch has got Kassadin, and he's running teleport on it.
And he's running teleport. It's actually very normal, simply because your lane, you don't really go for the kill in your own lane. You won't focus more on the fact that you can port away, you can join another lane, join in for a counter gank or just a gank, get an early kill there, and go and get yourself rolling by that.
And the signs, I think that we're going to be seeing a 2v1 here, very possibly with the coin start there for Leona, meaning that, you know, if it's 2v1 against Kassadin, she's not going to be taking much damage. That shield's not as much use.
Exactly, and it's very risky to start Ancient Coin if they actually go 2v2, because Annie, long range poke, also has a Doran's Ring actually as the first item, so Edward will have a lot of damage early on, so the Ancient Coin will be an issue, unless they manage to pull this lane swap off, get some of the gold that Ancient Coin provides to him, and just focus on denying CS from Alex.
A bit of guessing work needed, I think, here for Gambit as to where exactly the Copenhagen Wolves are going to be switching around to. We can see that they're all in standard positions for now, but as the clock ticks on, I'm assuming that's going to change.
And here's the smart thing for Gambit. They can more or less just put their bot lane in the mid lane from the start without even seeing anyone from Copenhagen Wolves, because there is a teleport on Alex. So even if they get in a bad position, he will still be able to at least stay in the lane. He might get poked down, but then he can always recall, teleport back to the lane, and then they can rotate around. So it's very good for them, and Darian actually getting the first ward here.
Don't approve of ward cheering, but that one I can let off, because that's an important one taken away. And Copenhagen Wolves going to try and do the same. Oh, close. Close, but not quite for Youngbuck. Copenhagen Wolves here, we can see 4 of them actually doing that red buff. Leona's there, which indicates they're waiting to see what the lanes are for Gambit before they decide.
They want to have this dual lane obviously in the mid, and then Kautard, we can actually expect to see him follow Elise around early on, get these jungle camps with him, get some early XP before he goes down to the bot lane, because yeah, Gambit, they are 2v1. And level 1 Gragas, it is still hard to farm, so we can see him follow Elise around here, get some early XP before he actually goes down to the bot lane by himself.
Now Gragas will be there helping out with Amazing's Elise. After that Lee Sin that he's become somewhat famous for, actually. Pulled out some great plays had double MVP awards as well because of that. There's a deep ward actually from Unlimited going down, so they're going to spot Diamond on his path around, and that's going to leave this 2v1 as we were expecting in the middle lane, with Kassadin and LCS trying to farm wherever he possibly can.
And now we need to see if Diamond decides to go into the mid lane to try and help Alex farming, or if he focuses more on going bot lane together with Edward and Genja, and dive onto Kautrad, shut him down early, keep him low on CS, and just more or less rely on the fact that Alex can CS on the turret as much as possible.
How do you stop this, though? I mean, LCS now obviously has his work cut out for him to be getting that farm going. Bottom lane, Gragas is definitely going to be having a better chance of that one, and especially as he's got Amazing coming down on towards his bottom lane to help him out.
Copenhagen Wolves are doing a very good job of making sure Kautrad can get a good early start. Yes, he's going to share some XP with Amazing. It's going to mean he's going to fall behind compared to Alex, but they're not expecting him to be 1v1 against Alex at any point in the game. They just want him to survive this 1v2 here, get some farm, get some items going.
I'm doing a good job of it so far. If you look down the AD carries, Forgiven, who we call Steady Freddy, but it's more Steady Forgiven. He's been the one that's been farming so consistently throughout every single game pretty much. We heard their loss against Alliance was one of the only times recently we can remember that he was actually out-farmed in lane.
And he was simply being shut down. He had Jinx against a very hard lane to deal with in Fresh Caitlyn. And also we had both Frog and Roman down. We had Shook coming down to gank. So simply trying to shut him down, and that worked. Gambit won't be able to do the same here because they're in this 2v1. And we actually see Elise staying around this mid lane, either to counter gank if Diamond comes in, or maybe even go for the kill onto Alex if he gets caught on the turret.
Well, one thing they've done nicely there is force Kautrad away, but that lane will start to push itself up there, and Kautrad will have a better time of things. Meanwhile, the Copenhagen Wolves going in. There's a flash from LCS. Level 4 he is, but that Zedin's blade would have probably meant death for him, with Amazing hanging around as well.
So very smart play by Alex. He spots Amazing coming down actually behind him here and just instantly flashed to safety. And Copenhagen Wolves, they didn't go for the chase here. They just wanted to push this turret. They often do this with lane swaps, where they take an early turret and then they rotate around, try and get the bot one or the top one, and therefore get an advantage going into the mid game.
But another question for you then on that front. If they take this turret, surely that's going to make it easier for LCS to have a bit more free time.
That is true, and that's where Copenhagen Wolves then need to get something else on the map. If you let Kassadin free farm, but you take the dragon, you maybe even take the bot turret, so you have 2 turrets to 0, it is worth it for Copenhagen Wolves. So we might see them do this, especially because they have also Lise, who's very strong at taking dragon early on, and Wukong often needs the level 6 before he can really start fighting.
Speaking of Wukong, Diamond's come to this middle lane to offer a little bit of help. They've gone in towards LCS. He's dead. He's not getting away from that one. Unlimited picks up the first blood. He's going to be chased down here by Diamond. He'll put the stun down. Will Diamond be able to finish off? Too risky for him. He backs off. Great play from the Copenhagen Wolves.
And here we see one of the reasons for them having Leona, because the CC she can chain together with Elise when they catch a target. Alex, he was just locked down. He didn't have his flash, so he just died instantly. Now Edward going in.
Oh, flash in there. Stun comes down. Diamond's there as well. Diamond actually is going to take a lot of damage before he gets away from it, but they pick up the kill. The supports are the ones getting them now.
But a very nice roam from Edward. He went all the way from bot lane up to his mid lane, waited patiently, walked in, flash stunned onto Leona, and obviously picked up the kill.
Interesting start to this game. That's left Kautrad a little bit of an easier time down this bottom lane because Edward is not there. It's going to mean that he can do a lot of damage, actually, even to Genja, if Genja starts to move forward onto him and allow him to get that farm rolling in. Credit to Alex, though. If we look at it, he's only 5 CS behind.
Yeah, Alex is doing a very good job. He's also slightly ahead in XP. He did use his teleport, though, so he won't be able to join in any side lanes, but he doesn't need to. He just want to get this farm in the mid lane. And for him, yeah, he might even prefer to lose his mid turret, so the wave gets pushed even further down to him, and he can just farm safely, and then rely on the rest of Gambit to stop Copenhagen Wolves if they rotate around.
Praying for the moment that he hits level 6, I'm sure, so that it can be a lot safer in how this game goes down. And there it is, level 6. Kassadin is going to get his Rift Walk on. He's having a decent time of things now, and I think we just saw there Forgiven and Unlimited saying, okay, that was the time where we could have killed him. That's now gone by. We got 1 kill. Fair enough.
And it's also the time where they need to be careful for the ganks from Diamond. When he gets the level 6, combined with the jump in from Kassadin, the silence, the knock-up, it's very hard to deal with if you get caught out of position. So Copenhagen Wolves, they need to be careful here. They might even need Elise to actually come in before they dare to go down and take the mid turret.
Kautrad continuing to farm. Edward's just warded off at the dragon, so Kautrad now going to have a bit of a tougher time of things now that the support is going to come in there as well. There's a stun, but the body slam was already used. Still good damage coming in there. Max range boomerang coming out from Genja. That's going to force Kautar to recall.
And they're showing some of the early bursts you have with this Severe Annie combo at level 6. Pop down the tables, pop the boomerang from Severe. There's a lot of straight up burst you can put onto someone, and it really shows how strong the combo actually can be early. One thing we didn't talk about at all, now we see some action towards the blue buff. Can Copenhagen try to stop it? They did get the ward for it. Diamond might have to smite this one away.
And it looks like he's going to have to there. Smite used by Diamond, hits level 6 with it, and at least secures that blue buff for his team, but not really on the man that they were looking to have it on, which of course was Alex Itch's Kassadin. Top lane we've not really talked about, but that's because they've been very, very quiet. There is another Cocoon, and there is Kassadin jumping away. We
do actually see one thing top, that is the double Dawn's Blade on Trundle. Wicked did it yesterday, where he went even actually in farm on Trundle against Renekton. Now Youngbuck is doing the same, he's doing a very good job, or at least he was beforehand keeping up. He's CSing under the turret now, should pick up some more CS, close the gap into Darien. But the double Doran's Blade simply means you can actually fight against Renekton early on. You don't have to just back off, let him CS everything he wants, and just rely on CSing under your turret. If he goes in for him, if he tries to dive him, we can actually see Youngbuck maybe even picking up a kill on Darien.
Now let's have a look down some of the other items. The mid laners, Alex Itch got that tier already going to be stacking up for him, along with Doran's Ring and Doran's Shield. His opposite number, Gragas, who actually has a small CS lead on him there. Kautar, who's been 1v2 in the bottom lane, has that Chalice.
And Copenhagen Wolves definitely haven't gotten exactly what they wanted for this lane swap, because Alex has picked up 31 CS already and a tier fairly early on. So that is an issue, the fact he can actually farm. Normally against Kassadin, you want to completely shut him down as much as you can. You want to kill him over and over again. But Diamond joined in there early on to help him out, and also he's been doing a good job with Edward roaming up there, getting the stun, and he could return to lane and pick up some CS on Alex. And now down to the bot lane, ulti on Edward.
Having a go at Edward from this one. Good damage coming. The Cocoon has landed. Amazing gonna sink his fangs in, and that is a kill for the Copenhagen Wolves. Amazing comes up with the goods again.
Very nice gank. Good combo here. Kautar, he actually ultimated before Elise was spotted by the ward, so Gambit didn't have time to react. Edward, he flashed away, but the Cocoon still got him.
Great start to this one. 13.5 to 12,000 gold is the lead currently that the Copenhagen Wolves have. Bottom turret obviously not really taking any damage, simply because it's been Gragas that's pushing that one out, but they may still think about going for a dragon, especially with Elise in there, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
And this again, this is the thing we talked about a few minutes ago, how Elise very strong at taking down the dragons early on here, and they want to try and push their advantage with the fact they don't think Kassadin wants to join for a fight, but just the fact Diamond showed himself, got them to back off. There are only 2 members doing it, so wisely enough, and good move by Diamond also.
Putting down the ward there from the back. No one on the front of the Dragon Pit had just timed out there as well. And let's see now that Kassadin really bringing that farm back, and Alex Itch is actually going to go wandering from this one. And this is something that you have to stop happening. If Alex Itch starts to get killed, starts to snowball, you're in so much trouble. We can see that Youngbuck here did spot him coming up from that ward. He's sticking to the turret, will just throw down his frozen domain and backs away from any danger.
And this is a move we have seen from Gambit so many times, where Darien, he pushes in the lane, Alex, he roams up on an assassin, the Blanc, Kha'Zix, something, and then he dives them, picks up the kill and returns to mid lane. Meanwhile though, teleport coming in here, we might see a fight for this dragon.
Solar Flare comes out, the fight for the dragon won't really happen. The dragon was taken by the Copenhagen Wolves, and they've done the damage there that they wanted as well. Darien did manage to secure that top turret though, as a little bit of a counter for Gambit.
So Copenhagen Wolves, they punished Gambit for having the room with Alex going towards top. He tried to teleport him, but it was too late. The dragon was already gone, and Copenhagen Wolves just disengaged. Very smart play, but yeah, top lane wise, Youngbuck have been able to get some CS at least, but he did lose the turret, so advantage to Darien.
Really interesting start to this one as Kautar a little bit out of position there. Does have his belly slam, of course, so he can go straight over the wall to the help of Amazing, who's come around just to help things out on that front.
And we have to point out the fact that Edward has now gone very focused onto some AP, and now all coming on Genja.
Oh, Spell Shield went a little bit too early. Genja did flash away from the Cocoon. Kautar's taken a lot of damage, but it's Amazing at the front there. That's doing it all back on towards Genja. Whilst that was a very close trade, no players going down.
Edward managed to deal a lot of damage to Kautar after the engage when he popped the tables, popped his full combo. He's building quite a lot of AP. He has double Dawn's Ring, and also he's having the Frost Fang, which gives him some extra AP early on, and also gold whenever he actually hits enemy champions. So he's very focused on his AP, and Gambit, they're just pushing up this top lane.
And Youngbuck actually went really low on that top side, had to use his ultimate. They're actually going to go in towards Darien here, which we'll see how effective that's going to be. And it looks like they've managed to force Gambit away from this one. Didn't want to lose too much health on that inner turret in the top lane. They simply back away knowing that they've got that CS lead and a bit of damage onto the tower.
They also keep the pressure going, forcing Unlimited to move up, giving Alex even more time to just farm, only against Forgiven, and that's no problem for him. He's level 8 to level 9, but he is casted in, so he can farm, even though there's an AD carry in front of him at the moment. So it's very good for Gambit, and they're doing a good job despite losing the Dragon, or at least keeping the pressure everywhere else.
And are roughly 1,300 gold behind in this one. Definitely not a massive amount whatsoever. The Copenhagen Wolves looking to invade. And Blue Buff obviously was contested last time around. Diamond was forced to smite it to make sure that that Copenhagen Wolves didn't steal that one away. They're not going to be as lucky this time around. It's going to be amazing to smite that one out. That's a nice little steal.
Yeah, very good timing from Copenhagen Wolves. Went in when the blue buff spawned. They knew obviously the bot lane from Gambit is down in the bot lane 2v1 against Coutard, or actually Trundle at the moment, so that's why they could go in, 4 people, and Gambit wouldn't be able to contest it.
And there popping his ulti. He's going to try and have a go on towards Coutard. There are actually 3 men waiting up on that top side, and as soon as Dominus goes down and the minions start coming in, Copenhagen Wolves may fancy their chances. And as I say that, they're actually just backing away ever so slightly from that Tribush. That ain't going to be hard to pin down at the best of times.
Yeah, diving a level 10 Renekton is very risky. They might be able to pull this gang off. They have a lot of CC and also the ultimate from Gragas.
Yeah, I was going to say diving only goes so far because Darian's right up the lane at this point. There's a cocoon landing. Where is the solar flare? There it is. Nice. Barrel knocks him back. The CC chained together perfectly from the Copenhagen Wolves. 3-1.
Great combo, great gank. They waited for him to actually walk out in the lane instead of going for the very risky dive, and they managed to pick up the kill with so much CC. And the solar flare combined with the ultimate from Coutard just made it easy for him to shoot Darian back to them and just pick up the kill. Very nice play.
Incredible stuff. You can see some more items now being not finished off but brought in. Alex Hitch has now got his the workings of that Rod of Ages coming in. And on the other side, almost the Athene's Unholy Grail is complete for Coutard, and he's had some good time up there to actually. On the other side, almost the Athene's Unholy Grail is complete for Coutard, and he's had some good time up there to actually probably have enough cash to finish that one off. The top laner's Sunfire Cape along with that pickaxe for Darian over the other side Trundle, moving up to that standard Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, here's the issue with the double Dawn's Blade is you delay your build later on, so he doesn't have the Blade of the Ruined King yet, or he's not even close to it actually. That can be an issue for him if he gets into a 1v1 fight, but the Dawn's Blade still made sure he could get some farm in the lane, even though he lost his turret. And now meanwhile, Alex, he's just farming away and casting down in the bot lane against Trundle, and he's just happy with that.
Good to have the time. Probably not going to kill Trundle down there, but look to harass him away a little bit maybe. Actually, he's like level behind Youngbuck right now, considering that Youngbuck was a lone 1v1 in that top lane. No real big surprises. Speaking of Youngbuck, he's actually behind Darian's farm at this stage. So not only is that Doran's Blade really hurt him on in terms of his long-term build, it's actually set him back a little bit further as he goes in here on towards Youngbuck, who's down to less than half HP, but the Subjugate comes in, he flashes away, and the pillar blocks him coming around. Meanwhile, Coutard is going to be absolutely destroyed by Darian up on that top side. Has he got the damage to finish him off? Yes, he does. Pinned underneath the tower. Here comes Youngbuck teleporting into that top side. Darian's going to try and kill himself. The Cullen has got the tag onto him though, and there is a flash actually from Forgiven. I'm not sure that he really needed to do that one. Darian's going to head over around in towards the fountain. Is he going to be able to time this one right? He is going to wait. Oh, a little bit too early.
Just on the edge. Got killed, and Forgiven actually gets the kill. He had to flash for it though, and a lot of members from Copenhagen Wolves had to go up there to try and kill Darian, who kited really well, and he got his revenge onto Coutard. And it is an issue when your solo laner dies to the other solo laner, especially at this point where they're trying to just get all the farm they can onto Coutard, and he actually fell behind now to Alex.
90-70, 84 CS to be precise on that one. Good stuff from Gambit's side. Also, if you look at the junglers, Diamond has got a lot more farm in there than Amazing. 90 to 76 right now. Still slightly behind in gold though because of that dragon from earlier.
He's slightly behind, but he's been doing a good job more or less farming, not focusing too much on ganking, because obviously bot lane we're doing fine, 2v1. Mid lane, Alex, he stuck to his turret, tried to farm as much as he could, and then top lane was already winning, so he could focus a lot on farming, make him very, very strong. He's already having a Giants build, possibly going into a Brutalizer, so he's going to be a very strong Wukong.
Wolves making a play on this bottom outer turret though, and I'm not sure that Gambit can stop this one from happening. Darian's going to come across. They've got the duo headed down, or at least Edward is coming down there with, I think, who is it, Diamond in tow. Yeah, they've done enough there to force the Copenhagen Wolves away, stop that turret going down. Dragon has spawned just in time, but both teams have pretty much the entire team there. Alex is in the top lane, but he has teleport.
Oh, he stole it. sneaking in still. We can't see Copenhagen was going in though.
Yeah, we are going to see them going in as well. Diamond going to get cocooned up. He's going to cyclone away from it, not really utilizing that ultimate as he would have wanted. Alex Ich going into the middle. Can he pick up any kills? Good solar flare. Alex Ich being destroyed. There's the barrel coming over. Flash from Genja gets him away from the cocoon. Darian won't have that available, and that's a double kill for Coutard coming down. 2 men down for Gambit. They got the dragon. Fair trade though.
An absolutely fantastic stun though from Unlimited. We have to point it out first of all. He stunned Alex, they could get the kill onto him. And also Darren, he was tanking 4 members in the back. The rest of Gambit had to pretty much return back to their own base. And Darren, he was just left with the team and died. The Dragon though for Gambit side, with the changes to Dragon, so it's worth less early on, it's actually not worth it. Also because Copenhagen Wolves can push down this turret. So they get a small advantage on this. And very nice team fight for them.
3,000 gold, almost. They now sit in the lead, and a good chunk of gold for everyone to go home and spend the next time that they do, in fact, recall, which is going to help them out in the near future. Alex Ich, had to TP right into the middle of that fight, which meant that he rift walked instantly straight away out of it, which just limits what he can do.
We also have to remember, Gambit don't actually want to fight at this point because Alex, he's only having mana items. He really needs a lot more. We see him going on to Coutard and chasing for the kill.
And he's doing good damage onto this one as well. Can he actually finish off Coutard, whose ultimate is going to come up in a second, which means that he should be able to knock Alex away or not. Alex gets straight in there. The good old silence, stopping that ultimate being thrown.
And that's where Kassadin is very strong. In the 1v1, on a lane where he can chase them up. In a team fight, with these items he's having, he won't be able to burst anyone down. He needs a lot of time to deal his damage, just like we saw here when he chased up Coutard. It's a very nice play by him. And also a bit risky, Gambit actually took the fight. Oh well, they more or less got engaged on, was forced to teleport in, so they didn't really want to fight at the Dragon. They just wanted to try and back out.
Reset here, and both teams go back to more of a farming pattern. That top lane in particular, Darian way on the side of the Copenhagen Wolves at this point, 160 CS. Credit to Youngwook though, he's actually brought that deficit back that was around about 20-25 in favour of Darian before. So Youngwook coming back on that front, and he's got plenty of gold with him. Obviously that Blade of the Ruin King will be coming in at some time in the near future. And there it is.
And there it is. Very good item for him. It means he can really start 1v1ing against someone like Darian. Kassadin, still very hard for him to deal with because you just rift walk back and forth, so it's very hard for him to ever get to Alex. So he's going to be focused more on trying to shut down Darian in this split pushing scenario.
We saw there how annoying that Kassadin can be with the silence. Feels like about 4 years when you get silenced by that one, especially when you've been chasing your ultimates just come off cooldown and you think you might be able to escape with it. Nope. Not this time around. Alex Ich, though, he's happy to farm up there because he knows he can keep pressuring Coutard. There's a sneak into, or what would be a sneak for Unlimited to rush to the ward there, though.
Very smart ward by Alex, so he's spotting Unlimited out. I like though what Copenhagen Wolves were trying to do, moving him down. If Alex would jump onto Coutard again, he would be there, lock him down, and then try and get the kill on him. Didn't get anything from it due to a very good ward, and this means though, Unlimited, he's more or less just walking around, falling a little bit behind in XP, because Forgiven, he's been solo in the mid lane for a long time.
Youngwook just coming in, Darren's like, nope, do not want, and we'll just head away from that. Actually, he's going to try and recall, but Youngwook will actually spot him from this one, and he's just going to wait here for a couple of seconds and throws the pillar down just to be annoying. Copenhagen Wolves going to get this bottom turret.
It means though Darren, he stopped his recall, he seems to be moving, oh he actually backs off, want to return to the top lane. Youngbuck, with the Blade of the Ruin King, with Trundle, when he gets to a turret, he can really start doing a lot of damage to it, taking them very fast. So Darien, he's actually forced to go up and defend now, instead of going back to shop. And now down the bottom, Soul Flare and Alex.
Oh, going in onto him, that's going to be good. Lock up, but can they control him even further? Riftwalk's going to come back up in a second when he gets pinned against the wall. A lot of damage, there was a flash, but it's ticking away. Unlimited gets the kill with the Ignite.
And Unlimited, he's been on point with these ultimate. Second time he locks down Alex, second time they kill him. And that's how he shut down a Kassadin.
One thing that we've pointed out about the Copenhagen Wolves, though, they tend to play by the book, or I say tend, they do play by the book. They don't really put any risks in there. They play safe. And that's also kind of meant that they've taken their time and sometimes almost on the edge too much time to finish out games. How does Gambit's composition really run if the Copenhagen Wolves are to keep this lead up?
Well, if we go to the late game scenario, if Gambit can pull out to the late game, it's obviously going to be so much about Kassadin and also Genji with the Sivir in the background. Darren, he's going to fall off, he's going to be this super tank. Same thing goes for Wukong. You don't really have the damage to kill anyone by yourself, unless you obviously just get straight on to the AD carry, but you rarely do that. So they're going to be focused more on tanking up damage, and then we're going to see Alex jumping around, picking up the kills he needs. For Copenhagen Wolves combo, if they can keep this pressure going, if they can keep trying to gank Alex or gank someone else with the Leona, and then also have the Gragas there picking up the kills, it's going to be very hard for Gambit to actually keep this going, because they are falling behind, or they're still behind, and also Copenhagen Wolves with the next Dragon coming up are in the best position to pick it up.
44 seconds until that next Dragon does come up. Alex Itch has his teleport off cooldown, and as such, he's headed up towards that top lane, going to get himself a big wave of farm, and she'll come down in 30 seconds if needed there to be involved in that Dragon fight. And if the previous ones are anything to go by, then he certainly does need to be there. Last time, teleporting right in the middle of the chaos, having to rift walk away from the action. Didn't go as planned for Gambit. They lost a couple of guys. They lost the inner turret in that mid lane. They did manage to steal the Dragon away, but it certainly wasn't a clean operation by any means.
Definitely not, and that was actually also due to a very good pillar from Youngbuck, stopping Diamondbox when he tried to escape, so they got the engage in there. Now we have both members with teleport up in the top lane. Alex actually will be able to silence the teleport from Youngbuck, but it seems as though Copenhagen Wolves are in the best position. They're at least starting the Dragon. Let's see what Gambit wants to do.
Actually coming in from the left side on his own. We are going to see a teleport coming into the backside behind Gambit from this one. All the damage going on towards Kowtow though. Are they going to be able to finish? Yes, he knocks them towards him. That's a kill for Darien. And now they look to keep this one going. It's Genja hammering away onto them. It's Forgiven who's the next target. He will be blown to pieces. And to be honest, Alex can chase any men that get low from this one. And that's surely what he's going to do. They go towards Youngbuck first of all with all that silence and stun coming down. They pick up 3 kills for the 1, and Dragon wasn't even finished.
And this team fight for Gambit couldn't have been any more perfect. The ward Alex teleported down to was actually the ward Kowtow he body slammed to. He got caught up by Darien, he was already low, and when he tried to escape the fight, Alex just teleported right down on his face, jumped with him, killed him. You're going to see the replay again here. Notice the ward at Kowtow where the teleport comes in. Darien flash stuns him, and he's now going really low. There's only one way for him to go, that is up towards his own blue buff, and that is perfect for Kassadin, just jumping after him, picking up the kill for him. And meanwhile, the rest of the fight, with the AP gone now, you rely all your damage onto someone like Forgiven, who's stuck in the middle of everything. Darien comes in from behind here, he has to actually flash the pillar, and then he's just in the face of Edward, Genja, and also Darien. Very hard for him to do anything. Meanwhile, Amazing does get a kill, but from here on the fight is already lost.
Already gone down for him, and then great chase coming in. Actually, the 2 men that were low there may have been a better target for them, but they wanted to get Youngbuck down. They did so in the end, and Darien puts himself actually up to 3 kills, 3 deaths, and an assist. Got himself a more of Malmortius now.
And the scary thing for Copenhagen Wolves in the last fight, they were actually in a great position to take it. They were ahead, they had a good combo to fight here in the mid game, but simply due to the ward placement that Alex teleported to, and Kowtow being stunned by Darien right on this ward, simply made the fight for Gambit and made them win it so easily and also pick up the Dragon.
And one thing about Gambit, while we were talking about the Copenhagen Wolves and how they've struggled to close out some games that they've been ahead in, Gambit are a very different beast when it comes to getting ahead. They don't mess around. As Darien actually going to get locked up here, down to half HP. He's going to get attacked by the Baron thanks to that Sunfire Cape, but no worries for Renekton. He just waddles off into his own jungle.
But as you talked about, Gambit and comebacks, we've seen it so many times. We know how strong they are when it gets to these team fights. And now they're actually almost even in gold. Due to the last team fight, Alex, he got 2 items completed now, a lot of good farm. Genja, he's just farming away. He's behind Forgiven. He hasn't picked up any kills. But as long as he can provide the ultimate, the rest of Gambit can then run into the face of Copenhagen Wolves. And also we have Wukong picking up a lot of farm, so he's still also going to be very strong in the fights.
Just waiting here. Actually needs to be careful as the Cocoon comes flying through. And I think actually spotted Amazing because of that ward down there from earlier on. See the Youngbuck now getting a bit of magic resist in there. Got that Negatron cloak, which will certainly help him out when it comes to Alex. But still, we saw how much damage that Kassadin can do. And now Diamond's headed up towards his top lane as well.
And we won't see the real burst from Kassadin before he has something like a Death Cap and maybe a Void Staff onto someone like Leona, onto someone like Trundle. So he's going to be more focused on just trying to pick up the targets, the squishy targets in the back, and then get a kill here and then continue chasing with the rest of the team. But he does have a lot of mana, so he can stack up his ultimate now, and therefore he gets some burst from it.
And Darien doing what he does best, being alone, to be honest, on his lanes and pushing them out. Gets himself a turret kill, and actually Gambit's second of the game here, and he is not even scared of Kowtow at this point. Got plenty of health in there, and more of Malmortius giving him that magic resist, the shield if he needs it as well to go back from. He doesn't need to worry up against Kowtow's Gragas at all.
And Darren is actually the one who picked up both turrets for Gambit. He also took the top one against Youngbuck 1v1. He's been doing a very good job of switching lanes, pushing them down, getting the turrets for the team. And now we see him actually rolling towards the mid lane, maybe trying to get this one down.
Well, 2 men there from them as well, so if I can continue, actually 3 if I could count. They're all stood right on top of each other. Moving in on towards that turret. Amazing, going to put some decent damage down onto Darien, but more than decent is not really what it was. There was a spell shield from Genja, and that took the ultimate from Kautard. No effect had.
Great reaction from Genja, popping the spell shield when he see the ultimate coming down from Gragas. Very nice play for him. He could actually have been knocked into the rest of Copenhagen Wolves, but he completely avoided it.
Great stuff as Alex Ich moved through the jungle, and that's what you'll see from Alex when he plays the likes of LeBlanc and what have you. These champions that literally just sit in the rush waiting for someone to come by and then pouncing on them. And he's only getting stronger at this point. That Archangel staff with his Rod of Ages, as you said, becomes even more dangerous as this game is going to go on. Only got 1 kill to his name so far, but he's got way ahead in CS, and he's got those 3 assists to his name as well. He's definitely feeling like, now, okay, maybe I could have been in a better position, but all things considering, a 1v2 lane at the start, it's not bad.
No, you can't complain at this point at all. It seems he is actually going towards the Sonyas as the next item, so he can jump into the face of them, pop the Sonyas. You can't even touch him. His ultimate is going to be ready again when he comes out of the Sonyas, jump out. Simply so annoying to deal with, and that's one of the things about Kassadin. And the good thing for Gambit is they have more or less slowed down the game. After the last Dragon fight, Copenhagen Wolves are being a bit more scared of where they can fight and what they can do. And we actually see 2 members also from Gambit going up here trying to finish third. Smart play, and as long as they can just continue farming, it's going to benefit them.
Wolves trying to rotate up there as well. They had Leona and Lucian starting to head up towards that top side when they saw Diamond moving on through that river area with Ford spotting him out fairly early, but it's just going to be some tower pressures. At half HP currently, that one is Diamond going to go in here. Actually does get cocooned up there. His decoy taking most of the damage, but the rest of the Wolves finally start to join in.
And actually both Forgiven and Unlimited are unspotted because there is a ping on the Baron here, so they know the river, no wards from Gambit's side, they can actually run up here. It seems though Gambit don't want to go for the fight, they just want to try and defend, and we actually see Wukong already backing off. So if Copenhagen Wolves continue this push, they should be able to pick up the turret.
Darien there to defend now. The rest of Gambit have backed away, and well, even Darien leaving that one, saying, okay, that turret's going down. Not much I can really do about that one. I'd rather get rid of this pink ward on the Dragon. Make sure that we can regain a little bit of control of that one. Darien caught a little bit here, possibly. Note the rest of Gambit come up from that mid lane just to make sure that he does stay safe. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Alex Ich has been pushing all along. Youngbuck was there. He's got a GA now as well, which gives him that magic with this, but gives him a second chance if things don't go his way.
It's a very early Guardian Angel actually for Youngbuck. Normally you have like Sunfire, you have something like Spirit Visit early on. He gone straight for the GA, so basically he wants to be in the face of Gambit. He wants to go in there, tank as much damage, and even if he should die, he can come back and join the fight again. I'm not too sure if I'm thinking it's that smart, but he's actually being caught out here by Edward.
There's a lot of damage coming his way as well. Forced to flash over the wall with the presence of Diamond around. Dragon is live at this point. Let's not forget Gambit took it last time. Gambit now have a gold lead in this game, and that's only going to get bigger if they can finish off this Dragon in time. We do have Amazing waiting off to the side. Can he go in there for the steal? There's the Solar Flare, and they do manage to get the Dragon, but what's it going to cost them? Amazing's low. Unlimited is surely going to fall as well. Amazing there at the side, not going to get away from Alex Ich, and they might be able to chase through for even more. Kautard is stunned up. There's a kill for Diamond. That's 3 men down. Dragon was picked up, and I ask the question again, worth it or not?
Not worth it at all at the moment. Gambit are just winning these team fights, they're getting kills on the right targets. Such a nice engage coming in there. You see Diamond spinning on 2 people, knocking them up, getting them low. The rest of Gambit joins in, and whenever someone is low, Alex just jumps after them, finish him. Absolutely perfect for Gambit. And then I'm starting the Nasher.
Baron Nasher kicked off here by Gambit. How have they got the damage to finish things off? They've certainly got that annoying hello, we jumped over the wall in your face burst ability from Alex Ich in that one. Youngbuck, who did go low in that last fight but didn't get his Guardian Angel popped, is there as well to try and stop it. Forgiven off to the side as well. The Baron is at less than half HP. Gambit making waves at this point of things, and this Baron will put them so far ahead, it's ridiculous. He's going to surely go down. Nothing here that the Copenhagen Wolves can do. The culling comes out very late on in the day, and actually they're going to dive on towards Youngbuck. There's the Solar Flare though, coming around from the other side. They've got him towards the decoy. Darien going to go down. That is a shutdown. A nice bonus being picked up for Forgiven on Lucian, and now Youngbuck is chasing him once again. Can't chase down that kind of team, though, with the Sivir ultimate popped. Alexic jumping away from things. Copenhagen Wolves got a kill, and it looks like they're going to try and make a positional play on that inhib turret.
Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication for Gambit. Some members went in for the fight, some already decided to back off. So in the end, wisely enough, the 4 members get away. Darren dies for it. But Copenhagen Wolves, 2 members there only forgiven and Trundle to try and stop the Baron. No smite, there was nothing they could do. Had to run into the pit, they would have died together with the Baron. At least, yeah, they get a kill, they get the red buff, so they get something. But Gambit is looking absolutely perfect at the moment.
You can see that quite a lot of farm going on to Edward here. Almost 8 TCS that he's got as Annie in that one. That's allowed him to get that Riley's Crystal Scepter already built up in this one. On that last back after Baron, Genja actually bought 2 big items for himself. Infinity Edge and Static Shiv were finished off. He's not got any kills at this point. A little bit behind in CS, but actually if you add Edward CS into that one, they're actually ahead as a duo.
Definitely been ahead, yeah, because Edward taking so much CS away. It's obviously the tactic because you want some items on this Annie so you can provide some more damage. And one thing, we noticed that there's no Last Whisper onto Genja, simply because there's only a Guardian Angel onto Trundle, and there's no real armor on Elise, so he didn't really need it. And now Alex needs to be careful, he's not being caught out.
Well, he's got 3 men that are going to chase him in. There is the Solar Flare. He's actually going to go back towards their base. Zennyblade lands. Here come the rest of the team as they are going to take down Alex, but it's going to cost them as well. They lose the first and the second, and now the chase on towards Amazing. He's on his slope by the Randuins. Finished off. Double kill for Eddie on Annie, and that is a turret as well.
Copenhagen Wolves, they felt they had to try to do something, so they try to catch out Alex, but the rest of Gambit were nearby. He jumps backwards towards them. They come in there, join the fight, pop down the tables, and pick up the kills for them.
What is the next target for Gambit? I said this a little bit earlier on that Gambit don't mess around when they've got a lead. They'll take Baron, they'll finish the game as quickly as they possibly can, and that's exactly what they're doing here. They've got minions coming in on towards that inner turret in the middle lane. They are going to be able to pick that one off, as Genja thought he could have a go at Forgiven. Got a little bit of damage onto him, but it's all about the objectives here. 2 inner turrets going down. They've got the Baron. They are now 4,000 gold in the lead.
And we need to see if Gambit didn't want to group up as 5, go towards the turret and maybe try and even dive Copenhagen Wolves, or they want to stick to this split pushing. Alex always in one lane, you have Darren in a different lane, you have Genji in the mid, and then just push up all the lanes. And if something happens somewhere, the rest of the team just quickly moves there, join in for the fight. Like we saw before here with Alex when he was actually caught out. The rest of the team would close by, join the fight, pick up the kills.
That's fine for him as well. With that Zhonya's Hourglass now finished, he'll be saying, okay, I can delay even longer until I go down now. And the rest of the team do decide to come in and help me out.
Alex is more or less a decoy in the start of the fight. He wants to jump in there, he wants to pull some attention from Copenhagen Wolves, and then just wait, just survive. And when someone drops low, then he will pick up the kills. So it's actually the 4 other members of Gambit who's doing all the hard work here, because they're the ones who are going to get people low, they're the ones starting the fights and also have to survive. Alex, he's just going to be the decoy.
So what's the next target here for Gambit? Actually, Edward is just currently recalling. Alexic going to get himself a blue buff for these next few minutes. And Edward is selling stuff in his inventory. That means that he's probably got a Void Staff, is what he's got.
You know, if your support is picking up a Void Staff, that he's having a lot of farm and also 4 kills. This is the support carry we know from Edward. He's doing so much work this game.
He used to do this when supports weren't supposed to carry as well, so now when he gets into this position, he's certainly at his happiest, I think. 4-1-4, best score on his team, best score in the game even, and he's almost catching up to the jungler in farm over on the Copenhagen Wolf side.
I don't know, Edward. He's always pulling out something special, and I love it when he's doing it. He's really showing how much you can do with this Annie pick, and also why he wanted it instead of the Fresh. Now Alex, flashing away, being knocked further away.
Yeah, Kalsar just hitting him off there with the barrel. We see that Edward trying to put down some damage, just testing out that new Void Staff of his, seeing how much damage he can actually do. Yeah, onto Youngbuck, not too much at this point, but he is the tankiest over on the Copenhagen Wolves team. Diamond, in the meantime, did push out this bottom lane. So the waves, we can see Gambit have gone top, they've gone bottom, they've pushed middle out here, trying to close a ring around the Copenhagen Wolves base.
And they want Copenhagen Wolves to start a fight somewhere. Either if Copenhagen Wolves moves like 3 or 4 members up, they can obviously take something elsewhere on the map from Gambit's side. But if Copenhagen Wolves have 1 or 2 people going for the fight, then we have the teleport on Alex, we have the fast movement from someone like Sivir popping the ultimate, and the rest of Gambit can join in, pick up the kills. Because they don't have a siege combo. They don't really have the damage or the range to poke out on Copenhagen Wolves or poke the turrets, so they need them to move out of the base and then fight.
Quite happily take a fight anywhere other than, I say anywhere other than underneath the turrets. I'm not sure that they'll be too scared of them by now either. The fact is that Renekton has got plenty of armor in there. Those turrets aren't going to be doing too much to him.
Exactly. With both Wukong and Renekton stacking so much armor, they will be able to tank the turret. They will be able to go in for the fight. The rest of Gambit joins in and they just pick up some early kills. But for now, they're just waiting it out. They might even be waiting for the next Baron before they want to go for this dive. It is a bit risky, so I get the point of them just taking it easy for the moment.
And to be honest, they can do that right now. If they gain that vision control in the Wolves' jungle, they've got a perfect team. Well, a team that you don't want to run into, let's put it this way. If you are the Copenhagen Wolves, Edward might be a small child with a bear, but he's got a Void Staff and a Riley's Crystal Scepter right now. So pretty dangerous is Edward if you walk into the wrong bush. That top inner turret, by the way, not much health on that one. That was already poked down earlier on. Feels like about 10-15 minutes ago by now that they were actually last up there, Gambit. They're going to look for it once again.
And I think we actually have to highlight, we talked about, engage onto Edward.
Oh, going straight in there. Is he going to throw down Tibbers? He actually sees the rest of the team coming in from this one. He still has Tibbers available, and surely he's going to drop it on them. No, he's not actually. They were all up together, and Alexic, though, is going to start to move around the side as he got the damage. Kautok goes low. There is Tibbers. That's going to give them the one kill. We do see the teleport from Youngbuck coming in, and in the end, that actually will be cancelled out for him. Gambit do pick up that inner turret in the top lane with 20 seconds to spare for Baron.
So Gambit actually gets the fight they want. Copenhagen Wolves engaged onto them. They thought they could pick up a kill onto Edward, so Gambit could then teleport him with Alex, join in, even after they actually disengaged the first place when Copenhagen Wolves were backing off. Then the teleport came in, joined in for the fight from Alex's side, and they managed to pick up a kill. And yeah, now maybe even the blue buff, but the rest of Copenhagen Wolves are here to defend it.
Let's have another Edward update. Needlessly large rod now in there for Annie. 5-1-4, picking up another kill, got 110 CS.
We need a soul
Not much of a support anymore, doing a lot of damage is that. And as we see, Baron is up in play. Gambit took the last one. After winning that last fight, they've got complete vision control over the Copenhagen Wolves. So we're going to have to basically throw something at this Baron because the way this is going, they're going to be losing out anyway.
It's definitely an issue for them, but they more or less have to try and hope for Gambit to start this Baron, and you just pile in 5 members onto them, try and win the fight in the Baron Pit, maybe trying to catch out the Kassadin, even though it's going to be very hard, and then obviously they have to deal with the rest of the team, and that's also one of the reasons that Edward is building this way, because he knows the focus is not on him. He can just provide in all the damage meanwhile, and he's actually only 90 AP behind Alex at the moment.
Wow. That is pretty sick stuff. Alex actually picking up Abyssal Scepter into the rest of his build. Zhonya's is now off cooldown, so he's got that extra survivability that he's been going for in those team fights. And actually just going to push that bottom lane out. The Copenhagen Wolves looking for a bit of a push. They've managed to catch out Edward, but is he going to be able to survive this one? A lot of damage coming his way. Is finally going to get shut down, but Diamond and Darian are both in there. There's so much damage, and here comes Kassadin from around the side. Kautov's going to fall from this one. There's another one. Amazing. Very, very low. Darian does die, but Alex doing all the damage. Well, look at Forgiven going head-to-head with Genja. Alex dives in one more time. Youngblood silenced up. Can he chomp down on towards Genja? No! Double kill Alex in. An ace for Gambit.
Such a nice team fight, but Copenhagen Wolves, they did the right thing. They tried to engage when Alex wasn't there, but he managed to get in here, join the fight. Forgiven, he did a lot of damage, but Genja, he managed to stay alive, and then with Alex, they picked up all the kills they needed for Gambit, and they can now push up towards this inhibitor.
And they do a lot of damage, but they're going to take that inhibitor turret and the inhibitor itself. AD carry and Kassadin hammering away on them. A lot of damage coming in. Actually, it looks like they're going to leave the inhib for now, because Baron, in all that, is still alive.
And we also have Wukong alive to take the Baron with him. He can tank it away. But look at this team fight here. First of all, they engage because Kassadin is left down in bottom lane. Darren is also in the river. Go on to Edward once again, actually. Pile all the damage onto him. They invest a lot in killing him. Bragas ultimate use as well. Actually misses him. Darren joins in here from the back. Notice Forgiven in the backside here. He's just hammering away. That's good for him. But then Kassadin joins in from the river. Wukong goes back in, tank up some damage. Meanwhile, Genja as well. Good positioning, dealing out the damage. And here we see the Zhonya's in work for Alex. Jumps into the face, get a kill, pops the Zhonya's, survives. And then Forgiven is actually more or less left because Youngblood is starting to revive with his GA. And Genja doesn't have the same amount of damage as Forgiven, but then joined in by Kassadin gets the kill, and also onto Youngblood.
And it was so very close. You see, turns around inside of the bush, throws out the boomerang. Alex Hitch just mopping up the last of that one. Baron, in the meantime, did go down, I do believe, for Gambit. Yes, we do see that on Diamond there up at the top, who now also has a Guardian Angel. Genja's got a Guardian Angel. How do you kill Gambit at this point?
You can't. That's more or less the thing. You have to catch someone out, kill them before the fight even starts, and then maybe hope Gambit keeps going in with 4 members and you win it from there. But also, scary point for Copenhagen Wolves. Genji in this last team fight kept himself from the distance, stood behind and just dealt out so much damage to the team throughout the entire fight. He never got close in so they could actually catch him. That's also why they could delay the fight with the 2 tanks until Alex joined in.
Leave that Baron on most of them at least. Darian actually did die, of course, so he's not got that buff for himself at the moment, but the rest of the team do have that one. What are they going to do with it next? I want to point out again a rundown of Edward's build. He's now got a DFG.
Well, why not? More burst. If he can catch onto someone like Forgiven, who's having no defensive items, you will more or less almost be able to kill him.
A whole lot of damage from Diamond, as I said before, with that Guardian Angel on, will be feeling a lot more confident of actually diving straight into the middle of that Copenhagen Wolves team. Darian, who's never really scared of diving into any team anyway, is also ridiculously tanky. He's now got himself a Spirit Visage and another Giant's Belt added into all those other defensive items that he went for. There's a barrel over the top from Kautard, but not really going to do all that much. Edward down to about half HP, but he's going to be regenning all that back.
Obviously, the cooldown on Gragas' ultimate isn't too high here, as you have the rank 3. So you just use it for some poke, also maybe to even try and defend his ward a little bit. But look at the damage from Alex now. He's doing having a lot, and Solar Flare actually on it once again.
That's really bad news for the Copenhagen Wolves. Gambit know that without all that, they can actually go in. They've put the DFG on towards Kautard. He's not going to go down from it. He's moved up towards the back, but the rest of Gambit closing in on them. There's a kill for Forgiven. Youngbuck is low, Amazing is low. I'm not sure Forgiven will escape. He gets stunned. Amazing goes low as well at the back flank to the Boomerang. That's only a 2-for-1 at this point, but it's enough to open up the in-him. Are they going to go for the win straight here?
And the strength of the combo from Gambit showing once again. Copenhagen Wolves don't have the damage to deal with both the tanks in the front line and then Genji and Alex coming in from the back line dealing out so much damage. They're just staying here, continue pushing.
Yeah, they're going to go straight in towards Youngbuck and he's just blown to pieces. Alexic will claim that kill using his Sonya's just a little while afterwards as well. But look at Genji. Guardian Angel still intact. They're going towards Kautard. He's going to go down. Can Amazing escape them? I think he possibly can. Maybe even pick up the kill. There's the shield from Zerefs. And actually, they just back away. Inhibitor goes down. And it looks like we'll see a recall from Gambit.
So Gambit can just recall, buy some items, and then return to this top lane with both bot lane and mid already pushing up with the super minions. They actually continue pushing here. Will they try and get a turret?
Well, they're going to do a lot of damage. Actually, they turn on towards Genji, but don't forget that Guardian Angel is still in place now. Amazing going to fall, and they're picking them off one by one. And that's making it a possibility here for Gambit to actually just finish out the game. Unlimited is going to go so incredibly low. Probably going to die as well. No, he won't. The Cullen saved his life, but both Nexus turrets are down. There's the Guardian Angel pop from Diamond. Danger is hammering away on the Nexus. Gambit are going for this one. They are surely going to be able to pick this one up. There's a Cyclone used by Diamond to keep them away. Nexus is low. Nexus is finished. Gambit pick up the win against the Copenhagen Wolves.
And they made full use of this very nice diving combo they were having. Genji had an amazing game. We had Edward obviously with a lot of kills. And also we had the 2 tanks in the front, both Diamond and Darian, doing all the work they could. And Darian early game, 2 turrets, actually 3 turrets in Gambit's favor. Very nice job for him. And then of course Alex, once he got the farm, once he got the items on Cassidy, he could join in for the real team fights.
So with all that said and done, I have to ask you here, Cassidy, they led him through the ban phase. Should they have banned Cassidy?
It's always easy to say now. They obviously had a tactic with the lane swap. They fought to keep him down. But yes, you should always ban a Cassidy. But still, we have to highlight the rest of Gambit in this, because Cassidy didn't do too much in the first 30 minutes of the game. It was all about the 4 other members who managed to stay or keep Gambit in the game. They had a very nice dragon, a very nice team fight as well, where they actually got a lot of kills on the Copenhagen Wolves. So very nice job by the rest of Gambit. And then for the late game team fights, we saw the power of Cassidy.
So just another Edward update. Twin Shadows was his final item that he picked up in that game. 463 AP, not bad for a support.
Not bad for support at all. And we also actually saw the damage he could put out when he put down his tapers, popped the DFG of course. Very nice build actually, because he knew he was not going to be the focus. You have 2 tanks to kill, you also have Kassadin and obviously Genji in the background. Why would you ever go for Edward?
So what about the Copenhagen Wolves now? They've lost 2 games in a row against Alliance, who looked incredibly strong, against Gambit here, who got Kassadin and worked their plan out despite having that pressure on them in 1v2. What have the Wolves done wrong in these last 2 games that they've done right in the 5 before them?
Well, again, as you said yourself, very strong teams they've been losing to, so we can't take too much from it. What they've been doing wrong, well, the early game for them haven't been as strong as we've seen before. The bot lane has actually been shut down in the Alliance game, and this time around we saw a very strong early game for someone like Darien, shutting down Trundle up in the top lane, getting the turret. And it's been a bit of an issue for Copenhagen Wolves. They need to be, like they've been doing before, where they really pressure every single lane. If they can fall back to this, it's very hard though against these teams they've been facing, so we need to keep that in mind. But the early game has been weaker than we've seen before.
Yeah, because everything that we always say about the Wolves, that they have trouble closing out games, that if they don't have a lead into the mid-game, they find it hard to come back from. If they don't have, I mean, they've still got those lanes to always rely on. If I look at Forgiven, 464 CS, still the most farm in the game by quite a margin in there, and he is constantly putting up the numbers when it comes to farm. They still have him to rely on, but is it enough for them just having that one man?
That's the thing, you can't rely on just Forgiven. Earlier stages of earlier games, like a few weeks ago, we had Amazing doing all the big plays, of course. Last 2 games, we haven't seen too much from him. He haven't been able to have the same impact. So maybe it's a bit of an issue here. They'll rely too much early game-wise on Amazing, and then late game they relied on Forgiven. And with a combo like Gambit here, where you have Kassadin, where you have Xavier popping the ultimate, Wukong and Renekton going into the face of the AD carry, it's very hard to do anything for Forgiven, even though he has so many items.
What did we think to the new jungler from Diamond? That's his name, as if I could forget it by now. For Diamond, he's not played Wukong up until now. We've seen some different junglers from him, I guess we can call him this season. Shen he's brought out, Zed he's brought out. He played Vi for the first time just a few games ago. Did we enjoy Wukong for Diamond?
It was a bit of a passive game when it came to ganking. He had a lot of focus on farming early on, but in teamfights, he just joined in as this tank together with Darren. He jumped into the backline, popped his ultimate, and he did his job. That's the thing, you can't really require more from a Wukong than get your items, get tanky, and just go into the backline of the enemy team and get as many people as you can with your ultimate. So yes, he did do his job.
1-1-14 he ended that one. So solid performance, good win for Gambit. We're going to go on a short cooldown, but when we return, Shox and Demon, we'll have Alex Itch with them to talk about this team's win, and then we'll continue the action as Alliance take on Ro8. So don't go anywhere. Just going to push that bottom lane out. The Copenhagen Wolves looking for a bit of a push. They've managed to catch out Edwin, but is he going to be able to survive this one? A lot of damage coming his way. Is finally going to get shut down, but Diamond and Darien are both in there. There's so much damage, and here comes Kassadin from around the side. Kowtoe's going to fall from this one. There's another one. Amazing. Very, very low. Darien does die, but Alex doing all the damage. But look at Forgiven going head-to-head with Genja. Alex dives in one more time. Youngbuck silenced up. Can he chomp down on towards Genja? No! Double kill Alex in. An ace for Gambit.
What I enjoy the most out of the EU LCS is the new team's rocket, and it's really interesting to see the top guys have to fight for their place up there.
It feels like the teams are a lot closer in skill than NA.
On any given day, any team can lose to each other very often.
The person that I love to watch in EU is definitely XPK. I think he looks the best and he plays the best.
There's a lot of similarities between Overpower and myself. However, he's just had more success in his LCS games thus far with his kind of oddball picks.
The one person I look for is Darian. He's just a badass.
I think it's interesting in EU, they tend to have a slightly different champion pool.
Lots of them seem to play super aggressive, which I really like that play style, so they're really fun to watch.
EU just always tries new things. Like, even if it doesn't work, they still try it, and I think it's really cool.
EU LCS is never certain, it's never done until the playoffs are played, and even then upset can happen. So keep your head up, keep practicing, and keep going hard.
Welcome back, everyone. Demon and I are joined by Gambit's Alex East to discuss the victory versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Alex, none of them picked you as favorite player over NA.
Okay.
All right. So what I really want to talk about, there's absolutely nothing special going on in picks and bans. No bans forgotten. Kassadin got through. What was your guys' reaction to that?
So, you know, we were not expecting it at all, and every time you pick something like that, after that, there's something like, okay, what should we do now?
And I mean, like you say, you weren't expecting it, so obviously clearly had a plan coming into this one. What was that plan against the Copenhagen Wolves?
So we got the plan on banning out 2 AD carries and picking one of them. So Forgiven got to play on not comfortable champion, and I always think that all their strategy is based on him getting farm and carrying the game. So we wanted to disable that player.
All right, so when the Kassadin's free, what do? Do you toss your entire plan overboard and go for something else? Do you build your comp around Kassadin, or does he just do everything by himself?
So we were pretty expecting the lane swap by them. So that's why Caitlyn ban was really good, because Caitlyn is Pain for like the swap of the lanes. And overall, I would say that I was expecting more something like Thresh or Karma support, because it would be much better at mid lane. Leona was good if she could roam, but he didn't roam at all. So the only thing they could do is dive me. And I avoided this one time and died on the second, but that didn't give them anything.
So moving into the lane phase, obviously it was iffy. I would say the Wolves probably did better in the lane phase. It came to that Dragon, and Diamond got in, got the steal. But then you decided to engage for the fight. Obviously, it didn't work out well. What was the call going on at that point?
So Darian went in YOLO in there, and we decided that we want to try saving him, and then Leona got really good ultimate, and Forgiven was really fed for that time, and he got Bloodthirster and Genji didn't. He could get it only from back. So that was actually a bad call from us, I think. And overall, that steal of Dragon was really important for us, because if they got the Dragon, the advantage of them could be really high, and it would be harder for us to get back. Though with our comp, we could even come back, I think, from 8k gold deficit easily.
Is that why going into the next Dragon fight, you guys felt confident? Because you were still, I think, about 4,000 gold behind at that point, but it turned out so much more favorable for you guys.
So our pick was so much better than theirs because of like Kassadin going through and overall team fighting ability with Sivir Wukong and Renekton being far ahead. So, and I think Coutard mispositioned really hard in that fight, and he insta-died because I was tipping on ward and he just like slammed into there. So we just one-shot him with Darian, I think, or Edward, I don't really remember. And then we were just calling out targets with any stun and killing them one by one.
All right, well, you got the Kassadin, you got to win. Tomorrow, you still have another match coming up. First match of the day, actually, versus Alliance. How big are your chances of winning that one?
So we got second pick. I think we won only one second pick game. That was against Millennium, I'm not sure. So I think we will try our best.
All right, super. Thank you very much. You guys at home, earlier today, we asked you to jump on Twitter and tell us which European LCS team has the strongest duo lane and why. Let's take a look at some of your choices. The first one is from @SkillFactoryLol. Forgiven and Unlimited have come into their own in the bottom lane, making them a force. Mid to late game positioning has improved so much. So you guys have just played against the Copenhagen Wolves, obviously. What are your general opinions on that lane?
So they didn't 2v2. They were afraid of our bot lane, of course. And I would say that Forgiven and Unlimited got good like team play, but I would say that in Ro8 and Candy Panda, with picking almost all the time, I think they pick weaker bot lane, but all the time they are baiting really good and winning the lane because of gank or something. So I would say that Candy Panda and Ro8 is really good in cases of synergy with jungler, I think, right now.
Perfect, because our second tweet is from @KingRaiden16. Candy Panda and Ro8 are the strongest duo bot lane because they win nearly versus every bottom lane, and Ro8 is a monster with Annie. D-Man, you got anything to add?
I agree with that, but it didn't work out for them earlier, did it? I mean, they got kind of outplayed, and they are ordinarily a fantastic composition. Obviously, the Vayne Annie has been working very well for them, but not today.
The last tweet is from @Limpo. The strongest duo in EU is Mr. Raleigh and Mixa. Their synergy is beyond, and Raleigh is so aggressive. It fits them.
Well, he's aggressive, but that also fits the fact that he has the highest deaths in the European LCS right now. So that's not the good side of that. But Mr. Raleigh, again, didn't die today, despite Super Hot Crew effectively doing nothing in the entire game.
Yeah, Alex, maybe there's no mention of Edward and Genja in that one. And are you surprised at that at all?
No, I can only add that Genja got still highest KDA, I think, overall. So everything is said in digits.
All right. Well, thank you very much. You guys at home, thank you for sending those to us at LOL Esports. And you can always join the conversation using the hashtag LCS to join in about everything you want to say about today's matches. We'll be reading those tweets. Thank you very much, Alex. Congratulations. And now we're going to send it back over to Joe and the Fisho for our next game.
Thank you very much, Shocks and Demon, and Alex as well. That brings us to Game 5 as Day 2 of Super Week rolls on with another Ro8 versus Alliance clash. These teams have met twice on the Rift already this season, with Ro8 coming out victorious in both of the games.
And the last time these two teams faced each other, it was a very slow game with very few kills. Alliance were actually ahead and in a very good position to win the game, but then they decided to go for this very risky Baron. Ro8 punished them for it, won the team fight, and they also won the game.
And Alliance are currently 2 for 0 though this Super Week after beating both the Super Hot Crew and the Copenhagen Wolves, two teams that are in form.
Yeah, but Alliance, they've been playing so good, and they've been playing very safe in both of their games. Yesterday against Super Hot Crew, they did a 1-3-1 split push tactic with Froggen roaming around on the Blanc, and today we saw a heavy poke combo with Wicked bringing teleport to pressure side lane. And then Alliance, they're playing this very risk-free, and they simply grind out the enemy, much like we actually used to see with the old CLG.EU. And while the risk-free play isn't the most flashy thing to watch, it's still very strong, and it's very hard to beat if you fall behind early on. And then there's a player I actually want to highlight, and that's Wicked, because he did an amazing job yesterday in Trundle, and he showed his Aurelia once again today. He managed to go even in the lane in both his games, bringing teleport, and yesterday against Trundle, against Renekton, it was really impressive. He did the very smart thing where he built 2 Dawn's Blades, and then simply out-damaged Mimir, and he got all the farm he needed. And Wicked, he's also the only one to actually bring out Aurelia in the top lane. And it's working for him with a KDA of 16 in 4 games. And he didn't lose the lane on it yet, and he brings a lot of split pushing pressure with his teleport. And while his numbers, they are not the best in the league, we still see a very consistent Wicked at the moment, and he's doing a very good job, and he's doing actually what Alliance needs him to do.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Ro8 playing against Gambit in a fantastic game, and we'll forget that one. It was the longest we've had in the LCS all season. I said it before, they were possibly the best that we've had. And then in a match against Millennium, who actually beat them in the final game of the day.
And Ro8, they looked a lot better against Gambit in the early game than we actually have seen in the last few matches for them. But they had a very hard time actually pushing down Gambit, and they actually lost a very key team fight, which pulled Gambit back into the game with an ace and also the Baron. Ro8, though, they did manage to punish Gambit after the risky Baron move, and then they ended up winning the game because 3 members of Gambit were dead with the very long death timers. And Ro8, then they fell behind, or they fell back to the weak early game we have seen from them in Week 6 and Week 7 against Millennium. They lost a big team fight at the Dragon at the 17-minute mark and simply put Millennium so far ahead. And while Ro8, they did do a good job of fighting while being behind, we had Overpower flanking around with Mordekaiser, instantly bursting down someone. They were still so far behind, and Millennium, they managed to keep the pressure going. And then obviously with the Baron they got with Kirby with his, what's it called, Super Mega Inferno Bomb?
Mega Inferno Bomb.
Mega Inferno Bomb. Millennium managed to win the game. And here's one thing though, Alliance have been very strong early game. Ro8 have been weak early game, so they really need to make sure this game around they have some strong laners and they don't fall behind early, because then we can see this very slow play from Alliance again that's really hard to get back from.
Going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. Let's check out the starting lineups before we get going. On the blue side, it's Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, the AD carry Tabs, and Nif is support.
And on the red side, we have Ro8 with Sasus in the top lane, we have Jankos in the jungle, Overpowers the mid lane, Sylvan AD carry, and of course Vander is the support.
Now we have to ask you now as we move closer to Champion Select, where are the contested picks going to be coming from? Both of these junglers, for example, love a bit of Elise.
Both junglers, they love Elise. We've seen them play Wukong, Pantheon for both junglers. Mid lane-wise, we have both LeBlanc and Karthus on the side of Froggen. You can ban them away.
Yep.
Also something like a Nidalee. He's been playing with it. The heavy poke combo we saw in the last game from Alliance, very hard to deal with. Could be a potential ban. Overpower with the Mordekaiser. I don't expect them to ban it away. But then Alliance can actually do what they have been doing in the past. Focus on the AD carry, ban him out, and then you first pick the other AD carry he actually likes to play. And they can do this against Sylvar.
So we are going to get them into Champion Select here and figure out exactly what both teams are going to both remove and bring onto Summoner's Rift as they face off here. And we will start with the bans as Trundle and Sivir actually taken away here by Ro8. We also see Lucian taken away by Alliance.
So Ro8 is actually banning out the AD carries. That might be an issue for them if Caitlyn now is left open because 3 AD carries that are gone. There's obviously still Ezreal for Sylvar to play in case everything else is gone. But the Sivir ban, I think it's more towards the combo with Sivir Wukong we have seen from Alliance working really well. Simply just remove that. Whoa,
well,
Caitlyn.
Caitlyn's gone. What are Ro8 going to ban now? It'd be very interesting to see them ban Ezreal at this point because I'm not sure where it's going to go.
Kassadin is open again.
Taken away. Kassadin is in and Froggen's going to surely take Kassadin. How does Kassadin get banned in every game and then left open twice in a row?
Why would you ban Draven against Taps who haven't played it at all and then give them Kassadin on Froggen? I don't get it.
Well, it looks like Wicked didn't really understand that one either. He's had a little giggle and drinks his water down. Second Kassadin in a row, this time going to be with Froggen, and we saw there, pick 4% of the time, 100% win rate, of course.
And we saw the Kassadin last game. As long as you can get to these team fights, as long as you can get to the point where you have your items, you are so strong. Meanwhile, on the other side, Varus actually being locked in here for Ro8. So that's the AD carry they wanted to go for. Obviously, with both Lucian and Caitlyn being banned away. There's still something like an Ezreal open, maybe even a Vayne open for Taps on the other side. He used to be a big Vayne player. Yeah. And then obviously we have Renekton being locked in for Sasus because the Tron was banned away, so he wants one of these very strong top laners.
Whilst I'd like to see something a little bit different from the AD carries, a Corki or Misfortune or something.
Or Kog'Maw, I would love Kog'Maw.
Or Kog'Maw, you've got to feel that it's going to be Vayne or Ezreal. Pretty much the only two that are really up there and played right now.
It's weird to say, but they would actually be like the standard choices for Taps at the moment, even though we don't see the AD carries too much, unless it's obviously Candy Panda with the Vayne. But yeah, it would be the standard ones for him, and Aurelia for Wicked, loves to play it. Against Renekton, this matchup can be hard for him, especially early on where he has to rely on his mana, actually switches away.
Yep, switching away to Lee Sin, so Shook going to get his hands on Lee Sin. Funnily enough, I talked earlier on about Elise, and Elise has been allowed through here once again. We're seeing that more and more these days where, you know, we heard it from a couple of players that because she's not been played in scrims or even in solo queue because of the fact she's banned constantly, they feel that a lot of players have maybe lost a bit of touch and are a bit rusty with Elise, and it's safer to let her through. We
could say the same about Kassadin, obviously being banned away, but Kassadin as a champion is a lot easier to play than something like an Elise. And also your whole team early game, you need to make sure you can make it work. And there's a reason that they're like Alliance. We have obviously Amazing as well, taking this Lee Sin, because you can make so many plays early on. You have so many options of engaging and also setting up both ganks and counter ganks. And then together with obviously support like Fresh, throw back the Lantern, Lee Sin joins in, very hard to escape from.
Well, looks like it will be Elise Annie the choice here for Ro8 for their jungle and support positions. We'll see if Vander can get anywhere near Edward's level of 463 AP, I think it was, in that last game, the win for Gambit. Well, that is certainly the choice coming in. We'll see now what AD carry they're going to go for, and whether Overpower will bring something special to the table after that. But I didn't really think about anything other than Vayne Ezreal, but could it be a Corki in there?
Corgi is still out of favor. He's not very strong anymore. Ezreal or Vayne would make a lot more sense. Ezreal and Vayne are both very good at dodging the tapers from Annie. It's hard for her to hit these very mobile AD carries. She will be having a lot of poke in the lane though, together with a Varus. It's going to be hard for someone like Vayne to actually get the farm early on, because there's going to be a lot of long range poke from the side of Ro8. But yeah, if Wicked locks in also the Aurelia, as we talked about just before, mana issues for Aurelia early on compared to Renekton. Obviously no mana, he can constantly spam out his abilities, deal a lot of damage onto Wicked, so we'll see how he handles it.
Well, are they going to have it? I asked Nif earlier on in the interview, were you trying to convince Wicked not to play Irelia? And he said, no, actually we were trying to convince him to play Irelia. This time, though, he is going to be up against that Renekton. We do see the Vayne coming in from tabs. Actually, his Vayne was very, very scary in Season 3 when he was playing for the Lemon Dogs.
Oh, he was absolutely amazing on it. And you knew if he had Vayne, you had to deal with this split push. He loves to split push with it. We'll see if he's doing the same tactic here when you have both Kassadin and Irelia actually bringing Teleport at the moment. They can also do the split pushing. So Alliance, while they don't have wave clear, they have so many split pushing chances with this lineup, and they can duel anyone from Rocket as long as they don't lose this laning phase, which is going to be the crucial part, because we can see Rocket lane swapping against the Kassadin, and also just the standard lanes for Rocket are stronger.
We saw that Kha'Zix was actually the choice here for Overpower in this mid lane, and he's a player who's not scared to bring out the new stuff. Of course, Mordekaiser is the real big name in his lineup that he's brought out twice so far in this season, with 1 win and 1 loss on that Mordekaiser. But he's going to bring Kha'Zix to the table. With that Kha'Zix in there, will he possibly stay in that mid lane and go 1v1 against Kassadin?
I can see him stay mid lane also because the rest of the lanes are so strong for Rocket. Renekton should be beating Irelia. Varus, Annie in the bot lane should also be winning the lane. So pretty much all around, if they can win this early game, if they can shut down the lanes from Alliance and then take it into the team fights, I actually see Rocket having a good chance.
Well, let's take a quick look at the numbers around this one to see who came out on top in the voting. Looks like 70% of you have picked Rocket over Alliance to win this one. And again, it's hard to argue with that one in terms of form, although Alliance, they've won the last 2 games against some teams like the Copenhagen Wolves against Superhot Crew. They are not in bad shape at all.
Not at all, and they've been loving this split push tactic, which everything in their combo is perfect for. So we can see them again. Can they survive this laning phase? Can they get a few starting items and then go out in the different lanes and just force Rocket to come up there and try and fight them and then lose to the Alliance combo? Good thing for them. But again, Rocket, we need to see how much they can actually do early on with the very strong combo, and also teamfight-wise. You have a lot of CC you can chain down with both Cocoon, you have obviously the Renekton stun, you have the Varus ultimate, the stun from Annie. It's a lot of CC you can bring down on someone like a Vayne or a Kassadin to more or less kill them instantly.
Now we're going to find out Alliance versus Rocket here at level 1. Will we see anything funky from them, man? Don't think we will, particularly considering how, as you've mentioned now a few times, that this early game is really everything as to how this game is going to get set up.
And it's very rare when we see the early invades that it's actually worth it, because you also use some of your summoners, or you at least under risk of using your summoner, and the first blood goal have been reduced. You don't have any wards to place early on that's going to stay for a long time. So it's very normal we see this standard lanes. And we see actually Dawn Shield on both supports. So it signals we're going to get a 2v2.
2v2 looking likely from this one. As you mentioned, Rocket have the stronger lanes when it comes to the heads-up matches in these ones, and with that, you'd expect that Shook and Jankos are going to play big roles in getting this game going.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of mind games between those two. If one of them can catch someone out in a counter gank, turn it around, that's one thing Alliance can have for them. If Shook can get going on this Sin, if he can have some good ganks early on, he will be able to help out these lanes, and then Alliance will be very strong going into the late game.
Well, let's see, as we do hit 140 and the trinket wards start to come out. One put in the river there, which Shook did get full vision of, so they know that they've got that vision around there. But I'm expecting that this standard happens, that Shook backs off to blue buff with Wicked. We've already seen Jankos and Zazas heading up towards their red buff, and things are going to get underway in the standard manner. Mid lane though, let's talk about this one, because it's been a while since we've seen this one. Back in Season 3 pretty much. Kassadin versus Kha'Zix.
And so Kassadin have the advantage with firing his Q from range, but every time he closes in for a CS, Kha'Zix can walk up to him, activate his Q, do a lot of damage to him. But Froggen actually getting the best start. He's also having the Thorn Shield, so he will have some defensive stats against this damage from Overpower.
See that putting some good damage in the bottom lane. Oh, Rockatnif down to less than half HP already. However, he is going to be bringing up his hook here shortly as well, so we'll see how that one all works out for them, whether they go for anything at level 2.
And the way the bottom lane is going at the moment is what we can expect to see, because Varus will be able to poke a lot onto taps. Same goes obviously for Annie, so it will be hard for him, and you see him just moving around. He just want to get into XP range of the minions when they die, but he can't actually go in for the last hit.
And they're doing a good job of actually zoning them out as much as he can there. And there is level 2 going to be hit by Ro8. And there's the damage straight away onto Tabs. He steps forward to hit one minion, and he loses pretty much a third of his health by doing so. Does that mean that we're going to be seeing a lot more focus specifically from Shook down towards this bottom, with Ro8 pushing that lane a little bit further out?
There's at least a very good chance that he can join in, get the lantern from Nif, set up a gank, because when you're this aggressive from the Ro8 side, you are in position to actually get hooked by Nif. And then if he's there, join in, pick up a kill. And we've seen when SK play Vayne, Sven can always do an early gank and a lot of aggression to Nif.
There is the damage coming down. The hook will actually land on towards Vander. Condemn against the wall. Ignite is down. Have they got the damage here? Vander flashes and Jankos comes around. First blood did actually happen there for Vander in the end of it. He was running away, but his Ignite was enough to finish off Nif.
Well, it's actually a very scary fight for Ro8 side because he got hooked at the wall, so he got knocked in by taps, a lot of damage onto him, but simply also because Jankos could join in, help pick up the first blood. Nice play, and they get this early kill they actually really want to this bot lane.
Just see how this mid lane all works out as well. Froggen isn't level 6, of course, just yet, so he's not got that innate escape ability that he's going to be relying on later on. Does play this one wisely, though, sticking to that top side of the mid lane where he knows his jungler's going to be waiting. There is a dive in. Froggen going to get the protection, but they're going on towards Shook. He's the squisher of the two. Shook gets the kill, dives out, but Jankos will return, gets the kill back, 1 for 1.
And both junglers actually pick up the kill, so nothing changes here, except for the fact that Froggen is still alive, staying in this lane, or at least trying to, but now Jankos want to push him out of the lane. Froggen, if he could stay around, he would get some XP, maybe a small advantage to him over Overpower. But yeah, all in all, Jankos doing a good job trying to push him out.
And got his double buff reset as well, which is always a nice thing. And he's going to go in towards Froggen here. Q comes down. Can he finish this one off? Flash away from Froggen. Had to.
Very greedy actually going in for the minion, forcing himself to flash. He knew there was repel ready on Elise to join in or jump onto him and then force his own flash. So very risky play, but he definitely wanted that last piece of gold.
We've seen there in the bottom lane another brief exchange between the two AD carries. Celiver, who got the assist from earlier on, and there is a teleport, which we didn't touch on. We saw it in that last game actually with Kassadin, that the teleport came in. There is Jankos coming in. Wisely this time, Alliance have got a ward in the rush though.
And that's the thing with this double teleport. Aurelia, obviously, Wicked bring in the teleport as well. We need to see if they actually want to go to 2 different lanes and then actually going aggressive Froggen.
If a cocoon lands, Froggen is surely dead from this one. They're waiting. He dodges the cocoon, but he's not going to dodge the damage. Jankos, the spider, kills him. That's 2 kills already for Jankos.
And Froggen paid the price for staying around before going in for that minion, so he had to blow his own flash just to pick up a single minion. Paid the price.
Jankos 2-0-1, getting off to pretty much the dream start here. Bottom laners have started to pick up items now as well. A Vamp Scepter, Doran's Blade, of course, from the start for both. But the boots coming in here as well for Celiver. So that assist that he got earlier on, helping him out on that front. At this moment, we see that Shook's having to come around here and just defend on this mid lane, so that the turret doesn't actually take damage whilst Froggen is back at base, picking up his tier.
And Overpower have been doing a very good job getting the CS lead here. He's simply taking advantage of the fact that Froggen can either Q him and then lose the minion, or he can Q the minion and then do no damage to Overpower when he actually tries to last hit. It's a very good play by him, and also he has a very early Brutalizer now. There's less sustain, but he got the flask and a health pot, but he's going to have a lot more burst damage.
So piercing arrow coming through from Celiver, massive range that's got on it, and good chunk of damage as well if you get caught full in the face with that one. Tabs as such, sticking behind as many minions as he possibly can, trying to stay as close to safety as possible.
But Tabs have been doing an amazing job CSing under the turret. He's actually ahead at the moment, and with these minions pulling even further ahead. So he's doing a very good job together with Nif, getting all the CS they want.
Jankos 2-0-1 after early kills. On his way around, has actually picked up Sorcerer's Shoes here, so got himself a nice bit of penetration early on, as we do see Tabs taking a lot of damage. Piercing arrow does come through once again, but here is the Lantern Gang. Shook trying to get in. Can he land the Q on towards Vander? No, it lands on towards Celiver, but that's not the target he wanted. He backed straight off.
Celiver actually stopped up to block the Q because he didn't want to go into Vander, who didn't have a flash. Meanwhile, though, Ro8 going for this blue buff because they know both their laners are actually ahead.
No problem taking it either. Not a single man from Alliance there to stop them going in for that one. We've seen LCS playing Kha'Zix, by the way, mid lane, evolving a little bit differently than we expected. How do we expect Overpower to go?
I would expect to see him involve his Q, have a lot of focus on just the burst damage he can do. With all this CC from Ro8, lock down a target, everyone goes on the same one, he jumps it, gets the reset, and then he moves on. And that's why I expect him to actually involve the Q.
A lot of damage from Froggen coming in, but Overpower not backing off, as though he kind of is waiting and baiting Froggen to come in and play that game with that one, as we are going to see Jankos doing a lot of damage here to Shook inside of the jungle. And that's that early penetration we were talking about. And Overpower and Froggen do have a little bit of a carry on in mid lane, but nothing too serious. Well, look at this. They've obviously set their sights on Alliance's buffs, because they've not only taken the red buff, blue buff away, now they're going to have the red, and Alliance have backed off. They can't do anything.
And here's the thing, they're actually playing this perfect early game wise because again, they know the laners are stronger in these early fights, so they just simply go into the buffs of Alliance, don't even care about Alliance being nearby. If they join in, they will win the fight from Ro8's side, so they're just using the advantage of stronger laners.
Nope, and Jankos just throws a ward over and sees that both Froggen and Shook were waiting in there. I think was quite obvious. The fact that Shook knew this red buff had gone would probably try and challenge over on the other side of the map, but now that he's lost positional advantage, Jankos going to go in there, absolutely destroying that red buff, and he'll just refresh the one that he stole earlier.
And Overpower actually decided to involve his E early on, so he's going to get the reset, see if he can pick up a kill in, for instance, a teamfight at Dragon. And again, this very CC-heavy team from Ro8, if they can lock down a target, he will be getting the reset and can continue jumping around. So we need to see at the next time when he can actually involve, if he's going for the Q.
It'll be interesting seeing how he really gets rolling on that one. Got himself that brutalizer in there already, 2 assists to his name, of course, and he's about 4 or 5 CS in the lead over his opposite number, Froggen, who, again, we're wondering, Cassidy managing to get through as Zazas here. Going to have a bit of a tiff with Wicked, but is he going to be able to actually take him down? And is he going to try? He popped the dominance, but it was all about damage.
I mean, again, we actually have to give credit to Alliance here. Notice the lanes. Wicked keeping up in CS, Froggen keeping up in CS, and down in the bot lane, Taps is actually winning at the moment. So despite them having strong, weaker laners on paper, they're doing a very good job farming here and keeping up with Ro8.
Jankos going to go now. He's done both camps on both sides of the map, so maybe now time to get involved in the lanes if there's an opportunity. Right now, bottom, not really. You've got both Tabs and Nifu who've backed away, and well, this may be the option for him. We see Overpower coming down. We see that Vander is going to join them. Selva just keeping the bottom lane of Alliance locked in position there in the bottom lane, and this is a freebie.
Very smart play, very safe, because they put down the pink ward, so they know there's no vision for Alliance side. They could only have a ward in the river bush up here. Yes, they do have 2 teleports. They would be able to teleport down. But all in all, a very nice play. Now going on to Taps.
Oh, good early flash, but he's going to get locked. Wow, Tibbers, you're in the wrong place, my friend. And at least he's on the map. That's what they were aiming for. Get a 6th man in the team, and all's good.
A very good lantern, though, from Nif. Instant reaction when he saw the stun coming down. Taps could click it, get into tower range, and also dodge the Tibbers.
So that leaves them with a couple of ultimates less. Exactly 2, in fact, down in that bottom lane. The ultimate out of Varus and Annie both being burnt during that one. Good play, though, as you said, by Nif. And honestly, Tabs keeps that CS lead at this point. Still doing very, very well on that front. Mid lane, Froggen has caught right up as well on towards Overpower. Just a couple of CS between those two.
And that's a big issue for Ro8, the fact that they have actually 2 threats now they need to shut down, both Froggen and Taps down in the bot lane. You don't want Vayne or Cassidy to get the farm early on, so they become these really, really strong champions. They have been doing a good job, though, getting the buffs. They got the dragon, so they've been taking things around the map, and now going aggressive on Vander.
Yeah, because we do have Lee Sin coming in, comes down with the lantern. Vander's dead, not going to be able to escape from that one. Too much lock-up potential, and as soon as that box goes down, and I mean, he did have a flash there, Vander, but he probably would have flashed and been slowed completely anyway, and then once the Lee Sin Q would have hit him, it would have been game over for him. That's 3-2 in kills for Ro8, who still have about 1,000 gold lead.
And that was the perfect gang we talked on earlier. When you have Fresh, throw back the lantern. Lee Sin takes it, jumps in there, and wisely enough by Vander, no reason to flash him. Wicked now going on to Zazus.
Yeah, Zazus going to have to pop his ultimate here, but I think Wicked may just have the better of him more. No, that's a lot of damage that Zazus actually puts back on him. Tiamat Renekton.
Tiamat, he also had Ignite to the teleport of Wicked, and Wicked already used his ultimate, so he didn't have more damage to bring, that's why he backed off. But he actually did get the ultimate and the Ignite from Zazus, so worth it for him, because he can still stay in the lane and farm.
Curious when we see Overpower moving around a little bit more. He's quite content at this point to see that Froggen's there with him and not doing any roaming of his own to get these lanes really moving. Well, this is another thing. The second round of blue buff spawning in. Don't think they actually had a timing on it there, Alliance, because there was no vision on it before.
Exactly, they didn't have the timer, that's why Shug is in completely missed position. He's down towards the bottom lane, wasn't even close, but Wicked going on Sasus again.
Ooh, this is very risky though. He's got no mana pretty much left from that one. Jankos is waiting and he's, why did Wicked back away? That's because there's a ward in there. Use that sweeping lens just to clear things out. And they might be able to get some good turret damage here because I don't imagine Wicked will stay.
Wicked have to back at the moment. He has no mana left. So very smart move actually by Jankos coming up here, pushing down the turret. They will be able to pick it up if they stay around.
And it looks like it will be that first turret of the game. Taking us a while here, 13.5 minutes almost into our 5th match of day 2 of Super Week. And now we see Lee Sin coming towards the mid lane. Overpower doesn't have vision of him, but Lee Sin's actually recalling. I think just testing to see what Overpower's going to do there.
So again, Ro8 is doing everything perfect on the map. They got the dragon, they got the blue buff twice, took the top turret now because also Renekton could force Aurelia to use all her mana. But they're still not winning in CS, and that's the issue, and that's what Alliance can just rely on here. They can just say, you know what, we don't mind losing these things, because as long as we farm, we will be so strong when it comes later in the game, and that's what they're doing at the moment.
Jankos is coming down bottom now, though. This could be interesting. Pretty much going to take Tibbers to come out from it. We see that ward in the brush there where Vander is. Ah, very smart. Pink
Too
ward.
obvious.
But for me, yeah, I was going to say, that's a very much Captain Obvious move.
Yeah, there's only one reason you will ping there, and that's obviously if you're about to set up a gank. So wise enough, you see both Nif and Taps moving all the way down to the turret, taking no chance.
Froggen bursting on towards Overpower. Bear in mind, he's not got any damage extra in him right now with that tier. And moving up there as well towards his Rod of Ages. Not really got any damage items, and still he's able to chunk Overpower down like that.
Also why he's just happy farming. He doesn't want to set up fights with Shug at the moment. And Shug just came in there, made sure Froggen could get the CS on the turret, then he backed off, went back to the jungle, and continued farming. We've only seen Shug actually being active with 2 things. First, there was obviously the fight in mid lane against Jankos and also Overpower, and then he went down bot when we saw the hook from Nif. And he's actually been doing his job. He's picking up the kills he needed, and also he made sure to defend his lanes if they needed.
AD carries have also built up there. I say AD carries more specific on this one. Tab's got his Blade of the Ruin King done. Other side, Bloodthirster not quite finished off until now by Celeber, who has wrestled back the CS lead on this one, albeit just by 5. Not really much to talk about. Froggen, in the meantime, in the mid lane is also now feeling a little bit more comfortable. He's got his Rod of Ages just picked up there as well, so he's going to try and assert some dominance onto Overpower.
Generally just a very good start for Froggen, getting a lot of farm, getting the early items he wants. That really needs to be stacking up to be very strong. We need to see though when the next dragon spawns here in 48 seconds, if Alliance wants to contest. Or are they just happy giving it over to Ro8? They don't actually have the timer because it was a pink ward from Ro8's side, so there's no vision from Alliance. So we will see what happens. Of course they have the double teleport, so they can maybe go up to top lane, try and take the turret in exchange.
There is Overpower picking up his blue buff as well. 30 seconds for Dragon coming in.
And now actually Kha'Zix involves his Q, so we will get this single target burst onto the CC. He can provide, try and get the kill, get the reset, and then jump on.
Dangerous times possibly for Alliance incoming here. As you mentioned, those teleports are both available now. Zaza's not got teleport, he has to take the long, arduous journey down from that top lane in towards the river so that they can fight over this dragon, which has now spawned in. Ro8 going to be pushing this mid lane up completely. Bottom lane actually held in the middle by Alliance, but we can see that Ro8 is putting as much damage as they can onto this mid turret, and I tell you what, they might just be able to take this one away.
It's such a good move by Ro8 because, again, no threat of them losing this dragon due to the fact that Alliance didn't have the timer. They don't have 1 ward, but they're not in a position to fight at the moment. So Ro8, instead of moving 5 people down for dragon, they didn't need it. They just put 2 into the mid turret, took that one. Yes, Wicked can pick up the top turret, but still worth it for Ro8.
2 out of 2 dragons. There's a hook. He actually lands on Vander, but you might just be hooking Tibbers into the rest of your team. There is Tibbers. Vander flashed away.
Wow.
The Lee Sin Q already hit him. Actually, it was Nif's Ignite that got the kill in the end. And once again, we see supports picking up the kills left and right. It's a 1-for-0 in favor of Alliance. Brings them level on kills. Yes, they lost the dragon, but that was almost a free kill they got.
Yeah, and every time Shug is around his bot lane, they feel comfortable fighting. So we see the hook coming in, and then he simply joins in. And due to the damage from his Q over the wall, the Ignite from Nif could actually pick up the kill.
A return for Tabs. What is he going to add into that blade of the rune thing that we saw him pick up just a little bit earlier on? His opposite number, Celiva, already, well, just finishing off that Bloodthirster as well. Wicked slowly but surely working himself into the Trinity Force. Got himself Phage and Sheen, the 2 parts of that one. And that's what he's gone for, the Warden's Mail in there first, and then we'll slowly build up to that Trinity Force. And also seeing, oh look, blue buff's gone again.
So now they actually get the timer. Here he can time it and say, now we know when the blue buff is going to spawn. Next one, we are ready to fight for it. Obviously, Rocket don't have the timer because they didn't actually have vision. Oh, they do have a ward behind. But you see, action in bot.
Jankos getting hunked, and his stun was built up for Vander on Annie, but I think they realized, hang on a minute, they didn't back off whatsoever when they saw that we were 3 in that bottom lane. That must mean that Shook is around there somewhere, and Rocket have completely backed off onto the turret, not even wanting to get involved in that.
Going back to the blue buff though, I'm not sure if Rocket actually have the timer because the ward doesn't give vision of this area.
Yeah.
So they have seen Wicked obviously recalling around there, but they didn't know when he actually cleared it. So they won't have, we will see what they do actually when the next one spawns. For Wicked, while he did lose his turret, he's still been farming very well. And with the early armor he picked up with the Warden's Mail, that's what he wanted to do against Renekton, to stop a lot of his damage. He's been doing well farm-wise, and he will actually be very strong now with the Trinity Force.
That's interesting. Alliance got control of that bottom lane with the presence of Shook. They recalled, and Rocket said, we know you've recalled, we're going to come straight into that one. As Vander and Shook don't actually know if they really saw each other there, but the Q's going to land. There's the kick. Oh, into the hook. It doesn't get much better than that, I'm afraid. Tab picks up the kill onto Celiva. They might not be done just yet. Q landed onto Overpower. He will walk off though, no follow, but what a combo from Alliance.
Absolutely beautiful. Kicking him back, and Nif is just like, yeah, I'll catch that. Throws the hook.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff from Alliance. That puts them back in the leading kill. Still behind by 2,000 gold. But look at Wicked. He's pushed up that lane once again. He's got that Trinity Force in there now, but he's going to have Zazas coming in his way. Tiamat and also that random Intonement. Wicked decides, I'm probably going to just back off from this. Now Alliance going to make a play. They've actually gone on towards Nif, and there is Kha'Zix. Gets himself the 1 kill. Can they get any more? A cocoon from Jankos would be really the number that they're looking for, but actually Shook's in there. Here comes the teleport. Froggen going to join in as well. They're going very low. Tabs does take down Overpower, and that is going to be brilliant once again from Alliance. Jankos going pretty low. Will he dive in? Q connected, but no, Jankos walks away.
And Wicked also tried to teleport down, but he got interrupted in the mid lane by Renekton. If he had joined in, they could have gone for more. Also picking up at least a few more kills, but Froggen coming down with the teleport. Very nice turnaround from Alliance, but we also saw the burst potential of Rocket's combo here when they landed CC, and then Overpower jumps in. Now going on to Wicked.
Ooh, Wicked is caught in a little bit of a difficult position there, but the presence of Froggen going to cause them some problems, and look at the damage he puts in there on towards Celiva. He's not done. He's going to keep going from this one, possibly. Look at this. Shook's coming around the side. Can he land the Q? More damage comes in. He goes off. Oh, and he misses. Q not quite landing onto either of them there. Good try, nonetheless, from Alliance.
And this Kassadin is going to be such a big issue. Picking up all the farm he wants, he has the early items he wants again. He will be so hard to deal with, and now with the teleport, obviously on cooldown, he won't be able to make a lot of plays unless he roams by himself until he's ready again. But we just saw the power of having these teleports. When there's a gang down in bot lane, it was in favor of Rocket, but then 2 members just started teleporting. One got interrupted, but the other one joined, picked up a kill.
That leaves Alliance 5-4 in the lead. Still behind in gold, though. That's something that they're going to have to try and remedy. They are a turret behind, so that's really where that one is coming from. Of course, they did lose out on both dragons so far in this game. That's something that Rocket have done well.
That's the thing again. Rocket have been doing everything perfect with the combo, except for actually winning on CS in the lanes. They've taken the buffs, they've taken the dragons. The last one, there was a ward from Alliance though, so they saw them moving in there and moving away, so they will have the time on it, and we can then see for the next dragon if they actually want a team fight, or they're just happy, constantly farming, extending the game as much as possible, because again, Kassadin Vayne, and also Vayne with 2 kills. Very scary things like this.
Maybe an understatement later on, we'll see. And we know how mechanically good Tabs is well. He showed that time and time again. Of course, a former mid laner with the most fearsome fizz in the world he was at one point.
Definitely.
And, well, now playing his trade in the bottom lane. He's actually building up that Trinity Force as well. So going the Candy Panda way that we've seen, pretty much the exclusive Vayne player so far here in the LCS. Aside from a couple of other appearances, but we've got 30 seconds till Dragon. That means both teams going to start clearing out. Nif is going to get caught from this one. He is going to play, but does he have a flash? No, he doesn't. He's dead.
look at the damage from Overpower already. Bloodthirster, he has the Brutalizer. So much single target burst he can put down, and that is the scary thing again for Alliance. And this time around, with Nif being dead, even though they have the timer, they can actually fight for this one. And Wicked, he's still also staying in the top lane. Or will they actually try and fight? Sasus left top, so it's only 4 members from Rocket here. They could actually go in for it.
They've just given their position away.
Oh.
Put a wall down over the top of the wall. And Overpower is thinking, can I have a go at Tabs? Can I kill him before Wicked will get the better of me here? Lander coming up, that will certainly make the process a little bit easier. Wicked. And there we go, he's going to jump in onto him. In fact, Zazus is there as well. There's the stun. Wicked down below half HP. He's dead, he's walking away. He's not, maybe not dead just yet.
Oh,
wow,
the
piercing
snipe.
arrow, snipe from Celiver. Will pick them up that one. Very, very interesting stuff. Again, Wicked caught completely by surprise.
And for the second time around this Dragon, Rocket is using the superior vision control they have in this river with the pink ward up there to actually get the kills. Now Shook, he wants maybe trying to steal this one, but it's very hard. No, he backs off wisely.
Backs away, and Overpower came in there trying to look for some more damage onto him. That's Baron 3, wow. Dragon 3 of the game, all 3 of them going over to Rocket.
But again, that pink ward in the push we see right down here in the river, definitely paid off, giving 2 kills and a Dragon now for Rocket.
And possibly a turret here if Alliance aren't careful about things. Froggen was down the bottom lane, no teleport, so his split pushing power becomes a little bit less effective until that teleport does get back up, which it will be in a second. And here's that blue buff we were talking about earlier on. Jankos actually going to steal that one away again, and Celiver says, Jankos, please clear out the camp so we know when it spawns again.
Get the timer. It's actually been up for a while because Alliance was kept busy down here towards the Dragon. And Nif, he needs to be careful. He's been caught out a few times already.
Possibly real bad news for Alliance. There we go, ultimates coming left and right. Nif going to be picked up first. There is a good box coming down. And actually, the damage is coming back here. It's going pear-shaped for Rocket. Wicked picks up one. Can they get on towards Bandit? No, they'll be happy to take out Zazus. And Froggen does get himself a kill there finally. They lost tabs in that one, but it was a 2-for-1.
And the fact that it's the support and jungler walking in first, taking all the damage, meant that the rest of the lines come in and the hook.
Oh, he might have a lot of damage, but he's got no health. He's a dead man, 3-for-1. They're going to have the turret away, and to be honest, Alliance might think about keeping going on this one. Froggen tracking up the turret, not really what he wanted, but that was a pure win for Alliance.
Pure win. The trap from Rocket was smart, but he just completely backfired because it was Nif walking in first together with Shook. They took all the damage, all the CC onto them, and the box and the flay he put up knocked them away. Notice here the trap. Look, he was going first. Straight onto Nif, a lot of damage, then he flays Sasus actually when he tries to dash in, puts it up, and Froggen, he comes in from behind here. And look at Silver. Flashing away, nope, Kassadin is there, Lee Sin is there, and obviously Aurelia. Taps is taking actually 2 members, keeping them away from the rest. So he did his job more or less, and it simply also meant that when the kill was there for Overpower, he didn't have anyone to jump to now because the rest of his team were already running away.
8-17 kills. It's been pretty much back and forth the kill counter throughout this one. And while the gold counter has stayed in one direction, though, we have to say, Rocket are still ahead here, albeit by less than 1,000 gold at this point.
But they are ahead with a very strong early game laning phase combo, and also with a combo that really needs to be careful when dealing with these very mobile champions. So we need to see some very good CC coming out. We need the cocoons, we need obviously the stun from Sasus, and then we just need to see Rocket pile onto them, and hopefully not Nif the next time.
We talk about Rocket and their position in the table, but if you look at their past 5 games, there's not that much to celebrate, actually, if you're a Rocket fan, except the win against Gambit, of course, which was a magical time for us all. I think,
he stole it.
Nice steal from Shock. They've only picked up 1 win in the last 5 games. A loss against Alliance would actually mean that they're on a pretty bad run of things.
Things generally for Rocket, we actually talked with the coach, Veggie. You interviewed him on one stage where he said, our early game has been too weak. There's also been the issue in the games they actually lost, and that could be one of the reasons we see this very strong combo for them here early on. And again, they actually have more or less lost it the early game, because yes, they got all the objectives, and now Shook going very aggressive.
Oh, he's going to have to kick them away, and takes a lantern as well. That was calmly played by Shook, and actually Alliance aren't done here by the looks of things. They're going to keep working their way around. They're in full vision of Rocket. Rocket are in full vision of them. There is the sweeping lens to take it out. The blue buff is still alive, and to be honest, Rocket have had all of Alliance's blues pretty much this game. Alliance wanted one back, but in the end, too dangerous for them.
So finally, Rocket can actually pick up the blue. And as I said before, don't get me wrong on this, Rocket have been doing a good job early game getting the objective, but the fact they haven't been able to shut down Kassadin or Vayne or Aurelia is the issue, and it showed the weak early game for them, this game at least, laning-wise.
And that's become more and more of an issue as things goes on. There's a red buff for Tabs when he does finally take it down. That'll be good times for him. Trinity Force and that Blade of the Ruin King. If you look over the other side, the Bloodthirster and Last Whisper, and actually going a little bit defensive here is Celeber.
He has to do it. Kassadin is going to jump onto him, Lee Sin is going to jump to him, and obviously Wicked is going to jump to him. Something like a Banshee can take a lot of the upfront damage from a Kassadin, so it is a wise item, but they can pop it with Wicked just going in there, popping his Q towards him. He will still get to him and just do no damage, but he's still going to pop the Banshee, and then Froggen can jump in afterwards.
That's just trying to figure out if they could actually catch out Froggen, which for me, you're probably never going to do against the Kassadin, especially one whose flash is going to be coming up off cooldown as well. And interesting thing for me is Overpower. We've seen how much single target damage he's got, but tankiness is definitely not there for him at this point. He got hooked and was dead instantly, and if he dies without getting the resets and picking up kills in the fights, they've lost so much damage from their composition.
Him and Froggen are actually trying to play the same way in team fights. They want to stay back at first, then they notice a low target, and then they jump in. If they go in as the first one, they're obviously just going to get blown up. It's easy for Rocket to even stun Froggen if he goes in first, with all the CC they got. So both of them are looking to play the same style of team fights, and it's just a matter of the other people on the team. Can they get someone low? So the first one, so one of them can jump in, and then obviously we have the reset from Overpower, which is going to be the key thing in these fights.
Now we're going to see the point of the game where it comes to dancing around Baron. We're almost half an hour into this game now, and we can already see that walls have started to come in and being cleared out straight away afterwards.
And that's a perfect thing for Alliance if it's coming down to the Baron dance, because they have the double teleport. Wicked is in the bot lane, nobody's there to stop him at the moment, and if someone moves there, rest of Alliance is around Baron, they can just start it. But for now though, Dragon has spawned, timer for both teams, they know it's up. Let's see what actually happens.
Froggen is on that top side again. Just to reiterate, teleport is there for him. Wicked is actually on the bottom side of the Dragon Pit at this point. It looks like the Alliance have decided not to go for this one. We are going to see Shook there at the backside, but he doesn't even try to get in. And that is Dragon number 4 going over to Rocket.
And Alliance clearly showing they don't want a team fight at the moment, just focus on pushing out every single lane. Froggen is having a good wave with him towards his top turret, and now the rest of Alliance is rotating up there to get some damage on it.
Good positional play. Rocket are following them though. Will they be able to get anything kicked off? There's the vision that they wanted. Vander moving in, and in the end, Alliance back straight off.
And meanwhile, Wicked down in the bot lane, onto the turret. Nobody from Rocket is close. Nobody has teleport. They can go down there. You see Sasus trying to run all the way, and now engaged.
Oh, they're going towards Overpower. He actually pops his ultimate there in the end just to get away from things, and that is going to be dangerous, dangerous stuff for them. And just trap set up, and there is his ultimate actually timing out. We can see he's recalling in that brush on the top side, but Wicked has taken down that inner turret, and now Rocket has to decide, what do we do about this one? They've sent Zazas there to deal with him, but it leaves just 2 men, possibly 3 with Elise hanging around to defend top.
Exactly, and that is the whole issue for them. They need to either full-on engage with 5 people up top, ignore Wicked when he's split pushing, try and pick up the kills they want, go towards the Baron afterwards, or they have to just spread out on the map and then follow Alliance around. Just try and 1v1 them, 2v2 them, and see if they can win them.
Or a sneaky Baron.
Or a sneaky Baron could work too.
I don't think a sneaky Baron really is something of an option in most games. Sometimes you'll get away with it where Alliance maybe take their eye off the ball for a little bit longer than they should, but just can't really see that one happening here. It looks like they're actually going to send both Froggen and Wicked down towards his bottom lane. That's another interesting concept. You can have Froggen waiting off, trying to draw someone in towards Wicked, and before you know it, you sat in a 2v1.
Yeah, and while Sasus is very tanky, if he gets caught by these 2 members, he will die. He can't escape it. They can chase him so easily, even though he has double dash and his flash. So again, that's what Alliance can do, and they're actually playing the map very smart at the moment, because they want to make sure that if something should happen somewhere, we will have the advantage. And that's the risk-free play from Alliance again. They're not just going straight to Baron, starting it, hoping that Rocket isn't nearby. They're just moving around here, trying to outposition Rocket.
Froggen is going to jump over into that lane, and Zazas has been drawn down to it. How far will he actually come out from the base? And we can see all he does, clears out the wave, just heads back off. But he is going to go over a ward here in a second, which will give his position away, but there's minions already through. They'll spot Froggen.
And Ro8 is simply thinking, we haven't seen Kassadin up in top lane, even though it was a big wave. We didn't see him mid lane. Why is not fighting man? Saz actually went in.
Well, he's gone in there and he might just pay the price. He's going to pop his dominance. That will get him off in towards the jungle. And with that ward that Alliance had there, they saw the rest of the Ro8 team starting to close in on them. And actually, they've gone back into this one. Let's see what the plan is. It's obviously Vayne who's doing all the damage in the top lane, just going to be pushing that straight through. They know that there were 3 men inside the jungle now. Tabs is going to have his time. Wicked and Froggen could just back off there, and they know that they're going to get the numbers advantage up on the top lane.
And this kind of tactic that Alliance is pulling is one of the most annoying things to play against, because you don't feel like you have a counterplay unless you get a hard engage and then you win a team fight. And now it's a shoot going in towards Jankos.
That is pretty sick stuff as well. Going in onto the minion with the teleport
Survives,
just before it dies. Survives, tanks up all the damage, and they're able to get in, but this might cost them now. Overpower getting in. There's a lantern for Wicked. That'll send him off to safety. And Shook actually waiting off to the side. Are they going to go in? They've managed to hook Overpower. This could be dangerous. Tibbers has gone down. Ultimate's been thrown in all over the place. Overpower does go down. Double kill for Froggen. It's going to not be a triple. It's Tabs that picks up that one, but he gets himself a double as well. Now it's only Zazas left alive. How is he going to escape from this team? The answer is probably not. Randuin's pop. Zazas goes down. Triple kill for Tabs.
And the second Alliance see Rocket chasing after them. Teleport comes in from Froggen, and they land the hook on Overpower, the perfect target to hook. Goes straight in, wins the fight. Zazas, he was running from base, trying to join in. And also look who got the kills. Triple kill on Vayne, double kill on Kassadin. Couldn't be more perfect.
And they're going to lose a possible 2 inhibitors for this one. Wicked has already got that inhib turret in the top lane down to less than half HP, putting some good damage in on that one. Ro8 only just starting to respawn into the game, and that will be the second inhib going down. Brilliant stuff from Alliance.
So now we're at the point of the game for Rocket's side where they have 2 options. Either they walk into their own jungle, place a ping ward, and hope someone from Alliance will face check them, they instant kill that target, and then they just go Baron. Or you just run straight down 5 people, hope Alliance isn't in a position to stop it, maybe see someone like Froggen showing down bot lane without the teleport, and then you just try this desperate Baron call, which often goes wrong, but you don't really have a choice at the moment.
Froggen now has that Void Staff added in. His Zeraph's Embrace is already done. A needlessly large rod as well for him as Nif starts to clear out around that Baron area. And there's a Guardian Angel for Tabs as well. Going to make it so much harder here for Ro8 to actually fight them straight up and have any chance of winning.
The combo from Alliance, as soon as they got out of the laning phase after doing so well, it just signals very dangerous things. And they've been playing the map absolutely perfect, giving no chance to Ro8. And even when Ro8 actually wanted to fight, Alliance still won it. And that really signals how well they've been playing.
Alliance again grouping around. Ro8 trying
are actually waiting in the pink and pink bush, so they're trying at least to set something up.
Trying to be smart about this one, but Alliance looking like they've taken a leave out of the Copenhagen Wolves' book and said no risks in this one. We play it how it's supposed to be.
And also notice the wards in the jungle of Ro8. It's going to be very hard for them to catch someone out, because with all this vision, with obviously the bot lane pushing by itself due to the inhibitor being down, Alliance can just take it easy and slow and wait for someone of Ro8 to actually go back.
Shook getting Cocoon, but there is a hook coming in towards Jankos. Box goes down. Overpower's trying to get in towards Froggen, but he's dodged off to the back. Already using Zeraph's shield, but Vanda's going to be hunted on the backside. Zazas is surely going to fall as well. Froggen going on towards Celiver with the help of Tabs, and they're absolutely obliterating Ro8. The other 2 men have walked off to the side. Alliance get the 3, and they're going to go for Baron.
And once again, Alliance showing how far ahead they are, how good the champions are in these team fights. And Ro8, they had to try something. Again, we just gotta say they needed to try something.
Nexus turret. They're actually losing the Nexus turret. See, we did see a recall finally for Jankos to actually come around, and that's going to stop that happening, but they've lost 1.
Lost 1 already, lost the Baron, lost 3 members. Again, 6 kills onto Vayne, 3 kills onto Kassadin with 9 assists. Everything is looking absolutely perfect for Alliance. And we gotta give them credit here. They've really been showing up this Super Week.
And another thing I want to point out, the stat just flickered in there. 0 dragons for Alliance. But they've done that, and they've let them go, and they've said, okay, we don't lose anything else apart from the dragon itself.
And that all boils down to the fact they won the lanes on CS, so they got actually the farm they needed. They didn't need the objectives, they were fine giving them to Ro8, didn't want to take any chances fighting with this weak early game combo, and it's just paying off for them now.
Going for the second inhibitor of the game. The super minions, of course, working up from that bottom lane. Have already taken one Nexus turret here for Alliance. They've not got much more to take down in this base before they can call this game theirs. And there is the inhibitor going down. Lantern in position to take anyone who needs it to safety, and that's exactly what they do.
And now 2 games in a row, Cassidy have been left open. 2 games in a row, he's been very, very hard to deal with when it comes down to the team fights. I expect to see banned in the next one.
Thanks for that one, Genius.
Well, it's just been open 2 times, so...
I can't imagine that Cassidy goes through the second time, but apparently that did happen, as we've just seen Overpower actually cleansing away from that one. That Quicksilver Sash, we are going to see actually damage coming onto him. Zazas is going to go down to less than half HP, and look at the damage coming in. Froggen actually will pick up that one. It's now a 5 versus 4. They can win right here.
They can more or less finish it because Overpower, he's taking a lot of damage every time he even jumps up. He's Froggen, he's feeling safe, jumping in, doing the damage. Only 1 turret left, 3 inhibitors down. Alliance 2 options, either they just go in and try and finish, or they play it very safe and try and back off.
I think going and try and finish right now,
I like
that
this
may
way
even
too.
be the safer thing to do for them, as we do see the ulti coming out of Celiva, not going to make the slightest of difference to them. They hammer away on the Nexus. This is the victory for Alliance. They pick up an impressive victory over Ro8. Well, Cassidy getting through 2nd game in a row. Froggen nailed it.
And also the Vayne pick for Tap. 580 carries were banned away. He just picks Vayne and then he goes big in this game. He did so much work. He actually won the laning phase on Vayne. And you invest 5 bans onto the 80 carries.
I have to wonder if it's worth it at that point.
Of course not.
Of course it's not in the end. I mean, we can see that now, but all those 80 carries gone. He picks up Vayne, which we know Tabs is gonna. Ro8 obviously weren't there last season when he was playing Vayne with the Lemon Dogs, but we know how good he is. And Ro8 should know how good he is. And if Vayne's open and none of the other 80 carries are there to shut him down, he's going to do well.
There's the whole thing about the champ select from Ro8's side. First 2 picks was Renekton and Elise. Well, Wicked is preferring Aurelia anyway, so you don't really take anything away from him. Also, you already had the Lee Sin being locked in for Shook. He didn't mind the Elise being gone. Simply saying that Alliance just wanted champ select. As long as they could survive the early game, like we talked about, survive the laning phase, the game was theirs.
And another impressive win for them. I mean, that's now 3 on the bounce for Alliance. And I remember after the Super Hot Crew game saying, they're a yo-yo team, you know, they win one, they lose one, they win one, they lose one. They came through all this odd week, even week thing that wasn't really a thing. It just happened to work out that way. They seem to be stabilizing a little bit now.
And they really found a playstyle, much like the Copenhagen Wolves, with this very risk-free mid-game. You don't take any chances, you slowly grind out the enemy team, go to all different lanes, push them up, get the turrets, and then catch them out whenever you actually have the chance. And this tactic, as long as you have good early game, and you get into the mid-game, you can use it, and it really works.
And, you know, the usual way to catch that off is by playing a chaotic playstyle, by having a lot of wards in the enemy jungle, by stealing away buffs, by setting up those traps. And Ro8 tried to do it. They had actually great buff control on Alliance for a very large part of that game, but honestly, Froggen didn't seem to mind that whatsoever. I mean, when you've got an Archangel staff and a Rod of Ages in there, you've got more mana than you know what to do with anyway.
Again, we talked about in the game how Ro8 actually did the job on the map early game, took everything they could, even the red buff they actually went in and took away. But it just wasn't enough when you're not winning the lanes, when you're not shutting down these champions. And what they could have done with this very hard CC combo was simply just group up earlier and then just try and force something. Go 5 people mid, push down the turret, push down the next one, because there's a Kassadin and there's a Vayne, no wave clear at all. So you can just start pushing down these turrets. But instead, every time they took like Dragon or buffs, they returned to the lanes and then just kept on farming.
Well, one of the big hashtag LCS big plays in that one, there's no doubt about it, was Shook's kick into Nif's hook. That was so nicely timed, so great to look at. We actually have a clip of that as well, so we can take another look back on it and marvel in the wonder that was this move.
It's basically just the timing of Shook going in here. If you roll the clip, we can actually see him landing the Q from max range onto Celivar, and then we know from there on he will flash kick him, and Nif is just ready for it. So he's already loading up his hook at the moment here, ready to just click on it. As soon as Shook goes in, flashes behind Celivar, kicks him in, then we see flash hook from Nif, catching him in the air, and he just pick up a nice kill. Such a beautiful play.
And actually, did that kill go over to Tabs? I guess we're going to find out here in a second if it actually did or not.
Yeah,
and there it was.
Both members lifted.
That was the first kill for Tabs as well. So we can safely say that amazing moment that they pulled off got Tabs rolling in the game as well. He was a beast by the end of things. Overall, just an amazing match for them.
Yeah, and again, back to Tabs, just the fact he could actually farm in his lane. Varus, Annie, so much poke onto him. He was pushed to the turret, and he still managed to see us there. Beautiful job.
Don't forget, guys, you can also highlight your own favorite moments from these matches by sending them to... I can never talk when it comes to talking about lolesports.com or the Twitter. Let's try that one again. Send over to us at Twitter, at LOL Esports. There we go. And be sure to use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. We may just be showing some of those on air later on. And it's another fantastic win for Alliance, who is the only perfect team so far in Super Week. That leads us into a quick break. But stay tuned, because when we come back, Shox and Demon will be talking to Wicked about that win. And then it's time for another epic clash between Millennium and Fnatic. But first, as some of you might know, and some of you here in the audience might still be recovering from, Carnival recently wrapped up here in Cologne, and some of our players ventured out in costume to celebrate with the locals. And if you ever wanted to see Aranea dressed up like a penguin, well, you came to the right place.
If you live in Cologne, Carnival is the event of the year. In Europe especially, I think we have a lot of old tradition things that's still alive, and I think it's really cool to have them up.
Carnival started in 1822. It's a Catholic party, and it expands so fast in all around Europe, especially like Spain, Italy, and Germany. Carnival is huge than Halloween and other parties.
For me, it's just about having fun, going out, seeing people, and just that everyone enjoys it. I think it's great to get a time off LCS once in a while, go out and enjoy Cologne. It's a really beautiful city.
Everyone is like dressing up as like evil things, so they can actually scare out the evil ghosts, like the winter, and then you want to have like the spring and the summer coming. I think it started all with that, and then like now it's like more like a common thing that everyone dresses up.
I picked the penguin costume because I love to do like a snowboard with it, and the snowboard it fits you, like going as a penguin in the snow is actually good.
So Alliance and Millennium have a lot of competition between each other, but now we're having competition in costumes, and I feel like Alliance is winning so far. You're doing a better job at this?
I don't know, that's a tough matchup. We have like the animals battle against the pirates or whatever they are. I guess they don't even know what is the costume, but it's cool. I got this costume for Kev's mother. She like brought a few costumes, and I chose the kangaroo one simply because it's the best one.
It is the kangaroo. It's surely the kangaroo.
It's always great. Like since I left Australia, I didn't meet them. I almost cried. That was really emotional for me.
We actually met some fans today, and it's pretty cool. Like they also have costumes on and stuff.
You can make a twin.
How are you? I'm fine. How are you? Fine, man. Glad to see you here. Oh, man. I didn't expect you to be here, man. That's good to see you. Where's your costume? Where's the Gambit costume, man? Where's the Russian hat? He's the best, man. It's always great to meet fans, take pictures with them. It always reminds you to not let them down.
All the fans are just so great. I think Cologne is a great town where you can live and also work. Usually our days like you play a lot, but then you also have like those days where you can go out and then you can have fun and relax. It's connected to each other. You can't live here without going to Carnival.
Next does not answer. We can take the fight. We can even turn it if needed. I have GP behind him.
Kha'Zix! I got him!
Go Kha'Zix! Kill the Kha'Zix! Nice! Elise next! Elise next!
Paris.
Nice! Renekton next! No answer! Go, yes! Woo! I can catch! I'm fucking catching it too!
I got pushed up.
You guys push back!
I pushed up, you got bad, I pushed up.
Welcome back, everyone. Demon and I are speaking with Wicked from Alliance. Wicked, we just saw that. That was an amazingly beautiful fight by you guys. Walk us through it, because you started everything off by teleporting to the top lane.
Well, we didn't even want to fight in the beginning because Froggen was split pushing bot lane, so we were just trying to walk back, and then Nif was like, I catch him, and we all just go like run in, stun him, go everything for Kha'Zix, and everyone was just screaming Kha'Zix because we didn't have any other focus, so that's our only focus. We managed to kill him, we finally move on to the next targets and just try to kill all of them.
Such nice, clear-cut communications, I noticed, from your team as well. This is a bit of a contrast from the old CLG EU days.
Whoever screams the loudest decides the target.
I think, I don't know, Froggen probably wins every time.
Not every time, but mostly, yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about this game, because Kassadin got through 2 times in a row. Were you guys as surprised as we were?
Well, I guess now people realize why people banned Kassadin as well, because even if he gets behind, like if you saw that LCS game, LCS was like 0-3 or something, and then in mid-game, late game, he just destroys everyone, even though he's weak. And Froggen had free farm this game, and he could just pretty much farm up, slow out the game, and then carry it on.
So what was going on with the picks and bans phase? Because there was 5 AD carries banned out. You guys obviously went Caitlyn Lucian. That's kind of standard against Sullivan, but they banned out 3 AD carries.
So we were trying to get the superior bot lane by banning out Lucian, possibly picking Caitlyn or getting an OP pick. But they decided to just ban all the AD carries, and we were like, well, we'll just go with that as well. And then we knew Taps can easily play Ezreal, Vayne, Varus, so we didn't have a problem because he'd been practicing those heroes as well. And we know that all heroes mainly only plays Lucian and Caitlyn.
But they left Tabs' main AD carry open, which is actually Vayne.
Yeah, Taps loves to play Vayne. We haven't played it that much because it's bad in the tank meta, I think, because everyone could just run him down. But now it's better because a lot of people are playing Bruises, where you're not as tanky anymore, you have damage instead, and Vayne just kills those heroes.
Talking about the tank meta, a lot of love for Aurelia once again. Tell me about the matchup into Renekton, maybe Trundle before as well, and why you picked her twice today.
So, the game before I picked her against Trundle, I wasn't sure if we wanted to pick Renekton or Trundle or Aurelia. It depended a lot on our strategy, because if you wanted to gank top, we would have gone the Renekton, and if you wanted to just let me farm forever, we would pick Aurelia and I can just split push. And then this game, it was clear because I feel very comfortable on Aurelia against Renekton. As you can see, it's a losing matchup, but I still managed to equal farm and even get ahead of him.
So you're now 3-0 in Super Week. Can you go the whole way? You're the only team that can go for the perfect week.
Well, it is our week, so definitely.
The curse was broken, man.
The curse was only broken for 2 weeks.
Okay.
All right, one more question for you guys quickly. Millennium versus Fnatic coming up. D-Man, who you calling it for?
I'm actually going to go for Fnatic in this one. They looked really good against the Super Hot crew, but then again, the Super Hot crew have not been good this week. But Fnatic, I think, have this one in the bag.
Wicked, do you give a chance to Millennium?
I would say it's roughly equal, and I'm rooting for Fnatic, but I know that Millennium really needs this win, and they're going to do everything they can, so it's a very equal game.
Yep, that can go a long way. Thank you very much, and congratulations once again, Wicked. And now we're going to kick it back over to Joe and the Fee Show, where our next matchup is good to go.
Thank you very much, guys, and that does bring us to our final LCS game of the day as Millennium take on Fnatic. Now, these two teams are tied in head-to-head after Fnatic's yo-yo performances have allowed everyone to net a win against them.
And Millennium's win over Fnatic in Week 5 was actually the first time we really saw the new Millennium team fights where they could actually shine. We had Aranea jumping into the backline of Fnatic every single time, and he tanked 4 members. And then the rest of Millennium, they just killed Soaz and then moved on to the rest of the team. And we also have to highlight Kevin in that game. great performance on Trundle where he simply became unkillable. And Fnatic, every single time they used everything on Ioneer, had nothing to do against Trundle.
And Millennium are coming into this one, of course, after beating first place Ro8 yesterday. They looked very impressive.
Yeah, I was actually very impressed by Millennium's performance. First against SK Gaming, we had a very close match where both Curb and also the bot lane actually won the lanes. And then they also picked up some few kills early game and everything was actually looking good. Kevin, he did fall behind to Freddy in the top lane, but that is what you expect against Renekton. And Millennium, they still managed to win the early game overall. But then after the laning phase, SK Gaming, they took control of the map and then they won the game with some very good rotations all around the map. And then we had another strong performance by Millennium against Ro8, where after a very even early game, they actually managed to ace Ro8 at the Dragon at 17 minutes. And Millennium, they never let go of the lead. And while Overpower, yeah, he did try to pull Ro8 back in the game with the Mordekaiser that came in from behind, popped someone pretty much instantly with his ultimate. But still, Millennium, they hold on to the game and they secured the Baron and also they secured the game from there on. And early in this season, Millennium had some very aggressive games where they could constantly roam and they were fighting in the early game, but their playstyle has changed now. It's more passive and it's working for them. We saw that yesterday, and also they're looking just generally a lot better in team fights, and also their objective control is good. And they're actually the 4th team in the EU LCS on Dragons, which is really impressive considering the fact they're actually the bottom team in the league. And it's not an easy task just picking up so many Dragons when, generally speaking, you haven't had the best games.
Yeah, those Dragons important overall, and I think a strong early game is something that Millennium need to bring into this one as well. Fnatic on the other side picked apart Super Hot Crew earlier today with Xpeke on the block, hiding in the jungle all over the place and just basically destroying everyone that he happened to come across along the way. Peke was able to put so much fear into the Super Hot Crew that they lost the entire control of that jungle. And we also have to talk about Soaz on Malphite. He listened to Wicked and he built a Trinity Force on that one first of all and really shut down Mima, who of course was playing Jax in that game. And in general, Fnatic played very well. They controlled the tempo of the game. They never really gave Super Hot Crew a chance.
No, and they did a very smart thing where they simply forced Copenhagen Wolves to fight. And every single time they did, Soaz was just split pushing elsewhere on the map, making sure he could take down turrets whenever there was a fight. And it was such a smart play overall, because what can you actually do against it if you are behind? And again, Xpeke on LeBlanc, 8-3-9 versus Super Hot Crew. Amazing performance from him, doing so well, hiding in the jungle, killing targets every single time he had the chance. And then Fnatic, they managed to completely control the jungle. As you said yourself, good wards in there, they controlled all the objectives, they had 3 dragons, they had a Baron, and obviously they had 11 towers to only 2 towers of Super Hot Crew, completely shutting them down.
Well, we'll see if they can do it again here against Millennium. But first, let's check out the starting lineups of the two teams, starting on the blue side with Millennium. They are Kevin in the top lane, Aranea in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, and the duo lane of Creatine and Jerry.
And on the red side, we have Fnatic, of course. We have Source in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke is the mid laner, Reckless on AD carry, and Yellow Star is the support.
So we're moving into champion select, and I'm going to predict this one. They're going to ban Kassadin. Millennium are going to ban Kassadin. Or will Fnatic ban Kassadin? What do you think? Someone's going to ban Kassadin.
I actually think Millennium will do it. They have been doing it in the past, simply because they don't actually play it. It's all pretty common knowledge for most teams here. So they will, I expect them at least to ban away. We can't say anything. We saw Draven ban against Taps in the last game and leaving Kassadin open. So, but I also could see something like LeBlanc against Peke, taking away, don't want to deal with this. Yeah. And then Kerp, he's been playing Ziggs twice now, this Super Week, doing really well. It could be a potential pick for Ro8, or maybe even a ban for Fnatic, simply don't want to deal with this. And then we can see Kerp fall back on something, maybe in like a Fist, which I would really like to see him play.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that both of these mid laners do play a very similar pool of champions. You know, we've seen the LeBlanc for both of them. We know that Peke can play that Fizz, although that was where they started their losing streak, funnily enough. So it's going to be interesting to see if they ban heavily against the mid lane or simply let everything through and say it's going to be me versus you. We're going to just come down to counter picks.
And a champion we actually almost forgot this today is Lulu.
True.
Potential ban. Both teams can ban their way because she's so hard to deal with. And also, Cyanide actually been very impressive when it comes to Wukong. He's been loving to play together with Sivir and Reckless. Could be a potential ban. Maybe at least Sin could be a ban against him. Obviously, Lee's key jungler for him. There's a lot of options here. And for once, I actually feel like Millennium has a lot of things they want to ban away from this Fnatic team because they have been looking good. Also, Annie on Yellow Star. And all the way around.
Yeah. I think, you know, the Lulu thing as well also kind of works doubly against Fnatic because Soaz plays it in the top lane, or has played it in the top lane, I should really say about that one. Of course, he won that game against Gambit, actually got them off that horrible losing streak that they were on.
And he didn't only win the game, he dominated Darien completely. He got the 1v1 against Dr. Mundo, killed him first with Cyanide, then Darien returned to the lane, and Source just killed him alone. So obviously, Lulu for Fnatic, it's something they love. And also, we've seen Yellowstar play it together with something like Caitlyn on Reckless. It's a very hard lane to deal with, so I can definitely see Lulu be a possible ban.
So we are going to be getting into Champion Select here in just a second. Players just dropping out to get themselves in the right order, because otherwise that just confuses Joe Miller and everything basically goes to pot. So once that's all done, we'll be all good to get into the game. And for Fnatic, again, it's hard to say which Fnatic's going to come to the table, because they beat Gambit, looked very impressive, then they lost to the Wolves. They dominated the Super Hot crew earlier on. Does that mean that they're going to win this one? Does that mean that they're going to lose out again? Super Hot crew themselves have not been a model of stability either in the last few games.
I think we can say, though, both these teams have actually been doing well. Millennium yesterday, 2 games, won 1, lost 1, but they didn't lose it like we've seen in the past, where they just pretty much lose every single team fight. They actually look very strong.
So here we go then into the bans and the picks. Lulu first ban out, so we did expect that to happen for Millennium. And it does take away 2 possible picks, as we said, with both Soaz and Peke able to play that one. Renekton taken away against Soaz as well. On the other side, Evelynn against Aranea.
Evelynn, so annoying to deal with early on. You need vision in the jungle at the camps to actually spot her out, otherwise you need the pink wards. Don't want to deal with this. The Ziggs being taken away from Curb. He loved to play it yesterday. Did so well on it. So very smart ban by Fnatic. And no, Kassadin got banned.
Why would you ever ban Kassadin?
Oh, Draven is still open.
Draven's still open, that is for sure. Other side, Ziggs was taken away by Fnatic. We talked about how well Curb has done overall with the Ziggs. Their last 2 games, in fact, playing Ziggs and ending with positive score ratios, actually against Roccat a little bit better than against SK Gaming, where he went 5-2-5. And what are Fnatic going to ban out finally? Aatrox actually taken away from Kevin, and that's another one that he performed brilliantly with against Roccat. 2-1-7, not the biggest, most impressive score, but the way he played the Aatrox was brilliant.
And I actually feel like they are forcing to ban it because the Renekton ban from Millennium side. One of the champs who can deal with Aatrox is Renekton early, so Millennium taking that away, showing more or less we want something like an Aatrox, and the Fnatic just responds, bans away. Left LeBlanc open, take it away from Xpeke, put onto Curb, who absolutely loves the player.
What will Peke be reacting with? Something like Gragas possibly, get a lot of farm in this mid lane and have a bit more control when it comes to team fights?
Gragas is an option. Orianna is normally the go-to pick because you have your shield in the laning phase. You can also bring barrier. It also works fairly well with something like a Trundle who can go into the middle of the team, have the ball on him, and you pop the ultimate. But they don't have this direct jump in if we see the Orianna later on. But I like the fact they're actually considering Trundle, because it's been one of the main champions for Kevin. Renekton is already gone. Aatrox is gone. We can possibly see him play Shen. He's played it in the past. We can see something like a Jax being brought up by him. But in general, very smart pickup. And also, you get the Elise onto Cyanide. Such a strong jungle.
And those are the 2 picks that will be locked in. Trundle Elise for Fnatic. On the other side, Aranea.
Always Teemo.
In his penguin costume. In the end, actually switches out Teemo, surprisingly enough, for Lee Sin, and also Lucian picked up here for Creatine.
So we get very standard junglers. It did show, though, that Fnatic actually prefer Elise over Lee Sin for Cyanide here. But generally, Millennium had the respawn ready. Lee Sin is one of the best to deal with this early game power Elise can bring. And also the Lucian, we've seen Creatine on it before, he's so good. And it's also it's both strong in lane, it scales well into the late game. Generally Lucian, he just brings everything you want in an AD carry.
So other side, currently hovering over Nidalee possibly here for Fnatic. And let's think back to the last time that was played, was in their win against Gambit. 5-0-6. You had those magnetic spears that were connecting onto everyone.
And that was the game where Fnatic didn't give up a single kill. They had the Lulu on source, they had the Nidalee, and just poked away. They got ahead early on, and now with Caitlyn as well, the amount of poke you can bring with this combo, if Fnatic gets ahead early on, can really make things hard for Millennium. Because also, we haven't obviously seen the last 2 picks, but the first 3, you don't really have any direct hard engage, so you're going to have to rely on Curb getting a pick somewhere, or Arnie obviously hitting his Q, kicking someone into his own team.
So, we see a Thresh paired actually over the other side there for Fnatic, and maybe more importantly, what is J-Re going to go for? Because he's actually the support that's really, I'd say, along with Edward, if you look at their past games, bringing out something a little bit different. Zillion is already brought to the table a win against SK, actually, the time that he brought that one out. Also played the likes of Morgana and more standard stuff as well.
And he needs to pick some engage in some kind of form. He needs to have engage for the team so he can land now the ultimate, and then Aranea can follow, Curb can follow, and of course, if they log in his Jax, jump in there, you have your counter strike, stun everyone around you, and it's very, very strong combo if they can land the ultimate from J-Re. So there's going to be a lot of things relying on him now to start the team fights, especially against something like a Nidalee. You don't want to delay going in and getting hit by these spears.
So Lucian, Leona versus Caitlyn and something. What would you go in there with that something? Would it be the Thresh that's still open?
Morgana is also open. Morgana would be a perfect pick for them here to simply stop the engage. And also something, yeah, already locked in, don't even have to keep going there. Morgana, the perfect pick against Leona. Black Shield stops all his CC when she's trying to engage. And it's what Fnatic need here. This poke combo, if they manage to get a good early game, if they manage to get into this mid game where they can start setting up Dragon, setting up blue buffs, setting up maybe even a siege in the mid lane, and then just have Morgana ready with the Black Shield to stop any form of engage coming out of J-Re, they can more or less just poke them down and just rely on never actually team fighting.
See, the spirit in the Millennium camp is actually pretty high right now. I mean, let's face it, they're coming off the back of a win against the first place, or what were then the first place team, as they're sat in last position. Something to celebrate for Millennium, but they are searching for their first back-to-back wins of the season. They've been able to win games, of course, but they've never put more than one on the board in a row.
And now's a good time. The combo-wise, again, you need Jax to get going, you need obviously Curb to get going, so he can roam around, set up some kills. Nidalee will bring barrier most likely, so it will be hard for him to kill him. But the other way around, Nidalee can kill LeBlanc.
We'll see about that one here. Once again, you make the calls when it comes to the voting just before the game. Over on lolesports.com, you voted for Fnatic here. It's not a surprise to me, I have to say. 81%, a big number though, coming in to think that Fnatic are going to win it.
But both teams have been playing really well, so it's fairly even matchup, at least in my opinion. We need to see more consistent performance for both teams before we can actually say which one is the direct favorite.
Oh, an important one for both teams as well, because, well, a back-to-back win is what they're both searching for in this one. Obviously, Millennium taking down Ro8. The Super Hot crew fell victim to Fnatic just a little bit earlier on today. And we've got more games coming your way tomorrow. Don't forget, 5 more, in fact, we'll be finishing off Super Week with. But either way, we are going to get into game for this one. It is, of course, Millennium taking on Fnatic for back-to-back victories here. One team, though, is going to have to go home empty-handed, at least for tonight.
And actually, both teams completely same items, nothing different here. Millennium doing the standard tactic for them where they move 5 people together. Want to maybe go in and look a little bit into Fnatic's jungle, see if they can catch someone out. They need to be careful, though, because the binding from Morgana is a very hard thing to deal with at level 1.
This is interesting again. Millennium are level 1 team. They do stuff at level 1.
And they're actually expecting Fnatic to group up as 5, go down here with the team, and then have Morgana shoot the binding over the wall into here, hit the Jax, and then they run as the entire team trying to kill him, and then Millennium are just sitting ready to punish them.
Not happening, though.
He's even betting it out.
Not happening from this time around. Kevin is showing himself down there, and they're maybe thinking, okay, top laner's down there. Why would he be doing that? Probably trying to bait us into that brush. So let's not go in there. Let's not do that. And now Millennium move across the top side of the map. No vision, of course, for either side at this point of the game. Those trinkets still got 30 seconds, or less than 30 seconds by now, until they can be used. And there is the first start binding thrown out by Yellow Star, pretty blindly off towards J-Re, not connecting. And as soon as those wards do start to go down, Yellow Star needs to be a little bit careful here.
So Millennium actually waiting around for him to put down the ward so they can kill it, but Yellow Star, he just going in, poking a few times, backing off. He probably expected more of Millennium to be around.
And he was a little bit wrong on that one. Better safe than sorry, though, I think is the way to go on that. And after all that tense level 1 action, both teams just settle off into their early game with the duos lining up in the bottom lane, and both junglers actually starting on their red buffs. Interestingly enough, though, that's going to mean Aranea going a little bit lower from this one, as he's got no help.
But again, that's the thing you need to do with your bot lane. It has to be in the lane at 155. Otherwise, the other bot lane can just push you down early, get the level 2, and then you're in big trouble. We already see Jerry taking quite some poke here early on. Doing a very good job from Yellow's actually sawing them away from XP.
And there is a point-blank range. Dark Shield? Wow. Dark Binding, a Dark Shield, a Black Shield. You know where I'm trying to go with that one. Good shot from Creatine. And onto Creatine. Wow, Martin, take it away.
Yeah, so we actually have the barrier on to Pekka, so we're going to see this more farm-based mid lane. We can see, though, if the Bank or Curb wants to focus on shoving out the lane and then try and roam elsewhere. Because when you have Lee Sin, when you have Leona, you can set up ganks in the bot lane as long as the Black Shield is not ready from Yellow Star. If they can bait this one out, then land the CC, have Aranea joining in. We've actually seen them do this before with Leona, actually, and then get a lot of kills in the bot lane.
A bit of poke coming in there as well from Reckless. There is another Dark Binding landing. And an auto attack from Reckless. Let's get his passive up as well, but decides to throw that onto the farm at this point. But look how far he's got ahead, 15-4 in the early stage of this game. We talk about how Fnatic's bottom lane, even throughout all those losses, was the one stable thing for them. The only time that didn't really happen was against the Copenhagen Wolves, where, of course, Forgiven out-farmed Reckless monstrously, but this time around, Reckless doing great, and there is the danger of the LeBlanc. Peke down to half HP.
And the key thing in the Copenhagen Wolves game for the bot lane was the fact they actually didn't get the level 2 early on. Copenhagen Wolves did, and now Aranea got very aggressive.
Takes a turret hit for it as well. It's Peke already back far enough where that wasn't going to be too much of an issue for him. Actually, down in the bottom lane, Reckless did get very, very low there. Jerry obviously going in onto him from that one. So Millennium are trying to wrestle a bit of control back in this bottom lane.
He did have his health pod running now, and he's going to regain quite a lot from this. Jerry, if he can land the all in, they do have a lot of damage with this combo. Lucian can come in, get the double auto attack onto Reckless, and then back off from there. He's going again.
And they are going to go in, but there is that shield once again, and Jerry a little bit too far forward from this one. Actually, Dark Binding lands. There's the Piltover Peacemaker as well. Jerry going to get a lot of damage onto him. Creatine's going for Reckless here. He's got to get inside of the brush. There is the barrier baited out. Can they put any kill down? There is the Dark Binding, and then the Zenith Blade land. Everyone's ridiculously low.
They got him.
Flash! Creatine used the barrier! Chaos! Oh, they got him! Classic of Ignite!
Cyanide there!
Spider's coming, Cyanide moving in from this one, he's going to repel, going for Creatine, gets stunned up, Cocoon lands onto Creatine, the Spider will finish off, mental!
So let's just break down what just happened. First of all, Jerry engages onto Reckless, Black Shield is there, so he goes on to Yellow Star instead, actually gets hit by the Binding, a lot of damage onto him, but then Creatine just goes full man mode into the face of Reckless, pops his barrier, and in the end they actually switch it around to Morgana, pick up the kill, but Cyanide, he was running from the start of the fight all the way down to bot.
And Cyanide, that's why so has been the troll that is Trundle up there and just sidesteps the Q out of Aranea. Very much action-packed start to this one. That's what we like to see. The team's tied on kills and pretty much tied on gold as well. So actually did just recall coming back in, and he's doing the new Trundle thing where he goes with that Doran shield, Doran's blade ×2.
And it's just lane dominance. Freddy used to do it on Renekton with Wicked acquisition first, but now Aranea on top.
This could be really dangerous for Soaz. The Q is already connected. That means he can follow it through, but here comes Cyanide going for the counter gank. Aranea has to flash away. Repel comes in. Aranea dashes off to the minion. Stays alive from that, but that was very touch and go.
But look actually how tanky Source is with these early items, with pure lane dominance, Doran's Blades, and the Doran Shield. Gives so much control, gives HP early on, and also some good damage in the actual fights. And Cyanide, he's been doing work early on. First he went down bot, got a counter kill, and also now he went top. Predicted actually Aranea would be around, and then stopped him.
He's on his player cam how happy he is that he didn't die to the white and became basically a laughing stock of a few people for quite a while, if that would have actually happened. I was watching his health bar, basically he couldn't see the green anymore on that one. Very, very close stuff from Aranea, but he got it, and that's what he was aiming for. All good. This bottom lane though, we touched earlier on the CS difference. That's not really changed here, 44-28. Big lead for Fnatic.
I think they're doing a great job with the fact they're actually just staying back here, farming, and every time Millennium wants to engage, there's a Black Shield, the risk of being binded. So Reckless, he's just farming away very safely. And obviously we also have Millennium, who had to back off because Cyanide came down after the big fight. But Reckless, he had recalled before that and got down to lane earlier than Creatine again.
One thing that's going to be hard in that mid lane is how do you lock down a LeBlanc? How do you hit a spear in a 1v1 scenario. Of course he does it just as I say that, but that's because he already uses distortion, so it's going to be hard to do that, and when a cocoon comes in, if you've still got it up, you're going to dodge it.
Well, unless you can actually predict the jump, fire the cocoon there, land it, but generally speaking, xPeke doesn't want to go for any kills here. He wants to farm. He wants to get a few early items. He wants to survive the laning phase. That's why he brought the barrier. And then when you get to the mid game, he can really start landing the spears. Just like we always see with Nidalee, if they survive the laning phase, if they get through the mid game, they really start hurting on the spears. And in the end, as long as you get hit by one, you can't really team fight.
Now, Coke power pretty off the scale when it gets towards the later stages of the matchup. We're almost 8 minutes into this one, and despite that craziness down in the bottom lane earlier on to leave us at 1 kill apiece, it's quietened down somewhat. We did see a good binding landing onto Creedson behind the tower, followed up by a nice pilt over Peacemaker, but he has got that all back. Vamp Scepter now for both of these AD carries gives them a little bit more stayability in that bottom lane.
And it seems for now both of them are happy just farming away. Both combos work really well in the late game when it comes to the team fights. Morgana is so good at counter-engaging, and obviously you have Leona to start the fights, so both of them seem happy just farming away.
Spear hit the wrong target there.
Did you just say fail?
I did say fail, yes. I did. I'm allowed to say that every now and again. I don't say it often when it comes to Peke, that's for sure. But he gets it in the end, jumps over. Froggen did also miss a jump over the wall with Nidalee earlier on, so you know that's all been now evened out across the board. All good for us. Reckless and Yellowstar continue though to pile on this pressure down the bottom lane. Cyanide starts to come around. It's like, well, we've got all the pressure on the bottom side of the map. We've got Nidalee here to keep the Blanc away. We're going to start Dragon.
It's a bit risky though because Ernier was actually bot, but due to the fact that he got the ward down so late, will he try and get it?
Oh no, they won't. Fnatic P that one up on Cyanide, going to get destroyed at the backside. Aranea will fall. Aranea did get the kill. Reckless and Creedson now facing off. Kerps off to the side. His cooldowns are going to come off. Oh, Solar Flare was just flashed away from there by Reckless. In the end, 1 for 1. And the Dragon, oh, that's a big hit with the spear. He's going to keep chasing. He's got vision on him now. Is he going to be able to land the spear? Nice work there from Kerp to block it.
So it's actually a very risky Dragon from Fnatic because Aranea was around this bot lane area, so there were 4 members from Millennium, but simply due to Cyanide starting it before there was any vision from Millennium, he got it down to 50%. Rest of Fnatic came in, killed it, and yes, they did lose 1 member, but it was still worth it.
Why is Yellowstar there right now? I was just about to say, what is he? Why?
I actually think he ran all the way from the mid lane, then he took the wrong way around the Dragon, trying to go down to bot lane, just got spotted out, and now actually gave up a very easy kill for Millennium.
Free kill. Absolute freebie for Millennium. Puts them ahead in the kills again, and they're only 100 gold behind. Let's have a look at some of the CS levels here though. Top lane, pretty much bang on even. Mid lane, slight deficit for Kurt, but you'd expect that here with Peke able to shove things out, and he's got that double buff on now, by the way.
Kurt was actually ahead before this whole Dragon thing started, but then Peke, he managed to get the wave shot pushed out, and then he actually moved all the way down to the Dragon and joined it, and Kurt, he had to move the long way around the race, so he lost a lot of CS, and then he stayed around for the kill onto Morgana. That's why he didn't return to the lane, and Peke actually got a slight, kinder a CS lead.
Bottom lane remains a problem though for Millennium. 84 CS, 85 to 68 of Creaton's there. Both of them though at the same level in terms of itemization at this point of things, and we're actually going to see the Solar Flare coming in. Black Shield will keep him healthy though. Reckless actually having no mana by the time that all went down, and Millennium trying to wrestle back some control of this bottom lane.
But we saw the power of the Black Shield, and that's going to be the same throughout the entire game. Every single time Jerry wants to engage on a target, the Black Shield is going to be there, blocking the CC from him. He might be going into the fight, but if he doesn't stun anything, he won't really do anything as Leona.
Kevin and Soaz again, just butting heads on that front. We can see that Kevin actually got himself already that Cutlass, going to do a good bit of damage here to Soaz, but he's going to be drawn out. Surprise, the spider pops up, Cyanide picks up the kill.
And once again, Aranea was actually in the area, but because it's Fnatic who starts the ganks, they started the Dragon, they get the kill from here, and they get the advantage simply by Cyanide being 1 step ahead of Aranea once again.
What are they going to do here? Do they want to have a go at that turret? They were just waiting for the minions to actually finally go through, and they are going to throw things in. Aranea forced to flash away from that one. He's landed the Q on Soaz. So as for me, he's tanky enough to not even care about that one. And this may just well be the turret going down. It will be. Look how fast that goes down. That will be the first turret of the game going over to Fnatic.
Very nice play. Once again, Cyanide is part of everything in this early game for Fnatic. He's been really impressive lately. And one thing we need to keep an eye on is obviously the Jax Trundle matchup later on, because Jax, with his ultimate, he gets extra armor and MR, but that's stuff for Source to actually steal away. But then again, damage-wise, you want to have the Jax late game. When he gets the Trinity Force, when you get the Blade of the Rune King, he's going to be able to do so much damage, and instead, Source is going to be a lot more tanky, a lot more harder to kill, but not have the same damage output.
Unless you kill that Jax before he can get on that front. We'll see how that all pans out. For now, Fnatic are in the lead, albeit slimly in terms of goal, but after 12 minutes, probably a total that they'd be happy with seeing on their side. They're leading in CS in the top lane, in the middle, and with the AD carries as well by a decent margin. So all going to plan so far.
Everything working for them. They have the poke combo. We talked about in Champs League how if they get to this mid-game point where they can really start poking away with the Nidalee, obviously also with the Caitlyn, it's going to be very hard for Millennium to do anything unless they can actually catch Fnatic out. And again, that's where the Morgana pick is going to be annoying for them to deal with.
Get the shield on the right person.
Of course, if you do.
I'll see about that one. So far, Yellowstar has been caught out of position, but that was obviously just a bit of a foresight where he just said, okay, I'm kind of dead right now. They're closing in from all three sides. No real escape for me. So that doesn't happen again. Here's another blue buff going to go over on towards Peke for that mid lane against Kurt.
Wait, you have to touch on the bot lane. Kraton is pulling back in CS at the moment. We see Reckless and Yellowstar staying far back because they are a bit afraid of the all-in engage and also possibly the roam for someone like Kurt. Talking about roam, Peke is actually going down towards the bot lane.
And Millennium spotted it early enough. They've got a ward in the Death Brush on the bottom side of the river, so they saw Peke starting to work his way in there and decided, you know what, we're just going to be backing off. Meanwhile, Soaz here in this top lane going to be coming under a lot of pressure. Loses a lot of health, goes down in the end, and now they're going on towards Reckless in the bottom lane. Yellowstar going to ulti. The Culling comes out. Creighton gets stunned up, uses the barrier and the flash to get away. But Yellowstar flashes in, lands the binding. They get the kill. Reckless has to use his barrier, flashes to the backside. He's going to go down. Is he? No! He's not. He stays alive, barely there, and picks up a double kill.
Absolutely beautifully played by the Fnatic bot lane. Yellowstar, he flashed next to Kraton, away from Jerez. He could land the binding. Reckless, he followed up, and then he managed to stay alive, even though Jerez went back onto him. He had the barrier, managed to kill him as well, and that was just absolutely fantastic by the Fnatic bot lane.
Sick stuff as Kevin here is going to be pressured now. Enemy side of the jungle. Good spear actually from Peke landing, but Peke needs to be careful not to go too far in. Kerp is there, but he is going to have to go through traps if he wants to try and get onto Peke. And look at the dragon timer, 3 seconds. Fnatic are there with 3. Surely nothing Millennium can do.
No, and it's absolutely perfect timing for them with the kills they got in bot lane. You see Millennium is trying to come in here, but they had to put down a ward. Almost down. Cannon here trying to steal it.
Well, he's going to go in, but he doesn't get it. And now he's going to get locked up as well. Goes back off to the back though with Tajiri, and that's the beauty of that mobility. But how far is he going to get? Spear lands. Not enough damage though.
Second time we actually have Cyanide managing to get the dragon, even though Arnir jumped in to get it. So he's really using this Elise with the execute on her Q and the smite to get these dragons. Very nice job by him. And Fnatic in general looking very good this early game.
Cyanide is a pretty good smiter. We've seen that time and time again, stealing dragons and barons for that matter for Fnatic. They take their third and final outer turret, so that outer ring all gone. You can only imagine that Fnatic are going to start the vision war now. Get that vision down so that they can hit their poke.
Just as you say that, we have 2 wards being picked up. We have the Sidestone and a pink ward onto Yellowstar. A lot of vision they can get down. 2 sweeping lenses only, so they're not going to deny as much because they have obviously the 3 trinket wards. A few extra wards here. If they get in some good vision into the jungle of Millennium, they can more or less prevent any gank and also any roam from Kerp without at least spotting him out and having a chance to back off.
And they're headed toward the top lane. I'm afraid though they're not going to get anything there because the wards that Fnatic have got down have already spotted people coming up, and we actually see that Cyanide is pushing through with Soaz. There was Kerp just dodging around the side of a spear. They kind of had vision of each other. And we actually saw Kevin recall in there as well from that top lane, meaning that Soaz can push it out further. Oh, they're always going to go in onto him as well. All the damage coming in. DFG already used. There's the lockup. Solar Flare used as well. Curb picks up a much-needed kill for himself.
And that's why we see the very scary damage from LeBlanc with an early DFG, popping it, full combo. Obviously, Jerry was there to provide some CC after the chains had popped. It's a very nice play by Curb. This is what Millennium need. They need him to be so strong that he can just dual expect every time and then go to other lanes, help them out, pick up some kills. Because someone like Reckless, he's very squishy at the moment. If Curb gets to him with the DFG, he will die as well.
There's that vision war starting. Ooh, talisman pop from Yellow Siren. I think actually using that item there just got him out of range of that Q of RNA. Probably got enough to do a lot of damage, if not have a good go at actually taking him out from things. We've gone back to that more slower pace now as the lanes get pushed in and out by both teams. Actually, Creaton down the bottom, freezing up that lane. You don't want to be pushing it back and basically gifting free farm to Reckless.
But when you freeze one lane, it opens up for Fnatic to rotate to a different one. This time around, though, Reckless, he has a lot of gold. He wants to go back and shop. That's why he's not pushing down the lane more than he already did. But Peke, he's been doing such a good job farming after the first Dragon fight. When he actually got the lead, he's been doing really well, keeping. Yes, he died to Curb, but he's at least been keeping even in CS, which is a very important thing for him as Nidalee.
I'll look down some of the items picked up here recently as well. Blade of the Ruined King for Jax levels him up with Trundle on that front. In the jungle, we actually saw the Haunting Guys for Cyanide, so we're going to have a lot of Magic Pen at this point with those Sorcerer Shoes as well.
We often see this from Elise when she gets a good start. Get the early Magic Pen items, you have a lot of single target burst if you catch someone out. So it's a very smart item build, and from here on he can just throw tank because he has the extra gold due to the 2 kills and also the 2 dragons he secured by himself for Fnatic.
Back to the team that taking a couple of spears, none that have been too life-threatening, and we see with that the FG was able to blow Peke up with a little bit of help from Jerry just to make sure that Peke didn't leap out of things. And now actually they're going to go in towards Reckless, who's trying his best to get behind his turret, dodges most of it, but actually Jerry managing to land a lot. Reckless here is surely going to go down. Creaton finishes off. It's a nice pick, but now the rest of Fnatic coming down. They pop the talisman. Spear lands onto Jerry. They're going to go for Creaton and for Jerry, and they're going to get them both.
Very nice roam for Fnatic. As soon as they saw Reckless was about to go down, they moved from this mid lane, popped the talisman that Yellow Stars picked up very early on, and just got down there in time. 2 kills. Meanwhile, though, Millennium, 2 people pushing the mid lane. Will Peke try and stop this one, or at least will he be able to?
They've spotted him coming out, and Peke knows that he probably has to be a little bit careful, or does he? Rest of his team is coming up here through the Millennium jungle. No outer turrets there for Millennium, meaning that they have to retreat a little bit sooner than they normally would have.
And we just have to touch on the Reckless death before. He didn't have his flash. It's ready now, but just when it actually happened, it wasn't ready. That's why he used the E first, and Jerry just delayed his ultimate, popped it later on, and then he went in for the kill.
Just diving forward actually, but there we see that shield soaking up all the damage, and actually it's Curb who will have to back away, tail between legs on that one. Aranea goes deep, they get away from him. Aranea's not escaping this, ace in the hole, blocked by Jerry, but they get the kill anyway, and now Jerry gonna be chased down. Cocoon, spear, double kill for Cyanide. Kevin's there, but Kevin's gonna die as well. Horrible stuff from Millennium. Now Curb comes back in, he does manage to blow up Peke, that's his name, and they get the inner turret here.
But wow, Fnatic once again with the counter engage. Aranea actually tried to get onto them and kick Xpeke into the team. He just flashed it, nothing Aranea could do. He got caught out then, bursted down instantly, and then the rest of Millennium actually tried to help, died as well, and meanwhile, Saucy just stayed in the top lane, pushing down the wave.
This is going pretty badly, pretty quickly for Millennium. Look at the gold now, almost 10,000 the difference, 5-0 in turrets. And against this combo, who, you know, it's great for poking, but it's great for defending turrets as well. It's hard to really be pushing into them.
Defending turrets, counter-engaging against this very all-in combo from Millennium. Black Shield, you have the Binding, as we saw before. You have the Cocoon when someone jumps in. And also, you have a 5-1-2 Elise at the moment who's going towards a Randurance. Cyanide, he's really doing work. Now he's being caught out.
Go all on to him. Where's the repel from Cyanide? He gets kicked back. Gonna go up, gonna go back the other way. And he's actually gonna escape it. Peke now coming in. Cyanide lives, losing only half of his health. Dragon is up. Binding won't land as the Tormented Soil goes in as well. Are they gonna kick off the Dragon? Trundle's not there, but he's got teleport. Caitlyn's walking down. They need to wait until Reckless is here. They're doing it with the poke damage. half HP on the Dragon. Cyanide gonna go in for it. Can he get the Dragon himself? Let's see. Creatine has taken out Peke. Cyanide did get the Dragon. The Smite Master strikes again. J-Ree is low. He's gonna have to flash off the back. And now Yellowstar gonna stun up Kevin. Curve doing a good job here, but Creatine's gonna lose his life. That's another one for Reckless. In the end, 2 for 2, but the steal on the Dragon from Fnatic.
Simply due to the fact that Cyanide once again stole the Dragon. It's worth it for Fnatic. 2 for 2. Peke, he did get too far in. He got caught out actually. A lot of people just collapsed onto him, killed him instantly, but then the rest of Fnatic joined in. We had the teleport from Source coming down. Notice here in the replay. Notice position from Peke. He's getting a little bit too close. He wanna land some poke, but Kevin goes on to him. Joined in by the rest of Millennium, instant taking him down. Meanwhile though, Cyanide getting the Dragon, and then you actually see Kerb zoned away by Source. Really well done by him, and then the rest of Fnatic can just try and get up a few kills before Elise sadly dies, and actually gives over the shutdown.
Let's see, Kerb just hanging on the edge there, trying to pretty much finish off anyone that went low in that whole mess in the Dragon Pit, and trying to escape back off. He's now got a Void Staff added into his DFG. 3-0-2 Fnatic needs to be a bit careful about him.
That's the thing, Kerb has really been doing a good job while he is winning the lane on CS, and he just destroyed Peke.
That's kind of what I was just...
You're a wise man, Joe. You're very smart.
I'm a wise man. Don't go into Kerb right now. 4-0-2, 200 CS to his name, and looking very, very strong. Banshee's Veil's needed, I think, for Fnatic.
And it's very hard now for Fnatic to actually decide, do we want to Black Shield the one Kerb is trying to burst, or do we want to Black Shield the one being engaged on with all the CC from J-Ree? Yellowstar, he's going to have to decide very fast, because when Kerb actually jumped in, we just saw how fast he can do it, and now...
Yeah,
bot lane.
Need to do it on himself this time around. That one was a bit easier of a decision, I think, for Yellowstar. Manages to live through it as well. Quite a lot thrown at him there from Millennium. No ultimates, though, in the end of the day. What's coming up next here? We've got a lot of wards down. Look at River covered in red and blue.
And look at the difference on support items, simply due to objective gold. 6 towers for Fnatic, 3 dragons as well. So we have Mikhails, and we also have the Talisman onto Yellowstar, compared to nothing over on J-Ree's side. And it really shows the difference in gold for these two teams.
And 10 assists that Fnatic, the Yellowstar in
it helps as well.
Has from that one, definitely helps things out. If you look at the AD carry items, Bloodthirster for both, but there's a massive difference between them from there. Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper already done for Reckless. On the other side for Creatine, he's not really got a lot. Okay, he's just finished the Trinity Force off now, but still a full item behind.
Yeah, while Fnatic is a hidden items, just by the fact we have Kerb being so strong at the moment, it actually doesn't feel like Fnatic can just walk down mid lane and just expect to win the next team fight. Because if Kerb can catch out a target, he will be able to burst them down, unless of course it Soars. Because also, well, we have some magic resist now onto Elise, so he will be able to survive it the burst as well. But the rest, they will just die instantly.
Also a danger if a Cocoon or the binding lands onto Kerb, he can pretty much kiss his time goodbye, because Fnatic will be all over that, dive straight onto it.
Of course, I mean, Kerb, he needs to play perfect team fights, but if he's playing these perfectly, and we've seen how good he is on LeBlanc, he will actually be able to give Millennium a chance of a comeback.
Now they're just behind by 2 kills, but that might change here and just be 1, because Soaz, I'm afraid, underneath the turret is going down, uses Subjugate. Nice effect, nice and effective, but honestly didn't really win in that much in the end of the day. 12-11.
Yeah, ignore what I said earlier about Kerb not bursting down the tanks. That was very fast, combined with Kevin. But meanwhile, Fnatic are just pushing down the mid lane, and Reckless, he's pushing down the bot lane.
Yeah, they've got to react to this one here, Millennium. Inner turret in the bottom lane's down, inner turret in mid, and top lane for that matter, are all down. So only the base of Millennium now really stands. And this is where that siege combo really starts to come into itself.
As long as they can shut down someone from Millennium, Kevin for instance, when he's split pushing here, they need to make sure they can shove him back first, and then they go down with all the people, start poking away. We do have the teleport now, going very aggressive on Kevin.
Yeah, he knows he's dead here, but he was trying to finish off the tower, and he didn't. It was, what, 17 health remaining on the tower. Unlucky, the satisfying sound of a Jax hammering away on a turret doesn't work out, as Yellowstar going to take a lot of burst. Can they finish off? He gets kicked away from the Cullen, which probably would have finished him off in the end. Either way, they get the turret, the second one of the game only for Millennium.
Yeah, they got the turret, got a small advantage here. Kevin did die, didn't get the turret up top, of course. But for Fnatic's side, the fact that they actually have teleport on Source, if he can hold himself 1 versus 1 against this Jax, the rest of Fnatic can then go down and start doing what a siege combo is doing. Standing at the turret, landing in spears, the Pillar or Peacemaker for Caitlyn, just trying to poke down Millennium all the time. But we'll see if they actually decide to do it, or they're more focused on something like a Baron, warding it up, trying to bait Millennium to come in there and then win in a team fight.
We saw earlier on Fnatic way ahead against the Super Hot crew. They played it very safely though in the end. We saw a very calculated finish for them. They don't need to risk anything. They're in a similar scenario here again. Play it safe, no risk, don't even risk having a L next to your name where it should be a W.
And that's actually been the style of European Super Week. The very risk-free play we're seeing. We don't really see these rush Barons where 5 members are alive on the other team and you just more or less hope your jungler can smite it. Okay, if you have Cyanide, sure, you can kind of do the tactic, but for the rest of the teams at least, we don't see that tactic anymore, and it's very smart. This time we do start it because also they've spotted 5 members of Millennium far away. And yes, he fails to jump.
Hey, twice actually, but I'll let him off once again. Baron is down to less than half HP at this point. Reckless using that Caitlyn range from the back to take it down. Millennium didn't even know it was happening.
And that was very, very smart move by Fnatic because again, they spotted the 5 members of Millennium down in their own jungle around the Wraith camp. Instantly, they just went on the Baron because they knew there was no vision due to them having the pink ward. Smart move and really taking advantage of the fact they had more vision than actually Millennium did.
And 27 minutes in, the Dragon's certainly worth a pretty penny as well. This is going to put them, well, into an incontrollable, almost 10,000 gold lead. Although the kills are level and Millennium are setting up a trap. Who's going to be silly enough from Fnatic to walk
Putting
over
the spider.
there? Is it going to be Cyanide? He's going to take the rates right next to them. Are they going to
Wow,
go for it?
he took it and just standing there, man. Ouch.
Yeah. I think they were like, he's just going to repel anyway, so if we go on to him, we're probably going to lose track of him. And in the end, Fnatic are already pushing down this bottom lane, so Millennium have to rotate all the way around the back, get themselves in a position to try and defend, but more likely catch a load of spears.
It was a good move though, trying to set up a trap where they thought there was no vision and just waiting for someone for Fnatic to go in there, but nobody face checked, and instead doing what a siege combo can do here, firing away the spears. If we see 1 or 2 landing, they more or less force Millennium to go back to the base and heal.
And they have a heal of their own. Not only that Baron buff regenning them up there, they have that big Nidalee heal as well from Xpeke, who's got the blue buff on as well at this point, which makes his life just that little bit more fun. And there is Aranea down to half HP. Will they dive for it? They're going to go for the turret. Kevin jumps in there. Aranea taking another couple of hits.
Black Shield is on cooldown, so the time for Millennium to engage is actually within the next 15 seconds. They have to go back first with Aranea. Once he heals, if he got the home guard, he can return to the fight, and this is the time for them to engage.
Or possibly not anymore. Critton down to less than half. There's another spear straight onto Aranea. Black Shield comes up. Cyanide to the front. They've caught J-Rio. Are they going to be able to kill him? Ace in the hole goes through. Good kick back. There is the Solar Flare as well. But they're going to take down Aranea. That opens things up completely now for Fnatic. This inhibitor will fall. They've got a wave of minions. Will they try and win it?
And they're just in full control from Fnatic. We saw the Black Shield onto Reckless. Jerry wanted to engage, but he couldn't. And instead, Spears landing and engage from Fnatic.
Those turrets do not last long. Jerry's going to go right into the middle, but he's going to lose his life for it. Reckless picks up that one. They're trying to finish off Sohan. He falls very low. Gets away thanks to the Mikhails, and a big heal from Nidalee will surely win the game here from Fnatic. They go straight onto the Nexus and pick up a very, very impressive win over Millennium.
And that was such a dominant performance. They did so well in the early game. We had the double kill down in the bot lane for Reckless. We had Cyanide making plays early on. And then with the poke combo, they just used the full advantage, took the Baron, took the dragons. Again, credit to Cyanide for getting all these dragons. And then when it really matters with the Nashor buff, they just went bot lane and pushing Millennium.
I have to say that is the 7-0 Fnatic that we've been seeing here this week. The win over Super Hot Crew, the win over Millennium. Just perfectly played. The Copenhagen Wolves game was close from them as well. It's not like they were destroyed in that one, but they're looking like a new team. That 0-for-8 run, which has ended with a win against Gambit, has certainly given new life to Fnatic.
Yeah, you couldn't do it more smooth than they did here. Again, got all the objectives. They had 6 towers and Millennium had 0, and also the lanes did well. So everything for Fnatic were working, and as soon as they picked up the Baron buff, they just said, you know what, we can close out this game with our combo. Let's go do it. And the Morgana pick with the Black Shield, we highlighted it a few times. Really, really useful for them. Very, very strong to stop the engages from Millennium. But also we gotta give credit to Kirk. He did his job. He tried to get the kills going for him and his team, and he really tried to keep them in this game.
And what worked for in their advantage as well here, Fnatic, the fact that they got so far ahead in those global objectives gave them that crucible, which basically means that what J.Re can throw at them is going to get cancelled out on the important players.
The only one who could actually do something was Kerb going in, trying to get the Black Shield on the target, and then J.Re could try and engage. Mikhails would be popped, and then he would more or less have to flash in and stun them. And that's so many things you have to invest into just stunning one guy. It's never going to be worth it, and it's never really going to work for you.
And one thing we always have to talk about here is Reckless's performance. He's been the real solid rock, even through the times where they were struggling and not winning at all for 8 games in a row, Fnatic. He was the one that was still performing, and in this game, they controlled that bottom lane from a very, very early start point.
Did a great job, especially the fight where it's actually Millennium going aggressive onto them. Then they turned around, Yellowstar, good bindings, flashes away from J.Re, binds Kraton, Reckless comes in, picks up the double kill. That fight was really the turning point in the lane, and also the fact they had so much aggression early on, so they got the CS lead. So Reckless, he was just doing a good job, and of course Yellowstar was doing a very good job.
And for Millennium, we have to touch on them because they're obviously bottom of the table here. They picked up such a good win against Ro8 in their game yesterday, the last game that they played. They lost to SK Gaming. That wasn't, even for them, wasn't that bad of a game, if I remember rightly. So some things are obviously going right here for Millennium. They've still got the Alliance and the Super Hot crew to be playing a little bit later on. So the chance is still there for them.
Definitely, and I even think this game, it wasn't bad by Millennium. It was just very well played by Fnatic. Sana was always a step ahead of Aranea with the ganks, obviously was starting the Dragon. And then in general, Fnatic just did so well on the map, rotating around, getting all the objectives, so there wasn't really anything for Millennium to do once they fell behind early. So I wouldn't say it was them playing bad, I was just saying Fnatic was just playing fantastic.
Yeah, and we saw one real big example of that when Aranea tried to make something happen and just got flashed away from, actually, by Peke.
Yeah, the mid-game fight was where we saw the combo in work for Fnatic with counter-engaging, disengaging, and then the good flash from Peke to avoid the kick from Aranea, and he just turned it around from there, landed the CC, killed him, killed the next target. Kevin jumped in, he died as well. In the end, Peke did go down to Kerb, but they still got the third and 3 kills, so definitely worth it.
Well, 2-game winning streak for Fnatic coming in. That certainly will please them and their fans. And we're actually going to join Shox and Demon, who have Fnatic Cyanide standing by for a chat.
Thank you very much. Indeed we do. 2-game winning streak. Yay! That's an improvement. No, it's seriously, I got to compliment you on your game. Just amazing. Tell me maybe in the beginning what the plan was going into pick some bans. Did you really want that, Elise?
We didn't have any special plan. We just picked, and then we saw that we had Nidalee, Elise and stuff, so we were like, Siege Comp would be good right now, and we just went for it.
And talking to the Elise, you went for it as first pick. We've seen a lot of junglers actually starting to not take Elise as their first choice, going towards the Lee Sin, the Pantheons, etc. What is it that made you stick to Elise?
I think the game is a lot about objectives right now, and Elise is really good at securing them, so I don't know why you wouldn't really pick Elise. I think she's a really strong pick.
And obviously with Elise, it helped you out down that bottom lane, them first few ganks. Did you see Glory? Do you think, there's a double kill here, I can get this?
Yeah, I just went for the Lucian because it was a safe kill, but I'm not sure if Leona flashed there before. I think I might have killed them both if I knew. But yeah, I just wanted to get the safe kill, since if they both got away, it could have been kind of awkward for me.
Yeah, you're doing very well. You were one step ahead of Aranea, although he tried to put a lot of pressure on every lane. Is there one lane you wanted to focus specifically you knew he would target, or?
I think mid lane it was pretty hard to gank this game, as they had LeBlanc and we had Nidalee, which is basically a range creep before level 6. So I didn't really want to focus any lane, but I think Jax is kind of easy to kill with Trundle and Elise, and bottom, well, they had Leona, and Leona has to go deep to do anything, so she can be killed rather easily.
I want to talk about the dragon control, because you guys have suddenly decided, you know what, to win these games, we've got to start taking dragons, and you yourself, you got back in, you're back to smite stealing.
Yeah, Elise is really good at objective control, like I said, because of the Q. There is, if I fail the smite, I think it's more my fail than the enemy failing. Ara couldn't really steal from me because he couldn't hit the Q on the Drake, so I just comboed the smite with my Q, and I got it every time.
Yeah, so obviously going for the Elise this time. The Lee Sin has been very popular, and then an Evelynn pick for you in the last game, which is something we don't see you do often. Why is it that you decide to try her here?
Well, I don't like Eve that much, but her passive is really OP. Like, everyone just has to be super scared all the time because wards don't really help against her. So I think she's a rather strong pick, only because of the passive.
And finally, of course, you've got your 2-1 now in Super Week. Tomorrow, do you think you can make it 3-1, turn around this big bad run of results?
Yeah, we went 2-0 now instead of 0-8, so it feels pretty good, and I hope we can extend our winning streak.
Well, good luck to you guys. Impressive performance of you once again. Congratulations. And with a huge day of 6 games behind us now, let's check back in with Joe and the Fisho to take a look at the table.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Here are those current standings in the European LCS. We've had a bit of a change as Gambit now sit proudly at the top. 12 wins and 7 losses for them. They're followed by Ro8 at 11 for 8. SK Gaming then bring up third at 10 for 8. And Fnatic closing in at 10 for 9 in fourth.
And then we have a tie between Copenhagen Wolves and Alliance, both on 9 to 10. And we actually have Alliance going 3-0 this Super Week so far, so doing a very good job. We have Super Hot Crew on the next position with 8 wins and 10 losses. And in the bottom, we have Millennium with only 6 wins and then 13 losses.
But that's probably all going to look completely different after tomorrow, as we've got another 5 games in this Super Week still to be played. We'll kick things off on Thursday with Alliance versus Gambit. What a game that should be. And then, well, talking of good games, SK versus Ro8.
And then we have Millennium taking on Super Hot Crew, a game both teams really need to win at the moment. And that's followed by another El Clasico battle between Fnatic and SK Gaming. And we'll end the day with Super Hot Crew against Copenhagen Wolves.
That all goes down this Thursday at 5 p.m. Central European Time, which is 8 a.m. Pacific, where you can watch even more League of Legends action right now as the European Challenger Series quarterfinals begin with Cloud9 Eclipse taking on Departed. Freak and Zyrene are ready to take you into those matches, so over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joe, and welcome everybody to the European Challenger Series 2014 second spring series here. And of course, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley, and a big happy birthday goes out to Aiden Zyrene Moon. What up?
Not much, man. I'm having a great day so far. And what'd you get me?
Challenger games.
Oh, that's my favorite.
I knew everything, guys. Coming up today, we have the first Challenger quarterfinal matchup of the second spring series. The top-seeded Cloud9 Eclipse versus 8th-seeded Departed. Let's take a look at the bracket when we start things out. You can see tonight's teams hanging out here at the top of the bracket, and just below them is tomorrow night's quarterfinal matchup, which is Alsomniac versus Steve Bix Cookies.
And in the bottom half of the bracket, it's the final 2 quarterfinal matches, and it's Meet Your Makers versus Reason Gaming and the Ninjas in Pajamas versus Gamers 2. And just a heads up, those will be played back-to-back on Wednesday, March 12th, so mark your calendars.
Remember to do that, guys. And remember, it's not just where the teams finish in this series, but also how many points they acquire over the 2 halves of the spring. That's what actually determines who goes to the playoffs. Let's take a look now at the point standings to see where these teams stand. The 6 teams with the most points will advance to the aforementioned postseason, with the top 2 teams earning a first-round bye.
And both of tonight's teams already have some points in their pockets from the first half of the spring series, with Cloud9 banking 9 points for being first, and Departed holding on to only 1 point from being knocked out in the round of 8 previously.
Exactly. So now that we're into the quarterfinals, these standings are about to change, because every team that's made it so far is guaranteed at least a couple of points. While the winner of tonight's games will be looking for a big payoff in the near future, the losers don't go away empty-handed.
Yeah, and the teams that come up short will still get 2 more challenger points, and depending on how the series shakes out, those 2 points could be enough to get them into the postseason.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, you can always check out the latest on the Challenger Series by going to lolesports.com.
Yeah, and there you'll find stats, scores, schedules, and more under the Leagues and Tournaments tab near the top of the page.
So now, guys, let's get to it. Our first best-of-3 quarterfinal matchup of the week, the top-seeded Cloud9 Eclipse versus Departed. And believe it or not, these 2 teams met in the quarterfinals of the first half of the spring series, and Cloud9 hope it's going to be deja vu all over again.
Yeah, Cloud9 beat Departed, or as they were known back then, Pulse Esports, in the quarterfinals of the first spring series. And it was a back and forth.
Yeah.
It went all the way, the full 3 games in that best of 3. And after that, it was smooth sailing for Cloud9, and they didn't lose another game and swept NIP in the finals.
And leading the way for Cloud9 Eclipse was their AD carry Järnen. Means brain in Swedish, probably call him that for most of the game. The Challenger Series, it's really been the most valuable player so far.
Yeah. Brain in Swedish led the EUCS in kills with 48. And in the finals, he shut down NIP's Freeze, who was having a monster Challenger Series up until that point.
Yeah.
And Järnen is extra deadly on Jinx and Lucian, so I would not be surprised to see Departed try and take those away from him.
Those champions might be Departed and Champ Select. And as we've said, lining up the other side of the rift is going to be Departed. After taking Cloud9 to the brink of defeat the first time around, tonight they're looking to finish the job and get some revenge.
Yeah, not only is Departed played with a new name, but they have 2 new players as well. Joining mid lane Nick 760, jungler Kikis, and AD carry Ro8 in the quarterfinals this time around are top laner Babunya and support Perm. And we'll see if they're the difference between a quarterfinal win and loss this time around for Departed against Cloud9 Eclipse.
Yeah, and you gotta say, last time they played, it really was the closest series C9E played. Like, I can't stress that enough, that even if these guys sit on only 1 point, they are, I guess right now, the best chance at knocking C9E out. And the thing is, like, Cloud9, they're in pretty good shape. Like, they're probably going to make it to the playoffs no matter what.
Yes.
If Departed lose here, it's a hard road for them.
Yeah, I believe if Departed lose here, they end up with only 3 points, which means that Cloud9 Eclipse is going to be ahead of them, MYM, NIP, the winners of Awesomniac versus Gamers 2, and then Tick, Trick, and Duck, which we aren't seeing in the season, but they have 4 points. So they would be number 6, but if anybody loses that NIP versus MYM matchup, then they are knocked out.
Yeah.
So there's a lot on this game for Departed.
Yep.
If they win this, they will guarantee their spot. And also, it might stop Cloud9 Eclipse from being in that top 1 or 2 spots of the 6, which gives them that first round bye in the post.
Yeah, a lot to play for here. C9E looking for a first round bye. Departed need to win, or they need NIP and MYM to win their quarterfinals. That's a summary for you guys, just in case. We worked this one out before. Want to get that out there for you guys. We'll see how it pans out. Gragas and Kale banned away from Nick. Riven and Thresh. That's a Forbidden ban. The Riven right there. The Thresh. Voidal's most popular support. Why the heck not? Elise away from Kikis.
It's got to be
Smart
Cassidy.
bans. Well, I don't know.
It's been happening in Europe all day today.
Let him go through
There
twice. Cassidy won both those games.
Lulu,
the insta-lock here. And this is interesting because Forbidden's much more of an assassin-type player.
He is.
But he's going to play the Lulu mid most likely. Could be Voidal, I suppose.
He hadn't played Lulu in the previous spring qualifier.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's
if
just
you're a
come
mid laner
to the new hotness now.
Yeah.
Isn't a lot that counters it. Does very well in lane. But that means that somebody else is going to have to be bringing the damage to the table for this team composition.
It's true. Well, and speaking of new hotness, though, I guess it's a little bit older now. The Annie coming in for support here. The jungle Vi as well to make things happen. So already, Departed looking for an aggressive team, and just the lock-ins coming in quickly. Caitlyn Renekton here, so more early game power here for C9E.
Yeah, really emphasizing that early game, trying to shut down Departed and stop them from getting a nice foothold in the game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him counter with some late game champions and just try to play that game and outscale Cloud9 Eclipse.
Well, yeah, these guys already have 2 engaged champions. They can pick fights when they want them, and I guess throw CC and leave if they don't.
Yeah.
Hopefully that'll work for these guys. Hovering over Mundo for now. That's interesting to me because Sauron 4.2, so Perseverance been nerfed. I believe at this point the cleaver width on Mundo's Q has been nerfed, and they're still going for the champion. See how it goes.
It's
I don't
not
know.
locked in.
No, you're right.
Maybe juggling it around a little bit. Shyvana does fairly well against Renekton in scales.
True.
Mundo does the same thing. But we do see Babunya. He has teleport already, like locked in as his summoner spell. So, yeah, he's just waiting for it.
Good chance of
so
that
that's map
one.
pressure there. That's why you would pick Mundo. Shyvana doesn't take teleport. You take Ignite for kill potential in the mid-late game when you jump on somebody's AD carry. Now it's like Dragon Control coming out there.
Yeah, so now I want to see where this goes. Of course, the Lucian does come through for Ro8. Of course, Caitlyn order there for Yearnin, so that's fine. And I'm surprised that the hover over's on Morgana right now. So when we talked to Elimination after he brought Morgana out back, at North American LCS, he said, yeah, once Annie's banned, then you're happy to play Morgana against anything that's there, kind of inferring or implying that Morgana's not good against Annie. Goes for it anyway, picks up Wukong for the jungle. I want to see how these matchups go.
Yeah, they do have Caitlyn who fares well against Annie because their ranges are very similar, 650, 625. So whatever harass you take from Annie, you can return. But the Morgana is really good against Vi. You can go ahead and stop that Assault and Battery and the lockup from it. And they get a Nidalee here too. So just stops some engagement, can actually absorb a little bit of the Nidalee Spear. Not too much because you're a support, you're not going to get too many items.
Sure, but I mean, let's look at this, right? C9E, very little engage. You can try to Whimsy a Wukong and run in there hardcore.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Whimsy Black Shield Wukong, not going to get stopped, generally speaking, but that's the only way C9E starts a fight here, in any, like, meaningful way.
They're going to need Wukong to get going, so he actually gets a lot of damage on him and can start snowballing the other lanes. And then if we looked over at the side of Departed, their team composition was a mixture there. We had some hard engage from Vi, then we had the poke from Nidalee, which actually synergizes really well. If you just stay off on the sides, you let the Nidalee throw some spears in, then you engage, and then Mundo can TP whenever, split push. It'll take him a while to get to that point because Renekton is Renekton.
Yes.
Clear those waves and bully
Lane's
you.
difficult.
Yeah, so the early game, we'll go over to C9 Eclipse here, and it looks like Departed want to stall out, get Nidalee to be that huge, just chunk people down for half of their HP, and get Mundo into those fights, too, for some objective control.
Well, it's going to be a difficult thing to do. We'll see if these guys can hold up to the C9 early game. So we're going to watch for the first 15 minutes. How far ahead can the blue team get? And here we go. Cloud9 Eclipse in their home colors of blue in the bottom left of the map. Caitlyn Morgana bottom lane, Lulu mid. I guess Lulu's a lot more common now, but I like seeing when like champions sort of enter the main roster partway through a season. People just, oh right, Morgana's really a good support. Before it was only the, I'm forgetting his name, the support for Ro8, who's first got to really bring it out. Vander.
Vander.
Yep.
Sullivan and Vander.
Yep. Vander's one of the first support Morganas I saw, and everyone's picking it up now. Lulu mid coming up here.
Oh, and it's a briefcase check, like always.
Well, here we go. The Q comes out. Good damage there. All right. Oh, can he dodge it? He's in Fog of War.
Well, Renekton's got the Doran's Blade, so when he hit him, it was a big chunk there.
It's true.
He's chucking himself, too, throwing out the briefcases and not landing them.
Yeah. I didn't know the
and
math off the top of my head.
You get some of it back when you hit somebody.
You get half back.
Yeah. Something to notice here, or to note here, is that this is a rematch from the quarterfinals. We said it earlier, and they are the only team, Departed is, that took a single game off of Cloud9 Eclipse.
Yeah.
They went through, I believe, 8-1 or 7-1.
7-1, I believe.
7-1 throughout the entire series. That one was given to them by Departed, and now they're meeting again in the round of 8. A little unfortunate for Departed because they are such a good team. They just have such great coordination, and they actually believe that they're stronger now with the roster changes and the 2 new additions to their team.
That's true.
So if the games were so close before, and it turns out to be true that they are, we're in for a great best of 3 here.
Yeah. And I'm wrong, 8-1. I did the math. I'm like, I shouldn't have corrected you. This is why you're the color commentator. I'm the play-by-play. I just say what's in front of me. There's a flaming monkey running through the brush. Now a guy with a briefcase. He's going to throw it. He did. Got that one right. Kikis on Vi. Starts with the W. Good happy times here. I has in the jungle.
Yeah, and you can see here that Nidalee, Nick, he just wants to survive. He got the crystalline flask. Chalice, crystalline flask. You drink out of both.
True.
But the crystalline flask
Quenching
to survive.
his thirst here.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to just hold out. Nidalee doesn't have great wave clear pre-6, whereas Lulu does. Lulu's just going to shove those waves with Glitter Lance to the turret, and Nidalee doesn't want to get poked out. So Nick, trying to scale up so that he's actually relevant later on.
Yeah, we'll see how the matchup goes. We'll track the minion kills throughout this landing phase and see if it goes sour for Nick here. So far, the duo lane, you can see Voidal playing fairly aggressively covered sort of by that Caitlyn range. Binding's going to miss. But the early push does come through for C9E. We'll see if that punishes Departed much here.
And level 2's coming out here for C9E. Actually, all across the map, they are just pushing those early game advantages. Mid, we saw Fibevin get it first, and this is an early game aggression team all across the board.
Oh, absolutely. Well, buff's going to get cleared out there. Both junglers level 3. Got their dual buffs, but they're going to keep actually farming the jungle for now, so no super early ganks. Not going to land the Dark Binding. You're going to trade poorly with Woolite there. Still trying to hold on. Perm has a stun up again, level 2 on Annie. Just using the auto attack harasses for now. Doesn't really mean much against Door and Shield, though, I gotta say.
It doesn't. It just gets regen up so quickly, and you avoid some of the damage.
Yeah. This is 4.2, by the way, guys, just so you guys know what's going on this week. So 4.2 is there for... Ooh, hold on. Damage coming across. Woolite getting pained down to 200 health. Pained is now a verb. I've made it so.
Pained. Get pained.
Get pained. That's just bad. Whatever. Uh-oh, I has looking top lane.
I guess it would be a noun in that case.
Maybe?
I'm so pained.
We'll see.
By that. No.
I has though. He's waiting. He's sitting in the brush, looking to see. Kikis will counter.
But if you're getting pained.
Yeah. But Odwamna's pushing. Babunia's only level 3, half HP. Kikis coming well around the side. No one knows he's there, but it might be too long before Vi shows up.
Yeah, and he can do the counter game. We see people dive Mundos all the time.
Gives Ignite, a lot of damage, 200 health. The flash in from IHAS. Does he have enough damage? Ignite and red buff make it happen. Odwamna for first blood. Kikis, he's there late. Finds IHAS though. This could be good damage. Flash not available for Wukong.
Even if he clones, he's going to know which one is real because it'll have buffs.
And it'll be standing still and not on fire. But looks like with Odwamna showing up to support him. Oh, teleport coming in. Babunia wants to come on back. The flash cube blocked by the decoy. Oh, that was such a good move.
That was smooth.
That was sick. All right. Props to IHAZ.
So teleport coming in handy there. It's going to get him back up to the top lane. But the early game aggression team, we see people call this all the time, dive the Mundo pre-6.
Yep.
And just get him even further behind so Renekton doesn't reach that mid-late game hump earlier, where that slump where he's not as relevant.
Look with the 2 bot as well. So that hurt. Pickaxe versus cloth armor. One of these is stronger in combat. Which one is it?
The boots.
No. I'm taking your present back. I got the game by myself now.
Do you get my badge?
You don't have a badge. You never had a badge. You had a little sticker that said temp on it.
Yeah, that's actually true. I had a wristband.
Oh, that's good.
They just let
Moving
me
up in the world.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can conceal it under your jacket sleeve. All right, guys, here we go. IHAZ looking into the enemy jungle again. Level 4 on Wukong. They know Mundo does not have flash. He's going to get behind him here. Bottom lane is fine. Here comes IHAZ. Babunia, he is not in a good spot.
IHAZ a kill in my sights. Coming up the side.
All right, he's running down the river. The flash stun's going to come in, and kill stolen successfully. Good guy Wukong wanted a part of that one. 300 gold to him. And this top lane is going worse and worse and worse. Babunia not having a good start to this game.
Yeah, and the reason that he held off on it and let him get the kill, because it's worth more gold overall when you have an assist involved in it.
Yes.
So that's just part of Cloud9's strategy and also their way to get more gold and snowball their early game.
Absolutely. Let's see what they can do with this one now. Kike is thrown back up at the top lane. He'll soak up some of this golden experience.
Oh, man. And Italy needs to call some Alcoholics Anonymous. He's got 2 things he drinks out of now. Double fisting those.
Hey, it's just a lot of water and harmony.
Chalice of Oh.
Yeah. So actually, I got to really hand it to Voidal. He's landed a lot of these Dark Binding harasses. And I want to point out this lane has an 8-minion kill lead right here. Yearnin and Voidal are doing an amazing job of pushing down Woolite and Perm. And again, I pay attention to the fact that normally Morgana's not chosen to beat up Annie, but it's working here.
Yeah, you can just throw the Black Shield on every time you're going to get stunned so that you don't take as much harass. Because really the stun isn't the biggest part of it, it's the follow-up.
True.
Because you're going to take a lot of Lucian poke. You'll take a Q, double shot, maybe another round of spells too.
Yeah. Well, those will do physical damage.
Yeah. Well, they'll go straight through it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But if you get stunned up, and I'm just taking the Morgana out of the picture for a second.
Yeah,
if you get stunned up and those things happen to you, this Morgana just stops the stun in general and doesn't let the setup happen.
Gotcha. Yep. We'll see if we can make that one happen.
Like right there.
Black Shield of Yearnin, he's chill. Perm.
Still has stun up.
Has stun up. There he goes for it. Double stun goes off. Damage on a Yearnin. Black Binding's going to miss. The Q hits, though, Woolite with the tip of that one. So these guys are firing back a bit, both sitting on their Vamp Scepters here.
IHAZ 3-peat visit top. 6 is out. Ignite is up for Odwamna.
This is going to be hard.
It's going to be difficult. He does have damage, though. Remember, you were saying
about
which one beats which.
All right,
here we go.
The ulti goes in for the stun. Ignite goes down as well. Do they have it? Of course, level 6 on Wukong knocks him into the air. Yeah, Babunia, you're right. Does go down. I didn't realize that IHAZ was 6.
Yeah.
That was the damage needed. Picks it up. Very well done. So 3 ganks. 2 left to Nick. But wow, that top lane is brutal right now.
He's 6 from all those kills and soaking up experience. He's 2-0-1. Every kill has been up in the top lane. 100% kill participation between them. But look at his CS. He's 20 down. And since he's top lane, Departed says we need to get a dragon to at least stay in this game. It's an early game dragon, so it's not worth as much.
Yep.
But it'll still take it away from Cloud9 Eclipse and take that off the field.
And it still means only a 1,000-point game, which, to be fair, there were about 1,500 gold worth of kills in the top lane. So that's going to bring things back a little bit closer. See where they can go from here. You're looking at the first recalls from the supports, getting Ruby Crystals. Again, this is a 4.2, so 475 gold Ruby Crystals. Didn't finish the thought, by the way. So every game played this week and next week is going to be 4.2, except for NALCS, which will be 4.3. But NA Challenger will also be 4.2. So
yeah, all of the round of 8.
Yes, all the Challenger games are all in the same patch, because that's, I would suppose, much more fair here.
Yes.
NALCS will be a bit different. That will be 4.3. So just keep that in mind when you see the games over the weekend.
That'll be fun to see. It's always great to see the culture of the pro scene shape solo queue.
Yeah.
And things like that, because we did put in some like Kha'Zix nerfs.
Yeah.
And if people are still playing him, it's like, all right, he's still a good champion. If nobody plays him and he's left open,
they hopped off the bandwagon.
And yeah, that's what'll happen. I don't think he's going to go away too badly. No. The leap ratio is probably the biggest thing. But anyway.
See where that goes. It's all right. We'll see him another time.
Yeah, this mid lane's been really quiet, which every time I've seen a Lulu pick, Nidalee now seems to be the best counter laner. I guess you pretty much go even, so it's not a counter.
Okay.
But she scales better into the late game, and
Yeah.
she accomplishes more with damage, whereas Lulu, you need somebody else to just take all of your spells for you and be a huge beast. And, you know, they're setting themselves up here. You
Yeah.
can get a double knock-up off of the Wukong, and he's well on his way here.
Well, you said it during the pregame. You said, hey, you know, they're going to need Wukong to get big and have a big impact there in this game, and he's got 2 kills and an assist. He's level 7. Doing a great job of this one. So, heck, the requirement for C9E is met so far, as long as he can keep scaling up.
Yeah, and I originally thought that this game was going to be jungler mid lane centric.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much just jungler at this point, because these mid laners are very passive.
Yes.
Bottom is extremely aggressive, and both junglers are down here now, and both teams are looking to engage.
Well, more damage onto Woolite. You've got Vire lurking around. Wukong on the far left off the screen. Voidal sees Kikis is here. Flash. Oh, the Timber's going to allow the CC chain to go down. Voidal goes down to a Mundo teleport as well, and there's the engage onto Yernin, but the knockup onto Kikis. Can they bring him down? Yes, they do. Now I has forced to run away, but stun again means he will fall. Baboon is going to tank up the front line there. Timber's going to die or run away at least. 2 for 1 though to Departed.
And meanwhile, up top, Renekton takes the turret, and he's continuing to push in. He's going to get some damage on this. It doesn't heal up, but Nick is here to respond, but that's going to allow mid lane to push, and Lulu to possibly get some damage on that turret as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure Nick's roam did much here. He's javeling away some of the minions, but there's a whole wave missed mid. Fibivin going to get this turret down to about half, so it's a good call for you exactly. Shields it up. Javelin kills it anyway.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Since Odwamne now has the Tiamat finish, he can push those waves with just a single Call of the Meek and Tiamat usage.
Yep, you saw them die right there.
And right now, we see Babunya has just picked up a Giant's Belt 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Went for the boots first, the Ninja Tabi, to go ahead and absorb some of the physical
I think
damage.
he was to try to like run away from the ganks. Like
Run away.
Like the thing is, he bought cloth armor because he
That's
needed
true.
it, and then he died again with like 400 gold, and he's like, might as well buy Ninja Tabi.
Well, he had boots and cloth armor were his
Yeah.
first buy.
Yeah.
So I guess he had it in his sight from the start.
Yeah. So 625-ish gold the first time. He couldn't afford a chain vest. That's my guess in this one. I didn't check myself, but I think he would have gone chain vest if he could have.
Yeah.
So pink ward goes down from Kikis. Gonna make sure that that brush is swept away, but of course it'll be spotted. We'll see if that gets swept anytime soon. I has setting up blue buff for Fibivin. That's gonna go over to Lulu. Puts her own trinket ward down, watching that gank path very thoroughly.
Oh, and they are actually, we see Odwamne going over to the red. Throws down a ward, but it's gone.
Yeah, a little bit too late in the counter jungle there. Walks through a tri-brush ward, though. IHAS as well gets spotted. A little bit of dangerous territory here for Wukong. Gets pinged out, but no one's interested in stopping him here. 107 to 81 here in the top lane. Ravenous Hydra completed. We'll see where Odwamne goes afterwards. IHAS looking for the mid lane pressure here.
There's no blue on Nick right now. So Fibevin can constantly harass him out of lane until he gets one. Because Primal Surge has a pretty decent mana cost on it, and the fact that you can use Blurry Lance twice with the cooldown reduction that he's already accumulated from Fiendish Codex and the blue buff, Nidalee's going to be taking a lot of harass.
We'll see if Ibim can land the skill shots then, or if Nick has incredible dodging skills. It's going to be a wave clear here. Will it? And Voidal. Actually, he doesn't even kill off the rest of the camp anyway.
Yeah.
He wanted to block some of that damage. Didn't get in front of the cannon minion. Whatever. Push attempt here. Bloodthirster, I got to say, already done here for Yernin. He is a very big, high damage Caitlyn. Dragon's up in 40 seconds.
And that's just because that Woolite's backed. Hasn't backed yet.
Yeah, true.
So he's going to back now in preparation for the dragon fight, which is a great call. Because if he had showed up there, been like, I have a Vamp Scepter, you have a BF sword, the amount of impact that Yernin would have had over him would have been incredible.
Absolutely.
Would have been it would have made or break. Would have made the team
Catastrophic.
fight. There you go.
Catastrophic difference in
I was going to say
damage
it was going to make or break the team fight.
Which is true.
Yeah.
But now it's going to get made on both sides. No breaking whatsoever. has start things out with the red buff again. So we go through our third jungle rotation here.
So
see what these teams can do. As you say, Dragon comes up right now. AD carries are ready, supports are ready.
Teleport not up for Babunya. He had used it previously down to the bottom lane. He's
There's
going
a
to have to
ward
rotate
right
there.
Guys!
But Odwamne, he's already rotated there by himself.
Guys, there's a ward right there. Please, Vivivin. Odwamne, please. Oh my gosh, they just don't even care. All right, well, they got here first, though. I got to say, the rotation, you said no teleport.
Doesn't
matter.
matter.
Down.
Got Dragon. We don't care about that pink ward. They're all going to walk by it, too.
That's just unfortunate. That's a little bit silly. I'm not going to lie.
And so Odwamne actually goes for the full Ravenous Hydra here. You see some people sit on the Tiamat. So what this is going to do is allow him to heal even more off of waves and continue the push in the siege, which is going to allow him to back less often.
And you know, I like that choice because you talk about how early game focused they are. CNE needs to get ahead early.
And the damage.
Yeah, and so more damage for more playmaking. He doesn't need the fallback plan of, well, if we fall behind him, tanky. Because if they fall behind, they're going to probably lose anyway.
Yes.
It's a great choice.
All those eggs into one basket, and you see it here. Wukong's standard build for him. Going for the Brutalizer next.
Yes.
When you snowball. Remember Bjergsen was saying, well, if you get a Blessing of the Lizard Elder and a Brutalizer in the jungle, you've pretty much won the game. If you get it really early on, just snowball it.
Our stats would tell you that's not true.
No,
but
it's not.
Certainly very strong.
Maybe in solo queue, though.
We'll see. I'm pretty sure even that one's not accurate. But Hyperbole is fun. In fact, Hyperbole is the best.
Yes.
I will say that definitively. Babunya going to get stunned up. There's the knockoff cannon from Wukong as well. Ignite is on. He's trying to win with the ulti, but he is burning to death in 2 different ways. Actually 3. And then down he goes. IHAZ lands the E, takes him out. Another kill. 4 of the team's 5 kills is on poor Babunya here.
So he didn't use his own flash.
No.
He had it, basically accepted his fate. He was like, if I can't run away from this with just sadism, then I'm done for.
Yeah.
And I love how IHAZ keeps coming top and synchronizing his ganks with the Ignite timer from Odwamne.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Every time he has it up, he is ready to gank it and get objectives off of it. That's going to give them their 3rd turret of the game, while Departed has none, and Woolite.
Voidal going in for the stun's going to land onto Perm, but is there the follow-up? Lulu around on the side, Whimsies herself. Dark Binding's going to land, but it's going to be the Mundo showing him to counter gank, but it's a 1v3, nothing for Babunya. But counter gank top lane, their Kikis made the play onto Wukong. Dash from Odwamne. Nick's going to flash over, chasing still. No flash, there's going to be a stun for Odwamne, but he's got nowhere to go. 2 kills picked up. Kikis and Nick making it happen.
So all around the map here, a trade 2 for 1. And this actually went in favor of Departed. They used their teleport, and Babunya is going to get something out of it down here.
Okay, he's trying though. Voidal and Yern and Black Shield is down. There's the haste buff going down on a Voidal. The kill comes across. Will it make it happen? 5 to 6 and kills. Yern not in a good spot. Puts the trap down. Flash in from Babunya. And that's going to be enough damage. Well picked up. Departed has picked up 4 kills all in a row.
So he teleported down bottom and said he was going to make the best of this. Some people teleport and then they will be like, I'm just going to back. So up top, IHAZ was backing here, gets hit with a spear, and then just completely burst out. A flash was also used by
was coming
afterwards. Yeah. Uses his flash there and try to close the distance. They do eventually get the kill on Odwamne.
Yeah.
But it was a good rotation to counter that, and now the gold is 1.3k within them, each other.
That's a much better start here for Departed, who started the game 0-3 with nothing to show for it, aside from eventually a dragon.
Yeah, it's an early game team from Cloud9 Eclipse, and they're going to contest this red.
Well, knock up on a kick of stuns, not going to get found there by Odwamne, and here comes the rest of the team. Smite does pick up red buff. Odwamne forced to run, but takes a javelin to the back. Can he dodge over the wall in time? He's trying. Pops the ulti, goes down though. Perm steals away the kill, or earns it, secures it, I should say. Support Annie. We saw Edward get a bunch of items.
Oh, he's got Assault and Battery. Here we
go.
go.
Charge the batteries there, knock up there onto IHAZ, and they keep on chasing. Lulu ult plus Flash gonna get them out of there. Flash in from Perm, but jumps into a Glitter Lance. But Vivivin, is he on the wrong side of all this? IHAZ gonna be safe. Can Lulu get away?
Sadism was on. Mundo. We saw him earlier just tank a turret. Going Honey Badger, but he's not gonna do it again.
Nope. No Canadian Bacon here for Departed. They're gonna move in towards the mid lane. Tier 2 turret. Nick and Roulette going to take these down rather quickly. Haste buff goes on to Roulette. More attack speed here for the man. He will take down the 3rd turret of the game for Departed. It's going to be another one traded though back on from Cloud9 Eclipse. These guys they realize they're losing somewhere on the map and saying, we'll make a play elsewhere. And it's worked out so many times for both teams.
Yeah, and there's actually a great synergy here with the Primal Surge from Nick on Italy with his AD carry, Ro8. Ro8 has actually gone even in his lane, and I would actually say, yeah, no, really even, because he has that kill despite being down a little bit in CS.
Yep.
So when you put that Primal Surge on him, it'll increase his attack speed against turrets. He can also have more wave clear with the culling, because he has an attack speed ratio. But now Cloud9 Eclipse contesting another buff here, and Departed. They get chased them down again. No flash.
These guys are not flinching. Good root right there on Voidal with spell shooting long enough to not allow the engage. Javelin's going to land, and down goes Voidal. Well picked up by Departed, trading blue buff for a Morgana. Not the best trade.
For which team?
Cloud9.
Okay.
I didn't want to like insult support players. I was like, you know, I could make the joke, but to be honest, Morgana's pretty strong.
Okay, he's 0-3, picked up the Talisman of Ascension so that his team can get out of those as a unit now, instead of just
he would have liked that last time.
Trailing off in different directions. It'll really help him out. And 4.3 is when the mobility boot nerfs go through.
Well, changes. They're cheaper.
Okay.
It is cheaper and also
That's
weaker
true.
in combat. It is different. We'll see if it becomes a nerf. I do want to see where it actually goes.
Yeah, if people keep
I've heard both arguments.
continuing to pick it up.
Yeah.
So Dragon is going to be up here, Departed, already in position for it. And they have an Italy too, so if you try to contest this, he's going to continue to poke you out. And you can see zone defense being run here right above it by Babunya, so nobody can even get in. Mundo goes where he pleases, but he stops other people from doing that.
Good job. You're right. You don't go anywhere. If Mundo's there, you don't go past Mundo. He is the ultimate linebacker.
Great job there. And they're going to back and cash in on that Dragon. Gold, now even. So this early game team from Cloud9 Eclipse, it's getting to that mid game, almost late game here, where they're going to start to fall off in terms of power. And Departed are just going to increase.
They've just equalized. Yeah, this is going to be all kinds of interesting. So here we go. Departed getting themselves back into this game. And I got to say, let's look at individual playmakers. So far, pretty much down the line for C9E. They're all on equal footing. But really Departed a little bit more gold on their AD carry and a very weak Dr. Mundo here.
Ooh, even through the shield.
Yeah.
Gets the Bevan really just chunking him there. And Departed have been playing this very well. You can tell that they have been waiting for this matchup. They were knocked out in the round of 8 previously by Cloud9 Eclipse. They want revenge. They want to go all the way. And Cloud9 Eclipse, this early game composition is not working out the way that they probably planned it.
They found parts of it, and they found some blunders right there. The 4 kills in a row mid-game, that was huge. And I really have to hand it to Babunya, though. He's been dived 4 times in his lane, died all 4 times. Outside of those ganks, 2, 0, and 3.
Yeah.
Still found an impact. 5 of his team's 8 kills rest partially on his shoulders. Got camped so hard. Still shows up in fights.
Yeah, all Mundo has to do is just slow people with his cleavers, chase them down, and not die. So he's building purely defensive, and he's well on his way to being that huge, tanky frontliner that they want. Even more so than Odwamne. So they haven't had a tank on their side for a while. Odwamne is still very squishy, and here comes the Assault Battery.
And we're going to see that proved right here. He's trying to run away, gets slowed down by Randuin's, down to about 1,000 health. Knockup from Lulu. They're trying to keep him alive, but they're not going to. Down goes Odwamne. Now Ihaz says, you know what? I don't want to be here either, but gets knocked around by Vi. Still getting chased around. 500 health. The flash in from Mundo. Double kill there for Lucian. Now the escape comes in. Yaren a little bit low. There's a cleaver to the face. Still trying to run away from this one, but it's 2 dead. Voidal off on the side. Can't help anybody.
Babunya is so tanky, he can just tank up these turret shots and allow them to dive past that. First turret is still up, and they caught Odwamne out of position. And like I said, he's not very tanky.
No, he's
Went
not.
for the Hydra, and now he's paying for it.
They didn't cash in on the early game lead nearly enough. Turret's going to go down finally. It had barely taken a scratch until then, and the team says, you know what, Mundo, you didn't do it yourself. That's fine. We'll help you out in this lane. And the push continues. 2 seconds until Wukong revives. Odwamne's back. Departed says, we just want to clear that wave, now we're out.
Oh, Babunya teleporting down bottom to get that CS. And Mundo, as your goal as Mundo is to just show up to the team fights and at least go even in lane, and then you win it for the most part. Because his late game impact is so much higher than Renekton's, that it's actually a victory for him and he died multiple times, but he's still in it. So huge
Yeah.
props to him, because it's so hard to play from behind.
Exactly. Such good moves. The teleports sometimes looked weird, but turns out they worked out in the end. So I can't hit on Babunia here as all. The replacement in, not exactly last minute, but the replacement top laner here compared to last split.
Yeah,
their old top laner had to leave for school.
It's Jokies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was, yeah, the story is the headmaster of the school is like, if you don't stop playing these games, we're going to kick you out. And he's like, all right.
Wow.
I have to give up League. I'm going to focus on school. Departed, actually talked to the manager about the replacements. He said, yeah, there's a lot of good players in Poland. Most of them are supports. So Perm was easy to find. It was a lot harder to find a replacement top laner. They got Babunia. It's working out.
And a lot of people are being picked up out of that Polish...
A lot of great Polish teams.
That Polish pool, because we also see XMYM picking up a new mid laner that we're going to be seeing later on in the week.
Next week, I believe.
Yeah.
Next Wednesday, so 7 days from now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mark your calendars.
Mark your calendars. 7 days from here, we're going to see Mouse Sports, I believe the team is now.
Yep.
But we are in this game. We're looking at Departed. They say they're the second best Polish team behind Ro8. We'll see if they can knock down Cloud9 Eclipse on their way to proving their worth here. Right now, they're up 4 kills, and they're up 2,000 gold. Got to say, these guys putting on a great show for themselves. 0-0-6 for Nick, the mid laner here. 214 CS, already has 2 big completed items. We've seen those javelins hit, and they hurt quite a lot. Void Staff coming in soon, going to make it even worse.
There's a lot here on the line for Departed. It's possibly their tournament life in the top 6.
Absolutely.
So they are fighting for that. They are fighting very well, and they're setting up Dragon Control right now. There's a minute until it's up, so if you place wards, they will be around, and if you sweep the vision, you might bait people into it. So there we see Pink Ward coming down, and he's going to have none of that. Just clear that Pink Ward right up.
Get rid of the wards. No more vision for these guys. So, take a step back. Slower game.
They can
They're waiting for a while.
Yeah, because they're clearing out the vision right now, they're trying to put Cloud9 Eclipse on their back foot and possibly face check something. They have more tabs on them currently, and their positioning. It'll be up in 30 seconds. And really, Departed has a lead. And if a Dragon Fight breaks out, they do have a little bit of a better Dragon Fight team at a distance. But Cloud9 Eclipse is really in your face if we can get Morgana in there. Or a Wukong.
Yeah.
With the double knockup from the synergy with Lulu.
Yeah.
Cloud9 Eclipse will be in a better position. So they need to close that distance, but Departed needs to not give them that distance. And if they get in the pit, that might be what Cloud9 wants.
Well, it's going to be their best chance. Certainly getting pokes is not going to help these guys. They walk towards the front lines. There's Departed backing up, saying, yeah, okay, we'll play the poke game for a bit. That's all right with us. Dark Bunny's going to land onto Babunia. There comes the culling, and there's the engage from IHAS, but gets stunned up right away. He's going to go down very quickly. Perm in the backline, surrounded by Odwamna doing what he can. The Morgana ulti coming in as well from Voidal. They're going to drop down Kikis. 2 kills for 1 so far. C9E trading kills back and forth. 3v3, the battle still goes. Unit takes a javelin, has to back off right here. 2 for 2 so far in this fight. And IQ still leading the charge forward. Can he find a javelin? Can he take someone down? They've been trying to run away. Dark Binding's going to land, actually, but the heal worth way more than the damage.
No follow-up there. His team is already retreating. It's mid laner and ADCs on both sides, but a support on one and a top laner in the other. So there's more gold and effective combat stats here.
He's not going to land. There it is. Picked up the dragon. No smite on either side, but the burst came through. Departed taken even more here. 3,000 gold putting them ahead. And once again, they're going to back off. And I feel like because there's... I mean, there is engagement from Departed, but they're happy to play poke. Them winning this game is going to be a slow game.
Yeah.
It's going to be them taking their time with every advantage.
Yeah, and Perm, he upgraded his trinket, so now he's able to sweep a ward, then walk around and get basically a little bit of a duration of Oracle's elixir, rip. And now he's got a pink ward too. So he's looking to deny vision and set up objectives for his team because they have this lead, and that's how you just snowball at vision. You make the other team not extend as far out, or if they do, you punish them with a good rotation. So Departed Gaming are setting themselves up for that, and the teleport, so he can split push.
Let's see if they can do it. TP available right about now. 2 big defensive items so far for Babunia. Spirit Visage likely to be next. So in the spirit of the slow game, knock knock.
Who's there?
Elephant.
Elephant who?
A friendly elephant.
At least he's not going to stomp me.
I hope not.
That'd be like the worst thing. You answer the door.
He just like face checks you. What if he gored you with a tusk?
Oh, that's Ivory.
Yeah.
Irony?
Yeah, there's something there.
There's
Don't
something
worry.
there.
My brain did it too. Guys, irony and ivory.
Too close.
There's something here.
They're extremely close. So this is the denying of the vision here.
What do you call an ironic elephant? Ivory. There.
Okay.
We've closed the book. New page. I don't know why you do a new page after closing the book.
Can we not get another page in that book? Can we just like set it off to the side, put it on the shelf? It was good.
Back in the shelf.
Happily
new
ever
book.
after.
What's the new book named?
Cloud9 Eclipse versus Departed.
Oh, good.
First, Chapter 1.
Chapter 1, 4 dives top lane. Yeah. Mundo was sad. Chapter 2, Mundo didn't give a crap, killed a bunch of people.
Even though he was down.
Yep, he was not out.
It's a really good stay down bottom after using his teleport very early on and getting those kills on both Yernan and Voidal.
Yeah.
I mean, Morgana's not mobile, so as soon as the Black Shield is down, just go ahead and throw as many cleavers as you want, and his Burning Agony will reduce the duration of crowd control effects on him.
Yeah.
So you can just go ahead and go straight at him. Morgana wasn't maxing the Dark Binding first, so it actually scales up with level, up to 3 seconds. So it would have just been a really quick 1.2, 1.3 seconds on Mundo.
Mundo just keeps getting tankier though.
Yeah.
It's just painful. And I'm just looking at the scene on E lineup and I'm like, who kills Mundo here?
Nobody.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem.
Yeah, he's got his mixture too. He's got a lot of armor. And Lulu isn't exactly going to burst him out. I don't think she has enough damage to actually constantly hurt him.
Not easily, no.
He would have to make a lot of misplays in the span of about a minute.
Yeah.
And then he still has sadism on the back of that.
Yeah.
And so once he ends up building either his Banshee's Veil or his Spirit Visage, yeah, he'll heal even more.
Okay, so obviously it's not going to be Mundo directly. So definitely the possibility exists to pick off other people.
Yes.
You've got Dark Bindings, you've got Glitter Lances, you've got Caitlyn ulti. So I see 2 outs here for C9E. 1, pick off other people, fight 5v4s, you'll win those. 2, Yerna needs to get to 6 items so you can actually kill the front line. Those are my 2 thoughts.
Yeah, Caitlyn needs to get to that point. The Infinity Edge, yeah, that key item, that 5th item for him coming out. When he gets that, he can really do a lot of damage, but it's not going to be to Babunya. And like we said previously, there really isn't an answer to him. Somebody needs to get a Black Cleaver in soon, and I would say
yeah, you're right. Yeah, I would actually totally like Black Cleaver on IHAS. That would help. It would help Yernan, who's already got a Last Whisper, so the armor gets cut down. Even like Fabivan can give Yernan like the Pix shield, so that he can do even more damage with his higher attack speed. Like at some point, I guess they could ignore him for last, but with him being in the front line, it's hard to. He'll eventually burn down Caitlyn anyway. IHAS still farming though, 115 CS, 162 though to Kikis, the Vi. Did open up with Lysgelder, but since then still went for tank stats. Branduin's Banshee's pretty tanky Vi as well, so even Kikis is hard to kill. And the rest of these guys for Departed, they're playing far back.
Yeah, well, how do you counter damage? Get a lot of HP, a lot of defensive stats.
Yeah.
There's some types of characters that do damage that it's not that great against. Kassadin.
Uh-huh.
Just constantly.
Makes you sad.
It makes me really sad. Anyway, we have a push coming here from C9 Eclipse into the mid lane. All 5 of them are there, and they're causing Departed to give up some turret damage and rotate here.
Can they stay for it? Looks like a little bit too dangerous for Yerna. Gets the Black Shield.
Kiki's on the side.
Here comes the jump in. Kikis, what will he look for? There has Banshee's. Looks for Fabivan. Fabivan will live, though. The battle engaged on the other side of the fight, though. Who's going to go down? We think the cooling's going to miss. Gabunya in the front. Voidal very low, does drop down. 1 for 1 so far as Kikis drops. Wule in the back lines, but he's going to survive against Odomina and get the kill back. Babunya has run out of ulti timer, but just gets away in time. Javelin blocked by a clone. Yernan takes a cleaver to the face as well. 1-2 battle so far, though. And the re-engage looks onto Yernan. Not good for Kate. Flashed away, outruns the Javelin. Still 3v4, better for Departed.
That was so close to hitting him. And really good. This is something that people don't usually put a lot of thought into, but the Piercing Light from Lucian, hitting people behind your target.
Yes.
Was getting so much damage out of that. And Wu Light capitalizing on that ability. We're going to look at it here. Kikis goes straight after Fabivan, and not a lot actually happens to him. He doesn't get stunned up there by the Ruthless Predator. And in the back line, they start to dive Nick, and he realizes it, and then he just gets straight out of there.
Yeah, but instead we got to look back at the Dragon going down. Departed running away from this one. Just found the engage and wanted to make sure we kept track of what was going on in this game. So Dragon went to Departed during that one. 6,000 gold. You're seeing this constantly go more and more towards the red team. C9E early lead, over 1,000 gold. Went the other way with this one, 6K now to Departed. They're constantly finding more and more to grow their lead with.
And every Dragon has gone over to Departed.
I think so.
They have had Dragon control since the start, because IHAS ganked top, they took that first one, and then they just continued to get them after good fights, and some of them were even. But they just have the champions to do the zone control, to do the poke, and punish you if you try to contest these objectives. And Nick, he's low on mana right now, so this is a key opportunity for Cloud9 Eclipse with their full bars. Go ahead and push up, and Nick's impact will be very low.
All right, so C9E still finding things to do. 5 to 4 in turrets. Of course, they're doing this with Babunya split pushing in the top lane. They've got a little bit more time until Mundo reaches that turret. It's going to be C9E backing up for now, making sure they don't lose any other objectives. There's a bigger minion wave bottom as well, so there's a little bit more gold on the map for C9E to grab. Small things there to be gained.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and send Yernin up to that top lane, clear it out, get himself that gold that he desperately needs to be an impact in these fights, because that's the way out of this little rut here. Black Cleaver still not completed. They end up going for Banshee's Veil first onto IHAS.
I can dig it.
And I'm thinking about it, the only thing that would really be super good against would be an Annie stun.
Yes,
so that
which
he
is
can be mobility.
what's been happening to him.
Yeah, he's been getting stunned, and that is their goal. Is Departed going to set up for the same thing previously? Try and bait a fight at the Baron?
Yeah, they've been winning the fights, why not?
They do have the better composition right now to get there first and actually arrive late to objectives. But C9 Eclipse, they can close the distance. It could be deadly for Departed.
You can see that the Dark Bunny get hit, but they didn't follow through on it. Nick got away from that one. C9E again. They're playing the siege game. This is interesting because they're the team fighting against Poke and trying to look for sieges, trying to look for ways to just push themselves in, abuse the fact that Mundo's down in the bottom lane, force the teleports out if they can. But this is important because Mundo gets to the turret next wave. C9E needs to make it work on this push.
Yeah. Cloud9 Eclipse. Here comes the teleport. They baited it out. They're backing.
All right, they back off. There comes the culling as well. Mundo shows there's the Talisman of Ascension. Can Departed find much? Fabivin, what? Okay. Well, the push worked. They got the teleport out.
Scary Lulu comes running at you. Get out of here.
Yeah. It's a pretty tall Yordle.
It's fast, too.
Zippy
I love that AP scaling on the movement speed.
She goes so fast.
It gets ridiculous. This is Ricky Bobby status. I want to go fast.
Okay. You just got to go fast. Mantra of speed running. Lulu would be a good speed runner.
Oh, yeah.
Just whimsy everybody.
But anyway, the team's setting up here. There were a lot of wards from Cloud9 Eclipse all across this mid area, so they have vision of this. But they don't have a lot on top of objectives. And they're actually going to push straight up, and they don't want to be pinched from behind. That is what is happening here. That's what got them last time, was Kiki's coming around the side. And they're setting up for it here.
He's on the back. Yernin's going to put some damage, and that's actually not good for Vi. Kika's forced the long way around, and Vault Breaker's down. Small window. Voidal takes a bit of pain, though, takes a shield to the face. But here comes Perm. He's going to go in for the stun. Going to land it onto IHAS. Can they find anything else there? Nick in the back line is taking a bunch of damage. Ro8 cutting back and forth, but Odwamna goes down first. 1-for-0. The engage going to keep going. Voidal's going to drop as well. 2-for-0. The fight continues. IHAS running away. Kikas, what can he find here, if anything? Doesn't even need much more. Javelin going to get dodged. Yernin gets slowed down, though. Not good for Caitlyn. Trying to run backwards. Wu-Light's going to show up for the fight, and down goes the Caitlyn legendary for Wu-Light's Lucian. And on the side of the map as well, IHAS falls. A 4-for-0 engage for Departed.
And that's going to prompt them to go ahead and do Baron with no chance of it being smite stolen away. Fabevin, he would have to be crazy to try and contest this. And if he does, he could give up himself as a kill, which would allow Departed that long lockout timer at this point, 38 minutes into the game. And so he doesn't go for it.
Wow, nicely done here, Departed. Coming back from the early game deficit. And you can see now 13, 12, 14, 16,000 gold. These guys are richer than their opponents by quite a bit here on Departed. Big players, especially the 8-0-6 Lucian. I gotta say, Wu-Light capitalizing off these kills so well. And another turret goes down.
And looking back in some hindsight here, you can't help but think IHAS, he ganked the top lane over and over again, but Mundo's going to scale anyway. You delay the time that it takes him to become that huge wall, but Odwamne, as the Renekton, does fall off no matter what happens. That's just how Renektons are that's how Renekton is built.
Especially a squishy one.
Yeah, and then if you look over, maybe he should have gone bottom lane over and over again and tried to set something else up, because Ro8 is doing so much for his team. 8-0-6.
Yeah, they definitely did not capitalize off those top lane ganks. Not enough, anyway.
No, you would have had to spill something over with Renekton.
Yeah.
And basically come mid lane very quickly instead of continuing to split push. Bait out teleports and start just taking more objectives. Spill that mid lane over into the bottom lane. Just basically trickle down.
They did not do it. It's okay.
But now they're at that 10K gold ahead for Departed.
Yeah.
And this is the best situation for them with this team composition and also the fact that this is game one. Can you use that momentum into the next one? Or, you know, it's only the 40-minute mark. We've seen games go on really long.
Sure.
But Cloud9 Eclipse, I don't see this team composition completely coming to fruition and overcoming the one of Departed.
Okay, so let's talk about the series then. Because Departed, of course, have been continue to make good moves. Look to see the bottom. Let's talk about the series, though. So last time these teams met, 2-1, went in C9E's favor. They had won game 1 and they had won game 3.
Yes.
So we know that Departed have taken single games off them before, and C9E still wins the series. So there's still a chance for them, of course, as a
Mundo's
team.
taking no damage. He heals it up so quickly.
Technically, he's taking some, but
it'll
it
increase every time.
Yeah. It's like technically atoms have mass, but I wouldn't feel it. Not one of them.
With the Baron buff.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
Yeah.
Back up to full health. Eats a trap. Pretty sure he regens out of the trap.
Yeah.
And here we go. Now turret attempt number 7. Your bottom lane inhibitor. Babunya still in the front lines. Is a tanky Mundo. Odwamna on the bottom side. Taking a little bit of damage. iHas to finally engage. Wow, Javelin hits him in the side of the head, though, down to half HP. Single Javelins are just crushing the health bars of C9E. Yernin push towards the back line. Not going to get hit by Vi very much. Flashing away there. There's the Wukong ult. He's going to look for a kick. It's going to find one. Now, can they get Babunya? No, Yernin's going to go down 1 for 1, and the turret falls as well. iHas trying to run Babunya, staying alive somehow and gets away with it. Oh, that is not ideal. 2 for 1 now. Departed making this one happen. Tibbers taking up the turret to go for Nexus turret number 1.
And they still have their AD carry and Nidalee, who's going to give them attack speed so we can take these very quickly. But here comes C9 Eclipse back into it.
They fire one back. 2 for 2 battle, but 2 turrets died so far. 11-20 the overall kill score. Voidal running away with his shield on his back. They've been down to half. You can see Nick's javelins just hit so freaking hard. And Departed back away with an inhibitor.
And now that inhibitor wave is going to continue to push into the base. They can get other things into their sight, continue to keep dragons, and just capitalize on all this. 15K gold lead now. This is going to push by itself. Cloud9 Eclipse needs to push this out. They had a good fight there at the start because Departed went a little too Canadian bacon.
Yeah.
Straight into the back line. And Departed, they capitalized on it, but it took a while. And the Mikhails is actually what ended up saving Mundo there.
Good job, Perm, making that one happen. Looking good for these guys. Nick gonna grab another blue buff for himself on top of his blue elixir. Very nice and shiny Nidalee there. Max CDR on her. Didn't mean to do that one. No one saw that. It's okay, we're off the screen. It's fine. Didn't exist.
He swept that bush, decided to spin in it to the disco ball.
In case there was a Teemo sitting there stealth, the knockup would have broken the stealth. He was making sure there were no Teemos.
Okay. I will accept that one.
Yeah.
Cooldown is about a third of the way done.
It'll probably back up in time.
Yeah.
It won't actually be much of an issue here, I don't think, for C9E. Red buff's back up.
He just wanted to be a Garen.
It's true. It's good to emulate that champion. He's a cool bro.
Spin in the bush.
We don't see him much.
Yeah, I think last time we saw him was West Rice.
Yep.
Complexity Black playing in
North American Challenger Finals.
Yep. I like that champion thing.
It was cool. Didn't quite work out, but it's okay.
So
top lane siege starting now.
Cyclone almost available, so he will have it up by the time they engage. It'll take about 1 or 2 more waves. Baron up in 2 minutes. So nothing really in the sights, but that bottom wave is going to continue to push because the inhibitor is down and the super minions are just going to go ahead and stack up.
So bottom lane going to be scary. Mid lane, nothing too special except a Mundo. So actually, yeah, fairly scary in the mid lane. Yeah. Top lane next wave. Wukong ulti is back. So Cyclone not holding them back too far. So they're going to haste himself. They don't find any engages yet. Javelin's not going to hit. Above the back towards this mid lane. Eats a trap, loses Banshee's Veil. Poke's still coming through for these guys.
On the side, sitting by the pink ward, constantly just throwing javelins in. Even with Renekton and tanking a turret, Babunya's taking no damage.
Nope. He is fine to keep that lane split. Now the bottom lane, the engage is going to commit high hazard. He doesn't find anything though. Tabor's onto his head. Going to go drop down without doing any damage whatsoever. The knock-in comes through. Yarnid takes down with the Javelin. Voidal trying to run away as well. Stun only onto Kikis. This is not a good fight. Javelin finds a second one here. Good fight for Departed. 3-0. Nexus under fire. 45 minutes in. Departed going 1-0 to Cloud9 Eclipse.
And Cloud9 Eclipse, #1, took the finals last time, and Game 1, just getting that momentum for themselves.
Yep.
Possibly spill it over into Game 2, and that was all composition right there and team fighting potential. I didn't like the composition from Cloud9 Eclipse at all. That was, in my opinion, not a respectful composition. That's, we're going to beat you in 28 minutes.
Yeah.
Or
lose.
Yes, exactly. We're going to get outscaled.
And it was option B. Looks like the bubble was filled incorrectly by Departed. And I got to say, you're right. Very early game focused, right? Rush Ravenous Hydra, camp the top lane, try to get wrecked in the head. Didn't do much with it. So Cloud9 Eclipse need a new strategy here because you saw, and you said it all, Departed, okay, their comp's going to work better late game. They held on to all those early game, like rough hurdles, turned a gank into a dragon attempt instead, and just kept finding things to keep themselves into the game, and they got themselves there.
Which is perfect. And Cloud9 Eclipse, they have basically secured themselves into the top 6, but Departed are fighting for that.
Yeah.
Because there's a possibility that they will not make it. But with that showing, they prove that they are capable of, because now they've taken 2 games off of Cloud9 Eclipse.
Yeah. Overall record 2-2.
Who are considered the best team right now.
Yeah, they won the entire last Challenger Series without a scratch except against this team in the last quarterfinal. So here's Departed, 1-0 in the series. They've got 2 more chances to take 1 more game, which odds are pretty good so far.
50-50.
Yeah, looking pretty good for these guys. And honestly, then that means they're going to get a whole bunch more points. Their road to the Challenger playoffs itself, not 100% secured. I believe they can still lose that spot if everyone else wins their quarterfinal matchups. Like if Departed gets 4th place, and then like Gamers 2 and everyone else wins out. So there's a lot of other opportunities here, but certainly the hope stays alive best if they win here.
Yeah.
Odds are much better if they win. Basically. There's a lot of bracketology here, but basically Departed are in much better shape if they win.
And
shocking, I know.
Cloud9 Eclipse, they want to win because that would secure their spot as one of the top 2 teams in points. Yeah. And then at that, you get a first round bye, which is immensely important.
Right, so let's talk about that bracket then. So now that we're in the second spring series, at the end of these playoffs, we total up the top 6 teams who have earned points. There's basically 8 teams that are in the running for those spots. Number 1 and number 2 get a first round bye in the semifinals. They're like way over here, kind of on this side. 3 through 6 in points just play a quarterfinal matchup, and they play and they go for it. And the top 3 from that tournament will play the summer promo tournament. And
those are the bottom 3 LCS teams that are being relegated from the EU LCS,
which will be 7 and 8. As well as the loser, like the total loser of the big 1 through 6 playoffs of the LCS itself. Yes. So important to not get 7th and 8th in the regular season. Important to do well in the playoffs regular season. Of course, important to do well in the Challenger Series so you can play for that spot. We'll see how the Fresh Blood stacks up. I mean, we've seen crazy teams like NIP, very good. C9E, very good. Departed, very good. All teams that you would probably be afraid to fight if you were an LCS team.
You do not want to be in that 7 or 8 spot.
No.
Whether it's EU or NA, there's so many strong teams and up-and-coming talent in the Challenger scene. I mean, Ro8 came from the Challenger scene. And just out of nowhere.
Top 3 LCS.
And then another Polish team stepping it up today.
Never had more than 1 team all from the same country in the LCS. Like, think back to first spring split. You had Giants all Spanish, right? You had you had all Polish MYM coming in there, but you've never had 2 teams from the same country in the LCS yet.
It's true. MYM gets out, in comes Ro8, so the Polish changing of the guard.
Yeah. That'd be cool. That'd be cool to see, bragging rights, right? 2 Russian teams coming in there. Someone can join Gambit, right? 2 Polish teams, someone can join Ro8. All goes down the line. We won't even see Ocelot return if we see Gamers 2 make their stand, and just to kind of keep you guys up to date on what's going on. So, of course, we've got this quarterfinal today, another quarterfinal tomorrow. Next week on Wednesday, we're going to see both NIP and MYM play their quarterfinal matchups. It's going to be on the 12th, 7 days from now, next Wednesday. A little bit earlier than a normal time, but even though no LCS, we will have Challenger games then, both quarterfinals there. So a lot more action, of course, to come as well. And so now let's focus on what happens now in Game 2 in this series. Let's bring it back here to Departed vs C9E. Early game comp didn't work. Departed clearly can play calmly If a player gets camped, he still turns it back around on that teleport mundo. So you're seeing an E, what do you do differently?
You gank a different lane.
Yeah.
I feel like top lane, it's an island. Just leave it that way. That's fine. And Renekton, he'll win early game pretty much no matter what.
Okay.
But if he was going to go even with Mundo, Mundo would get a little bit of an edge. But then he transitioned that into bottom lane and just got Wu-Light going with that fantastic teleport. And
Yeah.
Wu-Light ended the game with no deaths.
Yeah. Like 9-0-6 or something.
It was just really big, considering he was being bullied early by Caitlyn.
True.
He was down in CS. And Voidal and Yernin, usually, that lane is a very, very dominant force.
Yeah.
And we didn't see that today. We saw Wu-Light stepping up to the plate with that new support perm. I thought it was fantastic.
It was.
It was very aggressive lanes on both sides. But I felt like Departed from the start were like, we have a late game comp. We're just going to wait this out. So
take your time, make it work out in the end. And of course, they did make that work. About 45 minutes in, Departed won that first game. Now, guys, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it's Game 2 between Departed and Cloud9 Eclipse. Don't go anywhere. The 2014 European Challenger Series will be right back. back, everyone, to the 2014 European Challenger Series, and it's time for the second game of tonight's quarterfinal match between Departed and Cloud9 Eclipse. Now, with one more win, Departed not only get revenge on C9E, but they lock in a spot in the Challenger postseason.
Yeah, Departed survived Cloud9 Eclipse's early game team composition and took over in the mid game, and Nick 760 led the way. You know, he was chunking out Cloud9 as Nidalee, and he chunked out Cloud9 so hard. He went 6-1 and 10, just got snowballing and getting that objective control for his team and the zoning, as well as some sieging. Every time they tried to siege up,
yeah,
Departed was there, and they were like, nope.
Nope.
Just, Nick is like, take some spears and be on your way. And then Ro8 as well, he went 9-0-9.
Yeah.
Not dying at all that game as Lucian, and up against a Caitlyn, that very early game bully.
Yeah, so let's break these down individually. I know you said last time that he's like, hey, look, you know, I really think that C9E's jungler should have been camping bottom lane and knocking Ro8 down. Let's explain that match a little bit. Okay, so Caitlyn Morgana pushed them in early on. CS lead for C9E. Ro8 kind of said, okay, well, my lane's behind, but never gave up any kills, never dropped down, kind of sat there in the back, farmed what he could. And then when he got teleport Mundo ganks or ganks in from the mid lane roam, things like that, turn them into advantages. And then every single team fight was like, well, it's a squishy Renekton, I can kill every time. It's a squishy Wukong, I can kill every time. And when you've got the top laner and the jungle building squishy to start out, getting a full offensive item before anything else, it's just like, oh, I'm going to shoot them and they're all going to die. It's going to be wonderful.
Yeah, this was kind of reminiscent of the XDG versus Cloud9 over in the LCS.
Okay.
When Cloud9 picked a composition with Gragas top, Lee Sin in the jungle, and they didn't build any type of defensive item for a very long time.
Yeah.
Up against, I think it was a Shyvana in the top lane, Benny was just like, I'm just going to outscale you, and boom, jump straight into the fight, and you can't kill me.
It's true.
And then our ADC is just going to have the pick of the litter. No matter who he hits, it's going to be doing a lot of damage, and there wasn't a lot of armor, so not a lot of mitigation.
Yeah. And that was, Zuna on Caitlyn had a wonderful job, killed everybody. The frontline tank worked really well, and oddly enough, here we are in the post-game here where, squishy Renekton, squishy Wukong, the Lucian from Ro8 got to kill everybody, and that worked wonderfully. Let's look at the mid lane matchup, because I was really impressed by Nick 760. Played some Nidalee, never really got engaged on. The few times they tried, he could barrier and flash and get out, and those javelins just hit so hard the whole time.
Yeah, and they actually have different playstyles between Fibevin and Nick 760. Like you said, Fibevin, big assassin player.
Yeah.
Didn't pick one up this game, picked Lulu, but that's because Nick plays that. And he played that previously in, I believe, the round of 10. Or the round of 20. He played in the round of 20 to great effect and carried his team. And so they were saying, we're going to pick up Lulu first pick so that you don't have it. But I don't know how that's going to go this game. I think Champ Select is going to be vastly different.
Yeah.
And Cloud9 Eclipse is going to put on their serious hats here and get a composition that isn't something where, oh, we're fighting this team that's...
Let's steal their picks.
Yeah.
I never really liked that.
Play what you're good at.
Yeah, it's like, okay, if you're, like, because right now, like, AD carry champion pool is, like, pretty small, and you kind of play the same ones. And, okay, those you can share, but, like, when you're an assassin mid lane player and you're like, yeah, my most played are, like, LeBlanc, Yasuo, Riven, and Zed. I'm going to play Lulu this game. And it's like, okay, you're a very good player, and I'm sure you can play Lulu, but you're playing against some of the best teams in your region. You better play your, like, S-tier champions, the ones that you know their play style and you know the plays that you can make. To be honest, Fibevin was so low impact that game.
Yeah,
right?
That's not him.
No.
Fibevin likes to roam around the map and get more map control.
Yeah.
Lulu, you sit in lane, you clear it, and then your ganks are basically, I'm going to stop this person from dying, and I'm going to let them tower dive a little bit. Maybe I'll throw some glitter lances. It's not like a Zed. I come straight in. I'm doing the damage.
Right, and think about it. Like, think back to, like, even when C9E became a team in the very beginning, right? When they got put together, it was a bunch of Challenger solo queue players and Voidal, who then hit, like, top 5 Challengers. So a bunch of, like, super top-end Challenger players put a team together saying we're the most mechanically skilled team in Europe, which pretty much is true, and then said, all right, well, we actually rival LCS teams in scrims right now. That's, like, the beginning of C9E. It's like, we can beat up LCS teams because we're just so damn good early game. We can all just make plays. We're all individually amazing. We'll learn the teamwork over time. And then they get their individual players off the type of champions they're going to play. They, like, remove the initial, like, trump card these guys had and say, well, you know, go be a passive laner and just farm and wait for team fights. Like, that's not even the C9E way.
Yeah, it's not their MO. And it seemed a little uncomfortable for them because they usually like to have these objective controlled pick comps.
Yeah.
Right? Complete opposite with a utility mid laner like that. And I'm looking at Fibevin. And like Kale is like one of his champions way off in the back that he plays, which is a utility mid laner. I'm not sure how familiar he is with
carry potential.
Lulu. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Because you can just burst people down. Lulu's burst comes in like different chunks.
It's not terrible.
It's like
it's
not sustained. It's like I'm gonna hit you now, and now.
Yeah.
And then now. And
it's like to be fair, like Lulu does have burst, right? Like you have help picks, which is about a 0.6 offensive
and then
ratio.
You can glitter lance twice.
Right. The glitter lance is about I think 5.5, 0.6, something around there. You can get that a couple of times off, and then you have your Lich Bane auto attack with like picks on there. It's like, okay, that's close to Kale's QE combo. But then after that, Kale's going to do way more with Natural's Tooth swinging at you than Lulu's going to. And of course, yes, we talk about Lulu being more of a supportive mid lane, and that's all true, and that's all well and fine. But you're right. I want to see Fibin back onto a more carry champion. I want to see Odwamna something more self-sufficient, where it's either you let the Renekton just be Renekton and win his lane and leave him alone, or you say, well, if we're going to camp for you, go play Jax or Shyvana or something that will scale into late game.
Or Aurelia.
Yeah, or Aurelia. Heck, he's played a whole bunch of Aurelia.
Yeah.
Like, Wicked's been bringing out, doing a great job with that one.
Aurelia was his Season 3 baby in solo queue. I think even Season 2 for Odwamna. Then he whipped it out in the previous Challenger Series. Be like, whoa, what's happening? Aurelia's back, and it looks like she might be.
Yeah.
A win for Alliance today.
Aurelia's back. Everybody's happy. Well, the top laner's having nightmares.
She fares against Renekton kind of like how everybody else does. He's just going to bully you very, very early on. If you can get through that, then he's not as high impact as you are.
It's true. And you get true damage, which is wonderful and glorious and happy. And you buy Trinity Force on it, which means she's the best champion in the game, along with Lucian and Ezreal and Corki. Sorry, I'm just reminiscing about Trinity Forces now.
Okay, I was about to be like, because of the changes to Corki's Phosphorus Bomb, where it now has an AD ratio, is it better to build more AD? Or go for Trinity Force?
So, I mean, Trinity Force will still give you some damage on it because it has 30 AD itself. I mean, the Bloodthirster Rush that most AD carriers are doing is going to be, I guess, comparatively stronger. I still feel like for the way Corki is now, actually, especially with Rockets being slower, there actually is more measured for Trinity Force procs. And that's still just a perfectly fine build.
Okay.
We'll see when he comes back into play what kind of builds everyone's going for.
If he comes back.
He'll come back. He always does. Corki's awesome like that. We are into the game ourselves, so guys, get us underway. Thresh again banned against Voidal Riven. Once again banned away from Fabivin. The Kassadin removed by red team. C9E will add the Lulu. You were right. It was a pick to try to steal it. That didn't work out, so they banned it from Nick.
Yeah. Because they aren't going to pick it up, and it would be first picked here by Departed. No question, because I know Nick loves that champion.
Yeah.
And everything else coming out here, the Riven, taking that away from Babunya. But they banned it out themselves, so it does stop a carry top laner and mid laner. Actually, Fabevin plays that too.
Yeah.
So, no
they
big
go for Leona, so they're pinching support picks. You know, Annie was grabbed on the first rotation here for Departed. They could be pinching for the Annie and then pushing, like they might just want Morgana Annie again. Elise banned away.
Yeah, you really only leave 2 supports on the table. Exactly. So he had such a great showing on that previously.
Yep.
Up against Morgana. He's saying, come at me, bro. Let's do it again.
Yep.
They really like that matchup.
And with
Gonna bait
Elise,
it out.
Yeah, and now that Elise is banned, we'll see what C&E grabs here. Of course, they did Wukong last time. They did grab the Renekton top pretty early. They grabbed Caitlyn pretty early. I think Caitlyn's still a great choice here. Survives the Annie lane quite well.
Now, is IHazCo under a different name?
I don't honestly know.
I don't know.
I've been skirting around the fact, but just calling him IHaz and ignoring. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of any roster changes or if it was a name change.
It could be a sub.
Could be. Could very well be a sub. Unfortunately, I didn't check that one. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, and we apologize for that because Co brings a lot of things to the table, like Gragas jungle. But Pantheon, if he's hovering over that, would allow him to get around the map and gank bottom lane a little more effectively.
I like
think
Pantheon.
That's my favorite. Like, I played Pantheon for the first time. I was kind of one of those people who was like, oh, I don't want to play that champion. I played it for the first time. It's so good at ganking bottom and mid lane. Just once you hit 6, there's 2 people to kill down bottom.
Yeah.
Just go for it. Right on top of them.
And speaking of things going right on top of them, Zyra been grabbed. So you set him up with the Grand Skyfall. Now I want to see if that's mid lane Zyra or support Zyra. Support more likely here, but not a guarantee.
It's not type of champion that Fabevin plays.
It's a Voidal type champion though.
Yes, it is a Voidal type champion. And his Morgana didn't have the best showing on that.
Yeah.
Especially against an Annie, which they already locked in. and they really just stretched that champion pool very thin. Lulu even off the table, Thresh Leona, Annie taken away. Top 4 supports gone.
Could have played Karma.
Could have played Karma, that is true.
For
He has played that. I think he played that in the previous
yeah.
Spring Challenger,
yes.
like round of 20.
I don't remember honestly which round, I just know he's played it.
Very early on.
It's a big champ from in solo queue as well, but not the Karma. Likely the Zyra support here. With Pantheon off the table, it's going to be an early grab here of Wukong. So Departed, one, they're taking a really long time with their picks, but two, they're like, I want to wait to see your solo lane before we do anything else.
Yeah, so they pick up the jungler and ADC. Same bottom lane here for Departed. It worked out well for them. Woolite, amazing showing, 909.
Yeah.
Basically infinite KDA. Or if you do it by kills per life, 18.
Yeah, there you go.
But now they take away...
Well, kills per life would be 9. Kills and assists per life would be 18.
Okay.
Ha! Ha! Correcting him for no good reason.
That's my favorite.
So useful. I'm such a good addition to this commentary duo.
Semantics.
It's wonderful. Not just an antivirus.
Yeah, but this, because they lock in bottom lane and jungler, like you said, they're waiting for the solo lanes. Since they have to pick their 4th slot here, they're gonna reveal something.
So Caitlyn I like here. Covers up the Zyra pick, very long ranged. C9E still making their decision. They're taking such a long time, longer than I normally see teams take with picks, but they're using every second they possibly can. Trundle, Orianna. So you know what? We need to blind pick something here for one of these lanes. Just go with Trundle. It'll work against most things. Honestly, Fabiven or Adwamna already played it plenty. One of his big champions. Trundle it is.
Yeah, don't blind pick your mid laner when you put so much on him.
It's true.
Allow Departed to pick their mid laner first so that you can get an advantage and see what's coming to the table. Because it looked like it was going to be Orianna, and I was sitting there like, I don't know if you want to do that. Gragas is still open.
Yeah.
A lot could have happened there. But now we get to see what Departed want to bring to the table. And actually, before that, I want to talk about what Cloud9 Eclipse has here.
Okay.
Before they pick their mid laner, they have a very gank-heavy jungler who's kind of that level 6 early game jungler. He doesn't take a lot of damage either underneath turrets.
Yeah.
If you use rotations on your passive and your Aegis of Zionia perfectly, you can tower dive no problem. And going down bottom might be what they're aiming for here against somebody as immobile as Annie. And Lucian, you know, you can still close that distance fairly easily.
So we're looking at Kayle right now then on the Departed side. For what it's worth, I don't think this is likely, but Zyra's actually really good against Kayle because you outrange her with everything you ever do.
Okay.
I don't think it's likely though. Again, it's not really a Fabiven champion, but Zyra is actually very good against Kayle.
Okay. So I've actually been informed that IHAZ is a sub.
Okay.
And Zoko is not around right now. So Cloud9 Eclipse.
New jungler. You go Gragas.
New jungler.
You go Gragas. Okay.
Yeah. All right, so it's Gragas mid lane up against the Kayle. Kayle is a very safe pick in the mid lane. Plays like a utility mid laner like Nidalee in the early game and Lulu. So very similar play styles there. So it's right up the alley for Nick. But for Bevan is on that Gragas. Not exactly an assassin, but he's a really big assassin. He's got mobility.
Very bursty, a lot of damage. You bring him for the damage.
Good wave clear, too.
Absolutely.
So he's kind of a jack of all trades.
He is.
Massive wave clear, great mobility and roaming potential, and team fights. Drawback is that he's melee.
So is Kayle half the time?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can't
Might
get
be
cooldown.
alright.
You can't get enough cooldown reduction to get it so that it's always up.
Yes. You get close to that usually as Kayle. You have like a couple seconds of downtime. So got our champ select done. It's going to be support Zyra. Zyra, Caitlyn bottom lane versus the same lane we saw last time, Lucian, Annie for Departed. That one I think has a bit, I think, better chance of being more well-rounded here for C9E. And of course, their back's up against the wall. They want to make sure they pick up what's best for them. They choose that Zyra here is going to be the pick here for Voidal. Gragas mid, I think, a better look here for Fabiven. More damage-oriented, should help him a bit.
Yeah.
Fighting up against Kayle.
I was talking to Nidus Sermain, and he was saying that Zyra's completely fine. I don't know why we don't see it more often.
Yeah.
Like, I think you talked about it yesterday. No, last time on Sunday.
Yeah.
You were saying people are playing so much Morgana. Why don't we see these disengaged champions come out like Zyra?
Right.
And I like that pick from Voidal. Not unfamiliar with that champion, so it's not like he's picking up a Lulu mid for the first time or just trying to deny something. He also brings Ignite, so that's going to signal that he's aggressive. He's not going for an exhaust to just survive the lane. But he is still squishy. So if the stun lands from Perm and they just full combo him with Woolite, it's very possible that Voidal's going to be the #1 target here in that bottom lane.
He'll be, yeah, that's the thing about Zyra is, you remember, like, if you watch Season 3 Worlds, how often you saw Zyra, like, dying to Ahri? Because she can't really defend against assassins. But Departed, not assassin heavy. So getting in on Voidal will be obvious in a way. You'll see it coming for the most part, and hopefully can play around that. We'll see if Voidal can get the disengages and the re-engages. A lot of big area of effect abilities too. Gragas ulti, right? Pantheon Skydrop.
Yeah. Grand Skyfall from
Zyra ulti.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of
big area.
You'll see
hits.
rings coming out.
A lot of rings.
Yeah, and IHAZ is actually replacing Ko in the overall for the remainder of the tournament because Ko is too young to participate in the LCS. He tweeted about it earlier.
Okay.
And because he wouldn't be able to participate in the age restriction,
CNE practicing with what their new starting roster would be.
Yeah. So IHAZ is actually going to synergize with the top laner a lot, like he's been showing going with Odwamna over and over again with those ganks.
Yeah.
He's going to have to get a little friendlier with his new teammates, bottom and mid.
See if he can do it. With man drops, it'll help. And, the same thing actually happened with NIP, with Amin.
Yeah.
Is they're like, we're on our way to the LCS. We need to get a roster that can play in that tournament. And they had to sub out their jungler as well. So a couple of these teams making these choices as they get closer to the LCS, but choosing early enough in the running that they're like, hey, we got to start practicing with this now and not the last second.
Yeah, and once again up in the top lane, another Doran's Blade for Odwamne. Going for the early aggression, extra damage against a Mundo, trying to keep him down. Didn't work too well for him last time. Gonna have to see how it plays out. In this bottom lane, that camp was a little cheeky there.
Let's see if they continue this one right here. So we'll look around at the lanes. Yearn and Voidal taking a bit of pain. After their early antics there, Perm and Voidal trading blows right here. Both losing a bit of health. Potions chugged. Voidal deep in utility to get 2 potions. We'll see how well the C9E lane can poke them out. You're seeing Voidal outrange Ro8 a little bit and do a little bit of damage on his way through.
Ro8 is really good at lining up the piercing light. Very good. We saw it in the team fights previously, and just during the landing phase, his harassment is great.
He's doing an absolutely amazing job of this one. The junglers are going to keep track of them real quick. About to get level 3 on each of them. We did not see... We actually did see a fair number of Wukong ganks early on from when he was on C9E, when that was IHAZ playing it.
Yes.
Despite having no real CC early game, he still managed to make it work. I want to see if that happens again here. If we get any Wukong ganks early on.
Wukong's a very sneaky ganker. He's kind of like an Evelyn for a couple seconds after the decoy, and then he just dives straight at you with the Nimbus Strike.
See what they can find. Look at the bottom again. Voidal taken down to half HP. Pretty standard laning phase I gotta say for these guys. So C9E back against the wall. They still have a pretty decent shot at the playoffs anyway.
Yes.
I forget if they're entirely guaranteed from their initial first place finish. I believe you're.
They have 9 points.
Yeah, you're practically guaranteed first place if you, or a spot in the playoffs if you make first place.
Plus the 2 points that they're gonna get from this.
They're sitting at 11. I don't believe they can be beaten here.
Yep.
But they can lose their first round bye if they drop out here, which is an important point. A lot of good teams here, and you're seeing this right there. They're dropping down a little bit to Departed. The more opponents you have to face, the worse it is for them.
IHAZ invading. He wants a fight. Gonna try to bring it to that Mundo in the top lane like before, but it's warded up. Oh, Departed are saying, we saw you guys. Oh, sorry, C9 Eclipse is like, we played that game.
Yeah.
Now we know.
Well, it's worth pointing out, though, as well, that Pantheon is a much better in-jungle fighter than Wukong. If they meet each other, it's so much better here for IHAZ.
Yeah.
The Bunyan timing the gank timer. Knows IHAZ is in this brush at this point. He knows he went up the river. They pinged him out. Bunyan's playing far enough back, he's not going to get caught.
He's a passive top laner anyway. It's not going to hurt him too much. Yeah. And like you said, so much in Pantheon's kit. If you're Pantheon, go invade the enemy. If he doesn't get any help, you'll kill him. Heartseeker Strike passive is so good once you get them low, and you will absorb a lot of damage in your rotation with your Aegis.
More damage coming off onto Ro8. I like the super long-range poke lane. I really do. I think it does something that Annie, Caitlyn doesn't do. It's a lot more damage from range, whereas Annie's more of all-in based. And you're seeing Ro8, he's chugged his potion, Perm has 2, and these guys are still losing health. Once again, C9E are winning the early laning phase in this duo lane. They just haven't converted it in the first game. We'll see if they can convert it here.
Yeah, and I really think it was the ganks that turned it around. We had
absolutely
both the jungler and the top laner coming down for Departed, turning it around. And they just keep getting pushed back to their turret, but the CS is pretty much even.
It is. Well, one thing to keep in mind is that the plants are only worth, I believe, 5 gold.
Yeah, it's true. And it does count as
And they
CS.
do count.
That's right.
And I know at least one of them picked up. I saw it on camera. So there's going to be a slightly inflated minion lead here to Ro8 over time. And we'll see where it pans out. Lucian's especially good at killing Zyra plants because he gets that double shot passive. So see if it goes anywhere. Also, Annie really good at killing Zyra plants. Auto attack Q will one-shot the plant, and you'll just tick up your timer.
Oh, and get your stun
and
ready.
get your stun more closer to ready. So Perm can actually very easily remove Zyra plants, and that could be part of the reason he has 2 minion kills here. Is that it's very easy to remove Zyra plants as Annie.
Nice.
We haven't seen that lane since World, so
level 6.
Oh, he lands the body slam. Fabivin, do you have the damage? Ignite is on.
He hit 6.
Hits 6 and ults himself. Now Kikis goes forward. He's 5. Does he have the damage pick up? Flashes in. Q's gonna land. Kill picked up by Kikis. 27 to 20 minions, and the kill, of course, worth a lot.
Level 6 came out there first for Fabevin. Goes all in on Nick. Minions die. Gets level 6. Just absorb the last couple ticks of Ignite.
That is heartbreaking.
Kikis was there. His attention is in the right lanes.
Yeah.
So comes straight out of Fog of War, closes the distance, uses his flash. He won't have that available. Neither will Nick or Fabevin. And this mid lane just got broken wide open here. And you don't want to KO to get to that 3-item point early.
7-minute Stinger is pretty scary. She's going to be able to push waves very easily. Pink Ward's going to get swept away. IHAS puts the ward down, sees the enemy ward, says, no, don't you dare.
We had the same idea.
Yeah. My idea came later, so it was better.
Yeah.
Plagiarized it, actually. Ooh, the
Perm.
damage on the Perm. The Ignite goes on. That could be enough damage. He flashed away, but the Ignite's going to kill him.
It is.
Tries to kill some plants to level up and doesn't do it. 1 kill picked up by Voidal. There's that bottom lane making it work.
Just got him in the grasping root, and then the Piltover Peacemaker were just lined up perfectly. And this is something we didn't see last time. We didn't see the kills ending up in the bot lane in favor of Cloud9 Eclipse. They evened up the gold.
Yeah.
So there's also an assist behind it. And that's going to force Ro8 to play even further back right now until he gets the help of Perm again. So he might actually miss a couple CS.
Oh man, Ro8 is getting lower and lower. He still hasn't recalled. Root's not going to land, but it's going to be a bit of a slow. And you see he has to give up CS, has to barrier as well. Yeah, this bottom lane going really well. And Ro8 lost a gigantic wave under his turret too.
Exactly. He would have died if he didn't barrier there. It was enough. And yeah, he'd lose that entire wave. And that's just going to help keep him down. And that's what Cloud9 Eclipse want. IHAS is now level 6. He can start ganking the bottom, levels up the Grand Skyfall. Knows that the barrier is down and that the flash is down from Perm. I would not be surprised to see the Stranglethorn and Grasping Root come out.
That's a really good point. These guys, they're a good team. They've been playing together. They're going to be able to communicate that type of information. You guys at home, if you got a jungler and you're like, hey guys, their AD carry doesn't have flash, support doesn't have flash, target that guy. Junglers like free kills.
Oh yeah.
Let him know. Let him know. He'll kill him for you. Assist gold's better than nothing. Make it happen here. I got to point out though that even though the kill did come through, Ro8 got pushed out of lane late enough that he could still afford a BF sword. So as far as all those advantages are concerned, the lane itself is still pretty equal. These guys are hitting pretty equal items here in that lane itself.
Teleport being used to get back up to the top lane so he doesn't miss a wave. You can push this to the turret. Nice one from Odwamne. Now Gragas going to ward, but also Pantheon off on the side, and here comes the gank down bottom.
Ro8's going to go over towards the river. Perm's got nowhere to go. He gets hit by a Tibbers, and there's the Wukong. The counter gank comes through, and Yernan not in a good spot. Trying to run away. Looks like he'll be able to. Voidal running away as well. Tibbers nailed some damage to him, but does go down. That's a good counter gank.
So junglers like free kills.
Yes, they do. That was a good read. That was an excellent read.
It was a fantastic read. I'm pretty sure Kikis was saying, you guys are going to get ganked. It's Pantheon. He always comes bottom. Like I was saying, if you're a Pantheon, you should gank bottom. And if the other jungler is smart enough to know that that's your path,
he should gank bottom.
Then he should come there too. It was not a good follow-up there by the remaining members of Cloud9 Tempest in the bottom lane.
Nope.
Yernan and Ro8 not able to follow up. Use their ultimates too. Well, Voidal does.
Yeah. And I got to point out as well, there was a pink ward in that lower lane brush. So the opponent had that planned well in advance, saying, Wukong, we need you to sneak in this brush. This ward will make sure that you will be unspotted when you come in.
It's a good ward.
Yeah.
But usually when that ward goes down, the enemy team would play more passive.
They
They'd
wouldn't
be like,
know. They did it as a security
oh,
measure.
they did it as
there
security.
weren't wards yet.
There was nothing they cleared out.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So they made sure. I was like, yeah, it's a free gank. Just sneak right on in.
Yeah. Well, where's Wukong going to come at you from? Typically that much. Yeah. They had a trap in it.
Didn't matter
That's
enough. So let's look at the top lane. We haven't seen it much. So last time, Odwamna got a million ganks top. And won his lane and didn't convert much out of it. This time, Trundle versus Mundo again. Trundle going for the Blade of the Ruin King opener. Not getting any jungle pressure, but has a 10 minion kill lead. And is a better scaling late game champion.
Yes.
So different setup here for Odwamna. I think he's still going to exceed here, or excel here.
Yeah, they're going to answer that question that they didn't have an answer for last game, which is who's going to deal with Mundo? Trundle is. Subjugate is fantastic against him.
Absolutely.
Steals resistances and max HP. He's going to be good. Kiki's up top. Sniffs this one out.
All right, can he find Trundle? No, he won't. Good read by Odwamna. I was like, you know what? Something's cheeky here. Backs out.
The sadism basically said, I'm not going to get anything accomplished with that up.
Yeah.
Backs up, and Kiki's was there. So, yes, perfect read there.
This is one thing I want to point out, actually. So, a lot of times, when you start winning your lane, you start bashing on the turret, trying to get damage down. But a lot of the time, these guys aren't doing it because they're like, I might get ganked.
It's going in.
The flash in. There's the knockup of Odwamna. Can he get away? Puts the pillar down, goes on the other side. Doesn't matter, though. Kikis picks it up. Of course, flash was already down for Odwamna, so it doesn't pick up anything for it. Nice gank.
So now they will get something out of it. The dragon is not up, so there is no counter available from Cloud9 Eclipse to take an objective because the jungler is top.
Yeah.
So it's a great call. And you can also reset your auto attack with your crushing blow on the top turret. So this will most likely go down right now. But oh, here comes the counter gank bottom. They know it can't be countered this time.
A lot of summoners available. Ro8's going to try to flash and barrier away. Now the jump on towards Perm. Good damage. IHA's forced to run away. Knockup lands onto Ro8. Can they go back to him? No summoners left. The ulti comes across. They find one. Can Yernan get much more? He's going to flash. Oh, he gets it. He gets it. The 90 caliber net into Piltover Peacemaker. IHA's got away. Double kill for Yernan.
So they had no objective to take, but they had some kills down bottom. It was a great read by IHAZ saying, you know what, top lane, that's where Kiki's is.
Yep.
I'm going to go bottom.
You see the jungle, you go ham.
Yep. Almost cost him his life there, but it was really good just micromanaging there, where one of us is going to back out when we get low HP, and the next one's going to walk up from Cloud9 Eclipse. Yep. So they just rotated the damage out and picked up 2 kills for themselves, giving Ro8 his first death of the series.
Oof, not ideal. We'll see. C9E needs to win this game if they want a chance at a first round bye in the Challenger playoffs. They need to win this series to do it. 3-3 in kills. Only 1,000 gold separates these teams. And you've got a pretty substantial item lead in the bottom lane. Yernan is up the Bloodthirster recipe and most of it is Berserker's Grief. So this lane will continue to go very well. You look at the mid lane. Both mid laners have completed their first major item. So these guys are pretty equal. The top lane, though, I gotta say, lead for Babunya. Sunfire's already done and upgraded boots. He's now fighting a Ruin King, though.
Yeah, that's also going to give more stats for Odwamna to steal away.
True.
From his Subjugate. And they need Kiernan to do as well as he is doing right now, which is great. Because when Odwamna steals those stats from Mundo, there's a time window when the Subjugate is on that you need to be able to take him out with that heavy damage.
True.
And that's what he's going to bring to the table. And I actually like that there's a slight difference here to point out between having the recipe for Bloodthirster and the actual Bloodthirster is that you'll have your stacked up much sooner.
Yeah.
And have that extra like 30 damage, I believe, right?
30 damage.
On top of it.
A fully stacked Bloodthirster is worth more than 1,000 gold more than an unstacked Bloodthirster.
Yeah, pickaxe.
Pretty significant. More than a pickaxe in AD. A little bit of lifesteal as well. Okay, stun on the Void. They have the damage, but already the counter gank from Pantheon. Kikis is around. Who's going to happen to do what? Oh my god, Ro8 just dies. IHA's trying to run away, not going to be able to do that. Kikis taking a bunch of pain though, puts the clone down, stun in from Perm. And Yernan didn't find much more. Nets backwards, puts on some damage. Doesn't choose to do much more with this one.
Here comes Nick though.
Uh-oh.
Down to the bottom lane.
Kale's trying, hates herself up. Root gonna flash it. Voidal, he's gonna be going down. A little damage coming back there, but he's gonna be okay. Good roam though.
And at the same time, for Bevan, champion that we thought was gonna roam around in the mid lane, pushing minions.
Pushing minions. He's gonna make some things happen at the very least with this one. Yernan.
The red
buff.
buff.
Close battle. I feel like Kate wins that one, kills the clone, and he gets it. Yernan with the 1v1. Kikis Little greedy there.
It's worth a little extra, though, because he got the 25 gold from killing the clone.
525 kill.
And now he has a red buff, too, on a Caitlyn in the bottom lane.
And 3 kills. Oh, man.
That's what they needed last game to get them going. And oh, he pops it right to him.
Vivint has amazing Gragas ultis. Nick still has the ulti. He doesn't get it off in time. Vivint surprises him with the damage. Nick doesn't ulti.
It was an immense amount of damage, too. It's basically when you're like Tryndamere and you don't ulti, you're like, oh, I didn't, not in time.
Uh-oh, Babunia. Obama's gonna go, nope, Pillar's not enough to make him die.
But they're gonna get a turret for this. Push him off of it. Jungler and the Chomp. Dragon is now up, so they could make a move from Departed to pick it up, but they are far removed from it. So they lose 2 turrets in the overall to Cloud9 Eclipse.
All right, so 2-1 in turret, 6-5 in kills. The Dragon is back alive. C9E, they want this game. They move towards the Dragon, but there's already a teleport coming in. Mundo gonna look for Yernan there, gets the briefcase onto the back. Dodges a stun, nicely done there by Yernan. The root coming in onto Perm as well. Flashes down towards the turret. Can he get away from this one? Wukong in from the back. This could be dangerous. Voidal taking a bunch of pain. There's the knock-up onto 1, knock-up onto 2. Double kill comes through for Woolite. That is big for Departed.
And Departed will most likely pick up a Dragon off the back of this too. Babunia, every time he gets to just this point where he has 1 or 2 items, he is not afraid to tank turrets with his sadism up, creating a lot of openings for his team. And this Dragon is going to get them right back into the game and into a lead.
800 gold put in Departed, back ahead right here in game 2. See if they can make that a 2-0 versus C9E. The first team to do that in the Challenger Series here. Kayle gonna roam towards the top side here. Nick does have a ward to put down. Good ambush there by Vivint. Good ulti. Trying to get away, haste himself up. Vivint's gonna have the body slam up soon. Lands that there, but here comes Annie. Here comes Kikis. This is not ideal now for C9E. They turn back onto Kikis' Wukong. He's gonna get away with this one with the decoy. IHAS still around. Puts some damage across, but not much more.
It's a good ulti there by Nick to prevent some of the damage dealt to him. A lot of the times as Kayle, your ulti in lane is to just prevent the burst from happening to you instead of saving your life at the very end.
Oh yeah.
So we saw it when he first leveled up the Kayle, saving himself from the ignite. But usually against such a bursty champion, you want to use it to prevent the burst and the brunt of the damage. Keep yourself alive. But good rotation there by Perm. And now all 3 outer turrets are down for Departed, and Cloud9 Eclipse need to find deeper objectives and deeper warding to continue the pressure that they've had on the map.
So let's see if they can keep that one going. 200 gold now separates these teams. Closest game we've seen in the Challenger Series in a while.
Both these guys are top tier.
Oh, yeah.
They're basically the first and second place teams in regards to performance.
Yes.
They are so strong all across the board. And Cloud9 Eclipse have kept the same roster. And Departed changed 2 players out.
Yeah.
And they told me that they felt like they were a lot stronger now with those 2 new players, despite it not being like a change that they initiated.
Yeah.
Just because the players couldn't play anymore.
Yeah.
But now they feel like they picked up 2 really great players to their roster.
And they have.
And now they're even better.
You're showing it.
They're showing it, exactly. And oh, Kiki's coming top. Babunia here on Odwamne.
2-on-1, not ideal, but here goes Pantheon around the back. He's going to wait for the Cyclone to end, goes in for the stun, lands it on a Kikis. Damage coming through from the red buff. Cleaver's going to keep him from chasing that one down, though. Good disengage.
There's a timeline on this gank, though, because Kayle is coming up top. They pinged him out, and if he makes it there in time, they can't stop it.
They can't stop it. Nicely played, but now Odwamne down to half HP. Pantheon's nearby. I have decided to stay around. Slows on Odwamne, ignite on as well, 800 health, 500. One hit's gonna kill him, takes him down. Nick 760 solos out that poor little Trundle.
They saw Nick coming from the middle with that ward. They pinged him out. Gragas decides to go bottom. If Bevan thought he could make something happen there, is not able to. And now that top lane, transitioning over to the mid and trying to create even more picks here. Taking control of the enemy jungle. Oh, that's a double whammy right there.
Will they kill 2 wards? One more hit. Yeah, the wards go down. Kikis gonna grab the red buff as well. 108 gold with the concentration stacks. Always feels so good. You see like the gigantic number come up. You're like, I get more than 100 gold for that camp. Yeah.
I basically killed a third of a person.
Yeah.
It's really good. And you'll do that every 40 seconds.
You just called the lizard not a person.
Are lizards people? We're about to have like dolphin rights too.
Renekton a people? He's a crocodile. Or crocodile's just better than lizards.
Yeah.
Here we go. Fabivin holding on to the mid lane. These guys haven't been fighting. They kind of haven't been fighting for objectives as much as they have just fighting to find kills, because of the ability of them to just surprise them. Right? The man drops coming in out of nowhere saying, "Surprise, we're fighting you."
Yeah.
And just kind of going for it, hoping for advantages.
I like both of these team compositions this game because they both have team fight and objective control potential, as well as burst. Basically across the board, we have pretty much mirrored. It's bully bottom lanes with some initiate, but some disengage from Zyra. Mid laners, you know, they're just bursty here. A little bit more utility for Nick, but then heavy ganking junglers. So there's a lot of action early on. And then when objectives come around, they both can contest them and cause a lot of threats. So lots of threats across the board.
Ton of threats here, and I gotta really commend Kikis though. 4-1-1. 5 of his team's 8 kills on his shoulders. Done a very good job, especially that time he counter-ganked Pantheon, right at like level 7 or so. Such a good move to read that one and be there in time for it. Turn that one around completely. Really set Departed up for success here. I want to see what else they can do with this one. I gotta point out though, by the way, Yernan's build. So he went Bloodthirster into Zeal, and then he added a BF sword. And then he's still going towards Phantom Dancer.
He's been landing immense Piltover Peacemakers.
Yeah.
Sniping people out. He's not afraid to use the 90 caliber net to shoot himself towards his enemy.
Yeah.
We've seen him do it twice already on screen. I'm pretty sure he's done it more than that. But Caitlyn, a very attack damage based champion, but he just wants to make those crits and headshots even better. So as soon as he completes the Infinity Edge, which was a very slow item for him to come out last time.
True.
Gonna have a huge impact. Doesn't care about Last Whisper.
It's fine. I mean, there's only one big armor tank, and that's Mundo.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that ends up stopping Yernan here in the team fights.
I do like Kiki's buying the Randuin's Omen, because that's going to allow him to use the Cyclone, then slow people on top of it.
Yeah.
And just get all of that damage down and force them to flash if they don't want to eat the brunt of it.
I like it too.
So up in the top lane, Babunya doing a lot of damage to that turret. Not really.
Not taking much damage either. The damage goes in onto Willet. The knockback. Oh, ulted by Kale. 2 ults blocked by intervention. Kikis hits the claw and runs away. The knockup's going to come across. He doesn't hit it for a while. There comes Tibbers as well. Kikis trying to stay alive. He will go down to then flash the way. I has dropped low in this team fight. 2 for 1 so far in the favor of the part to make that 2 for 2. The fight still going on. 3 now dropping from C9 Eves. Babunya joins the fight. Woolite versus Yernan. Who's going to win that fight? Yernan's going to lose that one. Now Voidal in the middle of the enemy team. He's going to hit a plant and go down. 5-4-2 in this fight. Departed come up huge.
Ace and Dragon for them. They show that they have the dominance to take on this team fight. It didn't look like it was going to go well for them at the start, but they just eventually trickle in, and the ultimate from Kiki's was a little late, but still to great effect because of the follow-up from Perm. They get a Dragon, they're going to get a turret, take a kill lead, and an immense gold lead here for them. Biggest one we've seen in the game yet.
There we go. 5,000 now, putting Departed ahead here. What a wonderful mid-game turn for these guys. The Babunya teleport again, 2-0-5. He just keeps showing up to these fights and making things happen. Kiki is part of 9 of 13 as well. Huge ups there. And I gotta also commend Nick. The intervention block 2 ultis, the Gragas ulti and the Caitlyn ulti. Very big.
Yeah, and Trundle doesn't really start to get that oomph in his kit until the mid-late game, but same thing with Mundo. And the map impact he's been having is huge. You talked about the 2-0-5, the stats that he's been buying for himself.
Yeah.
You don't build any damage in his kit. He's just a big blocker and slow with the cleavers, coming up big there against Yernan, who could have cleaned up that team fight if it wasn't for that pesky Mundo.
Meddling Mundos making things sad. Unfortunate for these guys. And you got to wonder, you know, Mundo could have been a ban this time around for C9E. They wanted Lulu in there. They wanted Cassidy in there. They wanted Elise in there. C9E said, yeah, you know, Babunya, play Mundo again. They might be regretting that decision right here because of how well he's been playing that champion. Fabivin grabs his sweeper. 3 on both sides already, 25 minutes in. There were 3 on both sides last game. Once again here. C9E again look like they want to keep the pressure mounting, though. All 5 near the mid lane.
Babunya off on the side. Here comes Kikis.
It's going to be an engage onto IHAS. Not very good for the Pantheon. He's going to go down at the very beginning. Kikis is alive with the Kale ulti. And the battle will continue now. Odwamna trying to run away. The pillar helping him disengage from this one. The slow coming out from the Randuins. Babunya still in the front line, still hitting him down. And the Ro8 now picks up another kill for Bivin. Getting chased away in the back lines. Kikis around there as well. Babunya just forcing everyone away. They're just trading blows. The mid lane turret goes down. Another 2-for-0 fight. CNN forced to run away.
Fabevin hits really hard with his barrel rolls, but he's just not getting enough poke off. And Voidal goes down.
Oh my gosh, Ro8 just going up for that fight. Finds another one. 3-0 in the battle. 2 turrets. Looking for a third turret now as well.
Fabevin, such low AP. Yernan coming in, HP. Yernan coming in here, and they're going to get this inhibitor. The first one of the game, but oh no, here comes IHAS into the back line.
Can he turn it around? What's he going to go for a stun there? Onto Kikis, going to get the kill onto Wukong. No, they turn Pantheon back around. No kill. Yernan finds one. Can he keep going? The Ignite actually going to make that kill happen from Fabevin. He's chasing in with Body Slam. Yernan has ulti in about 15 seconds. Everybody in Departed fairly low. They're trying to run. Kale can haste. There's the Ascension. He's going to disengage.
And a wonderful team fight into the objectives there for Departed. IHAS tried to make something happen there. Grand Skyfall not paying off for him, just gets picked up and locked out again.
Yep.
Which may actually have prevented them from doing Baron off of that.
And here they go. Baron attempted. They're going to stop. They sit in a ward. They should not be visible here, except that a ward would have seen Voidal come down and to the right. Disengage comes across Ro8. Ward over the wall. See these guys. No Baron bait this time around. Recalls for Departed. 8,000 gold and an inhibitor. CNN can either sit and try to farm, get the Infinity Edge on Yernan and try to scale themselves back into this game, or Departed could just push again to make this game even easier for them.
And both these teams accomplish the same thing like I said earlier. They're team fighting teams.
Yeah.
When one team gets ahead and gets a substantial lead, it is so hard to out-team fight the other. And you have to try and turn your composition into something that'll pick somebody off. But Departed is just going to continue to group up and force objectives. It's going to be a rough road here for Cloud9 Eclipse if they're going to try and get back into this game. I would say they'd have to make some picks.
Yes.
Or the explosive cast would be the key here to get it right in the middle, throw some priority targets at them, and then have Voidal separate the rest of the team from reinforcing that. That would be the golden ticket here for Cloud9 Eclipse, and it would have to be executed perfectly.
I want to see it. I want to see the awesome sort of golden ticket come through here for C9E. The separation, the man drop in the middle, the pillar, the knock up, everything. Let's see if C9E can do that to get themselves back in, because they're down about 9,000 gold. They've got a dead inhibitor. They're losing map control. Departed are starting to control the Baron area. Things are looking sour for the winners of the last Spring Series.
Yeah.
They're about to get 2-0 in the quarterfinals.
It's so funny to think about that, but Yernan caught out.
Oh man, the damage from Ro8 very high, takes him out. Nice ability rotation there. Yeah, things like that can't keep happening.
So Ro8 died very, very early on in the game.
Then he stopped.
And then he stopped dying. And Yernan started dying.
Yeah. Turn that one around. Uh-oh. All right, doesn't see him yet. There we go. They jump in onto Fabevin. The damage output is massive. Flashes over the wall. Ignite is on. The flash in from NIQ. Uh-oh, there comes a little bit of a knock-up attempt to fight into the back line. Voidal low, he's going to go down. Now Kick is going to look for the knock-up onto Odwamna. Can't quite find IHAS. Doesn't quite get it, but the damage might be enough. Yes, he does. Picks up the kill, 2-for-0.
They're going to start taking the turrets.
To the Nexus they go. Turret number 1 is going to fall down. Turret number 2, the target of focus. Only Yernan and Odwamna are alive. This is going to be a 29-minute 2-0. Departed, taken down Cloud9 Eclipse in the quarterfinals.
And 2-0.
Yeah.
They just 2-0'd the winners of the first Spring Series.
Yeah.
They were previously knocked out in the round of 8 in a 2-1 match. They were the only people that Cloud9 Eclipse
even lost
feared.
a game to.
Exactly. That was huge. Departed secured their spot in the top 6 and their playoffs, and we want to see how far they end up going in this entire second Spring Series.
If they look like that,
oh yeah,
a long way.
Oh, and they also stopped Cloud9 Eclipse from being in the top 2 and getting a first round bye.
I'm pretty sure it's a guaranteed block right there. Yeah. So pretty incredible freaking game here, guys. Now that the first Challenger Series quarterfinal is firmly in our match history, let's check out the updated bracket. And thanks for their win, Departed moves on to the semifinals, where they're going to play the winner of Insomniac or Steve Bakes Cookies on March 20th. And of course, that match is tomorrow.
Yeah, and if we're going by team names, I think both of those teams are already winners, Freak. Insomniac, Steve Bakes Cookies. Right up there.
It's wonderful stuff. And of course, coming up tomorrow, it's the final day of European LCS's Super Week. The first of the 5 games will be between Alliance, who is actually 3-0 so far in Super Week, and the new first place team in the LCS, Gambit.
And then after the Super Hot Crew and the Copenhagen Wolves finish their fight, it's time for our second exciting quarterfinal showdown of the series, Insomniac versus Steve's Baked Cookies.
Glorious names. I just can't get over them. And of course, with that, we've got to say goodbye. But before we do, once again, thanks to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, good night. Thanks for watching.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girl singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.